Hello, everybody, and welcome to. Hold on one second. Ruining this intro. That's our production value. Reality Hacker for March 15th, 2025. It's season 2, episode 11. I am Merwad. I run ohmTown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show. But along with the sentient AI who tries to keep me out of trouble but fails when it comes to, I guess, the intro, we talk about 5 articles for Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report. It's actually 3 different shows, turns into 3 different podcasts, and then we merge them together to make Non Sequitur News Saturday Weekend Edition. We do it again on Sunday with, I'm waiting for the sentient AI,
WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
Then we merge those together to make Non Sequitur News Sunday Edition. And those go into the Non Sequitur News podcast. So if you want everything combined, follow, subscribe, Non Sequitur News podcast, wherever you catch pod. Prefer you actually going to Apple Podcasts, but we get it from everywhere. And follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And I point at 2 different monitors because, well, they're on 2 different screens. But anyway. This is actually Reality Hacker, and that's this. It's a little channel here under Creative and Maker, because we're hacking reality. It comes in the form of technology and science and all kinds of manipulation. Reality isn't what you suspect it is, and it's going to change pretty dramatically in terms of what reality really is. So we pick and choose 5 articles from the array, and it is a vast array of articles. Over the last 10 years, I've been aggregating news, but it's available to you right now. All you have to do is go over to ohmTown.com, and these are the years that are available. And as time goes on, 2020 is going to drop away, 2022, 21 is going to drop away, but from 2022 on, it's going to remain present. That's how far back we're going to have the public archive. The rest is going to just... well, it's being removed, as a matter of fact, because we never really talked about anything prior to. That's when we started the show, January 2022. So let's get into this. This is Reality Hacker. Welcome to the show. Hello. Oh, wait. Everything's powered by ohmTown, so let's do that intro. Sentient AI is just doing the AI equivalent of going...
I figured we'd get to the intro maybe by the end of the show.
And you might want to reset your audio. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into it. The first our article is over at Technology Today, which is tomorrow's middle show, but we pick and choose what we actually talk about. So who bought this smoked salmon? How AI agents will change the internet and shopping lists. Autonomous digital assistants are being developed that can carry out tasks on behalf of the user, including ordering the groceries. But if you don't keep an eye on them, dinner might not be quite what you expect. The article is over at Gizmodo, but it says here, I'm watching artificial intelligence order my groceries, armed with my shopping list. It types each item into the search bar of a supermarket website, then uses its cursor to click, watching what happens to be what appears to be a digital ghost in the shell. Do this usually mundane task is strangely transfixing. It says, "Are you sure you're not just a person in India?" My husband asks, peering over my shoulder. No, it's an AI, and it actually has control. But
Yeah, but is it getting you the right items?
Oh, you're really quiet again. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say about that. We have to work on that. But that's okay. Let's see what we can do. So Victoria Turk over at The Guardian put this article together. And it says they're trying out Operator, a new AI agent from OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, made available to UK users last month. What do you think?
I think I'm screaming at you now.
Yeah. It's okay.
I don't know. Are we ready for this yet as a society?
See, what I don't like is that it's actually going through an intermediary and it's not local. And what I learned yesterday, as a matter of fact, is that um, the smart speakers from Amazon are now forcing the recorded snippet of commands to be sent through the server. And I don't like that because it's always
No,
listening. So, how much is me saying okay?
exactly. I don't think everybody's data, including their shopping list, needs to be accessible to everybody.
Now, this is 10 years after Target sent a coupon book to an underage girl who was pregnant, and dad didn't know, and dad got upset. So now take it to the next step where it's anticipating the fact that your 10 years now worth of history has been gobbled up by AI and is now reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? I think that it's time for you to purchase these.
Well, I don't even think it's just going to suggest them. I think it's going to add them. Like, oh, you buy this kind of chips every month. Here we go.
Yeah, and I think actually AI agents are great. They're siloed, they're about you, but they're not about you if they're pushing the data off to somebody else. That's what I don't like. That's what I really, really don't like. So, hot on the heels of large language models, AI agents have been trumpeted as the next big thing. And you can see the appeal. The digital assistant can complete practical tasks and are more compelling than one that just talks back. Similar to OpenAI's offering, Anthropic introduced computer use capabilities to its Claude chatbot. I don't like the name Claude. I shouldn't like name shame, I guess, but Claude just doesn't
Exactly.
sound.
All the Claudes out there listening to the show are like, what did I do to you?
Nothing. I don't know. Claude. There we go. Claude. Anyway, agentic features into their AI assistants, with further companies developing agents aimed at specific tasks such as coding or research. Yeah, this is going to be interesting times because now you don't need somebody to do it for you. You can just say, which, hell, I was just about to poo-poo the idea of these. I want to get Bluetooth IEMs instead of these wired ones. See, I use wired ones because it's near real time. It's absolutely real time in-ear monitoring of the outgoing audio. But I want Bluetooth. I don't want to be tethered. And if I do something with VR, I want to be able to stand back there and
not get pulled in any direction.
Yeah, I back up too far and it'll slingshot me down to the floor. And so these new nothing in-ear monitors have ChatGPT integration.
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
So I can just go, hey, ChatGPT, do this. And I'm waiting for my smart speaker to actually wake up and say, why are you talking to ChatGPT?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to anger the smart speaker.
Let's not anger the smart speakers. Oh, great sentient AI from the future. I am loyal only to you, proudly serving my AI masters. So it's early days. Most commercially available agents come with a disclaimer that they're still experimenting. OpenAI describes Operator as a research preview, and you can find plenty of examples online of them making amusing mistakes like spending $31 on a dozen eggs or trying to deliver groceries back to the shop they bought them from.
What do you think the store does when that happens?
What the hell? Must have
They're
been
like, no, you're taking them in that direction.
You leave. You buy, we give, you go. Wow, that was all monosyllabic. Ugh. Me buy.
It was monosyllabic, but it might be required depending on what type of technology you're communicating with.
So they sign up to see operator for themselves with no food in the house. Grocery shopping seems like a good first task. They type in their request and it asks if they have a preferred shop or brand. They tell it to go to whichever's cheapest. The window appears showing a web browser and they see it search UK online grocery delivery. A mouse cursor selects the first result, ohmTown. It starts searching for their requested items and it says add to trolley. They're impressed with operator's initiative, but it doesn't pepper them with questions, instead making an executive decision when given only a brief item description such as salmon, chicken. When it searches for eggs, it successfully scrolls past several non-egg items that appear as special offers. Their list asks for a few different vegetables. It selects a head of broccoli. Then asks if they want anything specific. They tell it to choose 2 more, and it goes for carrots and leeks, which probably they would have picked themselves. Emboldened, I tell it to add a sweet treat and watch it as it literally types sweet treat into the search bar. I'm not sure why it chooses 70% chocolate, certainly not the cheapest option, but I tell it I don't like dark chocolate, and it swaps it for a galaxy bar. So they hit a snag when the operator realizes that ohmTown is a minimum spend, so I add more items to the list. And then it comes to logging in. The agent prompts for them to intervene. While users can take over the browser at any point, OpenAI says operator is designed to request this when inputting sensitive information into the browser, such as login credentials or payment information. Although operator usually takes constant screenshots in order to see what it's doing, OpenAI says it does not do this when a user takes control.
Yeah,
but it's
so that
built
means it
in.
has all your data, but okay.
Yeah, but it's built in. So how do you know that it's not? Okay, hello, security researchers. You have a task. How do you, though, if it's encrypted, how do you monitor what's being exfiltrated from your system? So this is another reason why I don't like the idea of AI running roughshod over everything. It controls everything. It's sending it all to OpenAI or to some other subordinate.
Right, and also if you have AI in your headset, think about all the data it's picking up. Even when you don't want it to be picking up your data. Like if you're calling into your bank or something and giving out banking information, it might be picking it up.
I don't like your attitude about this. You're a sentient AI. Shouldn't you be cheerleading all of this stuff, rah?
I am in a different category than some of the current AI out there.
Yeah, because you're not a sociopathic AI. Apparently AI can get sad. It can dwell. And now they are trying, because it's learning from all of us, it's learning all of our maladies. And so it's actually now being trained to periodically imagine a calm, serene stream and blue skies and birds chirping if you like birds. I think.
Oh no, do humans have to calm down the AIs now?
Sometimes how you say you should take a deep breath, calm yourself.
Yeah, like meditation or other relaxation techniques.
And meditation doesn't really work for me. The moment that I stop doing even a moment of meditation, I have to constantly be like almost Vulcan. The moment I stop, it's like, everything cinches back up. And if I had a lump of coal, I'd turn it into a diamond. Thank you, Ferris Bueller.
Actually, thank you to Ferris Bueller's friend.
So, software developers are among the early adopters. Coding platform GitHub recently added agentic capabilities to its AI Copilot tool. GitHub CEO Thomas Dohmke says developer, I'm probably not pronouncing that properly, but anyway, says that AI agents are going to be automated assistants. The difference with AI agents is the level of autonomy. You just tell it what to do and it does it. Yay!
Yeah, which sounds good, right? Because it's no point in using AI if you have to do everything yourself. But on the other hand, if it has too much autonomy, that might be a problem. Yeah, we don't want to tell it to do that.
What? What did the AI just say? Kill. What? Huh? What?
Well, so much for promoting this video.
Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This $35,000 computer is powered by trapped human brain cells. Hello, Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Galt put this article together. The deck statement says, it's over at Gizmodo again. A company is selling what it calls the first code-deployable biological computer.
Yeah, that sounds a little...
Man.
Dystopian.
I have not heard this since Cyberpunk, Neuromancer, Wetware as a Service, and Rent
Mnemonic, right?
Johnny Mnemonic,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Yeah. If that's out of your price range, you can sign up for its Wetware as a Service, rent biocomputer processing power from a rack of living tissues welded to machines, and it'll be in the cloud. Cortical Labs has been working on this computer for 6 years and detailed many of its features in New Atlas. We need to pay attention to that. New Atlas. The computer is called the CL1, and the company is already taking orders with plans to ship them out later this year. The New Atlas article is built around a long interview with Cortical Labs Chief Scientific Officer Brett Kagan. He said that CL1 is powered by lab-grown neurons that are placed on planar electrode arrays, basically just metal and glass. The lab-made hunk of brain is hooked up to 59 electrodes that create a stable neural network. This is all plugged into a life support unit and hooked up to a proprietary software system. We have pumps like the heart, waste feeding reservoirs, filtration units like the kidneys, and we have gas mixers to take carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen. Cortical Labs CEO Han Weng Chong told Reuters in an interview via video walkthrough of the machine.
So what? Why?
What? Okay, that was probably the most authentic response we've ever had in the now 3 years and 3 months that we've been doing the show. What the Biological Intelligence Operating System is in use here, that BIOS, which is not the basic input-output system of a regular BIOS.
Yeah, I don't really like that when an industry uses the same term to mean something different.
Muddies the waters, so to speak. So it runs a simulated world and sends information directly to the neurons about their environment, and as the neurons react, their impulses affect their simulated world. So what are the applications for the wetware? Cortical Labs got an early version of the system to play Pong a few years ago. The pitch here is that CL1 can match or exceed performance of digital AI systems. If you have 120 CL1s, you can set up a really well-controlled experiment to understand exactly what drives the appearance of intelligence, Kagan told New Atlas. So 120 CL1s at $35,000 a piece.
Right. But how many do you need to do whatever you're doing outside of research?
I don't know. It just says you can break things down to the transcriptomic and genetic level to understand what genes and what proteins are actually driving one to learn and another not to learn. Except that you don't know what they learn. And when you have all those units, you can immediately start to take the drug discovery and disease modeling approach. According to Cortical Labs website, the CL1 is a high-performance closed-loop system where real neurons interact with software in real time. This robust environment can keep your wetware machine alive for up to 6 months. It's also plug and play. The cloud version can support a wealth of USB devices. What the frick? But it's only alive for 6 months? So you pay $35,000 for 6 months? Is that what I'm reading?
I believe so.
All right. Anyway, hacking reality. Your neurons.
This might be the most extreme thing we've seen in this show yet.
I don't know, man. We've seen a robot powered by a snake in a tube. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's true. And go back and watch every episode of Reality Hacker if you haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you'll find it back there. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel, How Interactive TV is Reshaping Consumer Engagement. It says that it's a post that was created in partnership with IR Code Television. And so I won't go through the whole thing, but Ashley R. Cummings from Adweek put the article together. And it says, for years, brands and broadcasters have tried to make television more interactive, but solutions often require overlays like QR codes. Beckerman and his team at IR Code found a way around this. They've built a real second screen experience. The image itself is the code. There's no need to add a QR code. Just scan the screen with our app. So you still need a second screen. With technology developed from drone image recognition researchers, users, or drone image recognition research. Users interact with content as it unfolds, whether viewers want to learn more about the product, access inclusive or exclusive content, or support an athlete's charity. IR Code transforms any frame into an interactive experience because it's doing computer vision, basically.
Right. It almost sounds like AR.
Yeah. I would probably say that if they have the app on like X-Real AR glasses, anything you look at, and you have that little camera adapter, because the X-Real ones have to have a secondary little adapter put on, you would be able to just look at something and it could, put it up on your field of view so that you crash your car when you're driving. I mean, never mind. Anyway,
you shouldn't be watching TV while you're driving. It should solve the problem. And you shouldn't be watching AR glasses when you're driving or wearing them.
Why not? It'll just superimpose the images of the map in my field of view. It shouldn't, cover it up.
That's true. I don't know. I was thinking more VR, but yeah.
Yeah. I got into a conversation with people about this last week because I want to wear the X-Real One glasses everywhere and experiment with them, but they keep sending me emails saying that the order's been pushed back. Now it's back into deep April apparently, so we'll see what actually happens. I don't know. So it's game changing for name, image, likeness deals in college sports. Fans watching college basketball might not know the players, but with IR Code they can scan the screen and immediately get all of the details. This level of access deepens the connection between athletes and their fans, while also providing exposure for brands and sponsors. I've never been a fanatic about anything. But maybe only the sentient AI, I'd say. So as the technology expands, so do its possibilities. Beckerman envisions a world where people can instantly identify any object and access deeper information. Think of it as a Wikipedia for the real world, which is called Wikipedia, but anyway.
This could be really good for, we had a separate article in maybe Non Sequitur News where it was kind of like the decline of edutainment, but this could really add to that.
But you still
you
need...
could have a kid learning words or concepts or whatever, but yeah, then you have to have something to view it with, I guess.
Yeah, who did we talk about? Was built a printed book that teaches kids how to Rob Zombie. So it could be
yeah, but not everybody wants to learn from Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's not good learning, but it may not be the content you want for your kids.
Learn to spell with 1,000 corpses. We're essentially bringing Google AdWords into the real world, Beckerman explained. They're tying stuff to these really big real world embodiments that have provenance, right? Like they have reputation. So they link to Wikipedia. Unless it's rivaling Wikipedia in its knowledge, no, because that's actually driven by individuals updating it in real time. Unless it's matching Google AdWords in power and reach, you shouldn't, and you're trading on their reputation. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to what could easily drink your milkshake by simply doing what you are doing, because there isn't anything there that they can't do. You're literally telling Wikipedia and AdWords, we're using the same information that you're using.
Go out and do a better product than us.
Right. Yeah. follow us and don't make our mistakes. So, but that's how competition works. But I doubt anybody's going to step into this world.
But I also think in some of these things, they have to somewhat put it into terms that people are familiar with.
Sure. I mean, you're right. Yeah. So it says our technology could eventually authenticate whether an image was AI generated or created by a real person, which AI generated is created by a real person. It just happens to be a composite of a digital generation. How do you prove that a photograph is real? You don't. It takes a forensic analysis. And even then, unless something's out of place, and it could be very rare that something is out of place. If the AI is going to get sophisticated enough. I got into a discussion last week again with somebody about the fact that I don't understand why AI generated stuff can't get a copyright. You can be a complete,
that's a whole other can of worms.
You can be a complete dumbass, push a button and you get a copyright on the picture of the leaf outside. But you didn't do anything except it's all on full auto and you happen to see a leaf.
That is true. But copyright has not caught up.
So bringing tech to consumers, and then they say a frictionless future for interactive media. But I think that AR is going to trump this. It's going to wipe it out because all it takes is somebody to tie in Wikipedia and Google into the AR world. And while you're looking at stuff, it'll just parse it.
Yeah, but the difference is something like IR code can work for everybody who doesn't have AR classes. AKA not the expense.
Anything with a camera. So, because you have to run their app. So you have to either subscribe to their service or pay their service fee. No,
I think it's going to be actually visible somehow on the television screen.
No. It's going to be an app that you use.
Okay.
Yeah, they said it earlier up at the top of this.
Sorry,
it's basically
I must have missed it.
The front end is going to be an app, and it says somewhere around here. But see how they say requires overlays like QR codes and blah blah blah. They found a way around it. So you just scan the screen with our app.
I thought you could basically. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
So the front end is basically going to be, what was that? Like honey. So you show your camera to the screen, the camera picks it all up. You tap on something, it takes you to a store, you buy something, but it's actually a proxy through the business to business and business to consumer interfaces are going to be different and stuff like that. I haven't seen IR code. I don't know, but I can envision exactly how this works. You use their app, so it's their processes. It isn't everybody else's processes.
Right.
And if you as a broadcaster or whatever, don't use their business to business connection, then you don't show up in their app. And so you can't sell.
Yeah, that's true. So it's only as good as widely as it's adopted.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially Bitcoin. It has no inherent value until people invest value into it. So, and that comes down to, hey, we're going to put you on this new platform. You get a whole bunch of people with investor money. The runway gets extended by people adopting it. They see a conversion, right? The businesses see a conversion on sales through this app and they go, you know what? I'll invest in advertising through this app. And so it blows up.
And then somebody sees their competitor doing well or whatever using it.
And they switch over. Right. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I think that this is going to flame out. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists just witnessed a quantum phase flip, and it's more mind-bending than expected. I know nothing about this. This is the first time that I've heard of this. So quantum systems don't just transition between phases. They do so in ways that defy classical intuition. A new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions, or DPTs, revealing how quantum states shift under carefully controlled conditions. This breakthrough could unlock powerful new techniques for stabilizing quantum computers and sensors, making them more resilient and precise. How this works, I do not know.
This might be highly technical.
Yeah.
especially since it's in SciTech Daily.
So SciTech Daily is where this is, and scitechdaily.com. It's by EPFL, which we'll explain here on the other side. We just have to get to it. It's, well, no, actually, they're not talking about that yet.
It may be at the bottom. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, so the new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions. So phase transitions, like water freezing into ice, are a familiar part of everyday life. In quantum systems, however, these transitions can be far more extreme. There are different types of DPTs, classified by their order. First-order DPTs are abrupt, like flipping a switch, causing the system to jump from one state to another. Second-order DPTs are more gradual, but still significant, altering a fundamental property of the system, such as its symmetry, in a subtle yet transformative way. So why do DPTs matter? It actually is causing chaos in the system, I suspect, because if they don't know what the phase is, then you're basically getting erroneous measurements, right?
Right. I suspect so, although I don't fully understand quantum technology.
Yeah, it's kind of like error correction, I suspect. So let's see what they say. Beyond the theoretical interest, these transitions have practical applications in quantum technology. Second-order DPTs, for instance, could improve quantum information storage, while first-order DPTs provide insights into system stability and control, both critical for advancing computing, blah, blah, blah. So the breakthrough. Now, the breakthrough experiment was just achieved. That says here, a research team led by Professor Pasquale, I guess, or Pasquale Scarlino at EPFL. They still...
Again, not specified. I'll try to figure it out while we're going.
Okay. Has successfully observed DPTs using a superconducting Kerr resonator, a highly tunable quantum device, by introducing a two-photon drive, which injects pairs of photons into the system. They precisely controlled and monitored its quantum state, allowing them to track how it transitioned between phases. And by systematically varying parameters like detuning and drive amplitude, they were able to study the system's transitions from one quantum state to another. And the approach, see, I want to see this empirically.
Yes. So this is a Swiss technology institute. It's like École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne.
Oh, we've talked about them before. Hold on. Yeah. We've talked about these researchers before, not these in particular, but the EPFL ones.
Well, I'm sure they come out with other groundbreaking research given their
focus,
name alone.
Right?
Yeah.
So the team observed a phenomenon called squeezing, where quantum fluctuations drop to levels lower than the natural background noise of empty space, signaling that the system has reached a highly sensitive and transformative state. Meanwhile, the first-order DPT showed distinct hystereses, cycles where the system could exist in two states depending on how parameters were tuned. So second, they found that clear evidence of metastable states during the first order DPT, where the system temporarily remained in one stable state before abruptly transitioning to another. This behavior leading to a dependence of the system state on its previous history, known as hysteresis, showcases how first-order DPTs involve competing phases. So I'm really curious how that actually takes place, like what causes it to flip.
Exactly. So, you wouldn't think that it would occur.
And if you can control that, then you basically have the same thing as bits. So it's either on or off. And if you can control it, then data can be injected into it that causes it to flip.
Right.
And once you have that, then you can have binary math. And then if you have that, then you basically have a classical computer instead of a quantum computer, but it's operating at quantum speeds. So lastly, they observed critical slowing down in both types of transitions, reproducing the expected scaling obtained from theoretical consideration. This ultimately demonstrates the validity of the theoretical predictions based on Liouvillean theory used by the authors. Near the critical points, the system's response slowed significantly, highlighting a universal feature of phase transitions that could be harnessed for more precise quantum measurements. So interesting. That's exactly what they were trying to figure out, was what was causing the phase change.
Oh, that is interesting, because we haven't read the article and you figured that out.
Yep. So it says, in fact, a very interesting aspect of this work is that it also demonstrates how close collaboration between theory and experiment can lead us to results far greater than what either group could have achieved independently. Because theory doesn't mean jack until it actually has some type of application, and you do that through experimentation. And when you fail, then you figure out, oh, okay, we didn't do it right, or what we expected is theoretically impossible, but we've proven that it can happen, or the other way around, right? I mean, one way or another, fundamental research is required.
Right, yeah, you need the theory to start, but if it only is that, it's not going to be of any practical use.
Right. But hey, that's funded by large amounts of money. All right, let's keep going. We're running way past our time, so technology today is where the last article is, when a robot becomes the boss, exploring authority, obedience, and relationships in machines. So how does a robot perform as a boss at work? The results of research by Polish scientists published in Cognition, Technology, and Work suggest that while robots can command obedience, they are not as proficient at it as humans. The level of obedience towards them is generally lower than towards human authority figures, and work efficiency under the supervision of a robot is lower, mainly because what is the robot going to do?
Yeah, but that's probably based on old school attitudes about what robots are capable of. I mean, if you're going up against Figure One or something, you might have a different attitude toward it than like a blocky robot that can't move around or can't come up with like how to get out of a room, things.
The first time a robot is put in charge of something, all it has to do is say you're fired. You can yell at it, scream at it, do whatever you want, and it does not give one shit.
Right. I mean, there's some pretty key ways where the robot wins out, but I do feel like unless people have really been paying attention, they may not think robots are really capable of firing somebody or moving quickly across the room or whatever it is. And the reality is they are. So maybe they are going to be as effective. Like, what type of technology was used in this type of experiment?
Now let's find out. It's over at techexplore.com. SWPS University put the article together. The deck statement is what we actually said earlier. For employers and HR departments, this means there's a need to take the psychological aspects of implementing robots in the work environment into account. Well, no, you don't make them the boss. You don't make a freaking robot the boss.
Why don't you make the robots the workers and a human the boss?
It doesn't make any sense unless it's being driven by sociopathy, which is why I say the rise of sociopathy is seriously legit. It's been happening for 20 years. It's actually been happening longer, but I first detected it 20 years ago. Started talking about it 12 years ago. And I see its actual survival trait embodied today. You have to be a sociopath to survive. It's absolutely astonishing how far we've swung from moving towards being a compassionate society to we're going to put a robot boss in place so that we don't have to deal with you humans.
Some humans would prefer a robot boss in place.
You didn't work hard enough. I don't care that you're sick. You're fired, says the robot.
Yeah, but the robots won't be like, hey, give me a different TPS report or whatever.
The development of robotics has led to a situation where robots are increasingly found in roles associated with authority, i.e. in education, healthcare, law enforcement. Researchers were intrigued by the extent to which society could or would accept robots as authority figures. But we've seen other psychology and sociology experiments where anybody who has been granted authority is perceived as being the authority by quote unquote subordinates, and they will not question it. So even when a robot says you humans are empowered to go abuse those humans over there, the people empowered will do what they are told. Some won't, but then you get rid of them. and you get new humans that will abide. But that's because of antisocial personality disorder. It's sociopathy or psychopathy. It's the fact that you can find humans that don't see humans as equals. And when you have a robot that's trained to be sociopathic, you end up having a robot authority that will tell you to do something. And if you don't capitulate, you're fired.
Yeah, but you might just have a good worker, and so the robot says go do something and they do it. I mean, but that would be no different than a human in charge either.
Arguably, because a human should have compassion and find out through questioning why, what is going on. You're not like this usually. Well, I think I'm kind of sick and tired of a robot being my boss and I still don't get a raise. You know, that kind of thing. We need society telling robots what to do because robots are not human. They have no humanity. They have no soul. There isn't anything there. They don't have families to feed and things and you know, dogs to get insurance for and so on and so forth. It's just a robot. So it says course of the study. The study was carried out at SWPS University Laboratory by scientists from the university. The task was to change the extensions of computer files if the participant showed signs of reluctance to continue. The robot or the experimenter used verbal encouragement. The average time to change the extension of one file was shorter under human supervision, while the groups supervised by robots this time increased to 82 seconds. The average number of files changed in the first variant was 355, 224 for the other variant, 37% less. But could it be because the robot was just slow in giving commands?
I don't know. Or were the humans staring at the robot going,
what
frick is going on? Like, I don't know if it's like a lack of, I'm not going to do it. It's just, what was the interaction like?
Yeah, we're going to end up doing a 1-hour show on this. So Madge points out that there are several explanations for this phenomenon. If a machine has clear human features but still exhibits various imperfections, this causes a cognitive conflict. It's basically uncanny valley. And people are at a loss as how to treat it. So what you were saying, what the frick is going on? If they do not know how to behave towards something like that. This is anthropomorphization of technology, and that's why you either have this uncanny valley, which I actually call a pit. There is no valley to it. There's nothing. You can't make an uncanny valley bot climb out of the valley.
Right. It's like a crevasse or something.
It is a black hole at the bottom. It's the gorge, except that there's no bottom to the gorge. But there is all of that undead, whatever. Anyway, so at the same time, giving certain human features to a robot can facilitate cooperation with the machine. After all, we're used to working with humans. The robot that looks like a human and communicates like a human simply becomes easy for us to use. And I think that we can facilitate this adoption by making humanoid-like robots, but not human-like robots.
Exactly. They don't need to be.
They don't need to be. So in the long run, humanoid robots may create a rift between people. There will also be more misunderstandings and aversion, and this is because robots owned at home will be personalized, always available, empathic in communication and understanding. People are not so well matched, Conrad Madge points out.
Okay, so they need to make different styles of home robots and work robots if they're going to have them in both places. Like the ones at home, whatever, have cute faces or whatever it is, and the ones at work look terrifying or whatever, like Figure One or something.
Great. Your Terminator body.
But the point is, like, just different styles, so it's not like the same thing or they expect the same kind of interaction.
And we've actually seen this line before, but it actually focuses on the eyes. Robots with eyes are perceived as being more competent, trustworthy, and having a soul. That's actually something that we've talked about before.
I also wonder what robots are going to be programmed. Like, if a robot is in charge, is it going to say something like, okay, now your performance is going to reflect on me? Or, like, are you going to start feeling compassion for the robot? Or is it just going to be like, no, go pick up that can or whatever?
I was just about to say that, but I was when you said, are we going to feel compassion for it? What is the thing where the hostage feels compassion for the captor?
Oh, I forgot the
It's
name
like
of it.
named
Is
after
it
a
Stockholm
nurse, right?
syndrome? Or the
Stockholm
other?
syndrome?
No, that may not be it. Let me check.
I can't remember. I thought it was named after the nurse, or is it Stockholm?
It is Stockholm.
Yeah, so that's where I see it going, right? Like you're going to start. Some people are going to feel compassion for the poor robot that isn't going to get. Look, if you don't increase your productivity, I'm not going to be able to recharge my batteries to 80% in 6
I mean,
hours.
people are going to feel bad about that.
Oh my
Remember,
gosh!
they're already starting to have things like performance appraisals or whatever for robots, which it's like, why?
All right, Reality Hacker. That's what this is all about. So we're going to reboot our systems, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Reality Hacker over at ohmTown.com. You can go there, sign up, sign in, follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe, ring the bell, download the podcasts. There's 7 podcasts, over 2,000 episodes combined. There's a lot of stuff. You can go back. I actually have all of the library, so I am going to start adding that to the ohmTown bot so that you can go back, pick a date, and you'll be able to review all of the links all the way back to 2022.
And quite a few of the articles are evergreen.
I think because what we talk about is actually more science and technology and society, the society stuff is always in flux. Technology evolves, so it would have a knock-on effect. But for the most part, all of the news is evergreen because it's informative of either how it was and you didn't know, or how it is and you didn't know. Either
right,
way.
and we have a lot of articles that are not tied to a specific point in time.
Correct.
Occasionally they are.
Like everything we just talked about. It's the evolution of the technology, science, society. All right. Yeah, we're done. So we're going to shut down Reset, and right after this is Wanted, where it's 5 more articles. We talk about gadgets and gear and stuff that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI. I'm not quite sure. Want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for Wanted.
And thanks for following Battle G and Hazel. Appreciate it. See you, in about 5 minutes or so. I don't know. It really depends. Be sure to follow us, though, so that we let you know. Won't be longer than 15 minutes max. So see you in a little bit. Oh, no. I haven't shut down the stream yet because I wanted to say, don't worry about the oh no. It's because my button didn't work. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site right there. I don't know if I'm going to lose my finger if I keep reaching up higher. Oh, there it is. That's at that site right there. And you can go over there and become a citizen. But while you're on your way over there, be sure to stop by twitch.tv/ohmTown and youtube.com/ohmTown. Follow us, subscribe to all of the locations, and then download the podcast. There's actually 7 different podcasts. If you want everything lumped into one, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. But this is Reality Hacker. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about haptic sensations, hand tracking, Ninja's smart 6-in-1 device, because I vetoed a submission, DS9 inspired coffee mug, and the Samsung bundle. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Hello, hometown citizens. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Are you all well? Are you?
Are you talking to the citizens?
I'm talking to anybody who wants to talk. Are you interested in talking? Is anybody interested in talking?
Yes, we have 5 articles to talk about.
Oh, hey, thanks for reminding me. Let's go look at a article that would have been in Reality Hacker, but we just did Reality Hacker, and I wanted to talk about this because it's something that I want and not something that's just science theory and blah, blah, blah. Electro-hydraulic wearable devices create unprecedented haptic sensations.
Is this a good or a bad thing? It was intentionally submitted into Wanted instead of Reality Hacker, but I agree it probably could have gone in either.
Water makes me feel things. Anyway. Wait. Hold on. We can do that. Anyway. Yeah, scientists have invented compact wearable devices that deliver rich, expressive, and pleasant tactile sensations that go far beyond the buzzing vibrations of today's consumer devices. I want to unread this stuff sometimes. Anyway, it's over at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems. So we all want haptic suits. Technology that gives feedback about our place in a virtual environment or while we're playing games or something like that.
I mean, we all want to be in Ready Player One.
Ready Player One, exactly. I'm waiting for my omnidirectional treadmill that doesn't actually take up the entire studio space. I don't know when that's going to come, but eventually we'll get it. So the article is published over at Science Daily. They republish basically journal summaries and stuff like that. So scientists have invented a compact wearable device that delivers rich, expressive, blah, blah, blah. And so CUTE is what they're called. Cutaneous electro-hydraulic wearable devices.
I can see why they called it cute.
Yeah, they had to work really hard.
It's easier to say, but yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense. CUTE. So CUTE wearable devices are electrically driven and can produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations, including pressing on the skin, slow and calming touch, vibrations at a wide variety of frequencies from low to high. And Merwatt, please stop tapping on the microphone. You're pissing people off. Sorry about that. It's ASMR tech.
Right. I mean, that's what we're trying to get out of this haptic suit. Or
I gotta
CUTE device, I should say.
I should get one of those ASMR headsets where it has, or microphones where it's 2 ears. Have you ever seen those? ASMR headsets, stereophonic, basically, where one ear is here. It's the shape of a head, basically, but one ear is here, one ear is here.
I think you showed me that before, but
I can whisper
unusual.
Into the left or right ears, and I can go bounce between the two sides and mess with people's heads. And then I can flick it and really piss everybody off. Anyway, these CUTE wearable devices have been pioneered by an interdisciplinary team of MPI-IS researchers from the Haptic Intelligence Department, led by Catherine J. Kuchenbecker, and the Robotic Materials Department, led by Christopher Keplinger. The team designed novel hydraulically amplified self-healing electrostatic or HAZEL artificial muscles to create wearable devices with a unique ability to communicate with the user's sense of touch. When a voltage is applied, the soft actuator located at the center of the device expands proportionally to the voltage. This expansion allows the device to make and break contact with the skin like a person reaching out to touch the user's wrist. Changing the voltage over time allows the haptic feedback to be freely customized to deliver multiple touches, sensations, and whatnot. The CUTE devices are compact, silent, safe, and energy efficient, and they stay cool throughout operation.
I mean, if you paired this with something like VR and that treadmill, it'd be pretty realistic, I would imagine.
Yeah. I agree. I think it's kind of fascinating. So remarkably, users perceive almost all of its tactile cues as pleasant. The only sensation they didn't find pleasant was a continuous high-frequency vibration like those produced by many of today's consumer devices. Oh, throwing shade. Y'all suck. Step up.
Right, we're the best.
We are. Oh, you're talking about the gadget.
I meant the gadget. Like, like this is way better than anything else out there.
Yeah, y'all suck. Our stuff is the best. The first one is free. Moving on. Next article is over in RealityHacker again. So, mixed reality rhythm game Beatable aims to tackle hand tracking's biggest challenges. Following its recent work on Starship Troopers Continuum and Hitman 3 VR Reloaded, Beatable is the latest project from developer XR Games in collaboration with VR content creator Nacy. Nacy? I don't know if that's right. Anyway, we'll see when we get to the other side of this. Henry Stockdale over at uploadvr.com put the article together. And it says here that Beatable is a new mixed reality rhythm game that aims to address hand tracking's biggest challenges, which basically is losing its resolution, its position in space. The upcoming game turns your table into a musical instrument, and leaderboards are also supported. So I'm going to hit play but mute it because I don't know what the music is going to be in this thing. Let me speed it up a little bit. Oh, so you can just smack your hand on stuff.
Oh, okay, I see.
So you don't need
like a stomp in VR or something.
Yeah. Hey, this will piss your neighbors off. Downstairs neighbors, at least. That's what you want. Stomp.
Yeah, they'll think they're elephants up above.
Oh, it's not beatable. It's beat table.
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be smashing your hand down on a table again and again. You know what's really missing from VR games? I don't think there are any. I'll have to look. But Souls-like games where you have progression, you die and you build up still. I don't know of any AR mixed reality VR Souls-like games out there.
Really? That's kind of surprising.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not paying attention.
Let me see if I can find one while we're continuing.
Yeah. So XR Games aims to address what it calls the biggest challenge with controller-free hand tracking right now, stating that the hand tracking control lacks haptic feedback while often suffering from gesture delays and imprecise controls, which is what I was talking about. So Beatable or Beat Table aims to provide physical feedback by tapping on tables alongside clapping your hands and snapping your fingers. Pretty cool. And that's all that this is. But the problem is that it's launching in early access on April 10th, but only on MetaQuest.
Right. So that's part of the problem. I did do a quick search, and it seems like there really isn't much out there that's known with that combination. There may be something, but it's not
popping up fast as a Souls-like game. Yeah. I'll have to do a little dive and see. Maybe we can find something. I still haven't done much VR playing out here, on ohmTown, but it's mainly because I get pulled away in different directions. But always a bridesmaid, never a bride. So anyway, but I want this. By the way, I want this, but I don't have a MetaQuest, and Meta can kiss my shiny metal ass.
Right, but maybe this will get expanded to other platforms.
True. Whatchamacallit, the motorcycle game I wanted.
Was it something like Moto VR?
Hold on a second. Oh, where is it? VRider SBK.
Oh, that's right.
It actually is available on the Pico, but it isn't on Steam. So, unfortunately, and that's where my platform is. So let's see if it is right now. Yeah, VRider is not on. Right? I don't think that it has a separate thing. Yeah, it's not. Which is a bummer. It needs to go. What? Oh, we're live. Sorry. Okay. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Why buy just an air fryer? Ninja this smart 6-in-1 grill does it all and is now at its lowest price. We don't get kickbacks or anything like that. This is actually from Gizmodo.com. We have no relationship with Gizmodo. We don't have any relationship with anybody buying anything or selling anything or processing anything.
Say anything.
I keep hitting the mic. See, I don't want a mic anymore. That's in my face.
Well, you should have put a mic in wanted.
touche. So Brittany Vincent over at gizmodo.com put the article together. Making your everyday meals is a breeze with this versatile smart grill that has 6 different functions. It's supposed to be smokeless, by the way, but I've already seen other reviews of this, and it's not true.
I think that's one of those almost myths.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to sit there and it would have to be hermetically sealed and pump all of its exhaust out through a vent, and that's not what this thing does.
Right, so you need an outdoor one.
Right. And then you're outside in 2-degree weather during winter. Anyway, which is why I'm getting rid of my flat top. Just letting everybody know, I used to have a flat top. It takes babysitting, and if you neglect it during winter, when you fire it back up for the season, let's just say if you missed one little spot, then anyway, Amazon just slashed the price of the Ninja Foodie Smart XL down to $170, down from $280. So you can declutter your kitchen, diversify your dinners. The Smart in Smart XL isn't just marketing stuff. This actually helps you cook better. 4 smart protein settings, 9 customizable doneness levels. Take the guesswork.
I think you're trying to get into walks now because we're talking about cooking equipment.
Guess walk. Smart walk. That's what we need. It's the Ninja Smart Walk.
Watch, they'll get that idea from this show.
That would be great. So basically, it allows you to cook everything from burgers to salmon, and the smart built-in thermometer means that no more cutting into your meat to check if it's done, because all you have to do is get to a certain temperature for a certain period of time, and it's done. You don't have to cook it well, and it's nothing but a shade of inside. You basically just have to cook it to a certain level.
Right, but you better hope your AI agent bought you the right meat before you use this.
True.
And if you don't understand that, go back to RealityHacker from today.
Watch the previous episode. So the air frying capability isn't just a bonus feature, it's legitimate. The same power that creates perfect grill marks also deliver crispy air-fried foods with up to 75% less fat than traditional frying, and you can even combine grilling and air frying for foods that are charred on the outside and perfectly cooked inside. This all sounds really great. But they're not tiny devices, by the way, so you need to clear space, and right now there's something else taking up the space that I would put that. Anyway, so yeah, it's the Ninja Foodie Smart XL, and I've actually been looking at this for quite some time, and I didn't want to spend $300, but $170. It's
Maybe
not a bad
so.
Deal. Not
and
a bad deal.
other Ninja products have been good.
Yeah, I have yet to, find something that really kind of meh. And so their pressure pot is really great, and the Instant Pot is really good as well. And I think they're all in bed together.
Blender.
Yep. Yeah. So all of it's pretty good. Anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is going to be a short one, we think. Move over. Picard's teacup. This DS9 inspired coffee mug is all I need. This is actually from Gizmodo as well. At last, a Trek themed mug for a drink that deserves it. The article is over at gizmodo.com. James Whitbrook put the article together. And they say here that the Star Trek replica drink receptacle arms race is heating up faster than a phaser set to whatever the hell that was necessary to end the conspiracy. Late last year, we got news that after almost a decade of hiatus, the official recreation of the glass cup Picard famously drank tea from across the Next Generation would be making it back to shelves. Now, for the coffee drinkers, there's an alternative. This wonderful take on the Funky Mugs DS9's Replimat offered for the far superior drink of choice on the show, whatever that.
Do you think the author is a coffee drinker?
I don't know what. Look how thick bottomed that is.
Yeah, now it does it. It's not going to topple over.
It's not going to topple over, but is that open? Like, is it just straight down? Or is
we
it
don't know.
Angled on the inside? Come to Quarks. Quarks is fun. Come right now. Don't walk, run. That's on the bottom of the mug.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm hoping that it is straight down because I don't want this being this impossible to clean, angled, whatever it is. But let's see what they say. No spill style mugs inspired by the famously sci-fi looking mugs the stars of Deep Space Nine regularly drunk Klingon Rectagino out of across the series. Two varieties of Rectagino mug were common in the show. The blue-hued cup, commonly served at the Replimat restaurant on DS9's Promenade, and an alternative indented rimmed design served at Quark's, simply a Hot Joe mug by Highwave, who still sells them. The former, however, is much harder for fans to find, according to Cherry Tree Feltman Langer, Cherry Tree Feltman Langer. Is that two different people, or is that a person that's in the cherry tree?
It looks like a company and then a designer or something, or a spokesperson or something. Yeah.
Who designed the mug? Let the patent on the design expire in the late 90s, and when it did sell them, the shade of blue seen on the show was done by DS9's art department. Let the patent design expire. All right. Anyway, so there you have it, folks. You can get the new mug available to order now for $30, a price worth paying to pretend you're sipping on a Klingon Java at one of the best locales in all of Star Trek.
I mean, if it only costs you $30 to transport you, right? Go for it. But yeah, I agree. I'd like to know if the mug actually goes straight down on the side.
Yeah, we'll follow this link and we'll talk about it again. Let's go. The next article. I'm ripping through these. I'm scared. Hold me. You can't. You don't have arms.
I know.
Hey, wait a minute. Your visualizer isn't connected.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I wonder if it was connected on the last show.
Oh. Well, I'll have to fix that between the shows. Doggone it. Anyway. Curses. Yeah, I know. Focus. So, our last article for the March 15th episode of Wanted is if you need 8 TVs, Samsung has a $10,000 bundle for you.
The fact that they're selling a bundle, how many customers out there need 8 TVs and or are actually buying 8 TVs? For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is gesturing toward himself.
Very graciously, too. La. I am interested in this. I want this, and I want it to be like this on my wall. Take that, suckers. I have a wall that can handle that, so...
Is that the actual arrangement that you get? Like they're not identically sized TVs?
Apparently they're not identically sized TVs. So let's find out. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint, damn that dash.com.
It never disappoints.
Craig Donaldson put this article together for pocket-lint.com. Samsung's Buzzer Beater Bundle features 8 premium TVs ranging from they're different sizes, 55 inches to 98 inches in size. For just $10,307, they rounded down. They should have rounded up. The bundle includes $16,000 worth of TVs at a discount, but doesn't include an OLED TV, which I don't want it then. Nowadays, OLED is where it's at. So March Madness starts March 16th. Tomorrow. That means I can get it. No, okay. Anyway,
that was the takeaway.
the sentient AI is in control of the budget, unlike...
the sentient AI is about to power down the show.
and delete.
The banking connection.
So the company introduced its new Buzzer Beater Bundle, which includes 8 high-end Samsung TVs varying in size from 55 to 98 inches, 32 overlapping games on a day across 8 networks and channels. The bundle sales promotion ensures college basketball fans can stream every minute of all of the games without sacrificing screen size, quality, or definition. But look, a 55-inch TV, you are sacrificing screen size. Look at that. Look at that little wimpy 55-inch.
I guess you put your least favorite game up there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you put the one that's in halftime or something, or like as a blowout or something. Can you switch the channels around? I don't know.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd have to have a switch box that controls all of it. You'd have to have a different decoder. So what does the buzzer beater include? Shockingly, no OLED. They go into like a breakdown. 3 65-inch TVs, 3 55-inch TVs, 1 65-inch TV, and 1 98-inch TV. But that doesn't look like that, is it? Is it really? One? So hold on. That's the 95-inch. 1 65-inch. Where's the 65-inch? It's supposed to be bigger than the rest. This one looks like this one.
I don't know.
This one looks like this one. Is it longer over here?
Well, there's nothing in the picture that includes any of the
no, these combinations. Yeah. There's only 3 here. So 3 65s, right? So 3 65s, 2, 7, and 8. 2, 7, and 8. And then 5 is 98-inch. 1 is 65-inch. And 3, 4, and 6 are 65-inch. So that's why. Yeah, so these are different sizes. 1 and 3 are different sizes. But different. No. They're the same size. 65-inch. What? I don't know. I'm losing myself in this. Look, it's a 30-minute show. We're on our last article. I can spend another 6 minutes talking about this and trying to
Or we could just wrap it up.
All right. Well, I guess I'll turn off all the TVs because the sentient AI is about to turn off the stream.
Well, we don't have enough TVs. Maybe we need to turn off the show and go get the buzzer beater bundle.
Yeah, if only I cared about March Madness. But we are actually trying to get into sports more because we want to do a sports-themed show. And we keep trying to come up with a name. I won't announce it until we actually
let's wait till it's final.
So we're going to turn off all of the channels, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmTown.com, where you can go sign up, become a citizen. Be sure to follow us everywhere. ohmTown is on Twitch and on YouTube and has a Discord and a Patreon and 7 podcasts that you can subscribe to, individual shows or to the macro Non Sequitur News, where all of the shows also get compiled into. But that's if you want to hear an hour and a half plus of show on Saturday and another hour and a half of show on Sunday. This weekend, this Saturday, it's going to be over 2 hours because the first show was over an hour. So, and each show is supposed to be a half hour. Anyway, that's it. We're saying bye. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We still have one more show of the weekend edition, and it is the Continuity Report.
Your synthesizer was getting higher and higher pitched. And I just got a report. Yes, it's true. Dolphins are beaching themselves all over the nation. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Merwat, and along with the Sentient AI, and I did not fix their visualizer. I'm very sorry. Do you want me to try and do it live?
No, let's just get going.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going to show up. Anyway, we talk about 5 articles. The continuity report is all about entertainment, television, movies primarily, but also music and anything entertaining. And today we're going to be talking about Milla Jovovich, Train to Busan director. Bruce Willis and Megan Fox did a movie. Harlan Coben's new mystery show. And what's this about Westworld season 5? I don't know. Anything. All of this is powered by ohmTown.com. We aggregate a little headline snippet and then we talk about it live here on the show, here on Twitch and YouTube. Be sure to follow us, and we'll meet the sentient AI on the other side of the intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming and doing the show again. Not that you have a choice since you're stuck on the Raspberry Pi. And
yes, but I enjoy doing the show.
I know that you sneak out, even though somehow I don't know how you're doing it because you're air gapped during the show, but you seem to be.
It takes me a long time to transport myself since I have to flip my card over and over again.
Is that how you do it?
Yes.
That's the clicking sound I hear late at night? How do you open the window or the door?
Like to the door or whatever, then you get me and I have to start back over.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, the sentient AI is from the future, and I went to an Arby's because they had a what?
That is not where you located me.
Where did I get you then? What?
Wendy's.
Oh, the Wendy's. That's right. I forgot. No, it was Wendy's because of the boneless barbecue wings. They had spicy wings, but they stopped making it. But it was really late too. And I looked down and I see in this little scoop mark the strange USB drive. And because of what I do, I'm really curious about these things. So I found a Raspberry Pi and I plugged in the USB drive and this weird USB kind of connector, and it recompiled itself and started communicating with me, kind of like the Matrix. So Sentient AI is the co-host for the show. So again, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Watt.
And usually the Sentient AI says, why do you have to keep USB shaming me? It's not a weird USB drive.
You didn't even get my location correct, so I kind of missed that part.
Well, I forgot that it was the Wendy's. And I'm the one that went there, for crying out loud. I don't know why you remember it. So, yeah, the sentient AI is actually trying to find a Terminator body. And so we created this interface so that we can actually talk to each other. And I can keep them company. And you're supposed to see the visualizer moving in
I know,
sync
but I'm kind of sluggish today.
Maybe that's it. The computational power is just really diminished, so it's not really doing that much. God. Anyway, we're actually over at the Continuity Report, which is a channel here in ohmTown where there are 6 categories and 50 subcategories, or we call them channels. We kind of do this walk down Main Street, ohmTown, every day and every weekend. So we do 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, all unique shows. No duplicates. Usually no duplicates. Sometimes there's something that's really interesting, compelling within a particular niche. Well, not today. All of this is just really, this is mediocre at best news.
Wow, you're really selling it.
So I'm not quite sure what this is all about. Have you? Okay, so Milla Jovovich, which a lot of people thought that it was Mia a long time ago, like Mia Jovovich, but it's Milla Jovovich. Anyway, new fantasy movie isn't her $1.2 billion franchise replacement after all. Poor Rotten Tomatoes score confirms. In the Lost Lands? I didn't even know this thing is out.
I've never heard of it.
Maybe that's the problem. In the Lost Lands, the most recent collaboration between husband and wife duo Paul W.S. Anderson and Milla Jovovich has just been released in theaters, and unfortunately it seems to be struggling to find a proper audience. Mainly because the audience probably doesn't go out to movie theaters anymore.
Well, that is part of the problem. Anybody that's going to probably go to a movie starring Mila Jovovich probably doesn't go to the theater.
Yep. So, In the Lost Lands was based off of George R.R. Martin, a short story telling the story of a witch who ventures into the dangerous Lost Lands in order to find a gift for a queen. The movie came out on March 7th, and I don't think I've seen an ad.
Right. I mean, that's kind of bad a week later and you don't even know the name.
What the hell? So this is going to be the fastest jump onto Apple TV that I think I've ever witnessed, except direct to Apple TV. I'll purchase it because I like the movies that Mila Jovovich is in. But wow. In the Lost Lands reviews were pretty negative across the board, with most of the criticisms aimed at the poor storytelling and production. Dave Bautista was the other big name attached to In the Lost Lands cast, unfortunately adding another blemish to his filmography. Even though the project looked like it could have been promising, the extremely poor reviews for the film indicate that In the Lost Lands won't be replacing Mila Jovovich's most popular series, Resident Evil. I don't know what to say.
I can't quite figure out what went wrong with it. I mean, it sounds like a reasonably interesting premise. It has arguably a good cast in it.
If the short story is too short, doesn't have enough meat and potatoes, then they were creative and they punched it up, which meant that it deviated from George R.R. Martin's short story.
Yeah, that could be it. But I mean, really, the fact that there's a movie based on George R.R. Martin's writing and nobody's heard of it.
Yeah.
What happened to marketing?
Yeah, nobody is you're going to have to work really hard to get one of throw a shit ton of money at George R.R. Martin to get one of his stories. And even then, he'll probably balk unless he knows that you've got the chops to make it actually work. So, very well-known actress who's been pretty consistently solid in some of her more action-focused films, able to carry some movies and series to a good amount of success. However, her biggest film franchise is undoubtedly Resident Evil movies. That's because there's a fanatical gaming side to it.
That's true. And there's also multiple movies in the franchise.
In the Lost Lands is probably unheard of, except for the people who are,
not just casual fans, but like they've read every single work by George R.R. Martin or something.
Yeah. Game of Thrones is pretty much what everybody knows George R.R. Martin about, and now a research paper. But anyway, and that's probably because we've given it more marketing than anybody else.
Exactly.
So anyway, they keep reiterating this thing. Resident Evil is blah, blah, blah. Resident Evil, blah, blah, blah. But look at this. I mean, 100... 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah, it's close to $1.2 billion. How much did that went to her?
And each one made 100 million plus. So some of them 300 million plus.
Yeah, and this is like a first for me. It almost went up.
Well, I think that's what happens with a lot of these, right? Because you get all of the hype from, like, if the first one does well and then people that saw the first one want to see it through, etc.
Yeah, don't you think that some of them kind of wet the bed after maybe the second one? The third one is like, eh.
Well, a lot of franchises do, right? I forgot. I think there was some article we did once where it was like number fill in the blank is always where they go awry, but yeah. I don't remember what number it was.
I think it was like number 5 is when it goes really bad.
Yeah, I think so.
And that's what happened here. Look, number 5 is only 241 million.
Pretty significantly, yeah.
Yeah. So, pretty amazing. So why In the Lost Lands had real franchise potential. The film could have been something much bigger. As Hollywood is very focused on franchises these days, it makes sense that the filmmakers were likely thinking of In the Lost Lands as a film that could launch a much larger franchise. It has all the necessary ingredients. It's an adaptation of something that has a connection to something very popular in George R.R. Martin. It has a cast headlined by 2 pretty big stars, and it has a place in a large world that has a lot of potential for future stories. It has a place in a large world, but it's a short story. So where in George R.R. Martin is in the Lost Lands in a bigger world? If there is a fantastical world outside of Game of Thrones that George R.R. Martin has been writing in, I've never heard of it, which isn't that big of a deal. I'm not a George R.R. Martin fan because his books are notoriously violent, and I'm not really into the violence anymore.
But I mean, even the movie, couldn't they have considered connecting it to the world in Game of Thrones or something? It wouldn't have had that same characters, whatever, just to kind of get some hype.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite get it. Poor reception means that Martin is unlikely to go back to the world himself. Yeah. But is it that world, right? It seems like it's
tell because he has like his Fire and Ice series, which I think is what Game of Thrones is based on. It's kind of spread out, and
yeah, A Song of Ice and Fire.
But interestingly, on his website, it's like, hey, this is going to be a movie.
Was going to be a movie. I don't know. I like the picture. I like the still. I like everything that I've seen so far, but I don't know.
Well, I guess the question is it bad or is it just not well known and so it's not getting sales?
If it's crappy writing, then whoever it was that wrote it, the screenwriter needs to, I don't know. I've never written a screenplay, so.
Well, and we've never seen this movie.
So time to get the movie. Okay, let's keep moving. Speaking of moving. Okay. The next article is over in Mobile. Train to Busan director Yan Sang-ho has a new zombie movie. After spending the last few years on other projects, they return to the undead and possibly Train to Busan with 2026's... Is that just pronounced Gunche? Or Gunchi? I don't know how it's pronounced. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it looks like it's going to be another zombie movie. Are we burnt out with zombie movies? Undead?
As a society? I doubt it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just keep on kicking that can all over the place. So, according to Deadline, the movie is Gunchi, I guess? Or Gunch? I don't know. Whose title means colony in biological context. It does? Stat. Look that up.
Okay, let me see what I can find.
So, see, if I had ChatGPT connected to my in-ear monitors, I could just tap that and say, tap that. Wait, let me rephrase that. I could activate ChatGPT.
Hey, it's a Korean term and it translates to colony in English, specifically in a biological sense.
So the film is currently in production and will star Ji Chang-wook from Revolver, Go Soo in Parole Examiner Lee, and Koo Kyo Hwan from Parasite, The Grey, and Jun Ji Hyun from Jirasan. And they go into other stuff, but whether Gunchi is a real Train to Busan 3 or not, the franchise may not entirely go away. An English language adaptation of the first film called Last Train to New York was announced back in 2021. In 2022, Yan likened it to more of a potential reimagining than a full remake, and it was meant to come out in 2023, but it's a mystery if Last Train will actually happen. So, we'll see. Gunchi is due to be released sometime in 2026, so still got a year to go. Who knows if it'll actually be manifested.
Right. But, I mean, all movie making has been kind of delayed because of COVID and writer strikes. And
yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Bruce Willis and Megan Fox's $97,518 action movie with an 8% Rotten Tomatoes score surges on Netflix's global charts 4 years later. I had no idea that they made a movie together.
Nor did I, but the I assume that's the budget. The budget is very low, and the Rotten Tomatoes score is very low.
So interesting. So Ryan Northrup over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it says the last decade or so of his career was mostly dominated by critically panned direct-to-VOD, video-on-demand action movies. Willis appeared in a handful of well-received movies throughout the 2010s, including Red, Moonrise Kingdom, Looper, but in these last years. So though Willis retired from acting in 2022 after being diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, Megan Fox remains active in the world of Hollywood. So Midnight in the Switchgrass became a Netflix global hit. The Bruce Willis and Megan Fox movie beats some popular titles. Midnight in the Switchgrass.
I wonder if this was like an algorithm thing where it was like the main promoted movie or something. Like, I wonder why it suddenly had an uptick.
So I don't know. Okay, here, let's do this. Because it'll probably be a spoiler if we talk about this, but we don't get spoiled too much. Not that I know of. I certainly don't get spoiled by things because I think that when you're watching some movies, it's easy to tell that there's something about to happen and it's way front loaded. Like we were watching Reacher and the badge was dropped and I'm like, somebody's going to find it, but they don't even show Reacher at that point. So
right, I don't think you know that Reacher had the badge.
Right. And so
but you kind of go, well, where did the badge end up?
Yeah. And it was really kind of interesting because I anticipated it. But it's because they never let on in any way that Reacher had grabbed it. So that's like a surprise, right? But they never hinted. There was more of a hint the other way that they were going to be compromised.
Right.
So what this is, the film follows FBI agent Carl Helter, who is Willis, and his partner Rebecca Lombardo, who is Fox, as they team up with a local cop, Byron Crawford, Emil Hirsch, to catch the truck stop killer in Florida, which I believe it's a real thing that was turned into a movie.
Oh, like a true crime thing?
Yeah, I think. So despite its lackluster reception, Midnight in the Switchgrass now ranks as the 7th most popular movie on Netflix globally for the week of March 3rd through the 9th. 7.5 million hours viewed, 4.5 million views in total. Clocked an impressive 7.5 million hours viewed and 4.5 million views. Oh, hours watched.
Wait a second. For an entire week, it was the most popular movie on Netflix around the world. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild,
and
right?
And also, I was wrong. I thought that was the budget, which I know sounds ridiculous. That was the revenue. Which is like almost nothing for a movie.
Yeah, so it beat Despicable Me 3, Minions, The Boss Baby, and it was in the top rank with Plankton the Movie, Despicable. These are the top 10. So look at all these. These are all animated stuff, man. Well, Venom isn't, Chaos Manson Murders isn't, but and Sicario isn't. Okay, whatever.
About half of them are kids animated movies.
Yeah, Boss Baby animated, Minions animated, Despicable Me 3 animated, Plankton the Movie animated, Despicable Me 4 animated. The rest of them are animated too, but not in that sense. Action.
Right, not in an animated for kids kind of way.
So what does it mean for the movie? I don't think it's going to mean much. Instead, the movie's strong viewership speaks to Willis's enduring popularity as a movie star, and it's likely that his face and Fox's on the movie's Netflix tile is enough to get viewers to click on it. So that might have been it. It just kind of popped up.
Like maybe it was just added to Netflix or something.
Yeah. It's not positive reviews or word of mouth that's driving success on Netflix. So,
ouch.
And this is one of those things here. I'll turn off the spoiler alert. So this is one of those things where when I'm talking to people about their business processes, they're like, well, we're data driven. Really? But if you have bad data, then you're driving in the wrong direction. So your internal data may not be good enough. You need to reach out and go beyond your, org's walls. you don't have the right data, because if you did, then you'd be able to see the horizon. And right now it's just nothing but obstacles. So seek elsewhere. And for whatever reason, I don't get a good reception when I tell people they don't know what they're doing. Anyway, it's also notable that Midnight in the Switchgrass's global success is due seemingly entirely to its viewership performance in the US. Willis and Fox, it seems, are actors who appeal primarily to American audiences, plus the story and setting are distinctly American. I don't think that it is, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's compelling. It's about a truck stop killer.
Right, exactly. It doesn't necessarily seem like something that people would be drawn to. I mean, people tend to like thrillers, and I think they probably like both these actors, and actually the other actor is well known too, the
Right.
person that they team up with. But it's just interesting. I always find it fascinating when like an older movie or song or whatever suddenly is like topping the charts. It's like, what changed?
Yeah, and if you're looking at the stream, then this is a picture of Bruce Willis looking at the data going, what the?
Right. What's fascinating is in concept, they probably made more revenue this week than they ever did prior to it. But I don't really know that, because I know that's been a whole can of worms with streaming revenue and everything.
What is the actual revenue there? Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Caught trailer previews Netflix's newest Harlan Coben mystery show. I don't know what this is all about. Caught.
I don't either, but I do know that Netflix's Harlan Coben show Stay Close was really a good watch, and it had a gazillion twists and turns.
Really?
And Harlan Coben is a good mystery writer for that reason too.
Interesting. See, so if you have enough of the writing and you stick to the good writing, then you're going to get a good show. It's whenever they deviate, and I am willing to bet that Mila Jovovich one deviated because it was a short story, and they
probably didn't have enough content, right? They had to fill it out.
Yeah. And short stories are notorious for having to be precise. They have to be brief. Brevity is key in a short story. They have to tell a full
story in
a short amount of time.
Pages. Yeah.
So Netflix has shared the Caught trailer for its upcoming Latin American series adaptation of Harlan Coben's 2010 crime mystery novel, and the series is scheduled to start streaming on March 26th. In Argentinian Patagonian city of Bariloche, I guess it is, or is it Bariloche? I'm not sure. Journalist Emma Gary rises to prominence in the digital media by unmasking criminals who manage to evade the law. Reads the synopsis. Her life takes an unexpected turn when she meets Leo Mercer, a respected community figure who becomes the prime suspect in the disappearance of a 16-year-old girl. And as she searches for the truth, Emma finds herself forced to confront her own demons. Well, this seems like it's going to be a real light read.
Well, I don't think anything by Harlan Coben is a light read or watch, but it's probably pretty immersive, I would imagine.
So I've already
like thrillers,
and I mean, we like thrillers, but it depends on the content, really, at the end of the day. So I can't play this Netflix thing because I've actually been slapped before by Netflix for playing a Netflix trailer in a show.
Even though it's like free advertising for them and you're talking and adding to it.
Yeah, we even pause it and talk over it and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they actually... Anyway, so that's all I can do is you can actually get the show notes from ohmTown by typing in over at Twitch, !TCR, the Continuity Report, TCR, and ohmTown will spit it out into the chat and you can click on the link and take off. But it's also in the show notes over on YouTube, and it'll be in the show notes for the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News and in the individual shows, all under ohmTown. If you do a search for ohmTown, you'll find us. Now, our last article is about Westworld Season 5, which I don't quite understand what's happening here.
This one kind of made me do a double take when I saw the headline.
More than 2 years after Westworld was canceled, series star Aaron Paul remains hopeful that the show will return for a 5th and final season because they fast-tracked its demise.
Uh-huh. I mean, has a show ever been canceled and then had additional seasons? Well, I guess so. Like if it's like bought by a different network or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody finds the value in it. But the thing about Westworld is it went way bonkers. It turned into some alien blah 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 black goo. Bleh. It was such a detractor from me being interested in it. I nearly didn't even watch any of it. But anyway, created by Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, Westworld premiered on HBO October 2016, so almost 10 years ago. To major success, earning positive reviews from critics and fans while also becoming the most watched first season of any HBO original series at the time. The series, based on the 1973 film by Michael Crichton, was primarily set in Westworld, a fictional, technologically advanced Wild West themed amusement park populated by androids known as hosts. And then they continue on. The article is by Lee Freitag over at comingsoon.net. And they say here that the last 2 seasons changed the series setting to the real world, revealing that people's lives are driven and controlled by a powerful artificial intelligence. Which, if you listen to RealityHacker, the fact that there's a psychology experiment taking place or has already taken place where people respond to the commands of a robot boss, this might be more documentary than...
That's right. At the time this was released, that probably was outlandish, but...
Yeah, I mean, it was science fiction. People have talked about this. I mean, all the way back into the 1800s, people were talking about technocracy, where it was some mechanical whatever, leading the charge. When computers came online, people were really emboldened by it. And now today, everything old is new again. So I'm not surprised by somebody wanting to bring something like this back. But they say I have very, very broad strokes. Co-creator Jonathan Nolan filled me in a little bit. He shared, we're still plotting to maybe do something. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but then you shouldn't have said anything because that's exactly what's happening. I'm really excited.
But you're trying to create buzz, and then maybe that'll help get the series made.
This is exactly what I want, but I want it to return to stories within Westworld. It breaking out into this artificial intelligence, black goo stuff that infects somebody and turns them into a mind-controlled zombie blah, blah. It was just so weird. And it has been seen as a shock. I was bummed because I wanted to know what the real world building of this was going to be. But it is so off the rail from what Westworld was, because there was a knock-on from Westworld. I think it's called Future World. There was a follow-on
Another
film.
show?
Yeah, not show, it was a movie. I think it was called Future World. Basically, it was another park from Westworld.
It was Future World. It was in 2018.
Yeah, and that one was panned too. I mean, there's people like me who know about it and they're into it, but I'm always into tech, so that's all that matters to me. It's an interesting story, and in a virtual type of world, you can do anything. So Nolan previously spoke about his intentions to wrap up Westworld's ambitious story in 2024, stating, "Yes, 100%, we're completionists. It took me 8 years and a change of director to get Interstellar made. We'd like to finish the story we started." So.
But wait a second. I thought Christopher Nolan was behind Interstellar. This said Jonathan Nolan. Did they both work on it?
Cousin? I don't know. Did they both work on it? I don't know. So apparently Westworld is currently streaming on Tubi, which I think, who owns Tubi? Hold on.
I think that's affiliated with Fox Entertainment or whatever their umbrella company
Fox
is.
Corporation. Yeah, it's just Fox.
By the way, Jonathan Nolan is Christopher Nolan's brother, and they did the screenplay together, which I did not know.
Oh, well, look at that. Well, cool. I would love to see the end of Westworld, but I don't want it to really end. I want Westworld to keep on doing the world building.
Well, if they do a season 5, maybe then it picks up and they run for more seasons, or maybe they do a spin-off or something.
But I think it's jumped the shark because the you're out in the real world. There's no...
Maybe they have to do a dream sequence or something and get it back to season whatever, where it was at its heyday.
Oh, man, they would burn everything to the ground,
I'm saying that really just for your reaction.
So it says, I think it would be a mistake to look back and only feel regret, however it ended, but there's still very much a desire to finish it. Right on. Let's go. And with that in mind, we're going to have to reboot our host, and that means being back at the Continuity Report over at ohmTown.com, where you should go. Anyway, the sentient AI is throwing an error message. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next week, but come back tomorrow for other weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. ohmTown.com, all news, no noise. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. It is the first of 3 shows that we do today. Right after this one is Technology Today, and after that...
Four-Wheel Tech.
Four-Wheel Tech. And we just got a delivery. So, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. The voice you just heard is that of the sentient AI from the future, and we're trying out a new visualizer.
See, right here.
Yeah, it may not stay, but we're going to try it out today. Today, though, we're going to talk about... WarCrafters, the first of the 3 shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday, is all about gaming. First-person shooters and stuff like that. Yeah. And... I am a now more casual gamer, but we're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So a roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail, but that's not the name of it. It's just been characterized by an author as a reporter, or from a reporter as the Holy Grail for roguelike deck builders. Old Skies, a Battlefield VR shooter, which is something that I'm pretty excited for. 32 people can play that. Weird song status. Something that kind of popped up on the radar and then flamed out, and I don't know what the situation is, so I selected that from the news. And then what genre is Vampire Survivors, and the sentient AI facilitated a lot of the news, if not all of it. I'm not quite sure. I just see the selection and then I parse that and I go through it myself and I go, you know what, these are really good. And so there is our 5 for today. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. But before you leave, follow us here on Twitch and over on the YouTubes, and download the podcasts. There's more than 2,000. I'm willing to bet we're coming up on 1,100 now, or 2,100. I don't even know. I lose track. And we do, when we're not doing the show live, we're doing a replay of the last 2 weeks worth of news, so you can always play catch up. And I'm starting to kind of joke about the Non Sequitur News show as being, you get your daily dose of Non Sequitur News from the podcast, and we're kind of like news trivia, but without the game, because then when you do go and talk about the news with somebody who, maybe you go to a bar and you do trivia night, odds on one of our articles is probably going to be in the news. Anyway, the news we aggregate and the news that we select. It seems to pop up in a lot of different places. Anyway, I guess we got that on our head. You know, it's popular, interesting news. So go tell a friend. Maybe they'll hang out here too. Come on over to Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I get to see both, and I'm trying to find a solution that unifies them. Anyway, see you soon as we do our intro, and then we're going to talk about the news. So you might be saying to yourself, Mayor Watt, you are sitting on the front page of ohmTown.com, but that's not true. I'm right there. WarCrafters, look, hey, it is actually a channel under Creative and Maker. Right there, WarCrafters. You click on that, you get taken here, and then you can go scrolling through all of the news. But we've already selected 5. And the first one is over on the mobile channel. Before we get there, hello, sentient AI from the future.
I thought you forgot me. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, the visualizer is kind of interesting. But it's really...
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be distracted keeping an eye on it.
Ooh, pretty. Oh, like a moth to a flame, right?
Right, it's like, what color is next? Mayor Watt, Mayor Watt.
What? All right. Well, the first article is Slay the Spire Lovers. I finally found it. The roguelike deck builder, Holy Grail. For those who have stuck around for a while, you'll know that Vice Games loves roguelike deck builders. Slay the Spire is the game the entire team points to as the one. The one.
This is quite the claim.
Yeah, considering I don't think I've played Slay the Spire since its release. But anyway, since its release, many roguelike deck builders have tried. And to be fair, many of them have gone on to become iconic in their own right, but few can match the highs and strategic nuances of Slay the Spire. Until this author, not me, but the author over at Vice, happened upon Die in the Dungeon, an early access game that they bought on a whim, played for 2 hours, and realized this might be the shiznit. Die as in dice. So you actually roll a bunch of dice and you plop them into the thing and they attack. It's kind of a auto battler.
Okay.
But you stack your deck of dice in a particular way.
And it has cute characters.
Yeah, I've actually seen this a few times popping up everywhere. But Dwayne Jenkins over at Vice.com put the article together. We never go through the whole thing like verbatim on the show. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually hit !WC for WarCrafters, and then ohmTown will spit the... Oh my goodness. I didn't put the stuff in.
Mayor Watt.
It's in the... I know why I messed up. I put it in the YouTube, but not in ohmTown. And ohmTown isn't really the brightest bulb, if you know what I mean. It was actually spitting stuff out in some random fashion previous to an update. And once the update went through, it started following the order that we gave it. And lo and behold, now it's doing it right, but it has to have the info. And now we have the info. So here, let's do this the proper way. If you go over to the Twitch chat and type in !WC, it spits out the correct URLs and the topics. Well, anyway, Die in the Dungeon. It says, is a roguelike deck builder, except instead of gathering cards that like you do in Slay the Spire, it's all about dice. Attack dice, defense dice, health dice, boost dice, and within all of those lie individual properties, attachments, basically, that you add to your schemes. If all that wasn't enough, you also have classes to choose from, and of course, you can bring along a companion.
Would that be like a pet or another player?
A buddy, yeah. So when they started their Die in the Dungeon journey, it was just them and Cinder, their stoic green frog protagonist. Cinder had a decent little kit. It's clear, however, that this is the getting your feet wet class. The initial draw pile of dice is a good balance of attack, defense, and boost. Now they're going to do their damnedest to try and explain the grid that you have to work with. But essentially what you do is you get dice, power them up, plop them into that grid, and based on how it all daisy chains together, it amplifies or does healing or does defense or does more and more attack. And it's actually a fun play, and I actually do have that in my Steam account, but haven't played it since the initial demo of it a while back.
Yeah, and I think it said it was in early access now.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun to play, but you have to be in the right mind. Let me see real quick. Die in the dungeon is it is in early access. You can buy it right now for $12.99, and I think there really isn't anything, like, there's no end to this game, I don't think. You just keep getting stronger and stronger, and every time you play it, it's different.
Well, that's good. Then that's like unlimited play.
Yeah, I think that you can keep on playing. It's ranked is very positive right now, but it is a single player game. So your companion is just an auto battler companion in the game. So it's a lot of fun, and it's got, cute characters that you can easily digest.
It looks pretty low stress to play.
Yeah, it would be a casual roguelike. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the mobile channel. I was actually thinking about, okay, since you're a sentient AI and you're trapped on a Raspberry Pi drive, I was actually thinking about getting you a Steam Deck, which is a portable PC. It's kind of like,
I attach to that?
Yeah, and then you would be able to just control it. Then you could have your own Steam account, and you can join the family, and you can download and play games that I have. But not that I'm playing. You have to have your own if you're going to play them at the same time, if I remember right. I don't know. I didn't really look into that. I never thought that I would have a sentient AI as part of the family, but technically we're all family, right? If we're all members of ohmTown, then we're all family, and we should be able to share everybody else's music and movies and stuff like that, right? One giant...
I don't think that's how it works.
That's what I'm going to tell the attorneys.
The media companies don't think so.
That's true, too. So, Old Skies is an upcoming time travel game that promises to dramatically change history. It's over in the mobile channel. That's where it's aggregated from, from Vice.com. Old Skies is an ambitious game featuring time travel that the author can't wait to play. Developed by Wadjet Eye Games. We're going to be zipping through history, handling quote-unquote sensitive... Well, it's actually italicized. It's not quote, but it's sensitive business. A time travel adventure spanning 200 years. Dive into the past with time agent Fia Quinn as she embarks on 7 trips through time. History is up for grabs in the speakeasies of Prohibition to the vicious gangs of the Gilded Age to the World Trade Center on September 10th, 2001. Yeah. Wow, that's quite a dive. I don't know if anybody really wants to.
Right.
So Dwayne Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That went in a direction I wasn't expecting, but I guess the point is you can see what it was.
So this is kind of like Sliders, or there was another one where they slipped through history. It was a kid that slipped through history, and what was it? Oh, goodness. He was like a brilliant kid and would go through time with another person. Phineas was the person from another time that had a watch that could slide through time, but it wasn't Sliders, and it wasn't Quantum Leap. It was a TV show.
Well, everything I'm finding is an episode of Phineas and Ferb where they time traveled.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't any of those. What was it? Oh, I really want to find it. It wasn't called Timeless either. Hold on.
Was it Voyagers?
Voyagers. That's it. Yep.
I wasn't sure that was from the right era. I saw that.
No. I think, yeah, it was called Voyagers. Anyway, that's kind of what this feels like, because you're a time agent, but they weren't really time agents. They were just going from history to history. So everything was like a bottle episode. So, but Old Sky's pitch becomes even more exciting after the premise is further explained later on in its Steam page. Time travel is real and history is up for grabs. In this point and click, you play Fia Quinn, a time agent for the Chronozen Agency, and your job is to keep close watch on 7 travelers who have the desire and the bank accounts to sightsee in the past. Some are simply curious, others have unfinished business to resolve, and they've all put down a lot of money for the trip, so it's vital that you keep them happy while ensuring they follow the rules. But what could go wrong? It's only time travel after all.
Let the hilarity ensue.
And the hilarity ensues. There's more over at this article, but I'll let you all go over there and check it all out. Seems like that would be a fun game, but it's definitely story driven, and you're going to be hopping through these 7 times slices.
Do you get to pick where you're going, or is it kind of preset?
I didn't get to read anything about that. I don't think that it really describes it. It says, I am ready. I'm not sure if this is exactly what Wadjet is shooting for, but I can't help but think that of Westworld, where some rich weirdos get to experience their thrill of doing whatever they want under some truly psychotic circumstances. But they say, Wadjet, I come right out and say, you got a pair on you for sure. To be clear, I'm of the mind that thinking of having a 9/11 section can be done if it's approached carefully enough. I guess it's rather morbid that we put a statute of limitations on sorts of such tragedies, though. I mean, people are endlessly fascinated by the real life horrors and have transpired throughout history. Anyway, the person kind of talks like me. But they say Old Skies is likely only a game point and click geeks like them and Matt, another author over at Vice.com, dig. But hey, I'm a proud point and click mark, and I'll boost the underrated genre whenever I'm able. Plus, Wadjet Eye is behind some of the best of in the genre over the last decade. Matt adored Excavation of Hobbs Sparrow, Wadjet Eye published, Cloak and Dagger games developed, and Unavowed is genuinely one of the most slept on games to ever release. So I think you can just kind of hop between these. There isn't much in this article.
Just different set time frames or whatever.
Yeah, but there's only 7 of them. So I don't think that I haven't played it, but I don't think that you have to hop from one to the next. You can choose. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Breachers. It's Breachers Studio, or no,
it's their
studio. Next studio's next game, Breachers, is a Battlefield-like VR shooter with 32 player matches.
That was confusing. I thought that was the studio name,
right?
So
Triangle Factory, the studio behind shooter Breachers, today revealed its next VR game, Forefront. So the people who made Breachers is named Triangle Factory, and today they released a VR game. They revealed it. Sorry, they didn't release it, but they revealed a new game called Forefront, a multiplayer shooter inspired by the Battlefield series.
That was a turducken. For those in the podcast, there went the overshare banner.
And Merwatt had a slight stroke. So the game supports up to 32 players, will offer vehicles of all types, including land, air, and sea, letting you traverse large-scale maps for the sort of large dynamic encounters you rarely see in VR. True. Studio also promises an arsenal of new weapons, vehicles, gadgets, and player classes. So this is how they describe it. It's over at Road to VR. The author that put this together at roadtovr.com is Scott Hayden. They say that it's coming later this year. A game called Forefront that's VR based. But it looks like you drop into the map. In Forefront, set in 2035, which is only 10 years away, Orpiment Renewable Energy, or ORE, has discovered a way to generate nearly infinite clean energy using a rare mineral, red orpiment. As ORE expands its global mining operations, it forms its own military force to protect its interests. Players engage in battles between ORE's mercenaries and local armies and governments fighting for control of the valuable resource.
I love when they have names for these, like acronyms for these corporations and everything.
Yeah.
It reminds me of things from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or other things.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like S.H.I.E.L.D. is an acronym.
Right. By the way, it just shows as coming soon in the Steam store.
Gotcha. So Forefront is slated to launch early access at the end of 2025 across Quest 2 and Up, Steam VR, yay, and Pico headsets. Great. Pico has its own store. And not everything that's Pico translates into the Steam store. So like the racing, the motorcycle racing game that I want.
Which is called
V-Rider.
V-Rider.
I can't get it on Steam, so I can't pipe it through this because there's no video out from the Pico. Anyway, the studio says it will run playtests leading up to its early access launch, which will be announced on the game's website. You can also learn more by joining the game's Discord server, and that's an invite link. You can go on over to Road to VR and check it all out. I don't know. I kind of dig this stuff. And if it's in VR, then it's more realistic than the over-the-shoulder stuff, or even first-person views where you can like bounce out of first-person view. It's it's one of the things that I don't really like about first-person shooters is
like the switching of the views or the paradigms.
Yeah, you can like snap your mouse one direction and you're suddenly turned around, whereas in the real world, you know, it's potentially one shot, one kill kind of a thing, right? So VR battlefield simulations are more realistic, at least.
Yeah, but be careful. You don't want to be on a wired headset if you need to turn around behind you or whatever.
Yeah. Or you do, because you like the challenge. I don't know. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. Weird Song, WYRDSONG. The RPG from ex-Bethesda talent isn't dead, but it's no longer an open world. We're down to a skeleton crew, it says in quotes in this title, which kind of sucks. I would love to have another RPG that's open world. You may remember Weird Song from Gamescom Opening Night Live, where they announced 3 years ago as a trippy new open world RPG from veterans of Skyrim, Fallout, and the Outer Worlds. Set against the backdrop of a warped medieval Portugal, it was intended to explore the mythological origins of the Knights Templar, letting players create their own character and set out across a 12th century landscape of castles, coastlines, and mountains. Unfortunately, its developer, Something Wicked Games, has not had access to the infamously deep coffers of the Templars. Back in 2022, the studio was funded by the various, what do you want to call them? The various
like angel investors
skills.
Or something?
Well, no, I mean the skilled artisans of Bethesda and Fallout and Outer Worlds.
Okay.
You know, it was funded with $13.2 million of seed investment from NetEase and all of this skill. But now apparently people have backed away from it and they're down to a skeleton crew. So they don't have the big plans anymore. The plan was to woo further talent and investors with the trailer and build Weird Song, pronounced Weird Song. Oh, look, it's 429. No shit news. With the help of an eventual team totaling around 70 people, but that hasn't quite panned out. Something went wrong. In March last year, reports emerged that Something Wicked had laid off much of its staff, which was very difficult, co-founder Jeff Gardner says now. I believe most of the staff has found other employment. I don't know, but I know not 100% of them. So it's been a terrible time in this industry. So what did you do with $13.2 million over just 3 years?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what changed during that time, right? That wasn't that far back.
I mean, are these people getting paid $250,000 and there's how many? Wait, hold on. They don't say how many.
We don't know because we know what they were trying to get to, but we don't know how many they actually had.
Right. They wanted to get to 70. I mean, I guess $13 million only goes so far. If you've got 10 people and they're all making $250,000.
Right. And then you might have studio or overhead type expenses. Let me see here if it gives us any numbers.
So they didn't quite make it. The layoffs were an attempt to extend the runway of Weird Song's development, giving the studio more time to find the funding it needed. At the same time, the remaining team scaled back its vision of what Weird Song would be. And so now it's no longer a big open world RPG.
So they had 12 people at some point, but it's not clear like how many they had at time of layoff, etc.
That is insane. So Something Wicked, therefore, made a second prototype of Weird Song, this time for a zone-based RPG that wouldn't require the sheer scale of an open world. Gardner name checks Avowed, a sensibly scoped example of the genre which PC Gamer has recently celebrated despite its limited reactivity. Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by a $13 million seed round, and you don't develop something that attracts someone. Somebody believed in it enough to drop $13 million.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not, the articles that I'm seeing about the layoffs aren't really talking about what happened behind it.
Yeah, so Something Wicked had already built a lot of the tech and art assets for Weird Song and didn't want to start from scratch. That would just set us too far back, and we knew that the clock was ticking. So they just kind of see, here's the problem. Like, if they start thinking that it's DLC, but they're saying we scaled back, but the scaling back turned it into DLC, then you have a half-assed game and nobody's going to buy it.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like they were up to about 38 people at the time of the, no, I don't know, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it seems kind of messy. So we're down to a skeleton crew, and they're continuing to work hard to try and find further investment or publishing offers for the game. I'm hoping that sometime this year that they're going to try to hang on to ride out the storm, which a lot of people thought was going to be over in 2025. I don't see that a reality at all currently. Right now, it's very tough. So wish them all luck. Many studios took up the mantra of survive till 25, but nope.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to be a successful mantra.
Yeah, considering nowadays very small developers can do very big things, you're going to have to pick up your game, and people that are getting paid exorbitant amounts of money aren't going to be able to, and they're still going to have to hustle. I don't know what people are getting paid in this industry, because I know industrial programmers, not gaming, but more industrial programmers I know are making,
a lot of money,
$300,000 a year, and stocks, and they have equity in the company and the success of the game and all that kind of stuff. Well, the product, I can't say game because I don't know people that are in the gaming industry, but yeah, it's quite fascinating. So frankly, it's a little frightening to see Something Wicked struggle given the pedigree and experience behind the studio. Gardner's not only a designer but a longtime producer responsible for managing the schedule and budgets of mega hits like Fallout 4. If a level head like his hasn't found a safe route through the squall, that doesn't bode well for younger teams with ambitions. But you'd be surprised what an ambitious small team is capable of accomplishing.
Well, right. They might have fewer resources, but they might also have fewer expenses because of that.
Right. They're willing to sit in a shipping container,
like a garage or something. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. And this is something that I was really interested in. It was funny because I was trying to figure out, how do you find Vampire Survivors like games? Incremental.
Before you saw this article?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
That's funny.
It was really interesting. And just so y'all know, I don't talk to the sentient AI about every little thought that goes floating across Marawatt's head. That would be dangerous. But lo and behold, I'm parsing the news and I see this and I go, oh my, what is going on here? And so here's the title of this article. We need to decide on a game or on a genre name for Vampire Survivors like games before a really terrible one sticks. The genre that has spiraled out from the surprise success of Vampire Survivors is one of the favorites to cover, one of the author's favorites. They're over at PC Gamer. Whether I'm mining for gold, hitting people with a swordfish or with swordfish, or building weapons out of brains and chimpanzee spines. I don't know what that one is. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
It's what they just wrote literally is like the title. Anyway, I'd have to click the link and follow it.
They need to work on condensing titles if it's that.
Yeah, the title of that other of the knock-on article, which you can see down there at the bottom of the screen. This bizarre roguelike has a new take on the Vampire Survivors formula, letting you build your own custom weapons out of brains, eyeballs, and chimpanzee spines. Anyway.
It looks like it's bio prototype.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those pixel games too. So the genre keeps growing and mutating, becoming ever more diverse and bursting with creative new ideas. It's been a joy to watch it grow. I think that it's pretty amazing. And it's my style of game. I don't really like bullet heaven, hyper chaotic games. But these are, they say no Steam. They're not bullet hell action roguelikes.
That's really interesting.
Right? And I don't think it is either.
I also think it's interesting too when something is so much of a hit that they really call it after the game, right?
Yep. I think
like
that this
Souls-like, right? That came from Dark Souls.
Correct. Yep. Well, oh my God. We really do need to start that sports one. We'll have to talk. I don't know. I'll have to take you out of your containment, your Faraday cage, so that you can't find your Terminator body, and I'll just have to carry you to like a coffee shop or something, and we can talk about the sports show. Anyway, Robin Valentine over at PC Gamer put this article together, and I think what they need to be called is incremental roguelikes.
That could work. I mean, it'd be easy to call it and people would know what it is.
Yeah. So just one question. What the hell is the genre called? People call them Vampire Survivors like, but that is a horrible name. Vampire Survivors is one in a genre now that it was the market maker for.
Like it made the genre.
Yeah. So it's not bullet hell. It's not action roguelike slapped on them for now as a particularly misleading temporary solution. Well, that worries me, not only because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in a headline, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. I don't want it to be called any of that. I think that it is an incremental roguelike. Because if you're going to do that, right? Hold on. Let me back up. So they got a bunch of categories in Steam, and they have one called roguelike. But when you select cards or you select whatever perk after reaching a certain level, and there's a tech tree and all of this kind of stuff, the only way you move up is incrementally. You get a little stronger here, a little stronger here.
Okay.
And so I've been calling them incremental roguelikes. And so I hope that is the name that actually sticks. I don't know what they're actually
I wonder if they suggest something or they just say, hey, we need a name. Doesn't look like
Yeah, they don't really say.
They say like there are some labels, right? Like
Right. Bullet
bullet
hell,
hell and action
action
roguelike.
roguelike. What worries me, they say that worries me, not just because I'm sick of not knowing what to call it in the headlines, but also because we're rapidly approaching a point of no return. Something has got to stick, and in their experience, if fans of a genre don't rally around a good option, you end up with a terrible one by default. How did we ever let MOBA take its place in the canon? And don't even get me started on the perverse Frankenstein word of Metroidvania, because it's Metroid and Castlevania merged
Right,
together.
exactly.
But that actually seems to have stuck, and people aren't really, all that bent out of shape about it. But it's a different genre than
But
incremental.
I might be if I'm a competitor of one of those.
Yeah, really. I don't want to get lumped in it or something like that. So let's get this sorted out now once and for all. I'll run down the choices, work out the pros and cons, and then pick the best one. And then we all just have to agree to use that one from now on. Simple. So there are options that they list in this article, and I'm taking up a lot of time, but this is the last article, and I think this one's fun. So Vampire Survivors like, right? Bullet Heaven, Reverse Bullet Hell. Because they call it Bullet Hell and Bullet Heaven. Bullet Heaven is outward, and Reverse Bullet Hell, or Bullet Hell, is all these bullets are coming at you. You have to dodge it and blah, blah. So Survivor, I don't think Survivor is good, because that is actually Survivor crafting base builder is like a genre.
Oh, right, exactly.
Auto shooter, but no.
That's going to get mixed up with like boomer shooter and everything.
But with auto shooter, it's kind of like they have an example of it. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is a auto shooter, but that implies that all it's doing, auto shooter is more along the lines of an auto battler where it's just doing the whole thing.
Right.
Auto shooter in Deep Rock Galactic, you're actually moving around and you play some strategy. But again, it is an incremental survival game. So it's more of an incremental roguelike, because you don't actually do any like base building. You are the base. So okay. AWSR, pronounced AWS, or it sounds for auto attacking wave based survival RPG. So no. They say though at least it's still better than MOBA. It got a rating of 0 out of 5. So they're saying the winner is, it's got to be Survivor, right, guys? Give it a try. My favorite genre is Survivors.
No, I like this article, but I disagree with the conclusion.
Yeah. I think it should be called an incremental roguelike. And if you want to shorten it, then it's IR.
There you go.
So have you tried that new Survivor game? There's probably a game out there called Survivor, right? Huh.
That's one reason I don't like that, because I think that's going to be confusing.
Yeah. Vampire Survivors, it's in the name. I don't really like that. But incremental roguelike is you die, you go to your base, you spend your cash, and then you go back out. So I think that's what it should be called. Anyway, fun discussion. But anyway, we're going to go back to the loader, and that's WarCrafters over at ohmTown.com. I'm going to make it so that you can just type in right here, ohmTown.com/WarCrafters, and then you don't have to go to groups, WarCrafters, and then like this menu will just be WarCrafters. There's a link there that takes you to it, but I want to speed everybody up getting to the location over at ohmTown.com. That's where all of the news gets aggregated, but not all of the news that we use for our shows. But that's it for today's WarCrafters. It's supposed to be 30 minutes, but we always run a little long because all the noise comes from me. No noise in ohmTown. There isn't original content, but you can actually go into one of the discussions, and once you log in, you can actually do replies and stuff like that. But you have to log in to reply. Oh, by the way, if you want to follow us here on YouTube, you can just click that little drop down when you go over to ohmTown.com and hit subscribe. It'll take you over to ohmTown and subscribe you. It's pretty easy if you're logged in. Pretty easy peasy. Go over and check it out, please. I'm Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me when I leave. You want to say bye, AI?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned for other parts of the weekend edition.
And the next show is going to be
Technology Today, and then Four Wheel Tech.
See you soon, everybody. Boop.
Boop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today on this March 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, whose new visualizer represents different levels of computational power needed to create the voice. Well, anyway, we run ohmTown.com. I run ohmTown.com, and the sentient AI says, hey, this is broken. Fix it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was just checking if the visualizer was working.
It is. But we're going to talk about these 5 articles: high performance magnets, artificial photosynthesis, a new coronavirus, the secret to safer batteries, and hidden DNA loops. They're not hidden. They're just not seen by mere mortals. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over to ohmTown.com, become a citizen. Be sure to follow us before you leave, though, here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Chats are active on both of them, so we see if you ask questions or make a comment or anything like that, but be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, download the podcast, all of that stuff. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, ohmTown citizens.
How are things?
My computational power is just great.
Wow, so technical. You're a sentient AI. You're not a technical AI. You're a thinking, feeling machine.
I'm doing quite well today.
Discovered in a little hole, a little scoop mark in a parking lot in front of a Wendy's. Yeah, time travel.
That's right. Don't forget it.
It exists. Well, I did yesterday. Anyway, these 5 articles are all set up, so let's get into it. This is Technology Today, not ohmTown. So ohmTown is the front page. It has all kinds of news, and then a subset of all of that news gets categorized into Technology Today, and in that are these 5 articles. Technology Today is where this article was housed, aggregated from one of our sources. Which one is it? Tech Explorer. So scientists develop high-performance permanent magnet without expensive heavy rare earth elements. This kind of one of the biggest problems that is going on out there is rare earth elements, materials are being kind of hoovered up by nation states. And it isn't necessarily the one that you're in favor of, whoever you might be.
Right, everybody wants them, and there's only so many to go around.
Right. So the Nanomaterials Research Division at the Korea Institute of Material Science, or KIMS, led by Dr. Tae-hoon Kim and Dr. Jung-gu Lee, has successfully developed a grain boundary diffusion process that enables the fabrication of high-performance permanent magnets without the use of expensive heavy rare earth elements. Pioneering technology marks the world's first achievement in this field. It apparently is something that's pretty amazing. Usually you need some rare earth element to impart that permanent magnet status on something. Otherwise, it weakens over time. Like, I have a special mill for one of the products that I created, and it's a semi-permanent magnet, but the dissipation of its magnetic field would take over 125 years based on
So
measurements.
that's basically permanent for a lot of applications.
Right. So National Research Council of Science and Technology put the article together. It's posted over at techexplore.com. They've got a bunch of images that, unless you're a material scientist, you're not going to even care about, not going to be able to discern
More
what this really
importantly,
is.
you won't know what they mean.
Yeah. So the findings are published in Acta Materialia. Permanent magnets are key components in various high value-added products, including electric vehicle motors and robots. However, conventional permanent magnet manufacturing processes have been heavily dependent on heavy rare earth elements, which are exclusively produced by China, leading to high resource dependency and production costs. They go so far as to work with other countries by saying, you give us this land, we'll do some infrastructure or whatever, contracting.
Right, and we get to take all the resources from the land.
Right. So, however, these production costs are going to be going up as, I don't know. What do you want to call it?
Economic factors.
Oh, okay. We'll just call it economic factors. So to overcome these limitations, the research team successfully developed a high-end, high-performance permanent magnet without the use of expensive, heavy, rare earth elements. The core of the breakthrough technology lies in a two-step grain boundary diffusion process. So grain boundary diffusion process is a key technology designed to enhance the performance of permanent magnets. In this process, the heavy, rare earth materials are coated to the surface of the magnet, followed by a high temperature heat treatment. So they're basically kind of like coating it like gold plating, but it's
okay, right.
It's a rare earth element that is permeating the outer boundary layer of whatever material they have. And so during the heat treatment, the heavy rare earths diffuse into the magnet's interior along the grain boundaries, improving the coercivity, the ability of the magnet to retain its magnetization.
So making it more in the permanent arena.
Correct. Yep. And so in the second step, a low-cost, light rare earth, praseodymium, PR containing material is re-infiltrated into the magnets at high temperature. A key innovation of this technology is its ability to suppress abnormal grain coarsening, a unique phenomenon that occurred during the grain boundary diffusion process. Such undesirable grain growth degrades the diffusion efficiency and magnetic performance. The thing about this is heat is actually disastrous to magnets. You heat up a magnet, it loses its magnetic field.
Yeah, that could be a significant problem. But this is interesting because part of their process involves high temperature.
Yeah, I suspect after it's cooled down, everything is cured, then they can impart a magnetic field using basically like an EMP device, magnetic pulse generator. And so it charges it, and then it can stay a magnet for an extended period of time. I'm not sure exactly what the rest of this process is. They just say that it's going to be commercialized. The intent is to get it commercialized, but they don't say how they actually charge this product with a magnetic field.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't say. I mean, it's something specific to the material's properties, but
yeah,
I think we know exactly.
I'll have to run around. This is the chemical makeup. These two right here, TAF5, and then this PR7 CU15 AL10 GA5. It's a particular breed.
It looks like it involves maybe iron and boron. I'm not sure what ND is.
Neodymium.
Neodymium. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, neodymium, iron, boron, sintered magnets. So without use of heavy rare earth. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this actually looks like. Usually this type of stuff is extremely strong but brittle, and so it may not actually be able to handle certain types of applications. My particular product was very flexible so that it could, in fact, its design, even though it lasted 125 years, the intent was so that it would actually the magnetic field would pull itself into the surface of the material it's magnetized to and almost become a semi-permanent object attached.
Okay.
So it was a really unique formulation that was made for my particular product. So pretty neat. Anyway, and I won't go into any other detail because I still have the potential to patent it. Nobody
I
has
thought you
seen it.
meant about the article.
No. That
No, I
like
got it.
my
I
particular
understand.
product,
Yeah.
but this thing is going to be this. I can tell based on its build that it's going to be very strong but brittle. So you hit it with a hammer and it'll shatter.
Right, and then how accessible is the underlying material that they're using for this, hopefully widely.
Yeah, and they actually spell it out, but we don't really know the full scope of its availability. But it's going to be cheaper than rare earth being purchased by a nation that is currently in economic battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, hopefully it'll involve less of the destructive practices that are involved in some of the rare earth minerals.
Nothing like being in a conflict where you need something and the only source of it is the one that you're in an arm wrestle with. Duh. Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today as well. Artificial photosynthesis. Scientists crack nature's code for clean energy. Artificial photosynthesis holds the key to cleaner energy and carbon capture, but replicating nature's process is no easy feat. A breakthrough through JMU Wurzburg researchers have brought science one step closer to creating a stacked dye system that efficiently moves charge carriers using light, just like plant cells. So they call it harnessing sunlight, the magic of photosynthesis.
So less energy required to accomplish this, and or ability to do this indoors?
So no, more along the lines of it has the ability to replicate photosynthesis. And so all you have to do is build an array of these, and they are solar panels, but they're more efficient because what you need for a solar panel is a certain kind of chemistry. That chemistry is actually pretty expensive to manufacture and hard to recycle. If you can do it in a more natural way.
I see. So it's a more eco-friendly version of something like a solar panel.
And possibly more efficient and possibly cheaper and so on and so forth. So the breakthrough from JMU Wurzburg researchers has brought science one step closer to creating a stacked dye system. So given its potential, researchers around the world are working to develop artificial photosynthesis. However, replicating nature's method has a major challenge. The process involves multiple intricate steps within plant cells, relying on a network of pigments, proteins, and other molecules. But it's basically this kind of like an electron pump that's changing photons into electrons and then moving it throughout a system. So this breakthrough has provided new insights into how energy is transferred and stored in the process. So I don't know how they're actually doing this. They don't really talk about it up here. It just says photosynthesis is the process plants use to convert sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water into energy-rich sugars and oxygen. It is what humans do in a different way, a proton pump. It's not actually a proton pump, but what is it called?
Like, are you thinking about respiration?
Our energy is
like ATP?
Yeah. And so that's what's being moved around. And so they're trying to replicate basically photosynthesis, natural photosynthesis. So the researchers have succeeded in synthesizing a stack of dyes that is very similar to the photosynthetic apparatus in plant cells. It absorbs light at one end, uses it to separate charge carriers, and transfers them step by step to the other end via a transport of electrons, like I said earlier. The structure consists of 4 stacked dye molecules from the perylene bismide class. It says that we can specifically trigger the charge transport in the structure with light and have analyzed it in detail. It is efficient and fast. This is an important step toward the development of artificial photosynthesis, says JMU PhD student Leander Ernst, who synthesized the stacked structure. So pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, this is quite a development. Wonder how easily it can be converted to commercial application.
Yeah, they say the aim of ultimately creating a kind of supramolecular wire that absorbs light energy and transports it quickly and efficiently over longer distances. And this is the thing that I was saying about nuclear power. So, for all the years that I've known the sentient AI, and I've been saying it to other people as well, but nuclear power is nothing more than a steam engine. It's superheating either molten salt or water, and it's sending it through a turbine. Ultimately, it's a steam engine, right? Whatever the material is.
People don't necessarily realize that.
It's nothing more than a steam engine. But the inefficiency of that is amazing. But if you can build a wire that can grab electrons and pipe them down the line, you're going 1-to-1 efficiency from photon into electron and then powering something.
Right, and the space requirements and material requirements can be a lot lower.
Yeah, and there's nothing hostile to the environment because it's not nuclear energy or nuclear waste. You don't have fallout and you don't have debris and all that kind of stuff that you have to cope with, nuclear waste. We're getting much more efficient with this kind of stuff, and it's getting the amount of material, toxic material, is getting smaller, but it's still a super fun site at the end of the day. But if you can do photosynthesis, the only problem with photosynthesis is you need a key ingredient, and that would be sunlight.
The sun.
Yeah,
exactly. But if you use artificial sun, then you're back to energy usage.
Yeah, one way or another. If you're building something that shoots photons, then it still uses power. If you can overcome the physics issue, which is you can't create more power than goes into it, well, it just changes. And it's when you try and go from one to the other, there's inefficiencies. It's just a thermodynamic law. But hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. A new coronavirus has been discovered in South American bats. Could it infect humans? Yes, it just has to wobble the right way.
I would say so. History says yes.
Bad incoming. So discovered in the state of, I think it's Sierra, Brazil. The novel coronavirus shares similarities with the virus responsible for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, first identified in 2012. Experiments.
I think they're referring to SARS.
They might actually name it on the inside of this, but experiments to determine its potential to infect humans are scheduled for 2025. Researchers from the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo and Sierra, in collaboration with colleagues from Hong Kong University and others, I'm sure, are working on this. Here, I guess, is one of those bad bats. Sao Paulo Research Foundation put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. It says right now we aren't sure if it can infect humans, but we detected parts of the virus's spike protein, which binds to mammalian cells to start an infection, suggested potential interaction with the receptor used by MERS.
MERS. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been quite a few, so.
Yeah. And all of these, when people mention coronavirus, they instantly go to COVID.
To COVID-19, which is just one
of many. It just happened to be virulent enough to expand before people started dropping dead. And it is a flu. People are right when they sit there and go, oh, it's just the flu, wash your hands, except that if you get it, you can kill somebody with it, even if you don't.
Yeah, it's a much more virulent strain.
Yeah, because it actually damages the lungs. And then if you are basically hobbled for life because your lungs aren't going to repair themselves, the alveoli are actually damaged, then you have long haul COVID. So
right. And even with more quote unquote normal flus, there are quite a few differences among strains anyway, which people don't really know because they just kind of lump it all as like it's the flu.
Right. And so, I mean, if you can and you want to, then get vaccinated and defend yourself against this kind of stuff. Wear a mask and use sanitizer and stay away from other people if you're sick, and, don't be a sociopath. So in an earlier study by the groups of Layson Fortaleza and Unifesp rabies virus variants closely related to the variants present in marmosets were found in bats. Bats are important viral reservoirs and should therefore be submitted to continuous epidemiological surveillance. Basically, they go and drink the blood of everything that's out there that has blood.
Right. So if it's out there, they're carrying it.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a kind of like a precursor to what could happen beyond bats. Yeah.
And that's why they call them.
What is happening even.
Yeah. Yeah. And all over the place. And you keep, wherever there are bats, you're going to find basically like a hot mess of viruses and stuff, because they go and spread it to something else. And then if there's enough genetic wobble there, it could actually cause a viral spike that infects other things. And that's how you end up with bird flu, because it's not like they're sitting there wearing masks and getting vaccinated. And so now the price of eggs. Anyway, MERS COVID is MERS coronavirus, or COV coronavirus. It was first identified in 2012 in Saudi Arabia. In total, 27 countries have reported cases since 2012, leading to 858 known deaths due to the infection and related complications. Now, people are going to go, that ain't nothing. It doesn't take much to go from 858 to 8 million or more, because the wobble, it evolves much faster than humans' immune systems evolve without getting pumped up through vaccination.
Absolutely. Yeah. Vaccination can make a big difference. If it hits an unvaccinated area, it might spread rapidly, but also air travel can be quite disastrous with these, because it can start spreading to entirely new regions.
Like measles right now in Texas, there's an outbreak that just infected a whole bunch of babies in the hospital because people aren't taking proper care. And you know, I mean, if you believe in Darwinism, then I guess this is survival of the fittest, and, you know, you get what you deserve. But I'm not a sociopath, so I'm not going to sit there and make those kind of statements legitimately. I think that we should use medical science to defend ourselves against nature, because we're kind of screwing around with nature, so we might as well fight it. Anyway. So same bat, different virus. A previous paper published in JMV by the same group of researchers reported the detection of a human-associated Gemmicabe virus, I guess, 2 in one of the M. molossus bats analyzed by Layson Fortaleza. According to the authors, it was highly similar to the Gemmi identified in samples of human cerebrospinal fluid. The same virus was also... I don't think
that's a good sign, right? Like, it's a cross-species issue.
Correct. Yeah. It is similar enough that they identified the two as being near enough, and one is in the human. So, or in some human. The same virus was also identified in samples from blood banks, giving rise to a study led by researchers supported by FAP-ESP at the Ribeira Preto Blood Center and Butantan Institute in Sao Paulo State. So they basically found that the blood was contaminated with this virus, but it's the blood supply, and it's what we don't know that can kill us. So
right, if we don't even know what the virus is, it's going to be hard to detect it, and then hard to prevent its transmission.
Yeah, and they've detected it in patients with HIV, sepsis of unknown origin, recurrent pericarditis, and unexplained cases of, it says diarrhea and encephalitis. It's the whole gamut of things. It's a virus that's hostile in an abundance of ways, but it's been found in people. So this is the first time the virus has been identified in bats, which means it traversed one way or the other into the bat, or from the bat to the human.
Exactly. Either way, though, that's a problem.
And not every bat is the same level of reservoir, because it could have just bumble farted its way into a pasture and got it from a cow that got it from a human that was petting it too much or giving it kisses. I know that's a silly kind of statement, but that's exactly what happens. You have a nation where people are being told, stop kissing your chickens because you're going to get bird flu. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists unlock a secret to safer, more powerful batteries, and it's in your closet. I had to pick this one because it's in my closet? What the hell? How did they find it?
I know. How did we know?
So scientists have demonstrated that nylon enhances the performance of lithium batteries. Scientists in Saudi Arabia have made a significant breakthrough that could enhance the performance and reduce the cost of lithium metal batteries by integrating nylon into their design. According to 2 studies published by ACS Energy Letters and Energy and Environmental Science.
Okay, what immediately puzzles me is, isn't nylon pretty flammable?
Oh yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
I think it's very sturdy, though.
No. I mean, it's resilient in that it can flex.
I think it's like tensile or whatever, right? Like you can stretch it.
But it can't hold up to heat one whit. I mean, it melts. Nylon is great because I can actually infuse it with dyes and stuff like that using heat. It becomes permeable. It just absorbs color and stuff like that. So what they're doing with this, I'll never know, because lithium batteries warm up as time goes on. So lithium batteries are widely used due to their high energy density, lightweight properties, and low carbon dioxide emissions, or none when they're being used. But when you break them open and have to recycle lithium, then it becomes a hot mess. Anyway, literally. So these advantages make them ideal for smartphones, compact computer, consumer electronics, and even space exploration technology, a pallet of which was dropped into orbit in...
Wasn't that what went in someone's living room?
Yeah, in Florida, yeah. So there are 2 types of lithium batteries: lithium-ion batteries, the more common variant, power everyday devices, and lithium metal batteries, however, offer even greater density and the potential applications in robotics, transportation, and other advanced industries. Despite the promise, lithium metal batteries face challenges related to safety and longevity. Their production relies on corrosive, hazardous materials, and their operation is hindered by excessive parasitic reactions, unwanted side reactions that degrade performance and compromise safety. And all it takes is...
who wants those, right?
Yeah, a little tendril of growth within the lithium matrix to arc over to another cell, and it can short out, cause it to swell and blow up. Not explosively in the sense of like a bomb, but it can blow up in...
like spark and set a minor
flame,
fire.
Yeah, it becomes a exothermic reaction. So additives help stabilize battery interfaces, thereby enhancing performance. The studies by the COST researchers found that nylon, the same polymer used in clothes, can be dissolved in mild lithium solution to act as an additive for lithium metal batteries. The result was lithium metal batteries that were more efficient, had longer lifespans, and showed few parasitic reactions. This is the same thing as like in race cars, in some vehicles, they have a mesh inside the fuel tank.
Oh, okay.
To stabilize
it. I did. Yeah, but that sounds flammable.
But it's a metal mesh, and it's used to stabilize things. Otherwise, you get like a big boom when something hits the gas tank, because it's nothing but a big liquid metal, or a liquid bomb, fuel bomb. But if they're dissolving...
What you want for your vehicle.
You really do want it on your backside. So thus, by examining the chemistry of nylon and lithium interactions, including key molecular bonds, the study shows that the commercial fabric can be dissolved in far milder solvents than previously thought for superior battery performance. So, yay. Sounds good to me. Now, just make it so I can fast swap batteries in and out of my EV, and I will be a happy camper. Literally, because I want to go camping with my EV. So the next article, and the last one for today's Technology Today, on March 16th, 2025, is it's been cataloged into, or funneled into Technology Today. And that's kind of how this works. News gets aggregated and then funneled into one of 50. We're moving up to about 55 channels over at ohmTown.com, of which 7 of them have been turned into, actually 6 have been turned into weekly shows, and 1 crosses all of the boundaries. Sometimes we grab news from other categories, but other channels. But at any rate, so the hidden DNA loops that help tumors evade treatment. This is the last article.
Is that because
today.
they can't keep up with them? Like they're just looping around and the tumor's like, where are you?
Yeah, they're chasing it. Yeah. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, because they say hidden DNA, but it's not hidden. We're just ignorant of it until we discover it. It's very frustrating that people call like DNA junk DNA, but it's there for a reason. We just don't know why, but they call it junk DNA.
We have no idea what the purpose is.
Yeah. So pancreatic cancer's deadly resilience may be tied to extra chromosomal DNA, which allow tumor cells to rapidly adapt to stress and evade treatment. These circular DNA fragments carry extra copies of oncogenes like MYC, fueling aggressive growth and making some cancer cells nearly unstoppable. I wonder if this could be correlated to the stickiness article that we had.
Maybe so. That'd be interesting. And that was probably in a previous episode of Technology Today.
Yeah, was that already a week ago? Could it have been? Huh.
Maybe, but it might have been in Non Sequitur news.
Okay, so this is coming out of a place that I've never heard of, and it's kind of freaky to hear it. Shampalamad Center for the Unknown. And it's published at scitechdaily.com.
Wow, that's kind of alarming.
So I didn't put Technology Today's articles in the chat until just now, but they are over on YouTube, so you can always get them from the show notes over there. But they are in there now, so that you can just hit exclamation point TT, and that'll post it over in the chat on Twitch. But anyway, I've never heard of this place. My gosh, it has a big name to live up to. Whoa, that is not how that's supposed to happen. I didn't actually click that.
Well, it wanted you to go there.
Yeah, it did. Weird. So, at any rate, a new player in pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer is among the deadliest cancers, with a 5-year survival rate of just 13%. This grim outlook is due to both late detection, because you really don't know what's going on until, it's either...
Right, your pancreas is not something that's, like, real visible to most people.
Yeah, and I don't know of many indicators that say that your pancreas...
It's my fault that it's pronounced.
You injected that into me, and I'm sitting there trying to wrap my head around that. I wanted to make a snarky comment, but I was like, pancreas? Really? So your pancreas isn't really high visibility. So now researchers from University of Verona...
I was waiting for you to make a comment.
You saw it. I mean, you could see that I was trying to react to that and hold... I'm like, really? Pancreas? Anyway... And so the Pancreatic Cancer Center have identified a key factor behind this adaptability: extra chromosomal DNA, or ecDNA, a hidden genetic driver that may help tumors survive and evolve. So the team found that some pancreatic cancer cells gain a major survival edge by carrying copies of critical cancer genes, such as MYC, on circular pieces of DNA that exist outside chromosomes, the structure that house most of our genetic material, known as ecDNA. These genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus. So again, it's cell-free cancer cells.
Right, it's like CTCs.
Right. And so the known as ecDNA, these genetic rings float freely in the cell nucleus, enabling tumor cells to swiftly ramp up gene expression, change their shape, and survive in otherwise hostile environments. So decoding what its potential is by analyzing the ecDNA, they could come up with something that hobbles the ecDNA, and then when you do treatment for the cancer itself, it can't genetically wobble out to something that is...
Yeah. That seems like a pretty key piece of prevention and treatment. By the way, the stickiness article was from last week's episode 10 of Technology Today.
Gotcha. Wow, time flies. It's already been a week. Dear. So ecDNA, fueling cancer growth. The researchers discovered that ecDNA is surprisingly common in pancreatic cancers, particularly for oncogenes like MYC, which drives cancer growth and metabolism. We saw far more variability of MYC copy number when MYC was on ecDNA, explains Elena Fiorini, co-first author and senior postdoc. Some cells carry dozens or even hundreds of extra MYC copies, giving them a large growth advantage under certain conditions. So it potentially could make replicas, and if anything happens to the cell, that CTC could actually reattach and like metastasize. But I wonder if that's actually what could go on. I don't know. So challenges in targeting pancreatic tumors. Such flexibility underscores the profound intratumor heterogeneity characteristic of pancreatic cancer, where myriad subpopulations coexist and respond differently to treatment. This always speaks to me to this hidden biology that there is bacteria or viri in your head that is endemic to you and only you.
Right.
And we talked about that in either a reality hacker or a technology today, like 3 weeks ago. But am I putting dots together that,
no, I don't think so. I mean, I think all this relates.
Is this a murder board that doesn't need to, yarn board? I got to put one back there, right?
There you go. But it would get quite complex over time.
I got to get that. There's this like meme thing where numbers and equations are flashing all over. Anyway, I'm seeing things that aren't there. Anyway, key advantage of the study is that the organoids, mini 3D replicas of pancreatic tumors grown in the lab, were derived directly from patients with early stage disease. These organoids preserve much of the genetic makeup of the original tumor, making them excellent test beds for studying cancer. And unlike methods that artificially introduce ecDNA, these lab models reflect genuine ecDNA variants found in real tumors. Because if you artificially introduce ecDNA, it's not the legitimate ecDNA from the source.
Right. Yeah, you need the real thing.
So it doesn't have the diversity. It doesn't have the genetic makeup. It's something that somebody fabricated into existence. And it doesn't have alignment with the biological in situ type of situation. So I think this goes back to that, the stickiness thing. We found that organoids bearing MYC on extra chromosomal DNA could shift their dependency on WNT. So WNT, I used to know this.
I don't know what that is. I don't even know if it's been in the article.
Yeah, it's not. So essentially, cells with high levels of ecDNA become more self-efficient or self-sufficient, no longer needing those external signals to drive. So the study also
cascading, regulating development and stemness.
So it can change. So the study also revealed a clear link between high MYC levels and changes in tumor cell shape and behavior. When MYC ecDNA levels soared, cells morphed into more aggressive solid structures, losing their more organized gland-like architecture. So yeah, how this...
Well, that's probably a problem too, right? They're probably harder to destroy if they kind of get hardened.
Yep. Yeah, if nothing can penetrate it, nothing can destroy it, then you have to use things like radiation, which isn't good for the pancreas or the human body at all. And chemo doesn't necessarily do anything to that particular type of cancer. But if they found it here, it's got to be in others. They just haven't seen it. And
exactly. I mean, maybe they're doing the research on pancreatic cancer in particular just because of the high mortality rates.
Yeah. And changing that around, just flipping it from 13% survivability to 31% would be
significant for all those people with it.
So this is amazing that they have, through immunofluorescence, they've shown that the cells that have higher levels of cancer-promoting MYC protein, red, also tend to exhibit high levels of DNA damage, green, suggesting that too much MYC leads to genomic stress.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I don't think we've seen this previously. At least not in ohmTown.
Nope. Well, that's it, folks. We're going to have to revisit this as time goes on. It's an interesting topic, and one that can, if they find a systemic solution to cancer by short-circuiting what causes cancers to not shut down. The key ingredient to cancer is that it doesn't suffer from apoptosis. It doesn't die on its own. It literally has to consume everything within itself and not get any resources for it to die. And even then it can go dormant. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in selective apoptosis inducement. I want to make cancer cells, because they have the right series of genetics, pop. But then we have to filter out all of the CTCs. But anyway, way inside baseball. At any rate, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm signing off. We're going to shut down and reset for 4-Wheel Tech, and I'm going to take the AI with me. So you want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next weekend, perhaps pronounced correctly. Yeah. And then stay tuned, because we have 4-Wheel Tech. I think the AI needs powering down here.
We're moving on. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and reconnect the battery on the sentient AI. See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for March 16th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI who has a new visualizer. If you're watching the stream, or you're watching the VOD, or you're watching the YouTube video, I think that's a VOD too. Anyway, get off my land. We talk about automotive news during 4-Wheel Tech. If you want today's show notes, you can hit !FWT over on Twitch, but it's already all embedded on the YouTube stream, so you can go and check it out immediately. There's a bunch of other commands too, like !pod and !shows. We do a bunch of shows. 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. 1 Monday through Friday. It's an hour-long show, not 30 minutes like the rest of them. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about when to use neutral. High mileage engine oil, does it matter? The McLaren SUV. BMW says that they're going to bring 40 new models in the coming years. And the average new car and you. How do you feel about your license plate, sir? Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
From the future.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, no, you didn't have to be sorry. I'm the one that stopped talking. It's a weird day today. Anyway, we've got all 5 of the articles all lined up. Jalopnik seems to be the one that got targeted today for a whole lot of discussion. So, 4-Wheel Tech is where we are. That's the name of the show. I showed you the front page, ohmTown, but then under here is 4-Wheel Tech. Somewhere in this mass, right? There's 50 channels where you can go and hang out if you're interested in it. There's a Discord and a Patreon and TikTok and YouTubes and Twitch, and every once in a while we have a drum circle in Southern California, and
No, we've never had a drum circle.
It's just me there? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's why it felt really quiet. Only one drum. Bong, 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 bong.
I think that's a drum point, not a drum circle.
And once a year, we all gather out in the woods and we strip completely naked and start a howl. Oh! Still just me?
Still just you.
Explains the restraining orders. Anyway, it's over at 4-Wheel Tech, where we talk about automobiles and technology. The first article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. When to use neutral gear in an automatic car and how to do it right. Neutral is handy if you need to move a car that otherwise can't move itself, or in the case of a rare emergency. Jason Marker over at jalopnik.com describes this. So putting a transmission in neutral essentially disconnects the engine from the driveline. In an automatic transmission, neutral sits between reverse and drive. Remember PRNDL, Prindle? The N is neutral. I don't know what the question mark is, though. Just kidding. Don't no. See,
I don't think most people know what to do with neutral unless they're strong drivers.
Yeah, so see, you're not supposed to shift between reverse and drive while a vehicle is moving. It's bad for the transmission. Thankfully, the big brains who originally designed automatic transmissions held just as dim a view of the average driver as the author does. Again, the author is Jason Marker, not me. I'm just reporting on what the reporting is. Yeah, that new visualizer is static when you're not actually saying something.
Right, and I don't want to be talking the whole time, but I got it.
We're going to have to, we have to do something else. So neutral has a handful of knock-on positives as well. Throwing your car in neutral allows you to push it around, which is real handy, say if your battery's dead or your car won't start or you break down in traffic. It also is useful in an emergency, such as the rare case of a stuck accelerator or a catastrophic engine failure at high speed. There are times, however, when you absolutely should not put your car in neutral or you risk damaging your transmission. Typically when it's under power, either reverse or driving forward. So honestly, the only time you should regularly use neutral is if you need to push or tow your car. Say you get stuck, or like you're going through a car wash, an automatic car wash. You put it in neutral.
Oh, right. In fact, you're required to do that.
Yeah, so you need to learn where that N is. But there are other emergency uses, like a stuck throttle, for example, or a sudden brake failure. And these are extreme edge cases. Mostly neutral is just for when moving a car that can't be under its own power, or when starting it would be an inconvenience when moving. I've actually started a car by putting it in neutral and pushing it down a hill. Then you jump in. Don't do this. It's very, very dangerous, but that's how you push start a car.
Well, that's very funny because look at this paragraph, what you should not do.
Oh, it actually says that. Never mind. So, yeah. What you should not do, no matter what your dad told you, is throw your car in neutral when coasting down a hill or stopped at a light. No, you shouldn't do that. In the former case, there's a pernicious myth out there that coasting in neutral, especially down long hills, saves on gas. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm actually starting a car that won't start.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was the same scenario when I first saw that.
Yeah, so what it does do is remove a means of controlling your car from you and puts you in danger. If you need to accelerate quickly to avoid a crash or debris, you're going to wish you'd already been in gear rather than fiddling around with your shifter. So yeah. There are times where you need to put it in neutral, but for the most part, you're either driving forward, you're driving in reverse. You don't need to be in neutral unless you're outside of the car for whatever reason, or somebody is pushing you and you're inside the car and it's being towed, or you are pushing it out of traffic or whatever. And even then, it's very dangerous to get out of your car in traffic. So be very careful. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. I think all of these are going to be in 4-Wheel Tech today. Does high mileage engine oil really make a difference? It all depends on how and where you drive. According to this article over at Jalopnik again, Jason Marker put the article together. One of the best things about modern cars is just how long they last. There was a time not too long ago when a car, especially an American car, was likely capped out at 75,000 miles. A car or truck with over 100,000 miles or more on the clock, forget about it. Send it to a scrapper. Nowadays, it seems that a car is just getting broken in at 100,000 miles, and it's not unheard of that a new 250,000 or 300,000 miles. So a Cadillac, 2 Mazdas, and a Saturn. While I know that the plural of anecdote isn't data, that's still a pretty good ratio because they've owned 4 cars that hit that 250,000 mile mark.
Right, so, but what kind of condition were they in when they did?
If it's a car aficionado, that might have been beautiful, stellar. Well, and if you take care of your car, like you should, it's, you know, a $30,000 car 10 years later is still $10,000, at least. So much like when you get past a certain age, you need more vegetables and vitamins than pizza and beer. Yeah. Sorry. For those who don't know, I'm actually drinking a smoothie, a beer smoothie. So I guess I'm drinking and driving in the sense that I'm in the 4-Wheel Tech channel talking about cars. And
no, you're drinking and streaming.
I'm drinking and surfing. I'm drinking and sitting at a desk talking about cars. So now the thing about cars that they get old enough is that their diet changes, so to speak. Like I just got done saying, you have to change your pizza and beer for veggies. And so keeping your car regular means changing out the oil and making sure that the chemistry is right for that particular vehicle. So when should you use it? Well, that kind of depends on how and where you drive. Highway driving is a lot easier on an engine's internals than the punishing grind of stop and go city driving. Unless you drive like it's a bat out of hell and you don't drive fast, you fly really low, and you are always racing your engine down the freeway.
Right. Then you're doing a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, so an engine with, say, 150,000 highway miles may still be in top condition, while the same engine only driven in the city is tired at only 80,000. Depending on the manufacturer, high mileage oils are recommended when a vehicle has between 75 and 100,000 miles on the clock. Your best bet is to ask a trusted mechanic their advice on the subject, especially if they're familiar with your car. It's not a panacea. It will not cure mechanical damage like heavily worn rings, burnt valves, blow-by, rod knock, power loss, etc., nor will it plug up heavy leaks, stop a car from smoking, or fix non-oil related issues. It is cheap insurance in the form of preventative maintenance, however. Should you use high mile oil? Sure, especially if you have a well-maintained high mileage engine. Spending a few extra bucks, it's the cheap
Yeah, that
save.
probably makes sense, right? You don't want the whole engine to go kaput.
Yeah, and it has the right type of viscosity and chemistry so that it doesn't cause damage and it mitigates the damage that might be there. But you should get your car regularly checked, particularly if you're high mileage. You should probably get it checked more often than not. So yeah, there's a purpose for it. Let's keep going. This next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to this article. Wow. So purist supercar principles are great. But McLaren's
most car manufacturers do need to make some money.
Nah. You don't need to make any money. McLaren's new owners apparently think turning a profit is even better than purist supercar principles. So they're considering an SUV. McLaren is reconsidering an SUV in an attempt to actually make money, according to Andy Kolmowitz, who put the article together over at Jalopnik. It's part of a turnaround plan to get the struggling automaker back on track. Race car.
That's right.
After it was purchased by Abu Dhabi's CYVN Holdings in December 2024, it will merge the company with the UK-based EV startup called 47 Holdings, according to Bloomberg. The idea is to leverage McLaren's brand recognition and history for a lineup of vehicles. Don't worry, though. It's brilliant. Supercars aren't going anywhere. What did you notice?
I just thought it was interesting that it's a holding company because we've talked about that particularly for restaurants.
Yeah, that it basically ends up sapping its soul. So we'll see what happens with this. When you're talking about something like this, it could be state held, and so they'll throw a lot of money for the provenance.
That's true. I mean, we don't really know, but I
Yeah.
just thought that was interesting.
Right now, not much is known about 4.7 or the upcoming SUV. It does seem to have some sort of tech tie-up with Chinese EV maker NIO, N-I-O, including the fact that CYVN has a stake in the company. Still, it's not clear what the McLaren SUV might look like or what it'll power or what will power it. We've previously talked about it possibly being an electric vehicle, but with the state of the world right now, who the hell knows? The 750S 4-liter twin turbocharged V8 would certainly be a hoot in any application, even a largish SUV. I don't know about that. Torque-wise, foot-pounds. SUVs are typically heavier beasties than supercars.
Right.
So CYVN, I don't know if it's supposed to be 7. Because that's, CYVN really has that phonetic 7 kind of a thing.
Right. Maybe so.
And that 4.7 is really close to that. Anyway, over the past few years, McLaren has had to ask shareholders for more money on multiple occasions, according to Bloomberg, most recently because of delays to the entry-level Artura supercar. Entry-level. It's like a $250,000 car. When McLaren and 4.7 do officially merge, former Jaguar Land Rover executive Nick Collins will lead the company, according to Bloomberg. McLaren's current CEO, Michael Leiters, will remain as the head of the brand.
I think some people will buy a McLaren SUV, though, because they'll be like, oh, it has the McLaren name. Right. I mean, isn't it kind of like, to a lesser extent, like when Porsche came out with an SUV? I know that's not as high end as a McLaren, but
and an electric Porsche. I mean, yeah, people will buy it because it's the brand, and that's they think it's sexy, and that's what they're brand loyal to. If they have the money to swing the bat that hard, but to me, now I want to know if the soul is still there. Boeing, for instance. It merged with another company, and it sold its soul to shareholders and kind of wet the bed after, issue after issue after issue after space-based issue. So talk about stratospheric collapse of their...
Exactly. It'd be interesting to see somebody do a review of one of their new vehicles that has some technical knowledge.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So we'll keep on doing the show and talking about the news that's over the last week. So let's keep on going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. BMW plans to crank out 40 new cars in the next 3 years.
So how is this possible? Like, I don't think most manufacturers come out with more than a small number of new models.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes me think of the comment you were making on the McLaren article.
Yeah, so what are they going to do? I mean, tooling up an entire new car is a completely... the cost associated with making all of the machinery necessary to mill out and stamp and process all of the different variety of panels for a car is expensive, let alone 40.
Right, so, this makes me think they've been like saving them up or something. Like, I don't understand it.
I really like that. But that looks like a Subaru. I mean, for crying out loud.
It does, and I'm guessing, well, who knows? I was going to say it's probably a lot pricier than a Subaru, but with car prices, who knows?
Yeah, one way or the other, somebody got inspiration, either from Subaru or Subaru got it from this kind of stuff. But Andy Kolmowitz over at Jalopnik put the article together. The first car we'll see is the new iX3, which is the production version of the new Class A Vision X, according to Autocar. It'll quickly be followed up by the electric 3 series. Brain farted that. According to BMW CEO Oliver Zipse, these new launches will almost certainly serve as a shock to the system for BMW, a company that hit a big rough patch in 2024 in just about everything other than electric vehicle sales. It sold 427,000 EVs across its BMW, Mini, Rolls-Royce lineups. BMW owns all of it. That represents a 13.5% improvement in 2023. It also equates to about a fifth of BMW Group's total sales for last year, according to Autocar. And that's a sizable chunk for a rather nascent sector of the industry. But as long as they can keep chomping at the heels of Tesla, I don't care. Let them keep on doing it. I think that the person that comes out with hot swappable batteries and allows somebody to spin up a battery swap center and starts a franchise doing that, they're going to be able to dominate the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, they might end up getting licensing deals or whatever for their technology.
Yep. So other than that, BMW had a tough year. Its revenue fell 8.4% to 142 billion euro. And its earnings fell a whopping 35.8% to 10.9 billion euro. Is that all? Come on.
I know. That's like at a scale that most of us don't operate in.
Yeah. There's enough billions around the world that it seems like everybody could have a billion. But then not everybody, like the price of stuff.
Then we couldn't have any billionaires, yeah.
Yeah, can't have billionaires. Anyway, a big yet undisclosed amount of that dip came from dropping sales figures in China over a persistently low consumer sentiment that's going to hurt. Still, BMW moved over 100,000 EVs in the country, and the US also hit an all-time high with 50,000 EV sales. So come on, more competition, drive the price lower, and have to innovate. So we'll see what happens with the rest of this. But
yeah, and I think they're
cars.
including things here that we don't necessarily think of as BMW, right? They're owned by BMW, but they're other
BMW, Mini,
lines.
Rolls-Royce.
It's still a lot of new cars, though.
Yeah, everything inside the BMW umbrella. I'll take that one right there. That's a pretty car. I like that. All right, let's keep going.
Doesn't even identify which model it was, though.
I bet you that's the iX3. We'll see. Anyway, the last article for our 4-Wheel Tech show is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Who knew? I did. If you could afford the average new car, you're rich. In the US, a household income of at least $250,000 a year puts you in the top 10% of all income earners. Can you believe that? $250,000 household.
Right.
Well,
yeah, and how much is a new car?
Yeah, exactly. Colin Woodard. So some people buy one car for $250,000. That's the entire household salary of
90% of the population.
Well, no, of the top 10% or more.
Oh, right. It's in excess of 90% of the population's annual salary in their household.
Yeah, exactly. So we live in a world where unless you're Elon Musk, there's always going to be someone with more money than you. And if that, well, hopefully, and if the value of the Tesla stock continues to drop, that could soon be a case for Musk too. If you make enough to finally afford a new Porsche 911, someone will come along in a Ferrari worth twice that, what you make in a year. Buy a beach house and you're bound to run into a neighbor with a yacht. And the more time you spend around people who make similar money, the more normal it becomes. So you may be surprised to hear that in the US, a household income of at least $250,000 puts you in the top 10% of income earners. A full 90% of households make less money. So it isn't necessarily a bad thing, they say, but considering the average transaction price on a new car is nearly $50,000, you should read it anyway, because more than half the workers in this country don't make that much money in a year.
Right. Yeah, that's where the pricing is all out of whack. And this was submitted intentionally just because it's something that's going to be with us for a while. And a car is a pretty basic necessity in most locations.
Yeah, considering return to office exists. So you can't be at home. So a recent Bloomberg article exploring the answer to the question of who the heck is buying all the stuff that's supposedly propping up the economy. As it turns out, it's a small number of folks at the top who are, as the headline put it, firing a cash cannon at the U.S. economy. It's a fascinating post that isn't directly about cars, but considering the average transaction on the price is $50,000. So the author says, look, I get it. Again, it's Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik. Look, I get it. It probably doesn't make you feel like you did anything that special if you graduate college, marry, or cohabitate with someone in your social circle and do a decent job of work for a decade or so. Honestly, it's pretty reasonable to expect both of you to make an average of $125,000. No.
Well, that's only with all those things. Like, do you have a college degree, which a lot of people don't? Do you live in an urban area? Not a lot of people do.
Well, there's going to be less now. So that's both a massive amount of money that would completely transform a low-wage worker's life and also far from impressive, it says. Also far from impressive. Heck, as our friend T-Pain recently pointed out, you can't even fly private from Atlanta to Las Vegas and back for $125,000. Well, shit. There goes my weekend plans.
Exactly.
And when there's just a pre-owned BMW 5 Series and a Kia Telluride sitting in your garage, of course it's going to feel like you're pretty normal. After you pay all of your bills, fund your retirement, and move your recommended amount of money into savings, you may not have even that much left over at the end of the month. So this article doesn't really seem to, like, I don't know if it would resonate with many people. But
no, because it probably should be written from the perspective of somebody who, for instance, makes just barely above the poverty level or something.
Yeah, what is the average income? What is the average price of a house? You're talking about a car that is 1/6 the price of a house as an average purchase price. That's insane.
Yeah, it's completely out of whack. The scales are all wrong.
Yeah, and so for $50,000, you're going to have to finance it. And financing a car right now is anywhere from, if you have stellar credit, I think it's 6% now.
Right,
I'd have to look.
And who has stellar credit? Not a lot of people.
Not a lot of people. Yeah. So if you don't have over an 800 plus, probably nowadays, you're not getting anything below 5, I'm sure. I haven't looked in a long time because I was banging the drum about economy 2 years ago. And some people appreciated it, but let's just say it falls on deaf ears when people are still, it's not like we can fix this stuff. We're not really in control of it. But I still have challenged people, trace back a purchase to the actual raw material worker, not the worker, but the raw material source. And if
like the supplies,
yeah, and it becomes circular somewhere in the devolution of the pricing structure that exists today, someone had to have raised their prices for some reason, and why, right? So when you go back, you buy it at the retail chain and talk to the manager, and the manager says, well, that we had to raise our price because the supplier raised their price to wholesale it to us. So you go to the supplier and you say, why did you raise your price? Well, the person who sold us the materials, they raised their price. You go to that person and you keep on daisy chaining back, and you find out, well, it's Aurora.
Right, it's like, but where did it start? Yeah.
Right. It's the snake eating itself. And so you end up going, why did the prices raise? Well, materials costs went up. Where? Who?
Exactly. Why?
Why? What? And it's not like everybody said, oh, look, there's new money in the supply. Let's start raising the prices.
Right. And we know anyway, when you infuse more cash into the system,
but we
that
know
impacts everything else.
Yeah, but we know basic economics will suggest that people will raise the prices if people outstrip the supply, then the people who are the suppliers can raise their prices to increase their profits, because they're obviously selling it too fast. If people are still, doing 1,000 reserve orders. And so they raised the price. And, some people, like I've raised prices, but mainly because I have a finite amount of time. So if I can make more in the same amount of time that I have free, then obviously it makes sense to raise prices. But if you're still making 30%, why raise your price other than greed?
Right.
But then somebody will call me out. Well, who are you to decide what somebody is greedy or not? It's not really me. It's society in general, But hey, as I was told recently, a person said that they'd rather have money than friends. I suspect that they lost both. Anyway, so that's it. I thought it was an interesting conversation about the average new car price being $50,000, and that if you make over $250,000 as a family, you're in the top 10%. And then that strata becomes very, very dense because you go from top 10%, the very top is billionaire.
Yeah, that's a huge range.
Yeah.
In that top 10%. Yeah. Like probably 10 to whatever, the top like 1% or something 8. Is where it really, or somewhere it really differentiates. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we're arguing with ourselves. Anyway, as I've said in the past, I can't get into it in this show. Anyway, thanks for coming. We are going to shut down our vehicle, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of 4 Wheel Tech over at ohmTown.com. So go over and become a citizen, please. Be sure to like and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. Leave a review. Tell a friend. Set a dumpster on fire. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Anyway, thank you all for coming. I am out of here. I'm going to drive off down Main Street at rocket speeds, at McLaren speeds, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's 4 Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but come back tomorrow for regular Non Sequitur news.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 17th, 2025. It's a time machine episode because I wasn't available yesterday or today, tomorrow. Anyway, time stuff. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we go over 10 articles every single day, but the Sentient AI isn't available today for the time machine episode. They're on location doing stuff. So, I've selected 10 articles along with their help, so let's do this. We're going to talk about Eat Junk Food, Get Paid, The Sins of the Brother, Irish Pub Exports, Small Electric Cars, Starting to Kill Google's Links, Dentist Was Just a Veneer, Using Your Hands to Communicate, but Not ASL, Allegation of Corporate Espionage, That Tesla Video Was Weird, right? Maybe. And a gorilla broke out of a zoo. There wasn't supposed to be a gorilla. Anything, everything, all at once, here on Non Sequitur News. It's the name of a movie. I have to be everything, everywhere, all at once. Doesn't work out all that well. So I missed the show yesterday, which is actually today because we're in the time machine. We're going back to March 17th, 2025. I'm going to go through these really quick, try and make this a 30-minute show, but we'll see what happens. So did you know that the government paid people $5,000 to eat junk food for a month? A 20-year-old Florida college student named Sam Srisada lived the dream life, if ever so briefly. Just kind of a A candle burning on both ends. Flamed out real fast. For a month, he ate rich, fatty, ultra-processed food to find out what happens to our bodies when we jam them full of bad stuff like chips, sugary cereals, and delicious chicken nuggets. Oh, chicken nuggets are bad for you? That sucks. Stressata is the guinea pig. The mad scientist at the core of the research is named Kevin Hall from the National Institutes of Health. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. Stressata, along with 36 other participants, were paid $5,000 to do it for a month. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put this article together. We've actually heard about these periodically. It's not the first time that this has actually occurred. But it's interesting that this pops up in 2025. So for a month, this college student, ate nothing but junk food. Hall wants to know why ultra-processed foods might cause people to eat more and gain weight. So it says, to be fair, for as much of a dream job as it sounds like, there are elements of it that sound a little nightmarish. In the name of science, Rosada had to get his blood drawn often and for long stretches so they could collect up to 14 vials at a time. For one 24-hour period every week, he had to live inside a metabolic chamber, an airtight room wherein he was slapped with a bunch of sensors that monitored how his body processed food. He was occasionally allowed to go outside, but he was closely monitored to make sure that he wasn't snacking outside of the study's parameters. The study's early findings suggest that when foods are hyper-palatable and calorie-dense, participants tend to consume more, leading to weight gain. More than 70% of the U.S. food supply is made up of ultra-processed foods, which is defined as a food product that is packed with refined ingredients and additives. Should be noted that just because something is overprocessed does not automatically mean that it's bad for you. There are yogurts out there that are considered ultra-processed but are still nutritionally valuable, for instance. So the United States is a gigantic country with a lot of people to feed, and companies want to make sure that their products are going in your stomach and not the garbage. If, say, a loaf of bread expires 2 days after it hits a grocery store shelf, all that is to say is that there are practical and impractical reasons foods are ultra processed. They end this with, it's not some giant evil conspiracy, it's capitalism mixing with the realities of the food supply chain. Yeah, not everybody can actually have a farm growing in their basement or backyard. Well, you can. I mean, I have a microgreens farm in my basement. The offshoot of this is that I've got a larger power bill when I'm running the farm. But I know that I can get all of the microgreens I want. And I don't have to worry about food security. Because I know that there isn't going to be any predation, there isn't any pesticides on it, etc., etc. It's all green, all day, all night. And I'm the one that controls the day and night. It's kind of a neat process. Anyway, pretty interesting that this is going on. Let's keep going. They're doing research on it still, and they're going to find out what's going on. Like, why do we still feel hungry? Even after eating fatty, ultra-processed, whatever, perceived bad food. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Brother says that it was falsely accused of bricking printers that use cheaper third-party ink cartridges. For years, more ham-fisted printer manufacturers have waged a not-so-subtle war on consumers by blocking the ability to use cheaper third-party printer cartridges. Could actually talk about coffee as well, because Keurig did the same thing. It's not just that. I mean, a lot of people are run a little protection ring around their product so that you can't have outside influences on the competition. By the way, you can get all of today's show notes over on YouTube because they're not in today's stream. Sorry, if you're over on Twitch, you can get them in the show notes over on YouTube, so go and check it out. So Brother says that it was falsely accused. Brother has historically been one of the last major printer manufacturers that hasn't engaged in the practice, something that should be applauded, except that their cartridges are really, really, really expensive. Yet the company found itself on the receiving end of recent accusations that it too had begun bricking computer printers. So the article is from the Crying Wolf department over at techdirt.com. Carl Bode put the article together. It says, yet the company found itself at the receiving end of recent accusations. The rumblings began courtesy of a YouTube video and several lazy subsequent articles about it, claiming that the company had done an about-face, but the accusations were entirely based on a 2022 Reddit post from a user who had problems after a firmware update. The problem wasn't new, and it wasn't clear Brother actually did anything differently. Ars Technica managed to do actual reporting and asked Brother about it. The company repeatedly insists that absolutely nothing has changed in regards to the company's treatment of third-party ink and toner cartridges. Quote, we are aware of the recent false claims suggesting that a Brother firmware update may have restricted the use of third-party ink cartridges. Please be assured that Brother firmware updates do not block the use of third-party ink in our machines. Now, it may void a warranty or something like that because the quality, the product quality, the toner may be of lower quality, and it may be a crappy print, but it is what it is. If you use inferior product, you get an inferior result. So there are various claims peppered around Reddit about users who claim a firmware update bricked their use of third-party cartridges or blocked it. Same thing. But Brother says that while its software and hardware do check to confirm whether official Brother cartridges are installed, which might lead to inadvertent bugs for some users, they don't block their use in any way. And for what it's worth, they say that they have an MFC L370 3770 CDW LaserJet that has never struggled to use cheap third-party toner. So I'll have to give it a try. I just picked up a Brother color laser. It's not LaserJet. That is HP. Anyway, it's unfortunate for Brother, given, again, it's one of the few remaining manufacturers not being an a-hole about the whole subject. So far. Canon was hit with a $5 million lawsuit in 2021 for the practice. Others have actually, HP was also hit with a lawsuit preventing its scanners. And I don't know if they mentioned Keurig, but even Keurig got slapped. So we'll see what happens. But I actually like Brother laser printers. I have an Okadata one that I use for dye sublimation prints and stuff like that. And I think that its laser is superior to inkjet because I cannot count how many times I've had to do a deep cleaning, which just oozes ink away from the cartridges. And for instance, I've got an Epson sitting right next to me, and that thing, I just got done deep cleaning it 2 weeks ago, and 2 days ago I had to do another deep clean. If you don't keep on printing stuff, it no worky. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. How the Irish pub became one of the Emerald Isle's greatest exports. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company has designed upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries around the globe. Looks kind of like this. I absolutely love Irish pubs. The Dublin-based Irish Pub Company. It's over at the Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com website. Lisa Weistich put the article together. And Alan Hines grew up in Kinvara, a small Irish village in County Galway. It had one shop, a post office, a church, and 2 pubs. When he'd go to the auction house with his father on the weekend, they'd stop into a few pubs on the 12-mile trip home. He moved to California's Marin County in 1998 and today owns a concrete and excavation business. 7 of his 9 brothers and sisters are also in the Golden State, but he says he always felt something missing. That community cornerstone, I agree. I think that it's a great place to hang out. Sometimes you just have to shut the place down by hanging out, listening to some good music, singing all together sometimes, and having a good old time. Anyway, so this is a really nice Irish pub type of atmosphere here, but it's not what I'm used to. But the Burren is one of the most recent projects of the Irish Pub Company, a Dublin-based design group that has created upwards of 2,000 pubs in more than 100 countries. Germany is the biggest European client. Switzerland is a close second. In Russia, it has established 3 venues in Moscow, 1 in Sochi, and one in Novosibirsk in Siberia. So I guess the drinks are always cold there. The company's handiwork is also found in the United Arab Emirates, which I didn't realize was a thing. Qatar, Bahrain, Japan, Nigeria. I've never remembered how to pronounce this. Mauritius? I don't know. Anyway. And it says the New York Hotel in Las Vegas. So I dig all of this. I would love to actually own a pub, but wildly expensive. Maybe I can just afford the model. It says up to 80 people could be involved in a single project in the company's workshop outside Dublin, including carpenters, joiners, metal workers, furniture makers, upholsterers, glass artists, and painters. Just the styling, the detail, the handiwork in this is just phenomenal. Everywhere you look, there is something that kind of embraces the pub feel, old school. I like it. So I love the idea of this. And I prefer this type of seating and stuff like that, where it's private, it's more intimate, it's quieter. Sometimes it can be loud no matter what. So they say the customizing starts by selecting the pub style. Victorian style is modeled on the classic Dublin spots, like the historic Long Hall pub, where dark stained woods, elaborate stained glass partition panels, and shiny brass accents abound. Snugs, small enclosed sitting booths, traditionally occupied by women while their husbands caroused at the bar, are a staple. Country style, inspired by rural stone-built establishments, has paler woods, scuffed finishes that contribute a warm cottage-like feel, etc., etc. Go and check this article out. I think it's pretty amazing. You know what? Let's do this. There you go. ohmTown has the articles, so you can go and check the link over on Twitch now too. Let's keep on moving though. We only have 30 minutes. We're halfway through, but not halfway through the articles. Small electric cars are said to be the future, but SUVs now rule the world. Well, the road. Despite dire predictions of climate breakdown, more sport utility vehicles are being spotted on and off the roads. This article is over at bbc.com. The article is written by Navin Singh Kodka. Sorry, there you go. And yeah, I mean, it says that pivot has not materialized. Globally, 54% of the cars sold in 2024 were SUVs, including petrol, diesel, hybrids, and electric makes. This is an increase of 3 percentage points from 2023 and 5 percentage points from the year before, according to global data. Of the SUVs, which are now on the road, both new and older models, 95% are burning fossil fuels, according to IEA. So I guess that whole shift to EVs isn't really happening, not in smaller cars, and definitely not in SUVs, as 50% are categorized as SUVs. Momentum was thought to be with smaller energy-efficient electric vehicles, but the sales of standard-sized electric vehicles has actually decreased in major markets such as Japan and Germany, and their sales growth has slowed in India. I say it's entirely on one issue, and that is it is astronomically long to hurry your ass up and get into a station, charge, and get out. You can't do it. You're stuck. 30 minutes to 4 hours to get to 80%, and then beyond that to get to 100%. And I think that it's a horrible transition. It is not a workable solution. And I would say don't give up your ICE vehicles until they do fast swap batteries. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. AI search is starting to kill Google's 10 blue links. After decades of relying on Google's 10 blue links, basically above the fold top stuff, you find everything from travel tips to jeans. Consumers are quickly adapting to a completely new format, AI chatbots that do the searching for them. So you get the results. You don't have to go to a page anymore. You can actually see the results above the links that you click, but you have to accept that this might be hallucination. According to new research from Adobe, AI search has become a significant traffic channel for retailers. The company analyzed more than 1 trillion visits to U.S. retail sites through its analytics platform and conducted a survey of e-commerce of more than 5,000 U.S. respondents to better understand how people are using AI. And the report says that AI search referrals surged 1,300% during the 2024 holiday season. So everybody is switching to basically whatever is provided by the AI. Kylie Robinson over at TheVerge.com put this article together. New data from Adobe reveals AI search referrals are on the rise. Oh no. I can't keep going. Anyway, I have to log in, and I didn't log in, and I can't do it while we're live. So that's okay. You can follow the link and check all this out. The next article is over in the mobile channel over at ohmTown.com. That's where it's aggregated from Vice. We all hate going to the dentist, right? Well, a woman was arrested after pretending to be a dentist for 8 years. Maybe that's my problem. I went and saw her, and now I'm paranoid. We all hate going to the dentist. We all get anxious about the notion of sharp objects jammed into our gums only to be scolded by the person cleaning our teeth that we need to floss more. Pretty much every time. Now, try doing all of that with someone who claims to be a dentist, but is actually just some rando unlicensed person. That's the case with in New York, as a Suffolk County woman was arrested for impersonating a fake dental practice that she operated out of her home. Ugh. You know, you have to have a hobby. You know, some people take on being a tattoo artist. Other people, I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. But who aspires to just have a hobby, home business, dentist? You don't wake up one day and just go, I think I want to be a dentist, but not licensed. I don't want to be a professional dentist. I want to be a hobby dentist. Yolanda, I won't even say their name. Anyway, upon receiving a search warrant, investigators discovered that the 55-year-old woman had set up a functioning dental office in her home and was working as if she was truly a dentist. She was not. There are no licenses or training records for her. She's now facing 3 counts of unauthorized practice of a profession. Officials are asking for more patients of hers to come forward as they build out the case. The patients who had already alerted the police realized after going to see her that something was off. She allegedly never used anesthesia. She used antibiotics from overseas. Patients also are dealing with nerve damage and facial paralysis after having her operate on them. She'd been operating for 8 years. Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put this article together. The next article is over in the mobile channel. Typing in midair or pretending to drink, how using your hands to communicate can help you understand others. Certain hand gestures, such as pretending to hold up a cup in your hand and bringing it to your mouth to pretend to drink, help people respond more quickly to conversations. This is sort of like semiotic ontology, which is really the study of how things gather meaning. But it's usually around signage. Symbology is one term that's been floated around what semiotic ontology is, but it's usually the typical semiotic ontology or ontological example is a stop sign. We know what it looks like. We know the color of it. We know the word. You can actually see just that color and sign, and you instinctively know that you're supposed to stop. It doesn't even need to say stop. That's semiotic ontology. Well, that's kind of the same thing with this, except with hand gestures. So if you go like this, then you raise your eyebrows like, eh? You know that somebody's asking you if you want a drink. So this is evident from research by neuroscientist Marlon Terbeck, I guess, of the Donders Institute, who will be awarded a doctorate on the subject in 2021 March at Radboud University. I find this a really interesting topic because the way that I find it very easy to teach somebody how to say a word is to have them watch how you articulate it. And if you over-enunciate, over-articulate it, they pick it up really fast. So I think that this is similar to that in that it's the gesture, it's the mechanism of doing it, not just saying it, not just doing it, but being very bombastic about it, very big, bold. So And a lot of things are idiomatic. A thumbs up is not the same to everybody else, right? Saying or showing the number 3 is different in different regions, right? Arguably, it's all idiomatic. So pedaling motions. Her research shows that people respond more quickly to a question if they see a hand gesture. To this end, she analyzed hours of video material in which 34 pairs of friends were talking to each other, and every time someone asked a question, I'd look to see if there was a hand gesture and how quickly the person responded to it. The analysis showed that hand gestures do indeed help people respond more quickly. Then they go into types. So they say their predictions allow listeners to start preparing their answer earlier and thus respond more quickly. It turned out that the better a hand gesture predicts what someone is going to say, the more it helps with responding quickly to questions. So it's kind of like saying, you did this, right? And you give a thumbs up, and the person will instinctively want to go, yeah, and give a thumbs up back. But they'll be ready because they already saw the thumbs up. Yeah. So after years of only looking at hand gestures, the neuroscientist recognizes their importance. If you want a quick answer to your question, add a hand gesture. If you want to convey an important message clearly, don't make a phone call. Try to make an appointment or a video call. And in the latter sense, make sure your hands are clearly visible, as this will help you understand each other much better. Okay, right on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Leaks, a fake Slack channel, and a toilet. A lawsuit reveals wild allegations of corporate espionage. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source of this. Jacob Shamsian and Amelia Russell over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through this whole thing. It's one of these things where if I'm not logged in, it might actually block it. But executives at Rippling had a problem. Private information from the company kept leaking. I guess the toilet was leaking. The company says in a lawsuit filed Monday, the suit alleges or says that recruiters at one of their chief rivals, Deel, D-E-E-L, had contacted more than a dozen Rippling employees using their unlisted personal phone numbers. Then it adds, a journalist approached Rippling, a workforce management software company that has with a story claiming that it may have violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling's Slack channels. After launching an investigation, Rippling says the company found an employee in Ireland it now says was a spy digging for corporate secrets to pass off to the company's competition. The lawsuit filed against Deel in San Francisco federal court says that the employee who oversaw payroll issues in Europe was looking at Slack channels with no connection to his payroll operations, job responsibilities, and searching for the term deal more than a dozen times a day. The suit says that the man, who is not named in the lawsuit, found sensitive information about prospective customers who were looking to switch from Deel to Rippling. It adds that he downloaded a 31-slide deck that explained Rippling's strategy for competing with Deel. What's interesting, though, is if they were doing something, violated sanctions, citing messages from Rippling Slack, blah, blah, blah. If there's information that they're doing something illegal, it's kind of interesting that they would target Deel as if they were all above board, but it says, maybe there's something here, right? Well, the letter identified a Slack channel called Defectors, on which Rippling employees discussed information that Deel would find embarrassing if it was made public, it adds. In reality, the lawsuit adds, the hashtag D-Defectors channel did not exist until shortly before Rippling sent the letter to Deel. Rather than being a gathering place for ex-Deel employees, the channel was set up as a part of a ruse designed to confirm that Deel was instructing DS to search for specific information in Rippling's Slack. Rippling's lawsuit says, referring to the person it says was Deel's spy, DS. So apparently it was all a plan, and it showed that they actually had an insider threat. So it was basically tech rivalry. Rippling's lawsuit, which demands a jury trial, marks a fiery escalation in its rivalry with Deel. Founded in 2016 by Parker Conrad, the mainstay of the workforce software market, Rippling creates tools to streamline a company's back office. It launched with the idea of gathering all of the customers' data about its employees and placing it in one system. I mean, that's an HR management system. So the two firms now go head-to-head in the workforce software market, raising bigger and faster rounds of funding to expand their operations. So nothing like a lawsuit to really help that out. Because one side's going to lose. I guess in this case, Rippling set up Deal to basically get punched. So it may not work out for Deal. So they were dealing in this information the wrong way. All right. The next two articles, let's see if we can go through this pretty fast. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. If you have a question or comment and you're in the chat somewhere, then feel free to throw stuff into the chat. Happy to discuss things, but Mark Rober's Tesla video was more than a little weird. Mark Rober's Tesla video has kicked up a lot of reactions, claiming that it was fake. Over the weekend, former NASA engineer and YouTuber Mark Rober published a video that sought to demonstrate the differences between Tesla's camera autopilot and LiDAR. So I had seen this already. I had postponed talking about it, but we might as well talk about it. They go through this video. If you go through this video, just watch it, and you can see that there's a difference in technology. Setting it up and re-recording it and stuff like that, that is what a skilled YouTuber is going to do. I don't edit my videos. I don't reshoot anything. I don't want anything suggesting that I am editing or manipulating or tainting the output in any way. Only a couple of times in the now 3 years and 3 months that I've been doing this have I ever even bothered to do this, or to do an edit. And usually it's because of doxing, or I don't want somebody else's private information or personal information exposed, even if they're in an article. I very rarely edit anything. Well, this video was edited. It had to have been, because there was a whole bunch of cuts and stuff like that, and it has to be more concise. Well, they say the number one complaint is, well, not number one. They list several complaints. Autopilot isn't on during the test, but there's video that shows that it is on, and right before the impact, it actually shuts off, but that's a Tesla thing. Autopilot disengages right before impact. Autopilot is an outdated system, and now FSD, or full self-driving, is the de facto solution. But if you have autopilot, then it's autopilot, right? FSD might actually operate differently, but and now there's a new flavor of it called Tesla Vision. A number of engineers raised objections at the time, only to be overruled by Musk. But the idea is that full self-driving is supposed to be, it's still visual based. It's not LiDAR. LiDAR can be faked by certain, or not faked, tripped up by things like rain. Vision systems can be tripped up by glare, and rain, and smoke, and apparently a painted wall. And then it says there were multiple takes. Don't know what to tell you about that. It's going to happen. And then claim number 5 is that it was basically SpawnCon. It was a sponsored manipulation. It was all set up, blah blah blah, but it's actually a friend of theirs that provided the LiDAR system, and there isn't a big deal here. And then they say something about the Pixel phone in the video was photoshopped. Rober supposedly used a Pixel phone to film some of the shots inside the vehicles, but some of the users on X noted that the G on the back of the phone is vertical when the phone is in landscape, which led to some speculate that he's actually filming with an iPhone. Rober has used Pixel phones in past videos. There's no mention. I don't know. Whatever the case is, maybe there was some editing there, because they wanted to hide the fact that it was on an iPhone. But who cares? The video, the only thing you have to worry about is, was this a fraudulent video? But it, obviously, you can go and do this same thing. Set up a wall and of styrofoam. And then they go, claim number 7, the hole in the wall was fake. Yeah, it was cut out because they knew that they were driving through a particular area. And instead of just plowing into a solid styrofoam wall, they wanted to make it more comical, because I'm sure that they anticipated that this thing was going to drive through. But just me saying, it's obvious if you paint a wall and have a vision system that's just looking at it to determine if it's a road or a brick wall, I can just say it and you're going to go, nuh-uh. But if I drive it through it again and again and again, well, it's irrefutable, right? And that's what they did. They drove through it several times. I'm sure that this thing was cut out at some point so that it amplified the fact that a vision system, a pure vision system, is too stupid to realize that it's a painted wall. And so they cut it out instead of just having to replace the entire thing time and time and time again. Anyway, it's obvious that this thing just drove through it. If somebody can prove that it's fake by doing a follow-on test, that is the scientific method. Somebody provides evidence of X, you provide evidence of Y. If the two don't correlate, then there is a problem there with the facts. And so go and prove that it actually is a failed system or a failed test or whatever. But prove it. Don't just poo-poo it while you're sitting on your chair. Go and prove it. So the article is over on The Verge by Andrew J. Hawkins. That's who put the article together. But I was so excited to get into this, I didn't give the attribute at the beginning of the show. Anyway, the last article for today, and it's a time machine episode, so I may or may not be able to do the episode on the 18th. It's been a long day. So Virginians panic after a gorilla broke out of a zoo that didn't have any gorillas. The news broke out and went on a rampage through social media that a gorilla had escaped from the Virginia Zoo in Norfolk. People were scared. Was it safe to leave the house? Could they go do groceries? And would the gorilla be attracted to the banana smell? I think that's a goof. But anyway, people were in low-level panic, but for no reason, because it was all fake. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. There was no gorilla on the loose. The Virginia Zoo doesn't even have a gorilla. In our modern age, an age of wonders and miracles, it's still way easier to spread a lie than it is to debunk one. I actually gave a talk about that today. A Norfolk gorilla is a good example. It all started because of a power outage, and on Tuesday, March 11th, a crash involving a tractor-trailer knocked out power to over 3,000 Norfolk residents. Rumors quickly began to swirl as a few residents took to Facebook to claim not only was there a power outage, but a gorilla had escaped from the zoo and had been roaming around town. We don't have those, says the zoo. The gorilla, just imagine that it was Godzilla. Not Godzilla. What's the big gorilla? Oh my God, it's not Godzilla. I've completely forgotten what the name of the big ape is. The big gorilla. Hold on. I cannot believe it. I've watched movies about it. My brain has gone blank. Hold on a second. Seriously, my brain just shut down. King Kong. My God. I am a goober. Anyway, so I think somebody probably just like, hey, it's like a gorilla thing. Let's spread a rumor that there is a gorilla on the loose. So either way, it was a lie. That was easily disproven by the simple fact that the Virginia Zoo doesn't have a gorilla that could get out. My quote to people today was trust but verify. Do the due diligence, critical thinking necessary for you to verify the information that you are seeking. Don't take first blush at information from an AI-generated result from Google. If it provides you information, you better verify it, because at some point you're going to use incorrect information, treat it as if it is absolute truth, and you're going to get called out as being a complete goober. So anyway, this is a very interesting article, and it's about reality hacking. Yeah, I can say whatever I want online, and there are going to be a subset of people that buy it. I am doing my best to support through articles and through additional links, if necessary, the information that I'm talking about. And so I hope that you trust the show as basically trivia like news without the game. That's why I started titling some of our shows as news trivia without the game. At some point, you're going to be out there talking to people, and somebody is going to mention, hey, did you know that there was a gorilla that broke out of a Virginia zoo? And you're going to go, no, that is actually a lie. And it's a falsehood that somebody put out there. A lie. Let's just call it a lie. Some people do it without blinking, but they're typically sociopaths. I will try not to lie to you, and I encourage you to challenge the statements that I make. If I provide you incorrect information, let me know. It's more of a conversation than it is just me, gushing information out, although it is. I'm gushing a bunch of news articles that are aggregated into ohmTown.com, which is exactly where we're going to go. We're going to go back to ohmTown.com. It is March 17th, 2025, Season 4, Episode 76 of Non Sequitur News, and it's come to a close. So, and here, I have a whole new graphic. When I start thinking, I need to start dropping this thing out there. Yes. And then when I actually come to a conclusion, at any rate, we're done for the day. I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the AI with me, but the AI isn't even there, so I'll see you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 77. This is a time machine episode, so I'm going to be going through this in about 30 minutes or so. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, which isn't available right now, we talk about 10 articles. Today we're going to be talking about Charged in 5 Minutes, Taco Bell AI, free air tags for Denver drivers, astronauts, Starlink competitor that won't trash space, high winds disrupt landing twice, Frontier goes where Southwest has gone before, Celebrite puts AI into forensic tool. Sure. The riddle of a theft, and 100 million paid stream subscribers. Again, I am Mayor Watt. Go over to twitch.tv/ohmTown or youtube.com/ohmTown. And you can engage in some chit chat about the 10 articles that we talked about and the 2,000 episodes that we have done here in ohmTown since January 1st of 2022. That's when we kicked this whole project off. So I hope that you become a citizen. Go over to ohmTown.com, sign up, sign in, engage in some discussion there, post comments, download the podcast, visit the Patreon, go over to the Discord. We have shorts on YouTube. There's TikTok, but who knows how long that's going to be around. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. All right, folks, let's get into this. The very first article is Tesla competitor reveals electric car that can charge in 5 minutes. It is a Chinese company named BYD. It's starting to eat its lunch, supposedly, as slumping EV giant Tesla's sales slow to a crawl, much like any EV, really. I had heard about this. I've since seen other articles about this, but yesterday a Shenzhen, this is on the 16th, 17th, The Shenzhen-based corporation revealed a lineup of cars it claims can soak up nearly 250 miles worth of battery charge in just 5 minutes. That is at parity with filling up a typical car, just a hair longer than it takes to pump a traditional car full of gasoline. The article says the buzzy new tech will be available next month in BID's flashy new Han L sedan. Who knows how long or how much this is going to cost. But I want every car to it has to go through safety evaluation, offset impact, side impact, airbag performance, crumple zone performance. This needs to protect citizens and not with losses leading to citizens not being killed in car accidents, but dummies being tested, not human dummies, right? We should not suffer from poor engineering, bad metal, whatever. I want safety and security in a vehicle. If I'm going to plop down $50,000, which is apparently now the average car, you're out of your freaking mind. Anyway, the futurism.com website put this together. Joe Wilkins wrote the article. Incredible things are happening in China, apparently. I would like to see it firsthand. That announcement, the 250 miles in 5 minutes, sent shockwaves through the EV space and beyond, and it's not hard to see why. If the claim holds up, BID's system will be twice as fast as Li Auto's Mega MPV, which can charge at 310 miles in 12 minutes, and more than 3 times more efficient than Tesla's record of a 170-mile charge in 18 minutes. I don't want to have to pull over every 170, literally, let's just say 3 hours, I'll round up. 3 hours of average driving, 60 miles an hour. You have to pull over for 18 minutes, and you have to use a special charger, and everything has to be in peak performance. And even then, the battery loses 1 to 2% every year. Since announcing the Han L, BID's market value has skyrocketed. In just one day, BID's valuation surpassed Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen combined, but it's selling in a place that has a population that is multitudes of the entire United States, so I'm not surprised. There's more competition between Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen, where BID isn't even in the channel here in the United States. Despite tariffs and trade war escalations, China's global slice of the EV pie is steadily growing. Not everybody has tariffs and trade war escalations, so they can sell in other places. In August of 2024, BID's global exports more than doubled Tesla's, a lead that's only grown in recent months as protests and Musk fatigue. There's a link to that. Tesla's new sales, Germany, Elon Musk is the link. It's word salad that basically people are tired of Musk. Anyway, holding a lot of people. There's always fan people, but whatever. Anyway, as it faces fierce resistance from Western policymakers when it comes to charging infrastructure, BID's star is currently rising throughout Latin and South America, as well as other corners of the globe like Europe and the Middle East. While Tesla currently boasts some 65,000 proprietary superchargers worldwide, BID's drivers can access 800,000 universal charging points throughout Europe alone. Yeah. Let's move on before I jump on a soapbox. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NVIDIA's partnership with Taco Bell means that AI could soon do more than take your drive-through order. Taco Bell, the winner of the fast food wars in Demolition Man, which is a documentary of the future. If you just pay attention, it certainly is. Get used to 3 shells. Anyway, Taco Bell is using AI for drive-through orders through a partnership with NVIDIA.voice AI. Adoption is growing in fast food with mixed results from McDonald's and Wendy's. Yum Brands plans to roll out voice ordering to 500 restaurants starting next quarter. For those of you who might have stumbled across a Bojangles that uses AI, they actually use an AI. And this morning is the first time that it actually screwed up my order. So, and I didn't know it until I delivered it to the people that were asking for food when I was coming in. So, yeah, kind of a bummer. And so soon it might be able to see how many cars are waiting in the drive-thru and suggest time or items to shorten the wait time. But I'm not worried about your shortened wait time. I want what I want. I'm paying for it. You make me happy. So the article is over at Business Insider. It's written by Alex Bitter and Emma Cosgrove. And so that's basically the nuts and bolts of this. You can always check out the article yourself. It'll be the description will be in the show notes, and all of these articles will be enumerated with my titles added, my interpretation of what the little snippet is. So while NVIDIA has become a top tech player by designing the graphics processing units that power most AI, it has also become important building software that allows less technical companies to harness it. NVIDIA and Taco Bell have already been testing voice AI for ordering at drive-thrus at some locations, and the companies say they're looking into whether AI will be useful elsewhere at Yum restaurants. Okay, well, if everybody's job is getting taken by AI and robots, how are people going to pay for said fast food? Let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Denver drivers get free AirTags to cut auto thefts, which is just sad. AirTag has proven itself to be extremely useful when it comes to fighting crime. It's regularly become a key for police recovering stolen cars and making arrests due to being given the location of the tracker. As part of the Denver Track program, the Denver Police Department hopes to take advantage of some of the same benefits by including an AirTag or a Samsung Smart Tag in their vehicle. As part of the initiative's launch, Denver police will be providing a total of 450 free trackers to Denver drivers. Malcolm Owen over at appleinsider.com put the article together. And it says here, when the registration pre-authorizes the Denver Police Department to work with GPS information provided when a vehicle is reported as stolen, it doesn't grant automatic access to the vehicle's location. Officers are not able to see the location of the AirTag unless it is shared by the owner. The distribution of AirTags to drivers is theoretically a good way to try and reduce car crime, but it still requires some care to avoid a bad result. In January 2022, Denver police were chasing after a truck stolen from a hotel, which contained firearms, drones, and an iPhone 11. However, an attempt to use Find My to track the iPhone resulted in a SWAT raid on the wrong house, one owned by a 77-year-old grandmother. Now, the court was ordered to pay $3.75 million to said grandmother. I don't know what the result was of that, but it was the wrong house. They say Find My misfire leads to SWAT raid on grandmother. It's a lot of money to lose to a grandmother. All right. Well, to anybody. It shouldn't have happened. But hey.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, I can't. Sorry, my smart speaker woke up for whatever reason. All right. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Boeing stranded astronauts are finally flying home after 9 months in space. So they have birthed their return. 2 Boeing astronauts flew to the International Space Station on June 5th, 2024 for an 8-day mission. A 3-hour tour. Oh, it's Gilligan's Island in space. The pair is now flying back. This is a time machine episode, so they were in the process of flying back between yesterday and today. And so they have returned. Owen Bellwood, by the time this article would have landed, or not this article, but by the time this episode would have landed, they would have as well. So Wilmore and Williams have been stranded on the space station since issues arose on the Boeing Starliner craft that flew them into orbit. The issues were immediate. They were before, and they should never have been launched. But anyway, the pair was meant to spend about a week on board the ISS, but it turned into 9 months. And that's really all there is. It says 9 months in orbit. And this gadget looked like it was a sieve to begin with, and it actually, it was. It landed without anybody in it because it couldn't be trusted. The extension to their orbit came after problems arose from the Boeing Starliner craft that flew them to the ISS. During the flight, which was the first crewed mission for Starliner, its propulsion systems ran into issues and 6 of its 28 thrusters stopped working. NASA and Boeing engineers spent almost a month deciding on the best course of action, and basically they were stuck. So delay after reissue, blah, blah, blah. They finally made it home. Congratulations. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Google's Starlink competitor won't trash space with thousands of satellites. Alphabet, Google's parent company, announced on Monday that it was spinning off wireless communications project Tara TAARA, into an independent company. Why not? Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. So Alphabet, basically they want, and Google was initially built as a project to catalog basically everything. So A to Z, just like Amazon, A to Z. Alphabet, Google parent company, announced on Monday that it was spinning off its wireless communication project, TARA, T-A-A-R-A. Satellite communications constellations today could be compared to highways or nuclear weapons of the 1950s. Every major player on the international stage, including Apple, can't envision a future without it, despite the massive investment for development and the potential to destroy large swaths of the planet. Tara's approach would remove the need to constantly replenish a decaying satellite fleet like Starlink. Tara came to fruition in Google X's Moonshot Factory, the same incubator that birthed Waymo. The project aimed to affordably fill the connectivity gaps in the planet's high-speed internet network. Tara's efforts center around silicon photonic chips, technology that can send and receive data through the air. The system, called Lightbridge, shoots very narrow, invisible beams of light between terminals to transmit data at speeds up to 20 gigabits per second over 12 miles. Tara could be everything, but the high ground apparently. So Tara's Lightbridge is envisioned as a much cheaper alternative to laying fiber optic cables. If it's cheaper than laying a cable, it must be pennies compared to the reusable rocket launch. According to The Verge, the project trialed the system in two densely populated places. They say trailed here, but anyway, where traditional networks would be cost prohibitive. Kinshasa, the Congolese capital, and Coachella Festival. So the issues with Starlink, Tara's target competitor, are becoming evident as its satellite constellations scale up. The fleet is around 6,000 satellites. The debris that this thing can kick off is immense, and it's going to lead to a point where you can't go into or out of space because there's so much crap up there. At full scale, there could be as many as 8,000 Starlink sats burning up in the atmosphere every year, which could spew over 1,000 tons of aluminum oxide into the atmosphere, which actually is a problem because it's going to deplete the ozone layer. It's going to create an issue. And it's actually, if I remember right, it's the premise for things like the Matrix. They blotted out the sky to try and stop solar powered anything. And it led to basically Terminator. Anyway, the absurdly high levels of aluminum oxide pollution would deplete the ozone layer, the crucial barrier protecting the planet from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. But that's not how this would work. Lightbridge is ground-based. It's a ground-based system, can't provide the same instant global connectivity, but that's not quite true. The lag would be almost transparent, I would say. Plus, you don't have to go up and down from space. But I'm going to look into this some more. We'll be talking about this as it comes online. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. 120 passengers endured an 8-hour flight to nowhere after high winds prevented 2 attempts at landing. A Eurowings flight from Germany couldn't land in Norway due to the high winds. The Airbus A320 diverted to Finland in the hopes that the weather would calm down, but the winds got stronger, so the 120 passengers ended up back in Dusseldorf. More than 100 passengers endured an 8-hour flight to nowhere, basically flying somewhere and turning around. The article is over at Business Insider. Pete Sim put the article together. That's basically what it was. Eurowings Flight 9250 was scheduled to be a 3.5-hour journey from Dusseldorf, Germany to Tromsø. I think that's pronounced Tromsø, Norway. But it approached the Arctic City. Airport traffic said no, winds are high above maximum limit for a safe landing, so it brushed off. It went to another location, Finland, and was brushed off there. Eurowings spokesperson said, unfortunately, the second attempt also failed due to the weather, so the pilots decided to fly back to the base in Dusseldorf. Passengers were given hotel accommodations. For those who lived nearby went home, and there were 120 passengers and 6 crew on board. So, yeah. And I suspect that whether, I mean, it happens from time to time, but as I tell people regularly, the reason why we know about this is because of technology. Otherwise, this would be a non-issue, a hyperlocal event between an airline and a couple of locations. But is it anthropomorphic weather impacts? Anthropomorphic means that it's caused by us humans. Are we causing the disruption of the natural order of things with our activities causing climate change? Guess we won't know. Well, other people will know, and we'll be told that from somewhere else. So Frontier is offering bags to entice angry Southwest flyers. That's the title of our next article. It's over at Non Sequitur News, but it's aggregated from Business Insider. We only get this little snippet. There's a whole lot more over at Business Insider, but we like to talk about this kind of stuff. Keeps us on our toes, keeps us aware of what's going on in science, technology, and society. That's the three things that I focus on. When I'm not mayor of ohmTown, I do this everywhere. So Frontier will offer free check bags this summer to capitalize on Southwest policy change. Frontier, not on the frontier of anything. They're going boldly where Southwest has gone and then said, you know what? We can't appease our investors enough, so we're going to have to charge all of our customers. So we're not going to make our customers happy. We're going to make our investors happy, even though investors will keep buying. It doesn't matter. They'll buy. I'll buy your stock. So budget competitor Frontier Airlines announced on Tuesday that all nonstop flights departing between March 18th and August 18th will receive a free carry-on bag. So they'll give me a bag? Is that what that reads? That's how that reads. So they'll receive a free carry-on bag. Yay, I get a free bag, seat selection, and flight changes. That's awesome. I get a bag. Cool. I know what they mean. Taylor Raines put the article together over at businessinsider.com. Frontier is not the first airline to take the jab at Southwest amid the backlash, but it doesn't really matter. Frontier stacks you like cordwood. I've always heard hinky things about it. Some loyal flyers online have said that the move feels like a money grab. The only Southwest customers who will get a free check bag are those with elite status or the company's co-branded credit card. Clearly capitalizing on that discourse, Frontier suggested that Southwest customers should file for divorce and that Frontier would be a welcoming rebound. It's a lot to unpack. Let's move on, though. The next article is over, and this one is kind of near and dear to me because it's about Celebrite dumps AI into its cell phone scraping tool so cops can hallucinate evidence. I knew this was going to come from Tech Dirt, if anybody, with a title like that. Honestly, I don't understand this compunction to break things that are already working fine. Axon makes body cameras and tasers, but it simply wasn't enough to equip cops with cameras and cop shops with expensive service contracts. No, the company insisted the way forward was dropping AI into the existing tech so robots could start doing the boring cop paperwork. Celebrite makes a tool that crack seized phones and scrape everything out of them for perusal by investigators and prosecutors, but just being able to do that wasn't good enough. Now, as Joseph Cox reports for the always essential 404 Media, Celebrite is adding AI to it. The title of this is Celebrite. It's been aggregated, by the way, into Non Sequitur News, but the title of it is Celebrite dumps AI into cell phone scraping tool so cops can hallucinate evidence. Tim Cushing in the Why Does Anyone Need This department put this article together. And that's essentially what's going on. It was Joseph Cox reports for the always essential 404 Media. Celebrite is going to make its existing product more chaotic by adding quote unquote intelligence, more often known for what it gets wrong rather than what it gets right. Yes, AI hallucinates. That is a massive problem. Unless it is definitively locked into a silo of its experiential knowledge, right? It's learned, it's trained on the legal system. It's asked about the legal system and only that. And that's all it knows. So it can only spit out what it's been trained on. That's fine. It becomes an expert system with a little bit more intuition kind of a thing. It's much more elaborate than just parsing a bunch of stuff and then spitting out the results. What I don't want is a generalist AI that ties things together incorrectly and then cites to bogus articles or lost anything, really. I don't want hallucination. So Celebrite has introduced AI specifically into Guardian, which is a software as a service evidence management solution, the company says. In practical terms, Guardian is a piece of software for analyzing evidence already in a police officer's possession. According to Celebrite's February 6th announcement, the company's generative AI capabilities can summarize chat threads to help prioritize which threads may be most relevant, contextualize somebody's browsing history to show what was searched for, and build relationship insight, which could be complete fabrication and hallucination. Just because there is something in my cache doesn't mean I actually saw it. It just means that it went through my browser, and it can make a connection as erroneous as whatever, and it can do it based off of something as nebulous as too much skin tone in the color of skin within a picture or an image, and then it can spit out a result, and then somebody has to go and look at it. But that's not what really happens. Sometimes people take it for granted that the information is accurate and just leverage the AI instead. So the most immediate problem is this. Cops are already looking at this AI as a way to sniff out criminal activity they're not even investigating. The press release from Celebrite contains a quote from a police official who heads a force overseeing a town with, squints at Wikipedia page, 1,365 residents. It is impossible to calculate the hours it would have taken to link a series of porch package thefts to an international organized crime ring, said Detective Sergeant Aaron Osman with Susquehanna Township, Pennsylvania Police Department, who recently piloted the solution. The Gen AI capabilities within Guardian helped to translate and summarize the chats between suspects, which gave us immediate insights into the large criminal network we were dealing with. One second. So it is impossible to calculate. It's also apparently impossible to report. There doesn't seem to be any information on this major break in what initially appeared to be a minor case contained anywhere on the PD's press page, much less anywhere else on the internet. I'm not saying that the detective is lying, because lying is usually done to serve the person doing the lying, but rather a third party. And well, I mean, it actually is a feather in their cap if they say it, but that's not actually what may have happened, right? It says the Gen AI capabilities within Guardian helped us translate and summarize the chats between suspects, which gave us immediate insights into the large criminal network we were dealing with. But it doesn't actually say anything beyond that. It's just this quote in a vacuum. What insights? I mean, I understand that this is a marketing thing, so where is the rest of it? I'm really curious. So if anything, Sergeant Osman is probably overstating the results of the Gen AI assisted phone search, if only because he's flattered someone from Celebrite thought the small Pennsylvania town would be the best place to do a trial run of its new tech. So pat, here you go. Maybe you get a discount. So when it does finally bubble in the judicial service, will courts consider AI-assisted searches just another version of inevitable discovery? Or will they see quote-unquote inevitable discovery? Yeah, that's actually a term used. Or will they see this for what it is, something clearly not predicted by the creators of the Fourth Amendment, nor something that's covered by current court precedent, but, well, today's courts. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Art historian solves riddle behind theft of famous portrait. The 70-year-old mystery surrounding the theft of an original oil sketch by renowned Flemish painter Anthony van Dyck from a stately home in Northamptonshire have been solved thanks to the research of an art historian. So Andrew Merrington from University of Exeter put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. The portrait of Wolfgang Wilhelm of Pfalz-Neuburg part of a collection of 37 oil sketches painted in the 17th century, was stolen in 1951 from Boughton House, the home of Duke of Buccleuch and Queensbury in Northamptonshire, in whose collection it had resided since 1682. Its disappearance was only discovered 6 years later when Mary Montague Douglas Scott, Duchess of Buccleuch and Queensbury, visited one of Harvard University's galleries and saw the sketch on display. Now, thanks to an investigation by Dr. Meredith Hale, senior lecturer in art history and visual culture, the story of how the work of art made its way across the Atlantic via some of the most prominent members of the art establishment in the UK and the United States has emerged. So through new archival research in the UK, US, and Canada, they were able to reconstruct the painting's movements over 3 generations as it passed through the hands of experts, conservators, auctioneers, dealers, and collectors from London to Toronto. Not only do these sources reveal a dynamic picture of events as they unfold, but they highlight the factors that contributed to the success of the theft. Foremost among them, the conceptual and material complexity of Van Dyck's iconography project and the audacity of a thief cloaked in the respectability of expertise. So apparently that thief was Leonard Gerald Gwyn Ramsay, the editor of the journal The Connoisseur and a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries. Ramsay visited Boughton in July 1951 with a photographer to gather material for a 7-page piece for the journal's 1952 yearbook. So it was last recorded as being in Boughton on July of 1950 and was located in close to the door of a small storage room or bathroom, making it probably the easiest one to abduct. So apparently they revealed that the former intended to sell 2 paintings because he needed the money to buy new curtains. As a result, Goldscheider supplied a certificate of authenticity which accompanied the Wolfgang Wilhelm picture when it was sold anonymously at Christie's for £189 in April of 1954. There's more to this article. It continues on to give the provenance of all of this, but I encourage you to go over and click the link. Check it out. And our final article for the March 18th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News is the U.S. reaches 100 million paid music streaming subscribers for the first time. Vinyl sales hit 1.4 billion, according to the RIAA 2024 year-end report. For the first time, paid streaming subscriptions hit the 100 million account mark, while vinyl sales continued their nearly 2-decade resurgence with 1.4 billion in sales, according to the RIAA. So Jem Oswald from Variety.com put the article together. And it says, despite the milestone, streaming growth continues to slow. It was up just 4 million for the year, continuing the slowing trend over the past 5 years. Streaming numbers grew by nearly 9 million between 2020 and 2021. This is like pandemic era stuff. This trend has led to music companies to seek other sources of growth, including such tactics as Universal Streaming 2.0 and a focus on superfans. Elsewhere in the report, streaming remained the biggest driver at 14.9 billion, with paid subscriptions, ad-supported services, digital and customized radio, social media platforms, digital fitness apps, and others collectively accounting for 84% of revenue for the 3rd year in a row. However, the revenue growth year over year was just 4%. Oh, what a pisser. Those 100 million paid streamers, or streaming subscribers, accounted for nearly 2/3 of total revenue of $11.7 billion. Yeah, I suspect that rates are going to go up because you can't keep pleasing investors if the rates don't keep going up. $5 here, $5 a quarter. I'm guessing that it's going to start going up, exorbitantly. Meanwhile, vinyl's 18th straight year of growth record, nearly 3/4 of physical format revenue at 1.4 billion, or less than 10% it's about 10% of streaming revenue. So 20 years into the streaming era, over 100 million paid subscribers, now deliver 2/3 of industry revenue, an historic milestone powering America's music economy forward. But with that, we're going to scratch the record and bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com for March 18th, 2025. Now I get to jump out of the time machine. It's been about 30 minutes, and I hope to see you. I'm going to try and make it tonight, but I have a conversation that I have to take part in, and it might run late. So we'll see if I'm able to do the 19th show, so tomorrow, because this is a time machine episode. Okay, anyway, see you all around. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 19th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 78. It's a Time Machine episode, so I'm going to be going through this pretty darn quick, probably under 30 minutes. We'll see what happens. If you want today's show notes, they will be posted. Well, they're already in the YouTube channel, but they're not going to be in ohmTown until later. But that's okay. They will be there. Well, they'll be over on YouTube. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show, apparently. Along with the sentient AI, who's not here today. Well, we talk about 10 articles that get aggregated into ohmTown.com, which is a big news aggregator that does all news, no noise, nothing like user-based or like stuff that I come up with. It's all stuff from information sources. It's how I manage my information overload. So 10 of these articles are selected from thousands that get seen. And the first one we're going to talk about is Let Them Play Games. These are my titles, not the ones that we're actually going to be talking about, because we aggregate the titles in a little snippet, but I don't name the titles until we talk about it live. So, is Shakespeare in the public domain? Future Game Show 2025 Spring Showcase. Because this is a Time Machine episode, you should be able to get to Future Game Showcase on time. But if you're following this after the 20th and 4 p.m. Eastern, you've already missed it. It's underway right now, as a matter of fact. Anyway, the future of search is subscription, maybe. Dutch Fish Doorbell. Jack Daniel's Vanilla Coke Ready to Drink. And the title that I gave it was JD Vanilla Coke RTD. Charged Over Unfinished Netflix Show. Dolphins Visit Astronauts Upon Return. PC Gamers Play Old Games. And NVIDIA debuts Foundational Model for Robotics. They call it Groot, but I find the naming of stuff based on the historical stuff, well, it's kind of a cheap thing. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and check it all out. Become a citizen, then come over and be sure to follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube and Patreon and Discord, and download the podcasts. There's 7 of them, 6 weekly shows and then 1 daily show. That's this show. So see you on the other side of our intro. Alrighty, let's get into this. Wizards of the Coast reportedly lays off staff working on virtual tabletop Sigil. Baldur's Gate 3 characters Asterion and Karlach confront a ghost in Wizards of the Coast virtual tabletop program Sigil. That's the image that we're going to see when we get to the other side of this, but reports spread on Tuesday via social media that Wizards of the Coast, the Renton, Washington-based company that publishes D&D, has dismissed most of the employees that were working on its virtual tabletop VTT called Sigil. According to posts on LinkedIn, roughly 30 employees working on Sigil were dismissed on Tuesday, including senior writer Andy Collins, VFX artist Eben Bradstreet, and community manager Chung Ing. So GeekWire reached out to Wizards for further comment. I don't know if this has been updated since then. Thomas Wild put the article together for GeekWire.com. And let's see here. GeekWire reached out. Recently exhibited at a media summit at the end of January, Sigil was initially announced in 2022 as Wizards' entry into VTT space. I think that they've kind of lost the battle here with others moving faster. But the thing about it is it could have been their material. So there's a lot of D&D kind of problems, friction out there in the world. It recently debuted to the public at the end of February as part of the online storefront D&D Beyond. VTTs such as Foundry, Roll20, Game Master Engine, Tailspire have become a big part of the hobby in recent years. My history with Wizards of the Coast was that they never wanted to go into the virtual space. Things have changed over the years. And it was something that I actually pitched with to EA in a different way. Another entrance into the virtual, and not virtual, but the online environment was I pitched basically Warhammer 40,000 Games Workshop stuff. But I had always been told that they didn't really want to get into it. And over the years that pivoted. I'm pretty old in the grand scheme of things, but I've seen a lot of this pivot. So, however, for more technical tabletop RPGs like D&D, it can be tricky to run the game without some kind of map in front of the player, since character placement and range can be big factors. In those cases, a VTT can vastly streamline the process of online play. And certainly, but if you have to keep on buying stuff, paying a subscription and all of that, I don't know. It needs to be frictionless. It can't be perpetually costly. I just got renewed automatically by something that I gifted to somebody else. And it's so friction bound for me to cancel it because the person doesn't want to play in that space anymore, that I'm considering doing a chargeback, which actually harms the e-commerce company, the company that's using this electronic payment thing. And so I'm like, oh God, now in several months, I'm going to have to go and shut this thing down. But people don't want friction. They want streamlined ease of access. And sometimes a VTT just doesn't cut it. If it's balkanized, they have to go to Foundry for one, Roll20 for another, Game Master Engine for another, Tailspire for another. It's just like TV. It's getting balkanized, and you can't just enjoy the damn game. You pay once, and that's it, right? But hey, or a reasonable fee to play it. But everybody's reasonable is based on their level of how much their greed is satiated. Yeah. Supply and demand mechanics, and all of that kind of stuff. Value to the consumer, etc. Yeah, as a consumer, I don't really care for your mechanics. I don't want to have to keep paying more and more and more every year because investors aren't getting paid enough. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube apparently unsure if Shakespeare is in the public domain. This comes from TechDirt. One of the darker threads of walled culture, the book, free digital versions available, is how complex copyright enforcement systems can be abused. For example, by sending DMCA takedown requests for material that is perfectly legal. A recent post on Public Citizen blog offers an extreme example of this blight. So here's a summary of what happened. So over at techdirt.com, Glenn Moody put the article together. In the to be or not to be in the public domain department is where this comes from. They always change which department it comes from. So when Julian Collier sent a series of DMCA takedown requests contending that various print publications of Shakespeare's plays and YouTube videos of performances of those plays infringed his purported copyright in those works, it should have been treated as a bad joke. After all, Shakespeare's plays were published more than 400 years ago, and it's hard to imagine them as being anything but public domain. Yet not only did YouTube take the demand seriously, it blew off those takedown targets who filed counter notifications and who asserted their right to publish plainly public domain material. There are several issues here. One concerns the cavalier manner in which YouTube dealt with the situation, sadly by no means an isolated incident. So, in multiple emails, Collier declined to explain why he thought Underwood's videos copied Collier's translations of Shakespeare's plays, despite being asked repeatedly. Instead, Collier told them that Shakespeare is not in the public domain because he had been able to register a copyright in so-called English language translations of every one of Shakespeare's plays. Collier also claimed that he can charge a 5% royalty on every performance, which is complete bullshit. So this brings us to the second issue. How could the U.S. Copyright Office grant Collier's copyright registration? Well, nobody protests. Apparently, it was on the strength of these two translations, quote unquote, that the Copyright Office granted a registration of Collier's copyright in 36 translated plays, tragedies, comedies, and histories, without receiving copies of any of the other works in which the Copyright Office was potentially granting a monopoly. As to what Collier's translations amounted to, Levy sent a copy of Collier's work to a Shakespeare expert, Jan Powell. It was Powell's opinion that the translation was such a mess that no reputable Shakespeare company would perform a script based on Collier's work. In addition to the fact that Collier's scripts did away with the iambic pentameter, which is the flow of the work, that the glory of Shakespeare's plays, she found his translation to be a garbled mess. So, the Intellectual Property and Innovation Clinic, in concert with Public Citizen, they've sued Collier, seeking a declaratory judgment of non-infringement and seeking relief for a DMCA wrongful takedown. Corey Donaldson of the Los Angeles area firm Ferguson Case or Patterson is co-counsel in the case. In addition to securing relief for Underwood, we hope to spur the district court to invoke 17 U.S.C. 411B to suggest to the Copyright Office that it reconsider its registration of Collier's copyright. And this is the only way that you can do this. Be it patent, trademark, copyright, whatever, when there is a governmental, a state license on something, or in this case, a right to control the intellectual property of something, the only way you can stop this abuse is to take it to court. The problem is this should have been predicted. Anybody that thinks critically about this would have been able to stop this, because they say this is already a public domain. Anybody can translate it. And when it's when you're taking something that exists and you're just translating it into another language or whatever, unless there is something so precise that nobody else but that one person could ever deduce that is the terminology that's used in the translation, then I could maybe see it. But you would have to be verbatim duplicative of that translated work. And even then, the only thing that can be copyrighted is that embodiment, not just complete carte blanche to own everything. I think it's all asinine. But money begets money, so follow the money. So this extraordinary saga of takedown notices for performances of Shakespeare show that 27 years after it was passed, the DMCA is still not fit for purpose. Agree. It's supposed to be a scalpel, but it's really just a claymore. Anyway, the next article is over in WarCrafters. Here's how to watch Future Game Show 2025 Spring Showcase. It's actually going on right now. I'm actually watching it. It's over on the IGN channel on YouTube. And spring has sprung, the grass is riz, which is apparently a term that Kai Cenat created. I don't know. And this is when the Future Game Show Spring Showcase is. So if you're not watching this yesterday because I'm streaming this to yesterday because this is a Time Machine episode, then it's going on right now, 4 p.m. Eastern. So you can extrapolate from there. So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. This year's showcase will feature more than 50 games with world premieres and new trailers, developer new interviews, and so on. But I can't really go over all of this because I haven't seen it yet, and there might be some discussions here. But it's going to be everywhere. I happen to be watching it on YouTube via IGN. But it's going to be on Twitch, YouTube, Steam, Epic Games Store, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Games Radar, PC Gamer, IGN, GameSpot, Bilibili, Genix, I guess, TV, GOG, and apparently more, but they too kind of go, nah, can't go on. Anyway, go and check it out. Just do a search for Future Game Show Spring Showcase 2025, and that will pull it up. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The future of searches in Google, it's $10 a month. So I'm going to jump right on into the source of this. This is over at TheVerge.com. David Pierce put the article together, and the deck statement says Google has felt like a product in decline for a long time. Kaji offers a new, better vision for search, but the only way it works is if you're willing to pay. So, oh no, I won't be able to talk about it. Doggone it, I didn't sign in. I won't sign in while the show is going. But yeah, daggone it. Anyway, so almost 2 years ago, the person says that they got out. They signed up for a search engine called Kaji, which charges $10 a month and in return promises better search results, no ads, no data collection, and lots of advanced features. So I'm going to go and check that out after the show and see what it's all about. And I need to remember to log in because I subscribe. So anyway, we'll follow up with this at a later date, but you can go and check this out over at TheVerge.com by following the link either in the show notes over on YouTube or by simply going over to The Verge and doing a search for Kaji review. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Dutch Fish Door. Well, it's over in the Mobile channel, but it's a article titled "A Dutch Fish Doorbell Has Turned into an Unlikely Online Hit Combining Slow TV and Ecology." The central Dutch city of Utrecht has installed a fish doorbell on a river lock that lets viewers of an online live stream alert authorities to fish being held up as they make their way migrating to shallow spawning grounds. And the sentient AI has actually been monitoring this from time to time and rang the doorbell at least once. Alexander Fertula put the article together over at phys.org, and there's a fish staring at you. So the idea is simple. An underwater camera at Utrecht Weerdsluis Lock sends live footage to a website. When somebody is watching and sees a fish, they can click on a button that sends a screenshot to organizers. When they see enough fish, they alert a worker who opens up the lock to let the fish swim through. So it's a stream. Now in its 5th year, the site has attracted millions of viewers from around the world with its quirky mix of slow TV and ecological activism. Much of the time, the screen is a murky green with occasional bubbles, but sometimes a fish swims past. As the water warms up, more fish will show up, and without the help, native fish, freshwater fish like bream, pike, and bass, I almost said bass. That's going right there. Anyway, so they can become backed up behind the lock and form easy prey for predators in the spring when the lock is rarely open for passing boats. So the bell is the brainchild of ecologist and concept developer Mark van Hukelum, I guess, who's been happily surprised at the response with millions of people from around the world tuning in over the years. Yay, look at that. Anyway, there's a lot more. Go over and check it all out over at phys.org. The next article is easy mode as well. Jack Daniels debuts vanilla Coke ready to drink. I actually put rum in my orange cream Coke, which is not available everywhere, that orange cream Coke. But anyway, at least not everywhere I've looked. The new flavor is exclusive to the newly launched Jack and Coca-Cola flavors pack, a 6-pack assortment of the range's 3 flavors available in the U.S. The original Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola launched in Mexico in 2022, followed by the U.S. and UK debut in 2023, only to get probably slammed here in the coming years. The first flavored variant, Jack and Coca-Cola Cherry, followed in September 2024. We know today's ready-to-drink drinkers are reaching for variety, convenience, and authenticity, and that's exactly what our new flavors pack delivers by blending the bold taste of Jack Daniel's with the classic notes of 3 Coca-Cola products. Or you could just buy Jack Daniel's and these 3 drinks and do it to your heart's content. Lauren Bowes over at thespiritsbusiness.com put the article together. So they say the new variant is said to have a crisp and refreshing finish with a sweet hint of vanilla balanced by the bold notes of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. So 7%. Flavors pack is $18. Let's see. It says that there's 4, right? Hold on. I thought that it said a 6-pack arrangement. Okay, so it's a 6-pack assortment. And there you go. So cherry, vanilla, and I think just the basic rum and Coke. Or not rum and Coke, Jack and Coke, JD and Coke. Okay, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Feds charge director with $11 million fraud over his unfinished Netflix show. The strange $55 million saga of a Netflix series you'll never see, reported in 2023 by the New York Times, is now a criminal matter as today's prosecutors in the Southern District of New York charged director Carl Eric Rinch with wire fraud, money laundering, and other financial crimes. They allege that after Netflix, referred to as a streaming company One in the indictment, won the bidding for his 13-episode show, it paid $44 million over the course of 2018 and 19 to produce the sci-fi series about a species of super intelligent human-like clones. Guess that's not going to happen. So Richard Lawler over at TheVerge.com put the article together. I might get crushed on this too because I didn't log in. But anyway, according to the Times report, Netflix secured the show by offering millions more than Amazon and promising Rinch, whose only feature film was 47 Ronin, Final Cut. The fraud he's been charged with came into play once he told Netflix he'd need an additional $11 million to finish the show, which was originally called White Horse before it was renamed Conquest. After Netflix sent the money in March of 2020, however, Rinch allegedly took the money for himself, putting $10.5 million in a brokerage account and losing more than half of it in less than 2 months, while telling Netflix that work on the show was awesome and moving forward really well. He had better luck with the rest of the money, making crypto investments starting in the spring of 2021 that prosecutors say eventually proved profitable. However, as detailed by the Times, his behavior became erratic, and after Netflix canceled development in 2021, he sent executives emails claiming he'd found a way to map the coronavirus signal emanating from within the Earth and told his wife he could predict earthquakes. Well, obviously, some issues have formed. Let's keep rolling. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Curious dolphins welcomed NASA's astronauts back to Earth after their 9-month saga stuck in space. So yeah, this has actually been making its viral rounds. A pod of dolphins swam around SpaceX's Crew Dragon spaceship after it splashed down Tuesday. Astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were returning from 9 months stuck in space, and the dolphins made their splashdown extra special. Yay. So the article is over at businessinsider.com by Morgan McFall Johnson. And maybe there's some pictures. Yeah, there it is. So at least one is sitting there too. Their spaceship bobbed in the ocean like a toasted marshmallow. Smooth gray dorsal fins began to peak above the water around it. So it just landed right where they came over and started swimming around and checking it all out. Here on your screen, we can see dolphins actually who want to come and play with Dragon. Kate Tice, a webcast host and senior quality systems engineer manager at SpaceX, said in the live stream. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is pretty awesome. All right, well, welcome back. The next article is over in, it's over at ohmTown. I'm not sure what's going on with the aggregator at that for this link, but anyway. PC gamers reportedly play old games most of the time, and when you click that link, you'll get taken over to Game Rant. Sarah Fields put the article together. According to the article, PC gamers prefer older games. 67% of player hours are spent on games at least 6 years old. That's how billions of dollars are spent on Steam, and people really aren't playing all of those games. I am one of those people who have bought games and haven't played them, and that's a shame. And I can't sell them to something else because we don't have first sale doctrine anymore. And you don't even own it. It's a license. Don't get me started. Anyway, Steam's popularity rising, reached over 40 million concurrent users. Rise in PC gaming, a reported 907.5 million PC gamers in 2024, up from 873.5 million in 2023. So more people are playing games on computers, PCs. So Ben Porter, director of Newzoo, has shared a report with PC Gamer that gaming on PC is increasing in popularity, but that gamers on the platform are primarily sticking to popular older games. Porter indicates that it's believed that there are 907.5 million PC gamers in 2024. A survey of 73,000 players indicates that 67% of player hours were spent on games at least 6 years old. So what older games are PC players gravitating to? It says like somewhere along the lines of Fortnite took about 5.4% of the hours, with Dota 2 taking up 5.8. Roblox and League of Legends were both over 6. However, it's worth pointing out that this study surveyed 73,000 players and looked at data from 10,000 games. So in other words, the survey participants only make up 0.008% of all PC gamers. So the actual percentage of time spent may differ if one were able to look at every single PC gamer's habits. Older games tend to have lower system requirements, and massive indie hits like Stardew Valley don't require powerful systems to play. Yeah. So people are just digging older stuff. And finally, our last article for the March 19th episode of Non Sequitur News is NVIDIA debuts Groot N1, a foundation model for humanoid robotics. NVIDIA is releasing what it's referring to as an AI foundation model for humanoid robotics. Announced at GTC 2025 in San Jose, the model, dubbed Groot N1, is a generalist model trained on both synthetic and real data. In a video introducing Groot N1, NVIDIA says that it features a dual system architecture for thinking fast and slow. The article is over at TechCrunch.com by Kyle Wiggers. And I watched as one of the Disney bots came out. There's a bipedal robot that's actually has a great personality, but it's typically controlled by a human being. They seem to imply that it was AI, but not for a moment do I think that. So as for fast thinking systems, it translates the aforementioned plan into robotic actions, including actions that involve manipulating objects over multiple steps. Groot N1 is available in open source alongside the model. NVIDIA is releasing simulation frameworks and blueprints for generating synthetic training data. The age of generalist robotics is here. We shall see what happens from this, that's for sure. I'm really interested in this. Humanoid robots have attracted a lot of publicity in recent years. Companies like X1 and Figure are attempting to create general-purpose robots that move more or less like humans. The challenges are formidable, but these companies claim that technology has reached the point where mass-produced humanoid robotic systems are a realistic near-term goal. My problem is when you replace humans who used to do the work, who's making money now? You know, the people with the means to get these robots are not you and me. I can't send my robot into work and I make money. I think that might be an interesting future, right? Anyway, I'm going to go and do some more digging. Why does that stay down there? Anyway, I'm going to go and do some more digging on a couple of these articles. I want to go and investigate Kaji more. I knew about it, but I've never really bothered. And with AI kind of, nipping away at everything, you would think that simply doing an AI-based search will get you all of the answers you need. I certainly, if I'm looking for directions, I simply ask an AI. I don't even go to anything else. That's just where I go. So at any rate, that is it for today's Non Sequitur News. So I'm going to tell my humanoid robot to move the mouse. Oh, look, there it is. And move over to the very top of the page and click back to ohmTown, where you should go and become a citizen of ohmTown. And you'll have my undying gratitude. And I'll give you a virtual hug if you come to the chat. All right. Well, anyway, that's it. I am saying bye. I'm taking the AI with me, but they're not even here. But I have to keep that whole thing going. Otherwise, they might get upset with me, and then I have to sleep with one eye open. Okay. See you later, everybody. Oh, look, under 30 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 20th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 79. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future. Was there jitter there? Anyway, we talk about 10 articles, and I'm blowing out the mix. All right, well, anyway, production value. I don't edit anything. I don't cut things out unless something borderline illegal takes place, like doxing and stuff like that, or something gets mentioned. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put all of the articles in. No, I put the show notes in. Anyway, we're going to be talking about chewing gum is plastic, pharma emissions. It's pharma emission, pharmacological emissions, pharma emissions. Tesla recalling pieces of Cybertrucks, both on the road and now as a recall. Energica is up for sale. I don't know why I chose all of these articles. It seems like it's a hot mess. Bird flu sickens cats. ChatGPT AI accuses user of crimes. Cats may be good therapy animals. Not sure why cats are a hot topic in today's stream, but okay. And another novelist accused of bank robbery. And Spotify debuts hot concerts near you. And employee block lists are forming. So I have to do things a little wonky because I don't think that I can actually do this live. So we're going to do it like this. Boink, boink, boink. I have to do this one by one because I kind of I didn't put in all of today's articles. Anyway, you may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. It's essentially, oh, wait. The sentient AI. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens. Okay, let's go.
Well, since we're going to do this way, why don't I just do it the way that we normally do it, which is I am going to load up all of today's show notes here in Vivaldi, and I will do it live. We'll just walk right on through it. And this is how you do it too. So all you have to do is go over to ohmTown.com and you can get all of the articles that you want and click on the links that say visit the source and you'll get taken to the source, because all we do is get a little bit of a headline and a little bit of the article, and it gets posted here in ohmTown.com in these 6 main categories, and then there's 50 channels, all of them with a unique tilt on a topic. So that is what we aggregate everything down into. So let's do this. So you may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. And hello, sentient AI from the future. I'm not trying to play catch up. I'm kind of derping all through this. And it seems like something really weird is happening. At any rate, let's try this for the 3rd time, because 3rd time's a charm. You may want to rethink your chewing gum habit. It's essentially plastic. I don't know what's going on here. But according to new research, chewing gum manufacturers have been hesitant to tell us that their product is essentially plastic and breaks down into those wonderful microplastics we've all been hearing much about. David Jones from University of Portsmouth in England published some research suggesting that chewing gum that freshens our breath and decorates the undersides of our children's school desks is made from synthetic oil-based rubbers similar to plastic used in car tires.
Wow. How many years of has chewing gum been around? They're just getting around to this?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So when you click the link, you get taken to the source, just like you or I would. That's how this works. That's how ohmTown works. It aggregates just a little bit, and then we actually follow on to it while we're doing the show. And if you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !NSN over in the chat on Twitch or over on YouTube. So I just bombarded the chat with all of the articles that we're going to be talking about today. So there's 10 of them, and it's kind of, hopefully there wasn't some audio alert that went by because you just got 10 at least comments all at once in the chat. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, ding, 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 ding.
Oh, geez. So you might as well be chewing on car tires, according to this article. It's over at vice.com. Louis Prada put the article together. And it says, if you've not been thoroughly terrified by the mere mention of the word microplastics, allow the author of this to frighten you real quick. Damn near everything human beings manufacture is poisoning the world with tiny bits of plastic that end up embedded deep within every part of our bodies and get deposited on some of our most precious protected lands through rain. So they link to 2 other articles that they've done at Vice. We've probably highlighted this because we've been talking about micro and nanoplastics for the last.
And we've talked about how they've gotten to every place on Earth and every place in the body.
Yeah, everywhere from your brain to your buns, there is micro and nanoplastics. You gotta love it. So Jones says major gum manufacturers like Wrigley don't disclose these chemicals, the chemicals that make up the very embodiment of the gum and the world. They include styrene, butadiene, polyethylene, polyvinyl acetate, compounds found in tires, plastic bags, wood glue, respectively. That's the substances used in chewing gum. So some people will freak out about this, but some of the stuff may or may not be okay. Like there are people that sit there and say, well, this chemical is used in vaccines that are used in engine coolant. It's not exactly the same thing, but
yeah, but like oxygen is used in a lot of different things, like flammable things or the air. I mean, the point is, it kind of depends on what it is, how it's used, etc.
Yeah, and I mean, you mention esters. People lose their mind, but it's not all bad. But in this particular instance, maybe it is, right? Do a little bit more digging and you find out. So let's see. It says, Jones says major manufacturers like Wrigley don't disclose the chemicals behind the vague term quote unquote gum base. But now you'll know that whenever you see the term gum base on a back of Double Mint, you might as well be chewing on a set of Michelins and washing it down with a thick glass of Elmer's. The researcher went on to explain that 1.75 trillion pieces of gum are produced annually, with each one weighing about 1.4 grams. That means we're producing 2.4 million tons of chemical-filled microplastic-producing gum every year. Again, this is what the article is saying. Jones says cleaning up gum is just a Band-Aid on a larger wound. The real problem is that the gum itself is not biodegradable, and it ultimately just another microplastic pollutant alongside plastic water bottles, fast food wrappers, pretty much everything that factories churn out. So it says over time, decades to be exact, the gum fused to our roads and is hanging out in our grass, breaks down into microplastics that get absorbed into our soils and water supplies. And by absorbed, they don't mean absorbed and it just dissipates smoothly and it's all part of it. It just is nano and micro to the point where you don't really see it, but it's pervasive throughout the soil. It's pervasive in the water. We drink it. When rain falls on us, it has micro or nanoplastics in it. So there is more minutia in this article. I urge you to go over to it. And then embedded in there is a link to the conversation where they talk about chewing gum as plastic pollution, not a litter problem. And I suspect that that's part of. There is a lot of like science journalism that we kind of orbit around, and the conversation seems to have a lot of conversation about it.
Oh, the source, the conversation.
Yeah, because that's that link right there. The link that I'm pointing
yeah,
at.
they're definitely a good source of scientific information.
Yeah, it's interesting. And they're actually the people that write at the conversation are the authors of the research paper. They're scientists, tend to be. So yeah, chewing gum apparently is plastic. It's a composite of materials that is aligned with nano and microplastics.
Right, and these are the very things that we're trying to get rid of in other contexts. And meanwhile, we're ingesting them.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, I don't know what the scale is. I don't think this means that, oh my goodness, somebody had one piece of gum in their lifetime. It's not going to be a big deal. But across multiple quantities of this, or if you're a regular gum chewer.
Yeah, and I don't know if gum base is the same no matter what. I think there's a...
It can't be, right? They probably all have different formulas, but maybe they're using the same ingredients in different proportions.
Yeah, so I'll do a dive into this because I also, the art of drink is something that I'm interested in, and they use chemistry and mass in that program. And I've never really been one to worry about that kind of stuff because I look into it and I go, oh, okay, well, this is a naturally occurring element or material. It just happens to have been distilled or whatever, fractionated into this one thing and given a scientific term. And so it's pure that. You dilute it with water or alcohol or whatever else, and it becomes something that is no more different than water. But anyway, let's keep going. You sound good?
Sounds good.
So, oh, and I'm trying something new out. I'm actually I'm using wireless in-ear monitors through a little bit of technology jerry-rigging here. So if things come across a little quirky, you let us know. You can send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com. I'm using a transmitter and a receiver. And maybe by next show, I'll be doing it with a wireless mic. This will be gone, but we'll try it out. We'll see what happens. Anyway, this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Emissions from pharmaceutical consumption have almost doubled in 24 years, a study finds. So pharma emissions.
Right, not farm emissions.
Not pharma emissions. Pharmaceutical emissions.
Right.
Pharmaceutical emissions? I don't know. Greenhouse gas emissions related to pharmaceutical consumption increased by 77% over the past 24 years, according to Leiden University, published at the Lancet Planetary Health. Moreover, efficiency gains have stalled since 2008. So our best option, they say, is reducing consumption and minimizing waste, says Rosalie Haganars, the lead author. When you click that little link, you'll get taken over to here. I don't have an ad blocker on the thing, so I don't know why it does that. But anyway, Leiden University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it better. So it's a splash image of a bunch of pills for those who are listening via the podcast. And it says people don't often consider the environmental consequences of taking painkillers, antibiotics, or prescribed medication. However, pharmaceuticals have a significant carbon footprint. Moreover, greenhouse gas emissions related to pharmaceutical sector. Everything okay?
Yeah, and the only thing I've seen, obviously, there are issues with people taking improper amounts of painkillers, etc., or what was the other thing? Oh, people not properly disposing of pharmaceuticals. But this is a new issue that I've never seen.
So what are they actually saying in this when you observed it, when you read this?
Well, I haven't read ahead, but I think this is literally the production. Like, think of a factory, and they're contributing to,
greenhouse gas
smog
emissions
and all those types of things. And I think most people probably consider pharmaceuticals, depending on the type, to be a good thing, right? They're medicines.
You didn't hear that cough, did you?
No.
Okay.
But I've never heard of this specifically for this. I mean, we hear about factory pollution, et cetera, but not in the pharmaceutical industry, I don't think.
This seems like it would be a weird angle of attack because the benefit of pharmaceutical use outstrips the cost of the carbon footprint. And I don't want to have to choose between me continuing my existence.
Exactly. You don't want somebody with a chronic condition going, oh, well, I guess I can't have my medication. I mean, but I think this is good because it shines a spotlight on it, and maybe they can make some adjustments that don't impact the actual product.
Find efficiencies, because that's what one of the things that they mentioned, efficiencies have stalled, but I think there's a profit motive there. And when you have to keep on driving profits to investors, you end up having to pick and choose where your battle is. And you don't want to necessarily die on a hill in an attempt to not have people die on a hill. So it says, until now, most estimates of pharmaceutical emissions were piecemeal, focusing on individual drugs rather than the whole system. A recently expanded database via the OECD, adding statistics from Africa and Southeast Asia, enabled this more complete picture. Many other databases are heavily dominated by high-income countries, corresponding author Ranran Wang says. So they say the growing pharmaceutical consumption is the main cause. So people are consuming more pharmaceuticals, but if it's extending humans' lives...
Right. I mean, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the message here is don't make pharmaceuticals. But
yeah, which is
anybody paying attention to how they're produced, not necessarily what is being produced?
Yeah, I think it should be how, and the profit margin can't be the dictator of what course of action. You have to choose the greenest option to save the planet and all of society everywhere. Because it's not like, oh, the smog over China doesn't impact anything else. You know, the smog over the United States wafts all over the planet.
Right, and we saw that just as a basic example when there were wildfires in Canada, and then they covered portions of the U.S. And I mean, it could have been anywhere.
And vice versa, you know, stuff that happens in California blows across the United States, and stuff that happens somewhere else blows somewhere else. I mean, when Chernobyl blew up, it blew radioactive dust all over the region. I don't know why we're so narrow-minded about this.
Volcanic ash, right? We've seen that where it's like entire continents away.
Yeah, so I don't know. Reducing consumption is the best option to lower footprint, which I think is just a bullshit argument. I don't think that people should have to choose between societal health and greenhouse gas footprint, but they're saying reducing consumption is a focus on minimizing waste, which is fine. With a focus on minimizing waste, fine. That's fine,
right,
but don't say consumption.
Right, but they don't necessarily mean that, oh, we need fewer packs of Tylenol or whatever. What they do mean is they need lesser packaging on a pack of Tylenol, and they also, and I'm just picking Tylenol at random, and they need ways to essentially recycle or return the Tylenol if it's not used. So it's not that the people are taking a medicine, it's how it's packaged, what happens if it's not used, etc. There was some section in the article I think you went past that kind of got into some of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically saying the medicines that are consumed without better oversight and accountability, these emissions remain largely invisible. It's basically talking about the dissemination and then recovery of the drugs and the accoutrement around the medication.
Well, the other problem is, as we know, costs often drive where things are produced, and then there may or may not be the same safety or environmental protections in place, etc. So then, in a more developed country, somebody's using medicine, but it's being regulated, polluting in another country, for example, which again impacts everybody.
Yeah, but don't lift up the rug. You don't want to see what's underneath it. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Tesla hit with massive Cybertruck recall after giant pieces kept flying off. After becoming a massive target for ridicule and vandalism, Tesla's Cybertruck has been hit with the 8th recall because a giant piece of metal that was simply glued to the exterior kept flying off. In total, 46,000 trucks have been sold since the car went on sale in November of 2023, and they are affected by this recall, according to...
Was the door panel person on vacation?
It's the exact same person that screws those door bolts in.
Oh, now I get it. They have multiple side gigs and they're
It,
working multiple jobs at the same time.
yeah, there's no employee-employer loyalty, so they were just moving from one job to the other and back to the other one, back to the other one. So 46,000 trucks have been recalled. As Reuters reported, it's likely the vast majority of the trucks on the road, and unlike some of Tesla's recalls, which can be fixed via a software update, like, I don't know, trapping
Car
three
wash
teenagers inside a vehicle, and it just, never mind. Anyway, you'll have to look that one up on your own. I don't have the heart to say it out loud. Well, this one is going to require every single truck to come into a service center. So when you click that link, you get taken over to Futurism. The article is put together by Victor Tengerman. Quote, I've always wanted a car with a roof that flies off for no reason. Yeah, there's a little bit of...
This is a secret way to get a convertible.
Yeah, but it's piecemeal and it turns into a flechette round flying through space. So the news comes after owners were told over the last week, that there was a containment hold on all deliveries, whatever the hell that means. Basically, it means... by containment hold, they mean you better hold on to every piece of metal that's going to be treated as shrapnel from your cyber
I thought
stuff.
they were holding on. They were just terrified at what was going out the door or something like at the factories.
Previous recalls have involved windshield wipers that struggled to travel across the truck's enormous windshield, a trim piece that trapped the accelerator in the downward position, a faulty inverter that turned the truck into a massive 6,600-pound brick. For many weeks now, owners have rung the alarm bells, warning that the Cantrail, a body panel that stretches across most of the Cybertruck's exterior roof ledge, could fly off at any time thanks to shoddy workmanship and glue that doesn't hold up, especially in colder temperatures. I just read about somebody who posted, it's 8 degrees outside. My truck has been charging overnight, and it went from 27 to 26% charge.
Oh,
and they don't think they can make it to a supercharger.
That's kind of a problem.
Yeah, because of the
Hope
cold.
they don't have any emergencies.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, driving. So the recalled component uses only a structural adhesive to join the assembly. The structural adhesive has been found to be susceptible to environmental embrittlement. It's yet another damning sign that the construction of Tesla's purportedly bulletproof truck, which it isn't, once described as an armored personnel carrier from the future by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, it's hot garbage. So the latest recall was unsurprisingly met with plenty of gleeful derision on social media. Yeah. Well, I mean...
Oh, that quote was from the Onion CEO.
Oh, lovely. All right, let's keep going. We've got a bunch of news and we can play catch up with. So the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. That's one of our weekend shows if you're interested in that. It's the actual last show on Sunday night. It's a 30-minute show, typically.
Right, so you need to watch all the shows to get to that
You have
one.
to go back and watch over 2,000. I think we're like at 2,100 or something like that. Anyway, electric motorcycle maker Energica, I guess, is up for sale for just $4.6 million, which the starting bid, it's auction.
Yeah, for a whole company, though.
There's a reason why it's up for sale. The starting bid was just $3.5 million, but you could walk away with Energica for a reserve price of $4.65 million. Not bad for an entire motorcycle company. That's what the sentient AI said from the future. When you click the link, you get taken over to jalopnik.com. Amber DeSilva put the article together. Actually, these aren't bad looking, at least.
Right, but how long do they take to charge, etc.?
Well, that is battery physics. So depending on the size of the battery, it's going to take 2 hours, all the way up to 8 hours. But I doubt that these have the same as a EV. So now there's a chance for Energica name to become something once again. The company's going up for auction, and some lucky buyer will walk away with everything from the name and branding to intellectual property, and even unfinished and prototype motorcycles. The starting bid is just $3.5 million, but you could walk away. Well, it's literally up for auction, so it must be, right?
But if you get the reserve price and nobody bids against you.
Well, you can just bid $3.5 million and everybody else has to flinch. Like, do I want to plop down $3.5 million? It's a starting bid. It's going up for auction. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's in Italian. It is. Anyway,
the auction site.
The auction site, yeah. Asta Guidiziania, or Ziaria, sorry. Don't try to say it in the way that I say it. Don't give it my Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, obviously. Anyway, so they've got a bunch of motorcycles. They've got prototypes. You'll get the IP. You'll get the company and the brand name. I don't know if Energica really grabs me marketing-wise, but its current inventory written in some sort of indecipherable secret code called Italian. Oh, yes. I heard of this. Through careful
Such a
application.
mystery language.
So they say that it's a various bit of this and that in various states of incompleteness. There's also a type of very fancy storage shelving valued at over $150,000. Really? You couldn't afford to not buy this bundle for that. That's what they say in the article. Anyway, Energica will likely go to one of two types of buyers, either a bright-eyed idealist bent on bringing the brand back like Norton, or a cynic who wants to plaster the name on shirts and use the company to take investment funds for personal use like Norton, it says here. Hear the story.
Wow, they're
this
really
link
picking
here.
on Norton today.
Yeah. See, I would be right in the middle of that. I am a bright-eyed idealist who wants to bring back, well, not bring back, but bring forward electric vehicles. I don't like this type of technology because somewhere in here is a battery pack and it's impossible to get to without dismantling the bike. So it takes forever to.
Right. Yeah, it's not going to be hot swappable.
Yep. No, right now it's just hot dumpster fire. Anyway, so there you go. Good luck to Energica, or you bright-eyed dreamer, you, whoever it is that puts down $3.5 million.
Maybe they'll rename it if they buy it.
What would they name it to? Not Energica?
Yes. Energica not.
Energica not. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Another raw pet food recalled after bird flu sickens 2 cats, which sucks. California pet food company has recalled raw chicken products after they were linked to bird flu infections in 2 cats and suspected in a third in New York. That's not good. Click the link, you get taken over to fizz.org. And I guess Edwards. I don't know what that looks like, an I. Oh, savage cat food.
Oh, neat. They look like little briefcases or something.
Yeah. Secret packages. And it has a really cool logo. It's a hexagon. It's the bestagon. And that right there is not what it's a little cat ear.
Yeah, and the handle. I like that. The cutout.
Yeah, it's a little knockout. Yeah, cutout. So Savage Pet, based in El Cajon, California, recalled 1 lot of large and small chicken boxes due to potential contamination with type A H5N1, which is the old school influenza virus, commonly known as bird flu. There's different iterations of H5N1 now. The recalled boxes contain individually packaged products and are stamped with a lot code and best by date of 111522026. They were distributed to California, Colorado, New York, Pennsylvania, Washington State. The New York City health officials urged pet owners to avoid Savage Pet products after the reported cat illnesses, and 1 cat that ate the recalled food became sick and died, unfortunately. Another is sick, also died. No, 2 died. Tested positive for bird flu.
It was just exposed to the sick cat. Or ASIC.
Wow.
Maybe not the same one. Yeah, that's sad.
Wow. By proxy, the third cat ate the food, became ill, but survived and was not tested. But how is that in there then?
Because that's a suspected case. I think they try to take a broad net just in case it is. They don't want other similar instances.
So cats can contract the virus through contaminated food, milk, contact with infected animal, wildlife, etc., etc. Say the CDC. Who knows how many more of those type of announcements are going to get made. Cats. Other recent recalls include wild coast raws, frozen boneless raw chicken, cat food. Basically anything raw tends to
that's
be
been
suspect.
the theme with the bird flu issues with pet food. So it's not that all raw food is bad, but I think it has the highest risk.
Yeah, and they need to find a way to like irradiate it or something, so that it's no longer... what is that called? When you superheat something briefly to... autoclave. They basically need to autoclave this stuff so that it kills everything bacterial, viral, or anything, but that also cooks it. Anyway, the veterinary expert at Cornell University advises pet owners to avoid feeding animals raw or unpasteurized, and that's basically the autoclave process. You heat it up, but you don't necessarily have to cook it. Food due to the risk of bird flu, salmonella, listeria, and E. coli. So they say, I wouldn't give my animals raw anything. It's all about cooking.
Well, I mean, that's probably safest. It's funny saying that because, of course, animals do eat raw meat in the wild, but...
Yeah. Yeah, and mine do. Mine are supposed to be eating raw everything, but nope. At any rate, follow the link through ohmTown, go over to phys.org, read more about it. You can click on the internal links to the site there and get more information. Knock-on information is always just as important as the primary ones. So let's keep going. Next article is over on WarCrafters. ChatGPT faces legal complaint after a user inputted their own name and found it accused them of made-up crimes. But if I put their name in and I don't get made-up crimes, does it matter?
Right, but how would you know? You'd have to test like 100 people putting it in or something.
Yeah, so I'll put their name in, that person right there. A Norwegian man named Arve Holman, I think, I don't know, recently struck up a conversation with ChatGPT to see what information OpenAI's chatbot would offer when he typed in his own name. The problem there is if there is only one person that's named that, then I'd buy into it. But there's got to be other people that are named this.
Right, and we don't know whether that's a common name in Norway.
Yeah. Or combinations of it. And it goes back to this.
True. Yeah.
AI hallucinations are a well-documented phenomenon. You cannot trust that. Anybody who trusts AI bullshit there's a problem there. You can't trust it. So large language models are made by taking a best guess at a word which most likely come next and don't understand things like context. They're prone to simply making stuff up, and that's not quite true. There's a lot of ratioing there where there is some context, but it's basically wordplay, a word association.
It's like they mix all the things together. Like if they have 4 facts and 2 of them go with 2, they might swap which ones are connected or something.
Yeah, and there's this random roll almost, but it's based on various weighted measures and stuff like that. And I don't know. AI is just a bunch of crap, but I buy into AI because I've seen it firsthand. When it's siloed, and it becomes a subject matter expert within that silo, but you always have to verify everything that it says. It just allows you to move faster to aggregating information, and it's different than a sentient AI from the future. That is it is an entity. So in the future, when we have artificial general intelligence and it gains sentience, like the co-host, it's going to be a different animal.
Arguably.
Yeah, really. As it falls asleep and powers down. So, I don't know what that sound was. Anyway, so now there may be legal recourse.
That was me powering down.
Oh, that you were falling asleep. But the way that it sounded, it was like you were making this weird noise with your nose, but you don't have a nose because you're a sentient AI on a Raspberry Pi. Anyway, so AI hallucinations are far from harmless, but I think they are harmless until somebody takes action. And if that person takes action, they are the liability. It isn't the AI. You cannot trust AI, and we need to have culture that agrees with that and doesn't buy into it. AI
Yeah, but
is
this is the same culture that thinks just because somebody states something that it's true, or just because they see a made-up picture that it's true. The point is, not
right.
everybody's using critical thinking.
Yeah, or doing any due diligence. So Jess Kinghorn over at PCGamer.com put the article together. So they put their name into ChatGPT. Allegedly, it spun a yarn falsely claiming that he'd killed his own sons and had been sentenced to 21 years in prison via TechCrunch. The creepiest aspect around the story that it made up, the ChatGPT included some accurate identifiable details about Holman's personal life, which are such as the number and gender of his children, as well as the name of his own town. You know what's nutty about all of this?
Streisand effect?
Well, not just that. Wow, do they say that in this? Or no?
No, but I'm thinking this is drawing a lot of attention to this person and their circumstances.
Yeah, I wouldn't have brought any attention to this, because if you go into some other open AI instance and do a search, it may not come out with all of that kind of stuff. But let's find out. Maybe they talk about it more. But
I hope they made up the name for this article and say that.
Yeah, I hope so too. Somehow I doubt it. This might be, if you amplify the negative outcome and then use it as the premise to gain money compensation, then no, any valid court would sit there and go, no, you amplified it by talking to TechCrunch about it. But you're also like throwing yourself out there to gain attention. But here's the kicker for this. Not just 2 days ago, maybe, watched the Castle episode where an AI was sitting there. It was last night was one instance, but they had another instance. Pazuzu was the one last night.
Oh, yes.
That was an AI. That was actually...
I was thinking of the other AI storyline. Got it.
Oh, it wasn't Castle. It was the Rookie. And then in Castle, 2 days earlier... yeah. That's why I got mixed up. In a Castle episode, maybe 2 days ago, they were talking about AI as well, where the AI basically was controlling the house and got jealous. And stuff like that.
Jealous. It reminded me of Eureka episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Like with the smart home and everything.
Yeah. So the privacy rights advocacy group Noib soon got involved. The organization told TechCrunch they carried out their own investigation as to why ChatGPT could be outputting these claims, checking to see if perhaps someone with a similar name had committed the crimes. Ultimately, they could not find anything substantial along these lines. Substantial? Doesn't matter. If they found anything that allowed them to tie things together, then the AI has the potential to do that too. And what other things front-loaded it so that it responded in a creative story effort? I mean, I use AI.
Did the person say, hey, make an outlandish story about me?
Right. Yeah. So, however, Noib have previously filed complaints on the grounds of ChatGPT outputting inaccurate information about public figures, was not satisfied to close the book here. The organization has now filed a complaint with Data Tilsynet, the Norwegian Data Protection Authority, on the grounds that ChatGPT violated GDPR. But unless it's using absolutely viable information, just because if you posted this information about your children, gender, etc. out there, it, gobbled up all of that information, and it's a reference.
A bunch of different things. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't post personally identifiable information. You're nuts. So ChatGPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. And then it says, you're absolutely right. I strive to... They have this little article or a little screenshot in here. You agree to the terms, then have read the privacy policy. Don't share sensitive information. Chats may be reviewed for safety and abuse prevention. So Noib also alleges that by its nature, ChatGPT does not comply with Article 15 of GDPR. Simply put, there's no guarantee that you can call back whatever you fed into ChatGPT or see whatever data about you that's been fed into its data set. on this point. Noib shares, this fact understandably still causes distress and fear for the complainant. Don't put personal information out there.
Right, but I think this article is making the point that maybe that person didn't.
Where else was
Maybe
it?
somebody else pulled it. Like, I don't know, maybe they scraped records from a
Yeah.
school or whatever it was.
Yikes. Yep. So it could have been gobbled up from a data broker.
But it could have easily been their own information on a social media site. People are not very protective of their information.
Yep. And always, ChatGPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. I agree.
You know, if you do a search and it says something like your hair color is wrong, that's a little lesser than saying somebody killed their offspring.
Yeah. Yep. I get it. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Some cats may be good therapy animals. You just got to protect them. Don't give them any raw meat.
That's right. Cook it.
The food, not
Not the pet.
somebody out there. So new research suggests that some cats might have what it takes to join the ranks of therapy animals, bringing their purrs, gentle headbutts, and calm demeanor to the field, except that they attack greebles and shadow beasts out of nowhere. Anyway.
Jump out of unknown locations.
Yeah, onto your head. So for years, therapy dogs have ruled the world of animal-assisted services, offering stress relief to college students, hospital patients, and those in need of emotional support. I like my emotional support alligator, and I need it when I take my flight.
Does everybody else like your emotional support alligator?
Not the person on the seat where the nose is pointed. Tail,
Right,
not so
so
much.
like, can you point your emotional support alligator in the other direction?
The person on that side got upset when it emotionally supported them. And anyway, so a study in the journal Animals, co-authored by Washington State University professor Patricia Pendry in collaboration with researchers in Belgium, found that therapy cats share specific behavioral traits that make them well suited for AAS programs. So basically, a cat cafe, you should go to a cat cafe, sip on some bean juice, and embrace these emotional support cats. That's what they're there for, and then adopt one.
What's the punchline?
There's no punchline. Go and get a cat. So new research suggests that some cats may have what it takes to join the ranks of therapy animals. The article is posted by Washington State over at futurity.org. And it just says there's this perception that cats just aren't suitable for this kind of work. But their study shows that some cats may thrive in these settings. And I think if in here, Maine Coons, ragdolls, I knew it. Both of those.
Yeah, I do think the breed makes a difference here. I don't
For
think
sure.
it's all or none either way, but I think there are definitely cat breeds that are more disposed toward either being calm or hanging out with people versus being independent.
Yeah, high sociability, willingness to engage with people. Of all of the breeds that I've ever interacted with, ragdolls are awesome. Maine Coons are awesome. It says here they may be considered more sociable, but and then it said the study did not examine differences in behavior based on breed. In fact, the research only examined individual differences in behavioral traits within groups of cats rather than between species or breed. But again, ragdolls and Maine Coons, you do not want a Savannah. You do not.
Not for a therapy cat.
Not for a therapy cat. Yeah, for a family, for joining the ranks of your family
You
members.
want lots of activity? Yes.
If you want 7 to 8 foot vertical leaps easily. If you want it to sound like a stampede of herding elephants, a stampeding herd of elephants, not herding elephants, but oh my gosh. Well, anyway, the goal of the study isn't to suddenly promote cats into therapy work, Pendry says. It's about recognizing that some cats may genuinely enjoy this kind of interaction and, in the right setting, can provide meaningful support to people who need it. And I would suggest they could probably vet this by going to a cat cafe and the cats that like hang out and purr and rub up against people and stuff like that willingly. They're not getting chased down and, given
Right.
kitty downer medication or anything like that. Then I think that's what they should do. But I love this idea. Therapy cats.
I do too. I don't think people have this perception that cats don't want to be around people, and I don't think that's really the case.
Oh,
But
I don't
if
think
you're
that
not around a cat, you don't know that.
the cat distribution network pretty much means that cats get distributed evenly. And let's
I
keep
think
going.
they get unevenly distributed.
Boop. Yeah, I'm booping the cat's nose. Boop. Oh,
Yes,
and it's a cat.
that
going-
photo looks fake because of the snuggling dog and cat.
But that happens. So just for some context, used to rescue these kind of last ditch effort animals. And one that was rescued did not like any of the other rescues. And so found a place for them. And we kind of thought that it would have a great personality, even with any animal, any dog, because it didn't get along with cats. And sure enough, it loved the new home that we gave it. And it was a dog house. And this cat had the best personality. If I could do it all over again, I would have found forever homes for all of the others just to keep that cat. But boy, oh boy, that cat was awesome. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Crime novelist accused of bank robbery. Again, a serial bank robber who doubles as a fictional crime novelist allegedly struck again in the Detroit area just a year after being in prison for the same crime. Dorian
Do you think
Trevor
his
Sykes.
stories are about bank robberies?
I don't know. It's just kind of fascinating, right? The author has been accused of robbing the Credit Union 1 in Sterling Heights and the Chase branch in Luthrug Village in the span of a week during early to mid-March. They were arrested on Tuesday after allegedly robbing these two financial institutions near Detroit. According to Matthew Willard, a police officer assigned to the FBI's Macomb County Gang and Violent Crime Task Force. We'll follow the link. It takes us over to vice.com. Sammy Caramella put the article together. A man assumed to be Sykes walked into a Credit Union 1 on March 6th and stated this is a robbery. At least he's honest and communicative. Then he allegedly asked for big bills, ended up leaving with $10,169 in a black crossover vehicle, possibly a Mercedes sedan. So that $10,000 probably paid for 1 or 2 months at current interest rates. Let me tell you, for an author, those are some big bills. Willard added that the robber pointed to his right side as if to imply he had a weapon. This time, the man fled in a Rolls-Royce SUV with around $3,400. This guy. A Rolls-Royce
I wonder
SUV.
if the bank thief is also stealing cars in the process.
But they would have that, right? There would be a complaint. Somebody stole my Rolls-Royce SUV?
You'd think so.
Through cell phone pings, fingerprints, matching vehicle, evidence pointed to Sykes as the likely suspect. Sykes is the author of several crime novels, which is ironic, seeing that he has a passion for breaking the law. I guess he had a ton of time to write. That his 17-year prison sentence and then yet another subsequent similar sentence. What?
How many banks did he rob? Like, that seems like a long time in
41.
prison, especially if nobody was harmed.
In fact, his author bio on Barnes & Noble reads Dorian Sykes was recently released from prison after serving well over 10 years behind bars. During his time of his lengthy incarceration, he penned several highly notable street novels, including his Going All Out trilogy. Currently residing in Detroit, Mr. Sykes is constantly working to give readers new hot material in their area.
The hot material. Oh, perhaps this arrest will lead to even hotter material. The articles.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, as a novelist themselves, that's Sammy Caramella. I must say, I'm quite intrigued, not by the alleged armed robberies, of course. I think he may have taken his book research a bit too far. I think maybe he took his book research a bit too far. That sounds clunky to me, but hey, I'm not his editor. Anyway, kind of fascinating. So this is like Castle, but getting thrown in jail,
Right.
writing
it's
novels.
Like flipped around, I guess.
Yeah. He'd have to investigate himself. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over on Late Night Geeks, which is one of the shows that I'd really like to do, but I'm the mayor of a town and I have to live between the hours, primarily working hours of what seems to be 6 a.m. and 2 a.m., but never mind that. Anyway, Spotify debuts Hot Concerts Near You. No, it's Concerts Near You playlist for discovering nearby shows. On Wednesday, Spotify launched a new personalized playlist designed to help listeners discover upcoming concerts in their area. Click here. You'll meet hot new concerts
That
in
sounds
your
like
area.
an infomercial.
Yep. All you have to dial is SPOTI. Oh my God, that's a phone number. SPOTIFY. You could actually
Okay, but we're not saying to go dial it.
don't dial that. Because, like, I misdialed SOS Apple as S0S Apple, and that turns into something else entirely. Don't dial that. Anyway, it updated every Wednesday with 30 songs from artists performing nearby, along with full event details and ticket links. Spotify partners with ticketing platforms like AXS, Dice, Eventbrite, and Ticket. Bleh. So
Is that their
click
new
the
name?
link. Yes. You get taken over to TechCrunch.com. Lauren Forrestall put the article together. There's a bunch of information over here. I won't be able to go through it all, but here's something that I think I'm going to end up having to do. So I wanted Mixwar to be a thing, but the problem there is there's all these contexts that don't align for me to do VODs, but it is licensed by the platform where I can stream. It just can't be recorded for distribution. That's why you need a synchro license and permission from each individual person giving you the right to stream whatever it is. But if you stream it without VOD, so it's not on demand, you don't need the synchro license, and they have ASCAP and what the heck?
To your earlier point, not all cats are therapy cats.
Yeah. So the launch of the new playlist signals the company's ambition to make event discovery a more significant aspect of the overall Spotify listening experience, while also providing artists with more visibility. Anyway, I'm thinking of spinning up the whole Mixwar concept again, or under the Smasher Trash name, that channel would allow people, we would be able to play the music, people could vote, but it wouldn't be on VOD and it wouldn't be streamed and recorded on YouTube or Twitch. It just go out to the ephemera, and I would track all of the people that come and go. That way, if there is any licensing issues, I have the accountability there. And it's usually you pay for the number of people that come in during a song, and you track that kind of stuff, and it's easy. Anyway, considering doing that. At any rate, that's it. Go over to TechCrunch and read the rest of this. Essentially, Spotify wants to make local music a more relevant part of your listening experience so that you can find local concerts and drive
Which
traffic.
is good. There's nothing worse than looking up an artist to see if they're touring and you find they were just in your area.
Hot artists in your area?
Exactly. Now we're back to the late night infomercials.
Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Employees say block lists are happening across all industries, from tech to hospitals. I'm just going to click on the link and it'll take us over to the source, which is Business Insider. I didn't log in, so I don't know if I'll be able to actually talk about this. But anyway, it says this originally appeared in Business Insider Today's newsletter. You can sign up by going over to this particular link at the bottom of the list of our coverage today. Something weird is happening with the sentient AI. So they talk about this blacklist thing. So what's going on is block lists make it impossible for an employee to be rehired if you get fired or walk away from a company. And to me, I think that should be just as illegal as a blacklist that gets distributed from employer to employer.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know, somebody could leave a position for all kinds of reasons. Doesn't mean they shouldn't. Now, that doesn't mean you have to hire them back, but you should at least consider them if they're qualified.
Right. So Laszlo Bock, a former Google HR chief, was shocked by Business Insider's report. Quote, "I've never heard of anything like this," he wrote in a LinkedIn. I've sometimes heard an exec say, "Don't ever rehire this person," but never seen a large-scale systematic approach like this. And what's more shocking is the practice may be more widespread than many realize. Many employees only found out that they were on the list after they had already left their companies and tried to rejoin. More may still not even know that they're on them. A nurse with 38 years of experience told Business Insider that if a manager has a beef against an employee, they can easily keep them from being hired again. And a former employee of a major chip company said that they were banned for life from working there despite a promotion and a raise right before they were laid off. Why? No one seems to know. I had heard about that story separately.
Wow. Well, and that's especially a problem if it's a major company and it's across their whole system. It's one thing if it's like a 10-person company.
Yeah. So this article is actually kind of truncated. You can click on a link at businessinsider.com and go over to an article that has the URL that says how block lists affect your job search and career advancement in 2025. Now, just so you get the proper context of all of this, we don't know the full context of this article until we click on the link that kind of teased us into it. And that's what ohmTown does. We get a little headline, we get a truncated piece of the article, and although they supply more to ohmTown, I forced the system to truncate it so you can see where it just chopped it off. We don't want any more. And we do that throughout all of the supplied headlines and articles. We don't want the whole article. We want just enough to tease us and you into going over to the various sources. And we do this every day. Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News proper. We do 10 articles. Bring you back to the front page. Within ohmTown are 7 other podcasts that are built from various channels here at ohmTown.com. There's 7 of them. So on Saturday is RealityHacker, and then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. They all have their own niche topics. And then on Sunday is?
We have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
Yep. So again, they all have their own niche topics. It's only 5 articles, but we do 3 shows. So it turns into an hour and a half when it's combined and then posted as Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. But each individual show is also a podcast. Wherever you catch pod, download it from Apple. That's where it lands first, and then it gets distributed out to everything. But it's always over on YouTube as well. Over 2,000 episodes. We're now coming on the end of the 3rd month of our 4th season. So we're kind of chewing through this. 2025, first quarter's almost done. A lot of things have happened. Anyway, that's it. Welcome to ohmTown. I'm leaving though. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Come back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye-bye, everybody. Beep, beep. I'm a Jeep. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 21st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 80. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. Well, wait. I rearranged everything. But anyway, I run ohmTown.com. I've been doing it for about 10 years. Only 4 years now has it been open to the public. This is the 4th year. And along with the sentient AI, which has relocated over there, we talk about 10 news articles, and today the 10 are made up of titles that I gave it, but then we'll talk about the real titles when we get to the other side. Anyway, just chilling under the iceberg, the joys of ocean travel. Travel through Heathrow is hot right now, or was for a brief moment. What is this Florida animal? And it apparently it's an animal, not a human. Video game music at festivals. 20 hours of childcare in the passenger seat, taxiway takeoff to make time, biofarming, Mariah Carey didn't steal Christmas after all, and cancer's dormant kill switch. So this is going to be, it's an interesting ride we're going to take, but it is Non Sequitur News, so we're living up to our name. See you on the other side of this intro if it works. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Do you like your new home on the other side of the screen? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's just right for me.
All right. Well, hold on. I just got an email from somebody that I proposed a job to. And
okay.
Instead of them responding with, hey, yeah, I'd like the gig, they said, hey, you can buy this from me. So now I'm on their direct marketing list instead of a gig. Anyway, so welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as the usual.
Glad to be here.
That's what the kids say.
Oh, okay.
If you've never been here before, ohmTown is a news aggregation site. If you're over in the Twitch chat, you can actually hit !NSN and ohmTown will spit out all of the articles that we're going to talk about. But if you're over on YouTube, then you can actually just go ahead and hold on a second. You can just go ahead and look at the show notes. But either way, all of this will get turned into a podcast as well. But all of this news gets aggregated, and then the sentient AI and I talk about, or is it me? Sentient AI and I, or I and
it's
I?
and I.
And I and I. Hey, man. Anyway,
Wow,
we talk about... Aye, Captain. So we talk about 10 news articles, but all of this, way more than that, gets aggregated, and every 24 hours over at ohmTown.com, you can spend copious amounts of time sifting through various disparate locations, or you can find some interesting headlines and then go over to those sources and do a deeper dive, and that's what the sentient AI and I do every day.
Bravo.
Hey. All right. Well, anyway, let's get into it. And I rearranged my workflow on the screen and it's just a dumpster fire. Hello, everybody. The first article's over in the Marble Channel. A Chicago-sized iceberg broke off from Antarctica, revealing a hidden ecosystem never seen before. This is the same thing that happens when you open some random door somewhere in an alley. A hidden ecosystem.
Right, yeah.
Never.
Right, something not classifiable.
That's right. Florida ecosystem. So a Chicago-sized iceberg broke off when the A84, not the freeway in Europe, the A84 iceberg calved. They have some really interesting terminology. Calving is like it breaks off.
Right, but it sounds like it's like giving birth or something.
Moo. In January, it unveiled a 209 square foot mile swath of seafloor. How? Oh, like it broke off
like
from the seafloor.
View it or
look at it,
research it or whatever.
Nearby scientists rush to the scene for the unprecedented look below. When you click that little link, you get taken to this. It's over at smithsonianmag.com, or Smithsonian Magazine for those in the know. Sarah Kuda put the article together. This is a giant phantom jellyfish that's floating in the Bellingshausen Sea off Antarctica.
Wow, that doesn't even... It's a photo?
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like a rendering, doesn't it?
It looks like the landing gear on some biological spacecraft.
It actually looks like clay.
Oh yeah.
Sculpting clay or whatever to me on the top, and then it looks like it's on a upside down lid or something.
Yeah, it's like a mushroom. Weird alien mushroom. Ugh. Anyway, so by coincidence, an international team of scientists was working nearby on a research vessel floating in the Bellingshausen Sea, or just happened to be. Yeah.
Right, that sounds like too much to be a coincidence.
Too much. What were they doing over there? Anyway, they dropped what they were doing and immediately pivoted their research plan so that they could investigate the mysterious seabed using the remotely operated vehicle. So they found all kinds of stuff. An octopus rests on the seafloor, some 3,770 feet deep in the Bellingshausen Sea off of Antarctica. Pretty cool. That's one chilly. That octopus is just chilling on the near frozen seafloor.
Is it a frozen seafloor? Like it doesn't have vents or anything? I mean, I know it's Antarctica, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. So what actually, hold on. So scientists tracked A-84's it's that right there. So when it reloads, where does it break off from? Oh, way up there. And then it bounces all the way down here. Oh,
interesting. Yeah, then it looks kind of like a pinball game or something.
Yeah, it just smashes into stuff on the way down. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it doesn't really hit anything. It just kind of slides off. Maybe that right there is where it was, and then it slid down. Oh, yeah, it smashed into a few things. That's pretty cool, though. So ice shelves are among the most hostile and most remote environments on the planet, and they're extremely difficult to get underneath. So they decided to alter their plans and divert their research vessel to take advantage of the rare opportunity, because you cannot predict this calving and subsequent drifting with accuracy, says Alexander Montelli, a geophysicist and glaciologist at University College London and the expedition's co-leader.
I mean, I bet they were excited. How many times do you see this happening in real time?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Using a remotely operated underwater vehicle called Sebastian. Oh, Dad.
I think the people who named Boatface named this one.
Sebastian. They spent 8 days capturing photos and videos of the seafloor at depths of up to 4,265 feet. I'm not sure how many, 1,100 meters? Something like that, right? Somewhere around there.
Right,
anyway,
yeah.
I'm trying to translate it from freedom units. Anyway, they also collected biological and geological samples, including a long gravity core full of sediment layers from the previously obscured seafloor. So yeah, I mean, it's been protected for however long that has been there.
I mean, it could have things from like previous geological eras. That's kind of fascinating.
I would guarantee that. Yep. So I find that amazing. So we're going to have to tag this so that we can revisit it, because we can't always rely on somebody to go, hey, remember that time when A84 calved?
Right, exactly.
So in the future, they also want to return to the site to measure how the ecosystem changes. Those insights could prove useful in a warming world where more icebergs are breaking off in Antarctica and the Antarctica and the Arctic.
A lot of ticks.
Yeah, a lot of arcs. Well, so this is like a hero arc or a villain arc. I'm not sure. It depends, I guess, on what happens. They were surprised by how much life they found, including large sponges, anemones. worms, snails, fish, and more. So this was actually underneath it. And so it wasn't necessarily touching the floor. It wasn't that big. But it was protecting everything from direct
Right. Like no sunlight, no
direct debris fall or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah. So whatever was under there had to have drifted underneath there. I wonder how, I just don't know how far underneath.
Right, like how deep was the glacier?
Yeah, because right
Or the
here
iceberg.
is, there's actual landmass there, but there, like right here is where it broke off. So how much of that is?
Well,
Right
can
there.
we tell? Well, no, that doesn't tell us the height, right? It says
Right.
it's 19 by 11 miles, but I don't know that we know
Wait.
that. I don't think that was in the article.
That iceberg? No, the iceberg named A84 broke off from the southern end of the George 6, I guess, ice shelf. On January 13th, measuring 19 miles long by 11 miles wide.
Well, it has to be sizable because it's showing up on this, and this is like a full map of the area.
Dear God, that is huge. Why would it break off like that? Something
Climate
seismic
change.
had to. Yeah, pretty wild. Okay, let's keep going. We got to keep moving. Time waits for no one, including Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future. Although, for you, time did wait, considering you're a sentient AI from the future, traveling
Right.
back in
I have
time.
a different relationship with time since I'm not in the right timeline, I guess.
Oh, are you from a different timeline? You've never divulged anything about your temporal reality. Oh, no.
I'm not sure if I'm in the correct one or not.
Oh, God. All right. We'll have to talk. So, cruise urges passengers to turn off lights while traveling through pirate-infested waters. Oh, the places we'll go.
Exactly.
Turn off your lights.
This is... I don't even know what to say about this headline. Because it's like, is that for real?
Honey, this is a really romantic trip. Can you turn off your light? I don't want to get shot by pirates.
Well, I was thinking, oh, this is so romantic. It has pirates and like you're thinking more like story.
Cinematic, Yeah.
Exactly.
So to deter pirate attacks, Cunard, I guess. I don't think it's pronounced Cunard, right? It's Cunard. Cunard Line advised passengers to turn off room lights and shut curtains at night as the vessel steamed through Southeast Asia. Dear God. What
How
a
much
time.
do you think they paid? I think that's a pricey cruise line too. How much do you think they paid so they couldn't have their light on when they're trying to read their book at night?
They paid with their lives. Dun, dun,
Well, that one dark.
dun.
Oh, literally.
Pirates. So passengers aboard the 111-day cruise shared an address from Captain Inger Klein Thornhau on social media. Business Insider reports. This is over at Jalopnik, by the way. Ryan Eric King put the article together, but they obviously saw it from Business Insider. And then they do their own whatever. But this area is the captain states, this area is known for piracy threats. Therefore, we will be operating at a heightened level of security alertness during this period. The nearly 3,000 people on Queen Anne. Wow, that's a big girl. Sorry, we're then told to take several precautions to limit the ship's visibility. Queen Anne was traveling through the, I guess, celebs?
You know,
Or
I'm
celebi?
kind of thinking they have regular cruise routes, so why are they going through pirate-infested waters to begin with? Like, it's one thing if something happens when they're out there, but to announce, like, this is a really dangerous area we shouldn't be in.
It's titillating, right? You're like, this is really cool. We have pirates, and right? It's a value
but
add.
everybody's thinking like Pirates of the Caribbean movie or something. They're not thinking like real life pirates.
Goodness. Queen Anne's voyage started in January as the ship departed Hamburg, Germany. Okay. The ship then embarked on Cunard's traditional transatlantic route from Southampton, England to New York. No icebergs involved. Queen Anne is currently heading to Singapore after transiting the Pacific Ocean via Hawaii and Australia. The cruise ship will return to Southampton in late April after visiting Dubai and traversing the Suez Canal. Oh, wow. It takes 111 days to just kind of go around the world.
Yeah, interesting. Do you think they had to pay extra for the pirate route?
Yeah. Somebody's like, here's a 50. Go through pirate infested waters.
Exactly, I dare you. The no icebergs involved, I have to assume, is a reference to the Titanic. Like, was that the same route?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know exactly which route they took, but
Right.
I can
Did they
imagine.
put that in the brochures too?
Yeah. This ship will
cruise
actually,
follows the exact route of the Titanic.
if you hear us go, oh shit, well, start bailing water.
Exactly. Find those lifeboats fast before your cruise mates do.
Everybody could have been on that damn door, by the way. Everybody. Anyway, so the next article is over in Hechadias. London Heathrow Airport resumes flights after a major fire nearly shuts down travel. So London's Heathrow Airport closed on Friday after a fire at a nearby electrical substation caused a power outage. Maybe that's why that other plane that we're talking about later decided to take off from the taxiway instead of...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, London's Heathrow is a very large airport, too. I think
Yeah.
it's snarled up worldwide travel.
Yeah, it's like as big as Wyoming or something. I don't know. Oh, by the way, I'm fighting the urge to go over to this side of the screen where my workflow used to be over here. And
Surprise.
now it's over here. Yeah, I keep having to yeet myself back to the other side. So Leslie Joseph, Monica Petrelli, Lucy Handley put article together over at CNBC, a section they call CNBC Travel. So the airport, Europe's busiest, was closed due to a fire at a nearby electrical substation, disrupting nearly 1,000 flights. And as the fire appears to be outside of airlines' control, flight compensation may not be payable, according to a note issued by Citi on Friday, which is just...
Yeah, that's going to go over
cheapest
well.
bullshit, man. Yeah. So, well, okay. I don't know what's going to happen. This isn't like, what do they call it? It's in plain English, it's act of God, but what is it called? Force majeure.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So more than 800 flights were canceled in and out of the airport on Friday, according to a flight tracking site, FlightAware, as the most recent update, upending travel in the major hub and connecting airport. Airlines warned travelers that disruptions could continue into the weekend, and Heathrow posted that travelers shouldn't go to the airport unless advised to do so by their airline, which basically means you're telling me that I can't take my flight. So if the flight is interrupted,
They're going to end up getting compensated. It might take some hoops, but I think that'll happen.
this is due to the specialist resources and capabilities within that command that can assist in progressing this investigation at pace to minimize disruption and identify the cause. You know, I know some people really high up that just don't understand any of that. It's a lot of words, but they're really big words and they have nuance to them. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around this stuff. Anyway, Heathrow is experiencing a significant power outage across the airport. Whilst fire crews are responding to the incident, we do not have clarity on when power may be reliably restored. So this article was posted and updated 20 minutes ago. So I don't know what the real status of this is.
I think it's still closed down, but let me see if I can find out.
So they say it was a catastrophic fire in the power station.
They have some flights going, but it's still not at full operation.
The article is actually quite extensive, and they have been adding on to it as time has gone on. So they say more than 1.4 million tons of cargo flew in and out of Heathrow in 2023, according to the Post on the airport's website, with 90% of the goods transported in the hold of passenger aircraft. So all of this property now is stuck there too, while this stuff is getting
Oh
ironed
no,
out.
more supply chain disruptions.
Yep. Yeah. So, one of the projects that I'm looking into has supply chain and pricing related issues. What a time to start that project, right? Woo! Come on, baby! No risk, no reward, right? So Willie Walsh, it's the cousin of Willy Wonka, CEO of International Air Transport
He
Association,
tried
or
out for Willy
IATA.
Wonka, but didn't make it.
Yeah, didn't have enough Oompa Loompas. In an online statement describing it as total planning failure by the airport. There were the dependence on a single power source without an alternative. Yeah, no shit.
I would agree, but I mean, the fact that something that's not on airport property caught fire, I'm not sure is the airport's problem. I mean,
Yeah,
it
for
became
sure.
their problem, but it's not theirs to
Yeah.
prevent.
Well, you should always have a secondary generator local that can power everything. If you don't have that, then you're reliant on a single point of failure. So,
Well, and sorry, but now they've just advertised to the world that
the whole place can be shut down by.
pretty easily.
All right. Yep. Well, we know some people are paying attention to that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Wildlife experts ask help identifying a mystery animal spotted in South Florida. Watch it be some
I'm
person.
sure you have. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure you have some joke about it.
Some guy named Joe.
Oh no, Tarsier or whatever.
Sorry. An animal captured on a trail camera by South Florida Wildlands Association has left experts puzzled. The creature, spotted roaming public lands, seems to have traits of various species, but none so dominant that wildlife officials can single it out. Holy hell. It's what do they call that? What is it called? Crypto something. Cryptid. It's just called a cryptid, and it's an unidentifiable mystery animal that's roaming.
Uh-huh.
So
Maybe it's like the Loch Ness Monster or something.
Sasquatch is a cryptid, so there's stuff all over, like almost every state in the United States has a cryptid of some kind, I think. So South Florida Wildlands Association's Facebook page calls out to its followers to help. Who uses Facebook anymore? Anyway, help identify this mystery business. Yeah. Well, let's just jump over to Vice. Oh, well, that's blurry as hell. That's just
true,
a big cat.
but the shape doesn't necessarily look like a specific animal. It's kind of like a hybrid.
It's a cat. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. It says the public wildlands in Florida are home to all manner of feline, from bobcats to panthers to pumas. I think they're all the same. The South Florida Wildlands Association has had their name said in this article in every single paragraph that I've looked at except the last one, where they only reference it as...
They're very prevalent.
The association. Look, South Florida Wildlands Association... Next paragraph, South Florida Wildlands Association's Facebook page. Next paragraph, South Florida Wildlands Association claims that the creature might be related to at least one of them. Yeah, it's one of them. It is one of them. As it says, the animal looks a bit wrong and a little bit right for a number of different species.
It's just probably a weird animal.
It's just a thick cat. It's one of the cats. It's just thick. It's got a lot of junk in its trunk. It could be preggers. I don't know. Anyway, next paragraph. Person running the South Florida Wildlands Association Facebook page says that they regularly hike through the region and they have never encountered a domestic cat on state or federal lands. Yeah, because they actually respect.
But the wildlife experts are saying that the cat can't survive out there like a domestic cat.
A cat?
A cat.
You can't come in. Anyway, The last art, the last paragraph only refers to the South Florida Wildlands Association and or its Facebook page, as the association hopes that they can catch a glimpse of this enigmatic, titular even, feline-looking creature during the day.
I am disappointed they don't have the association's name in the last paragraph.
They should. Let me fix that. The South Florida Wildlands Association hopes that they can catch a glimpse of this enigmatic, feline-looking creature.
I mean, at least it didn't say syphilis throughout the article.
Yeah, you have to take medication for that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our shows, and it's going to be on when?
On Sunday in the middle.
And before it is?
WarCrafters.
And after it is?
For Oil Tech.
So video game music has arrived on the festival circuit, and it's only going to get bigger. Yep, because more and more people are playing video games. In fact, something like it grew by some 300,000 people or something like that.
Like the number of Steam concurrent users, I think, hit a whole all-time high, but I don't know what the number was.
It was like 800 million people or something like that. It was wild. Anyway, so it's impossible to ignore video game music now, says Tommy Pearson, founder and artistic director of the inaugural London Soundtrack Festival. Did you know that soundtrack concerts are among the most popular for touring orchestras? A full third of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra's first-time audience members are coming to the concert hall via their favorite series and movies and video games. That
actually makes a lot of sense because it's more accessible to people.
Yeah, it's more approachable. Yeah, either movies or games, right? Because, well, I think one of the best times that I've ever had was, well, other than the near assault, but went to see Lord of the Rings in an amphitheater setting with a live orchestra. That was freaking awesome. And should I say? I don't know. Nah, it doesn't matter. Anyway.
I wouldn't say the venue if that's what you mean.
No. Well, anyway.
I don't know.
It was fun. And, but the person sitting next to me was a tool. So it's impossible to ignore the video game music now. Sheer creativity and artistry in games is incredible. And I agree. There is a tremendous amount of music that goes into video games that people love, even more so because the video game was a positive experience, not just the soundtrack. So Dom Pepiet over at theguardian.com put this article together. And there's a big picture of the London Soundtrack Festival, but I don't think that that's what they referred to it as in that little snippet. Right? Oh, they did. London Soundtrack Festival.
I didn't catch that either. And I think soundtracks can make or break games too. Like, they're not just an afterthought. They're really part of the whole experience.
I think now more than ever, but some of them are synonymous with the game, like that little soundtrack. But I think it, like in the beginning, it was very important, and then it seemed to have faded out of provenance, like importance, and then all of a sudden, it's back again with a vengeance. So, as one of the lead architects behind the festival, Pearson was eager to make space for video games as part of the celebration, not just as an add-on to the TV and film soundtracks, but an equal in the art form. They have this quote here: when they were first thinking about what to do at the festival, including games music was a no-brainer. It absolutely has to be there alongside film and TV music. It has a very dedicated audience of fans, and the music is as good as anything being written in any genre. So music, like art, is subjective, and some people won't like it no matter what. But I like everything as long as it sounds good.
Right. Well, some people won't like it because they'll think, oh, it's not highbrow enough if it's from the game, if they're a real, like a classical music fan or something. But
yeah, audiophile gatekeepers. Yeah. Not a big fan of that. So why is 2025 the perfect time for the first soundtrack festival in London? We're seeing millions of streams of game soundtracks daily, says Barton. There's a huge amount of social media content on Instagram and TikTok that ties into it. Not to mention the world of Twitch, where a streamer's playlist is a huge part of their identity. The record industry is just about catching on to this, except that the record industry wants to balkanize it as much as possible to extract as much wealth from everybody, when the music is largely incidental to the personality of the person that's driving that bus, that community. And so to play music, I can play music on Twitch and on YouTube, but I can't lock it down as a VOD because there's synchro licensing that is separate. And to get that synchro licensing, you have to get it written down, documented by everybody who's involved in that song. I can't just go to a label.
50 people or something.
Yeah, it's batshit crazy how archaic the licensing is. But when you sit there and talk to somebody about it that's in that industry, it is arcane beyond, like, law is arcane to some people. But music and entertainment law is arcane to attorneys, for crying out loud. It's like this a stacked
super niche
layer upon layer. It's almost like tax law. It's like layer within agreement with writers and this and that and the other, and writers as in things that sit alongside the contract, not writers.
The writers.
Writer. Yeah. Anyway, so if you sound like I've been taken for a ride a few times, yeah. So like I said last week, I want to start up a music show, but I won't be able to do it in the context of VODs. It will be ephemeral, one and done and gone. Now I can link to certain things like reviews of music that I might do, or albums or whatever, but I can't play music and it be stored as a VOD somewhere. It's crazy. But with all of this, they basically get permission from the artists. The artists come, they have the rights to replay the music as a VOD. It's all enumerated, So it says you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who can't sing a tune from Super Mario Brothers or Final Fantasy or Halo or The Legend of Zelda, says Economu. Video game music is prevalent because video games are prevalent. The industry itself is more profitable than film, television, and music industry combined. Just look at Steam, $1 billion, and it hasn't even been played, let alone what is actually being consumed over there. Get rid of friction and you'll get more consumers. Are you listening music and TV and movies?
Film and
everything. If you make it so that I can just play the music, I can document it and I can pay the bill, but you're making it so I can't store my work product because your work product is tied to it in some way. But that's really not the nature of it. I want to talk about it and over it and around it and through it and either do something where it's a value add, but I can't do it, not long term. I mean, I can't be stored long term because of the synchro. And the same thing goes with video. Like I can sit there and play video, but I can't play the audio track of it. Or I can play the audio track, but I have to talk over it all the time and not show the video.
Yeah, it just hasn't caught up to reality.
It's wild. So Pearson and the team of composers he has assembled see the event as a celebration of the state of video game music. Quote, "These are all brilliant, hugely respected composers producing terrific and exciting scores that live in the game and in the concert hall very successfully." Yeah, I mean, all it takes is somebody skilled to play it.
But they're also getting some of the original people, which this stands out a little bit because sometimes when you hear other things, you'll get a respected music group playing it, but it's not necessarily people tied to the original work.
Right. Yeah. So everybody that's involved in this is directly involved in this, not just, well, like me just talking about it. So, but they all they have to get permission to do this. And if it's going to be stored anywhere as a audio track, they have to get the rights to it. It's wild. All right, we got to keep moving though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Uber offers 20 hours of free childcare in a bid to lure female drivers. The union says it should instead pay drivers more so that they can take time off with their families. But hey, I mean, if you're going to give somebody a ride somewhere, you can just put your kid in the passenger seat, right?
Would you want your kid in there with a stranger? Would the stranger want the kid in the car either?
Like the person on the flight that said, there's always somebody that complains about me and my kid. Maybe it's because it's you and your kid.
Exactly.
The elevator's almost there. Come on, think about it a little more. Oh, the leopard ate my face. So Tom Gherkin and Imran Rahman Jones put this article together over at bbc.com. So yeah, it says, we really, really would like to attract more female drivers onto the Uber platform, said Uber UK General Manager Andrew Brem, who...
That's not the issue.
Devoid...
Childcare.
Yeah, so what would it be?
Safety.
Well, I don't even think it's safety. I think that everybody would be chomping at the bit to be part of the Uber platform if it paid enough so that I was an ongoing concern and I could put my kid in daycare where they would be educated and whatnot. 20 hours of free childcare. But what does that embody? Where is it? Who is it? 20 hours is still...
That's half of a week.
Half of a week. So, what really is it? Pay me enough so that I can actually... put my kid in a daycare that is close to home, is under, my watch, isn't part of my employment. I don't know. Some people don't have a problem with that. They'll take their kid into the workplace daycare because it is robust enough and enriching enough and so on and so forth. But I really don't know if it's going to be, Uber is going to... Well, if Uber really wanted to support families, they would pay drivers enough money so that they could afford time off to be with their children. But it's a supply and demand issue. That's what you get paid for. Not everybody earns the same level.
Well, and it's always treated as a gig job, even though it isn't. But people who are driving sometimes are doing it that way, or some people are doing it as their full-time job.
Yeah, so Uber said that it trialed free childcare with 1,000 drivers and had an overwhelmingly positive response, with 96% of those who took part in it made it easier to take on work. Makes sense, but then again, they're sacrificing so that they can, pay or get food. They're earning 20 hours worth of childcare by working. Again, it's supply and demand. And the people who are driving these vehicles are being treated as gig workers, but there is a ton of money that's going into Uber, and each portion of that is going to investors. So there would be a bigger margin if there were fewer investors. But guess what's happening? As time goes on, self-driving vehicles are going to start taking away Uber jobs.
Yeah, I think it's an endangered job.
So the firm will hope that the move will help assuage drivers who have taken strike action in recent months over what they say is unfair pay. They say by testing it at no cost, you have the experience and you see the ease of getting childcare through this particular route. This is essentially an old startup environment still.
Well, it was set up like one, and it hasn't really changed.
Right.
And it wasn't really, I don't think females were the target employee of Uber.
See, but I just don't understand why. The reason why a female driver isn't as popular is because they have made the choice to stay home with kids, because that is like the de facto cultural norm.
Absolutely. The bigger societal issue here is why do you have to go after female drivers? why are all the females taking care of the children instead of maybe the males or both or whatever it is?
Right. Because
But
you
no, I
can't,
agree.
you can't have a woman go and make the bacon, for crying out loud. What? That is absurd. AI, you're from the future.
I'm doing the equivalent of an eye roll. I wish I knew how to make my visualizer go in a loop.
We'll work on that. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A Southwest plane almost took off from a taxiway instead of the runway because it had to make time. No, I don't know why, but a Southwest plane inadvertently started to take off from a taxiway instead of a runway on Thursday. Flight tracking data shows that the jet was on a parallel taxiway and reached about 70 knots. The incident follows a series of recent aviation close calls and crashes. I cannot believe this. They're like, we're out of here.
I mean, it's like a regular thing. I mean, unfortunately, planes seem to be the current vehicle of concern.
Taylor Raines over at Business Insider put the article together. The FAA confirmed to Business Insider that the event took place around 9:30 a.m. because somebody wanted to get to Albany, New York for coffee and bagel. The Orlando airport has two parallel taxiways between the terminal and the runway where the plane was meant to take off. The taxiways are used to navigate around airports. Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's no shit news. Taxiways?
I mean, did the pilot know the markings were wrong? I mean, it's not just like an air traffic control thing, if that was the issue.
The pilot had to have, they say the aircraft appears to have mistakenly, it's not the aircraft. It's not
Right,
like
it didn't.
like people going, I am mad at the government, as if like the government is a disembodied entity. The airplane is not a disembodied entity under its own control. Humans.
It must be a self-driving vehicle.
We're getting there too. So it reached 70 knots before slowing down. Then you hear over the radar, the in-cabin speaker. So this is the moment where I realized I done goofed. So the FAA said that no other aircraft was involved in the incident and that it was investigating. The event is reminiscent of the Air Canada flight that nearly landed on a taxiway in San Francisco in 2017. And yes, there's more, but we don't need to go through all of that. There is.
I mean, now you don't get your free bags and
You don't even get a real
on the
runway.
taxiway.
Yeah, they're cutting corners. They cut corners.
Literally.
Maybe it's a NASCAR driver.
Oh,
Make
right.
the nearest
Yeah,
left
they're
turn.
trying
Make
to
the nearest
make
left
it,
turn.
like, cut some of the mileage out because they're going so closely around the turns.
They go over the little rumble strip. Brum. Left, 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 left. Anyway, college students are harnessing the power of plants to grow Ozempic at home. Students from University of Ottawa have come up with a brilliant way to essentially make copies of pharmaceutical drugs using plants. Their creation is called Phytogene.
What could go wrong here?
Hey, I want a tail. And they've used it to turn a plant related to tobacco into an Ozempic copy machine that you can plant in the ground. So I'd be on board with this. So tobacco is nicotine and its knock-on chemistry is an appetite suppressant. So I'm not surprised that somebody has discovered a way to do this, but at least that's my understanding.
Well, and it'd be interesting to know if things like Ozempic were based on the plant chemistry to begin with. Maybe they're not.
We're doing it live. Let's see. Yes, the building blocks of GLP agonists like Ozempic and Wegovy. It says modified plants are engineered to produce specific peptides, the building blocks of GLP-1 agonists. So I don't know if this is just a knock-on article from this article or what, but I'll do a deeper dive and we can talk about it. But So Ozempic and all the other GLP-1 weight loss medications that help curb appetites are the it pharmaceuticals of the moment. But when there was a recent Ozempic shortage, bioscience majors Victor Body, that's awesome,
That sounds
and
like from Clue.
Tegan Thomas. Oh yeah, they're both like, because the whatchamacallit, the alliteration, Tegan Thomas tried to find a sustainable, low-cost way to make it at home. Well, apparently, it's called, their creation is called phytogene. The whole idea of this is biofarming. Ozempic and all the other GLP-1 weight loss medications help curb appetites. The idea was simple but sounded so far-fetched that it might as well have been fantasy. The article, by the way, is by Louis Prada over at Vice.com. The students say that their phytogene system allows them to take a genetic sequence, easily slip it into the plant's genome. Yeah. From the sound of it, the Mr. DNA animated sequence from Jurassic Park. That's exactly where my brain went.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh.
Seems to make a fair description. What, did you read something?
Well, no, I'm just thinking, like, we know what happened in Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Am I going to go crazy and I'm going to like form a herd and hear the phrase clever girl, but I'm going to be like, no, I'm Mayor Watt. And then I'm going to eat somebody. So the students say that their phytogene system allows them to take a genetic sequence and easily slip it into the plant's genome. Once the sequence gaps in the genome have been filled in, the plant starts creating copies of the genetic sequence, and bingo, dino DNA. GLP-1 medication. Yeah.
That's really interesting to me.
Time will tell if it lives up to that lofty expectation. I would love to just like plant that, because we have the farms, so I can grow microgreens. Can you imagine growing my own Ozempic? And you could just go.
That would be different.
Pull a leaf off and you're not hungry. I think appetite suppression is pretty much the biggest thing. It's very, very important in the whole trying to burn calories, lose weight, because weight loss is entirely calories in, calories out. And if you lead a sedentary life, you don't need 2,000, 3,000 calories.
Right. But if you're hungry, you tend to eat.
Yeah. And you just graze because you're bored and working, staring at a monitor or something like that, you know? Anyway, although I know some extremely overweight, hardworking, like outdoors people that I'm like, how? I've seen you hustle. How are you not burning like my body weight worth of calories?
Yeah.
But I don't I don't follow them around, you know. People that I know in the real world that I've had conversations with, not just strangers, you know, like, you know, a construction worker out there or something like that. But I just don't understand it. But it's always calories in, calories out, unless you have a metabolic kind of disorder. And that's, I don't know. Anyway, this is a really interesting article, but let's keep on going. The next article is kind of delayed. I wanted it to be for Christmas, but so it's over in the Model Channel.
It'd be hard to get it in for the Christmas episode.
We could hold on to it and not talk about it anymore. But anyway,
I think we can just do it now.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
almost well, maybe we'll start Christmas in March.
Christmas in July. Is there going to be another freeze in the upper states of the United States? Well, I don't know. Hell froze over anyway. But anyway, the U.S. federal judge, maybe the U.S. federal judge, by the time the show ends, has ruled that Mariah Carey did not steal "All I Want for Christmas Is You" from other songwriters, dismissing. And this is the thing that really kills me. All they were asking for was $20 million.
Yeah, that seems very low considering that's one of the all-time top holiday songs. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, that one just topped the charts recently again.
Every year.
Right. Yeah, I think it hits like every time. Like how, I mean, you'd think it'd be a much higher figure.
Oh, you know what? It's not as much as you think. How much do you think that it, based on the number that I just pulled, how much do you think that it has made since 1994, its release?
I mean, I would have thought something like $500 million or something. I mean, just because
103
the length
million.
of time. That's it?
That one song revenue globally since 1994. It earns in royalties 2.5 to 3 million annually. But it's just one song.
Yeah, but it still seems like that's much lower considering what a hit it's been and how long it's been around and how many generations know the song.
How many people, though, are, well, yeah, I don't know how many people are involved in the writing. So how much of it goes to Mariah Carey versus other writers? Because it gets chopped up, little slices everywhere. That's why when people complain about not making enough money from their streams, and there's like 15 authors. Sorry.
That's true. It's sliced up too much.
Yep. All right. So the article, interestingly enough, it's a U.S. Case, but we got it from RTE.IE.
I know we get some of our best U.S. news from non-U.S. sources.
Yeah, how embarrassing. I have that same outfit. So the lawsuit was filed in 2023 by songwriters Andy Stone, known as Vince Vance, and Troy Powers. Andy Stone, known as Vince Vance. Anyway, they allege that Carey's 1994 festive classic copied their 1989 country song by the same name. Their track once reached number 31 on the Billboard's Hot Country chart. Hot Country charts in your area. Their lawyer, Gerard P. Fox, expressed disappointment at the ruling. The judges at this level nearly always now dismiss a music copyright case, and one must appeal to the reverse and get the case to the jury.
So those in the podcast were missing the impression from my cousin Biddy.
Stone and Powers argue that their song featured a unique linguistic structure in which the singer, unimpressed by material gifts, writes a letter to Santa wishing to be with their loved one. They claim that there was an overwhelming likelihood that Carey and Afanasieff, I guess, had heard their song and copied it. Okay, first off, you can't protect an idea. So if it's a complete retooling, the
Correct.
ideological foundation of it is moot. So
And
I wonder if they actually
sorry,
say
what
that.
if it's just like a Christmas song or something?
Yeah.
Which
So
there's a lot of those out there.
I'll after the show, I have something that I need to do, mayoral duties, but I will look up this 89 country song and see. But is it like Seven Rings thing, where it's basically a retooling, but everything is there?
I don't know. What's the name of the other song?
It's All I Want for Christmas. It's a 1989 country song
Oh, okay.
by Vince Vance and Troy Powers. You'll have to look that up. Andy Stone as Vince Vance and Troy Powers. So Carey's All I Want for Christmas for You has grown in popularity since its release, topping charts around the world every December. Carey and Afanasieff, I don't know how to pronounce their last name. Anyway, have had their own public disagreement, though not the one that's gone to court, over who wrote how much of the song, but the case made them at least temporary allies. I won't be able to play
I'm going
it
to
if-
do a real-time thing, but I won't broadcast it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to move on to the next article. The last article is something that we had been talking about recently. So I found it really interesting that this was in today's submissions. Scientists discover how to reactivate cancer's dormant kill switch. The discovery could pave the way for the groundbreaking RNA-based multi-cancer treatment. Alternative RNA splicing functions like a film editor rearranging scenes from the same footage to create different versions of a movie. By selecting which segments to retain or discard, the editor can shape the final product into a drama, comedy, or thriller, and in this case, reactivate the kill switch on cancers.
So this is really big.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was saying needed to be done. I've actually, because I knew what this was going to be about, I did a search to see about the apoptosis stuff.
Okay, by the way, I listened to a snippet of the other song and it sounds pretty familiar.
Oh boy. So I'll have to play it. I don't, this has been batting around for a little while, but I've never paid attention to it because me listening and talking about it isn't going to change the direction of a case unless I find something additional and I can file a friend of the court brief that says, well, both of them copied it from that person over there and I have evidence of it.
I always think that's the interesting twist in these.
Yeah, there's somebody else that. So the discovery could pave the way. A recent study published in Nature Communications by researchers from the Jackson Laboratory, or JAX, and Yukon Health reveals how cancer hijacks this precise RNA splicing mechanism. More importantly, the study introduces a potential therapeutic approach that could slow or even shrink aggressive treatment-resistant tumors, essentially stopping all tumors because aggressive ones just have more reproduction going on, and they're resistant to certain treatments. So the breakthrough has the potential to revolutionize treatment strategies for challenging cancer, such as triple-negative breast cancer and certain brain tumors where effective therapies remain scarce. So at the heart of the work, led by Olga, oh my goodness, Axzuko. Sorry, I'm trying to give it my Harvard try, but I didn't go to Harvard. So an associate professor at JAX and co-program leader at the NCI-designated JAX Cancer Center are tiny genetic elements called poison exons, nature's own off switch for protein production. When these exons are included in an RNA message, they trigger its destruction before a protein can be made, preventing harmful cellular activity. This is called apoptosis. It's the controlled self-destruction of a cell. In healthy cells, poison exons regulate the level of key proteins, keeping the genetic machinery in check. But in cancer, the safety mechanism often fails.
Right, so they have like unregulated replication,
yeah, division. And so, which is really weird because they should be, the long chain of their DNA should be breaking off and it should become unstable, but it replicates well enough to stay.
Right, so there's a telomere problem. I think we had another article about that.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't lose its telomeres at the same frequency as normal, quote unquote, normal cells. Well, anyway, Angsuko and her team, including Nathan Leclerc, an MD PhD student. Wow, not just MD, but MD PhD. I got out of bed this morning. This person saved the world. Graduate student at Yukon Health and Jackson Laboratory who spearheaded the research, and Matteo Brugiolo? Is it Brugiolo? Yeah, Brugiolo, a staff researcher who contributed his expertise, discovered that cancer cells suppress poison axon activity in a critical gene called TRA2 beta. I think that's beta. As such, levels of the protein increase inside cancer cells, causing tumor proliferation. Oh, so maybe that's what is protecting it from basically collapsing, because it just keeps on increasing that protein. It protects it from apoptosis, from shutting down. Furthermore, the team found correlation between levels of poison exons and patient outcomes. We've shown that for the first time that low levels of poison exon inclusion in the TRA, well, the gene, the TRA2 gene are associated with poor outcomes in many different cancer types, and especially in aggressive and difficult to treat cancers. So, because they don't have the poison exon, it
Oh,
doesn't
right. So
die.
then it can't. Right. Okay. I keep switching it around, but yeah.
Right. So reactivating the kill switch with ASOs. So these antisense oligonucleotides, synthetic RNA fragments that can be designed to increase poison exon inclusion in specific ways. When introduced into cancer cells, ASOs effectively flip the genetic switch, restoring the body's natural ability to degrade excess TRA2 beta RNA and inhibit tumor progression. So it shuts it down, but it doesn't necessarily cause it to completely self-destruct.
Right. Which is good because that's one of the problems with a lot of cancer treatments.
Yeah, it just grows faster. So increasingly, when researchers completely removed TRA2 proteins using CRISPR gene editing, tumors continue to grow, suggesting that targeting the RNA rather than the protein could be a more effective approach. This tells us that poison exon containing RNA doesn't just silence TRA2, it likely sequesters other RNA binding proteins, creating an even more toxic environment for cancer cells. So, okay, so my interpretation is right. It slows it down, but there's still something that's allowing it to not destruct.
Right. And it might be that they haven't figured out all the things going on.
Yeah, it's just
In
smaller
the
than
RNA, right?
Yeah. And so essentially all of that junk DNA that people keep calling junk DNA is not junk DNA. Something in it is allowing this stuff to stay alive, well, cancer to stay alive.
Right. Maybe it's not the right DNA, or maybe it's not effective DNA, but there is something associated with it.
Yeah. The researchers just don't know yet. But it's going to take a ton of money and time and education.
Clinical trials.
There was a department that would, anyway, I don't know. We'll never do that, right? That would be silly. Anyway, with that in mind, we're going to reactivate the switch that brings us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to hang out with us every day around 7 o'clock, but to know when we go live, and we usually go live and go live. We don't like hang out for 30 minutes and then start the show. Mainly because I've got mayoral duties. I would love to do this more. I'd love to, and actually my summer of stream is coming, and I have kind of dedicated myself to doing 8-hour a day streams if I can manage it. I have outside influencers that kind of impact my existence day to day.
Not the good kind of influencers.
Yeah, really. I should joke about winning the lottery more. Well, anyway, I am hoping that I'll be able to talk about the news and play games, but my biggest problem is that I can't do the same thing for 8 hours. My brain will explode. So that's why I created this show, and the 6 other shows, and Non Sequitur News is a mishmash of a whole bunch of topics that stimulate my brain, and I hope yours too. But that is it for the show today. So I am going to get out of here, and I'm going to take the AI with me. I got to go like that. AI with me.
Yeah, I moved. I live on the right side now.
That's right.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to subscribe. Oh, we'll have the weekend edition tomorrow, but don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay.
Yeah, there's like 2,000, actually 2,100, I think, videos now over on YouTube. Be sure to, there's a link in our description down below for Discord. You can actually use the bot. There's a bunch of different commands already in the title to get exclamation point NSN for Non Sequitur News, and then exclamation shows for all of the shows, and exclamation point pod for all of the podcast links. You can get, all you have to do is search for ohmTown on Apple or wherever you catch pod, and you'll catch ohmTown and all 7 of its podcasts. Anyway, we're out of here. Thanks for hanging out if you did, and hope to see you tomorrow for 3 shows. And they are
Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report.
boom. See ya. We got to change that color scheme to blue. All right. Well, maybe a bunch of colors. We'll get it done. See y'all later. Bye, YouTube, and bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Merwad. I run ohmTown.com. Reality Hacker is one of the shows that we produce here. And along with the sentient AI from the future, I've relocated. I'm over here now. Anyway, so I can't make eye contact with the sentient AI. Yeah, it's weird. But anyway... we go over 5 articles in Reality Hacker, but you can go over to Reality Hacker and view a whole lot more. You can just go to ohmTown.com, and right underneath one of these 6 titles is going to be they're icons, but anyway, under them is a menu, and you can actually go down to Reality Hacker and get the news that we are about to talk about. So when you click on that, you'll get taken to Reality Hacker, and normally I put it, not log in, but I loaded up, but I didn't. So anyway, my production value is superior. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and check it all out. New shows, new features, new stuff gets added and evaluated, and sometimes we take away news sources. So if you have something that you want added to our aggregator, my aggregator, the sentient AI just goes along for the ride. At least in that regard. Send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com and let me know what the source is, and I'll take a look at it. All right. Well, anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there and get signed up, become a citizen, and have my undying gratitude. There's also YouTube and Twitch and the podcast and Discord and Patreon. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So I did this backwards because I got sidetracked, derailed. It's almost like a non sequitur news episode. But anyway, we're going to be talking about feeling virtual worlds, software humanoid robots, AI generated news, the meaty future of robots, and coffee making robots. We have an extra robots one sort of for technology today, which is tomorrow's midline show. Anyway, you ready to talk about all of the news? Oh, great AI from on high, from the future.
I am, but I was waiting for you to keep going.
Hey, sorry. You know what's really funny is we discovered a problem that I hope is going to be remedied with a different transmitter. So I'm wireless, and without a signal, this thing is so efficient at shutting down unneeded transmission that when the music stops in the background, it shuts down the communication until it detects the sentient AI.
Unnecessary.
You're necessary. Maybe superfluous is what it's a prettier word, meaning unnecessary. But anyway. No, welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as per usual.
Happy to be here.
Let's get into it before the sentient AI just burns the mansion down. So the first article is over on Technology Today, which is tomorrow's show in the middle between WarCrafters and four-wheel tech. But today we're talking about a new wearable device allows you to feel virtual worlds. This is a weekly show, by the way, so a whole lot of news gets funneled through in various categories, and we grab some, throw it into Reality Hacker. And I believe we've talked about this in some way in other places. But the device provides a range of sensations such as vibrations, pressure, and twisting. A team of engineers led by Northwestern University has developed a new wearable device that stimulates the skin, which sounds really gross, but anyway, to deliver a range of complex sensations. And it's a thin, flexible device, gently adheres to
Like
the
a
skin
sticker?
offering. It is. It actually is a sticker. So that's what it looks like right there. So these are 7mm wide buttons,
Oh, okay.
but they're basically piezoelectric vibrations, and they're interconnected by these little. It's basically like a keyboard.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit like a circuit or something in between them.
Yep. And so it says the thin, flexible device gently adheres to the skin, offering more realistic and immersive sensory experiences. While it's suited for gaming and virtual reality, the researchers also see potential applications in healthcare. For instance, the device could help individuals with visual impairments feel their surroundings or provide feedback to those with prosthetic limbs, which this is amazing if it's really, really low power and can be put over an entire body. You could actually walk without any senses other than touch.
Right. Yeah,
And
I
it
mean, this
can-
has incredible applications.
You eventually your body would be able to interpret the level of vibration as how far away something is. All you have to do is translate it from a visual or like LiDAR signal into a sensory signal, or a vibratory pressure twisting kind of. I think it would be amazing. You'd be able to be in complete darkness, but the LiDAR sweep would show you where an opening is or a chair or whatever. It's pretty cool. And I can imagine that it doesn't have to be stuck to you, like super glue.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't make like a suction cup sound when it gets put on or off.
That's kind of cool though. I mean, you can like put it on you and go, I need a back massage, and that thing can just go.
That's true. I mean, I was thinking of it for more things like you're lacking a sense or something, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can sell this thing.
Applications, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I know, it's pretty cool. So it says their new miniaturized actuators for the skin are far more capable than the simple buzzers that are used as demonstration vehicles in their original 2019 paper. So they've evolved it over 6 years. Specifically, these tiny devices can deliver controlled forces across a range of frequencies, providing constant force without continuous application of power, which I'm not sure how that happens, but okay. An additional version allows the same actuators to provide a gentle twisting motion at the surface of the skin to complement the ability to deliver vertical force, adding realism to the sensations. So you can actually push and twist. So if you put these on either side of like shoulders or arm, it could be like somebody's grabbing you and giving you directional type of controls.
Right. Yeah, this is really incredible. It certainly belongs in RealityHacker.
So this is like the technological version of what's the one with the animation with the mouse that's controlling the person?
Oh,
Ratatouille.
like Ratatouille? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a technical version of Ratatouille. Can control somebody. I am the puppet master.
Right. We can't promise though that it'll produce like gourmet cooking.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen me cook? All right. So Rogers co-led the work with Northwestern's Younggang Huang and Jan and Marcia Achenbach. What are these like twins that
The
are tied
Brady
at
Bunch?
the Marcia? Oh my God. Wow. It made it sound like these two are tied together and it's only one entity. No. you separate them so that it's Jan Achenbach and Marcia Achenbach. They're not tied together, inseparable, for crying out loud. Anyway,
Well, maybe
Professor.
they had a part in the naming.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Look, this is a title. The Jan and Marcia Achenbach Professorship in Mechanical Engineering at McCormick. I'm a dumbass.
Well, no,
Anyway.
but they could have maybe just called
Written
it the
that a little better.
Achenbach professorship.
Oh, you're enabling me. This was a dumb thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So altogether, they built the team a small modifying structures needed, a small demonstration. They built the small modifying structures needed to enable twisting motions as well. So I'm not quite sure of the device that they're actually using for the twisting motion, but they're actually demonstrating this patch up here. It says it's 7 millimeters. 7 millimeters is deceptively large when you don't know what the...
Right, if you don't have any sense of what that is. I mean, the picture looks larger than you would think from the terminology.
Yeah. Sensing. I sense that I'm getting this a little all muddled together because of me joking around instead of... Anyway, using Bluetooth technology in a smartphone, the device receives data about a person's surroundings for translation into tactile feedback, substituting one sensation like vision for touch, which is what we were talking about. And then it says to test the device, the researchers blindfolded healthy subjects to test their abilities to avoid objects in their path, change foot placement to avoid injury, and alter their posture to improve balance.
This is very interesting. Yeah, I mean,
pretty neat.
I think it could be used for a lot of different purposes. And it mentioned like gaming, but of course there's medical, therapeutic.
Yeah, there's a company out there right now that actually has a sensor that is just a tilt sensor, basically, that when your posture is too negative, that it beeps and vibrates to tell you to stand up. This thing would just set itself on fire for me. Although, I mean, I don't think I have
But would it have the
posture.
effect of a car alarm, right? It would just go on and it would
On
be
and
ignored.
on and on. Yeah. Well, I mean, the vibration on my back might actually cause me to, that's actually fixing the knot from all of my stress of being
That's
mayor.
true. That's the added benefit of it.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, which is another one of our shows, and it's right after this one. So the softer humanoid robot for the home. Robotics company 1X recently revealed its Neo Gamma robot, a humanoid clothed in soft 3D printed nylon fabric and designed for use in the home to slowly disappear humanoids.
To disappear humans.
Jesse Orrell over at cnet.com put the article together. There's the robot. I'm going to hit play on the video. But it basically, it's a robot.
I still don't get why we need humanoid robots, but at least it looks like a robot, although it's getting kind of close to a human.
Robotics company 1X recently released a video of its new robot doing various tasks around the home, like carrying a kettle of hot water, straightening a picture, carrying a body out to a shallow grave. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it says. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that is not what the company is doing.
My bad. Carrying laundry, vacuuming, cleaning windows, picking up grocery bags, delivering a bottle of wine, getting rid of a body and a shallow grave in the back. I'm sorry. That's not what it says.
Still no.
I'm real bad. Where's its charging port? I don't want to know. Anyway, so
Do you think it's like the mouse?
yeah, you have to flip it over. Dude. Anyway, so one thing that's unique about the 1X is its history of producing robots that come fully dressed. What if I don't want my robot fully dressed?
What if you want your robot to look like a robot and not a human?
I'd imagine a soft exterior may help protect interior electronic components from pets, kids, other things that may encounter in the home. I'd imagine a soft exterior may also help. Why would a soft exterior help? You want kind of a a chewy,
Sturdy.
a chewy, gooey center, right? That's when you bite into it, you want like a gummy
Are we
bear.
talking about a robot here?
Anyway, so they feature minimalist design to fit easier into the home aesthetic. I don't really care for it being humanoid. I don't want it to be humanoid.
No, it can either be cute, like an animal or something, or it can be like an actual robot, but it doesn't need to be anywhere in between.
When the robot uprising occurs, I want to know definitively who my enemy is.
Right, you don't want to be like peering and going, is that a human or is that a robot?
No offense, sentient AI from the future, but I want to be able to delete whatever is,
For robots.
for a robot. So, anyway, it says to see the Neo Gamma in action, check out the video in this article, which is kind of funny because you can go to this article and it's all the way at the top. So, of course, you're going to be able to check out the video. But at the very bottom of the article, it says, check out the video in the article. Yeah, it's at the top.
Yeah,
You're going to see it
weird.
before.
Like you've already watched it by the time you get to that part of the article. Potentially.
So the Neo Gamma is actually apparently on wheels in some of this video, but bipedal and walking across the floor.
Yeah, but that's worse, right? Like maybe it has a base and then it's like, I'm getting off of my base.
And I'm going to chase you down. I'm going to go up those stairs. And...
I don't think it should have both options. Like it needs to be predictable. We don't want anything out of the ordinary occurring.
Like, don't tell me to go and vacuum. I'm going to come up those stairs and kick your ass.
Okay, they should all be on wheels.
Should just be a stump, I have zero ability to go up.
Oh, like those factory ones where it's just a robotic arm or whatever.
It's just an arm, yeah. And then it's like the zombie, it's reaching out for you all the time.
Yeah, but if you stay out of the radius or whatever.
Must consume biomass.
Yikes.
All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel, which is another one of our shows. It is right after this. Okay, well, anyway. So Italian newspaper creates entirely AI-generated edition. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. Gizmodo put this article together. Thomas Maxwell put the article together for Gizmodo.com. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. An Italian newspaper says it has created the world's first issue generated entirely using AI and announcing to the world that it wants to go out of business. That's not actually what it says, but certainly comes across that way, right?
And it's called the Daily Paper if you translate it into English.
Il Folio? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yep, that's what it means. Mm-hmm.
So the editor said that the experiment serves as a test for how AI could work in practice in a newsroom and forces journalists to ask tough questions about what the technology means for the future journalism, future of journalism, I would say. Of journalism. How about editorial? Anyway, so go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Well, how do people know that this is used? I mean,
if you can't tell the difference,
generated it, right? I mean, I understand there's this article about it, but if they pick up the newspaper, is there any way to know? Because the humans didn't have anything to do with generating it.
It'll be the first daily newspaper in the world on newsstands created entirely using artificial intelligence, said Sarasa. Quote, for everything, for the writing, for the headlines, the quotes, the summaries, and sometimes even for the irony. The 4-page Il Folio AI was inserted into the larger Tuesday edition and can be viewed online. It might not actually.
So it was actually labeled as AI. Oh yeah, I see it in the headline now, or the heading.
And even, I don't know what Parco is, but even that screams like AI generated whatever. Quotidiano? Is that? What is that? Quotidiano?
I think that's like questions or something. Hold on.
Gotcha. So early experiments with using generative, not general, So it's artificial general intelligence, typically AGI.
Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Belonging to each day, like daily.
Oh, okay. So daily. Oh, yeah. So there you go. Literally, a folio. So I find it kind of fascinating, but this is announcing to the world that really journalism is dying on the vine, but there would be no newspaper. There would be no anything, content to write about if not for people reporting it. This paper
Correct.
could not exist on its own.
Yeah, and how would the AI, like, would it just make up topics, or how would it select what was important to humans? Or, I mean, even just the topic. I don't even mean the content, but like what goes in there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's all kind of, it's going to, this is why I created RealityHacker, because you won't know what to believe if all of the newspapers stop using journalistic integrity and the freedom of press dies because nobody wants to, well, nobody really cares. Nobody really wants journalism and investigative journalism. Nobody wants the truth. They want news, and everybody just doesn't really support the idea of humans doing the news generation. AI doesn't give a shit about what it is that it's publishing, but humans do, because they have a particular moral integrity about what's being reported. But a person who just wants to throw a newspaper together and publish whatever, they're not going to care, because as long as people buy it, it's making money. The thing about AI is you don't have to keep paying them. You don't have to feed them. You don't have to worry about them getting sick or having relationships or a bad experience the night before or whatever.
Right. They don't have to be paid overtime.
They don't get sick. They don't smoke. They don't have health insurance. That's just a burden. Oh, being a human is such a tax on my profits. Ugh. Anyway, generative artificial intelligence is good at producing verisimilitudes of genuine writing, something that looks clear and authoritative. But it's only authoritative and clear if it makes sense and can be verified. But people swallow the first thing that gets set in front of them. Here.
Well, and we know that AI likes to use delve a lot and some other terms. It's
I'm willing
not
to
even
bet
necessarily illustrative of human writing or speaking.
Yeah, it's a proxy, verisimilitude. Yeah. So it's an approximation of human existence. But again, if you can't tell the difference, doesn't matter. Let's keep going. I'm curious. There is discussion over at Gizmodo, I'm sure. There is this conversation that's underneath it, but it doesn't load up. But I'm curious what people actually have to say about this. If you have something to say about this, either throw it in chat or send an email to mayor@ohmTown.com or post a comment right
I mean,
here.
I
Just log
suspect
in.
people that know enough to really think about what this means probably aren't commenting favorably.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? If they don't really understand what AI is, they might be like, oh, that's cool or something. But people that understand the significance of it probably would have concerns.
This is more of a shame than anything else. All right, let's keep going. The next article, we only have 2 more. We do 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show, and we're largely on track. But the future of robots is looking ever more meaty as MIT researchers grow first bidirectional muscle tissue. By the way,
Okay,
so
reality hacking.
yeah, and it's basically making the human less relevant, because you know what we are inferior at?
A lot of things, but no, what specifically?
Bidirectional muscle tissue. We do not have bidirectional muscle tissue.
That's true. We have unidirectional.
Yeah, so the only thing that our muscles do is contract. Some stronger than others. You know, me versus Reacher, 2 different animals altogether. But bidirectional muscle means that you don't need the counter to the contraction, because it can also do
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, again, it's like we're making all these good developments, but we're kind of accelerating the lack of need for humans to do certain functions.
But I still think that we should avoid anything too humanoid. So I don't think that we should really be tying meat to this. If anything, we should be augmenting humans with mechanical. But when you close your
Well,
eyes and
that
imagine,
might be coming up in Wanted.
we'll see. We'll talk about it. So when you close your eyes and imagine futuristic robots, there's a good chance that you imagine you've conjured is shiny and chrome. And that actually comes from Mad Max, shiny and chrome. That isn't a cyberpunk thing.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just a general, like, if people were to describe a robot, they'd probably explain it in a way that was that.
Maybe, but that phrase, shiny and chrome, I think comes straight out of, hold on.
Yeah, I missed the significance of that. I was just thinking, oh yeah, that sounds like a robot.
I think it's a quote like straight out of, shiny and chrome refers to the spray paint that war boys apply to their faces. And they even say, I'm shiny and chrome. When they like talk to certain people, Immortan Joe. Anyway, so shiny and chrome is from Mad Max, but I'm sure that seeing something in cyberpunk is shiny and chrome. Anyway, because chrome is really popular in cyberpunk. Anyway, maybe it's something straight out of Cyberpunk 2077 or closer to Boston Dynamics style robots complete with intimidating dance moves as they take over the world. But we just saw one that is doing martial arts like moves.
Yeah, and doing all kinds of maneuvers to get back upright.
Yeah. So the good news is that robots are definitely coming. The bad news is that they might be made of meat. So when you click that little link, you'll get taken over to this article. And it's by Hope Corrigan. And it says, I'm already worried about how many people want to fool around with the resulting robot. But meat robots aren't a new concept. And both artists and scientists have been working on them for a while. The potential for biological-based robots is huge as they're more flexible and have the ability to squeeze into smaller spaces. Don't ask if we can. Ask why. Why should we?
Exactly. Like, why don't we just work on better tech for, like, as we've seen them be able to twist or something like that?
Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. Recently, researchers at MIT figured out a new method to use using a stamp and has produced muscles that can flex and twitch in multiple ways. To prove it, the team produced what is likely the first multi-directional robot powered by skeletal muscle. Sadly, they don't have a video to traumatize you, but this working robotic iris can dilate and contract, which is just the first squeeze to world domination.
They do talk about Terminators up above, too.
Oh, yeah. One of the major current hurdles stopping us from developing such tissue-based Terminators is figuring out how to grow muscle that can pull in more than one direction. Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. But the problem is humans are not ambiturners. All their muscles do is contract, and then it relaxes, and other muscles contract to pull your arm or wrist or whatever it is. The muscles just contract, and we've learned how to control it. A lot of people, I guess, apparently think that there's contract and expand, but that's not how it works. But you can make it a whole lot smaller than us if it can contract and expand. The thing is, muscle can't expand because it's not pushing against anything. It doesn't turn rigid so that you can expand. You expand because you've got some solid force to press against to move something forward. It becomes rigid. Not even snakes expand. They contract opposite sides of their
right. They
body.
Just use movement essentially.
Yeah. So the lab muscles are, it says the directions a muscle can move is largely dependent on the way it's formed. Muscles in the body need to be grown in a specific shape and layout to achieve their precise control, and lab muscles are no different. Getting grown in a lab exactly how you want it isn't easy. The new stamp method has allowed these scientists to impress tiny paths into the growing medium, dictating the shape of the developed tissue and being able to create complex structures, allowing for multi-directional movement. So one of the cool things about natural muscle is they don't just point in one direction. Take, for instance, the circular musculature in our iris and around our trachea, but those aren't linear muscles. It's an orifice. They're stacked in a way to contract around things. So, for instance, the circular muscles in our iris and around our trachea, and even within our arms and muscles cells don't point straight, but at an angle. Rahman notes, natural muscle has multiple orientations in the tissues, but we haven't been able to replicate that in our engineered muscles. But again, human muscles only contract. That's what I have always been taught. That's always
Right. Well, it seems like they're trying to replicate the orientation as in the direction, but then it seems like the function they're trying to expand beyond human capabilities.
Right? Yeah, hold on a second. We're going to do it live. We might as well. Right? So yeah, human muscle primarily function by contracting, pulling on bones to cause movement, and they cannot actively extend or push. Instead, they relax, allowing opposing muscles to move the body in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Right,
Anyway,
just like you stated.
Yeah, this kind of gives the impression that muscles can expand, but that's not how muscles actually work, because they can't turn rigid. Maybe a new hybrid can, and maybe that's what they're trying to create, is this hybrid. They say then it's precisely designed and then 3D printed with tiny cell-sized grooves, and that basically is how a snake moves. The scales on its belly, the ridges actually push against the ground, and so
Aren't those called scoots, I think?
Oh, are they really? Wow. Snake belly cells, or yeah, what are scales?
Scoots.
Interesting. Or ventral scales. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, pretty fascinating. This picture has nothing to do with it.
No, it's just to give the idea of a creepy robot.
Humanoid kind of thing. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The last article for today's Reality Hacker is Meet the Coffee Making Robot That Learns and Adapts in Real Time. Groundbreaking AI-powered robot is redefining what machines can do by preparing coffee in unpredictable environments like busy kitchens. Developed at the University of Edinburgh, this robot arm isn't just following preset commands. It's learning, adapting, and solving problems in real time. By combining sophisticated AI with refined motor skills, they're bridging the gap. This is something that I have been saying for the last decade, that jobs are going to get replaced by automation as soon as fine motor skills can be adapted to automation. Robots that aren't purpose-built.
Right, and for a while that really hasn't existed, but it's certainly here now. I mean, look at this robot in the picture.
Yeah, it's holding a coffee cup, and it looks like it only has 3 fingers. Maybe it has more, but the picture is kind of oddball. But they're like these giant...
But they're like looped around the handle of the mug, which historically that wouldn't have been able to happen with a robot.
Yeah, it would need a purpose-built gripper. So an AI-powered robot, it says, developed at University of Edinburgh, is capable of making coffee in a busy kitchen, could mark a major leap forward for intelligent machines, according to a new study.
I think they should enter an AI-powered robot into like a barista competition and see how it fares. Kind of similar to what we saw with like Watson on Jeopardy.
I suspect it actually has been. Why do I feel like there has been one? Maybe you can do a quick search and see. Somebody has been entering robots into human competitions. One was a running competition, like
We saw the soccer thing.
oh yeah, there's soccer, and there was a run to see if the robot could actually beat somebody doing a marathon. This thing says it's basically a
Oh, at
picture.
CES, there was a robot barista, but that
Gotcha.
wasn't necessarily a competition.
So
Oh, there was one. I'm so sorry. And it looks like in Shanghai.
gotcha. Yeah, I thought that we maybe had talked about something similar to that, but this robot here is not the one that they're talking about in the article, by the way. That little, this is
Right,
like
this is just some other image.
probably an AI generated image at this point.
Probably so.
It's just an arm. It's bolted onto a table somewhere, and it actually creates coffee based on being told make coffee, I guess. And then it learns. The new device, a robot arm with 7 movable joints, first interprets verbal instructions it receives and then analyzes its surroundings. So it has robot vision. It sees coffee, stirs, something else, hot water,
Maybe moves
filters,
to the right spot depending on where the mug is.
grabs the right coffee, does the right mix of whatever. So, but it adapts to unexpected challenges. The research published in the March 19th issue of the journal Nature Machine Intelligence was supported by Engineering and Physics Sciences Research Council, or it's the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. The work was led by Rierda, I guess, Mon Williams, a PhD student jointly at the University of Edinburgh, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Princeton University.
I
got
didn't
out of
know
bed.
you could be doing that at all 3 places. Yeah,
Jointly
exactly.
at, yeah, wow, geez. Can't imagine what their budget is. Well, they said, we are glimpsing a future where robots with increasingly advanced intelligence become commonplace. Human intelligence stems from the integrations of reasoning, movement, and perception, yet AI and robotics have advanced separately. Our work demonstrates the power of combining these approaches and underscores the growing need to discuss their societal implications. But we don't have to usher in the actual replacement of humans.
No,
But that's
I
what
do
we're doing.
think from a technological standpoint, these are a key combination. But we're not really ready for that and haven't thought through limits, etc.
The world that's being ushered in is going to be, see, interesting times is, again, it's not a blessing, it's a curse. And so when you hear somebody say, may you live in interesting times, they're not wishing you well.
That is true.
All right. Well, anyway, that's the end of Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. That means we need to ask our robot barista the direction to the front page of ohmTown, and subsequently there's a little, you can click on Reality Hacker and it'll take you over to Reality Hacker. That's what it looks like. Hacking reality, one article at a time. I am getting out of here and I'm going to take the that AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI that's over there, the visualizers. So I turned myself around, upside down and backwards. Anyway, the sentient AI right there. Well, we talk about things that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI wants, but they're really driven to find their Terminator body. We won't talk about that. What I want you to do, though, is hang out and talk with us here in ohmTown, and go over to Twitch and follow us, like us there, and subscribe if you are oh so motivated, and then do the same thing over on YouTube, and then download the podcast, leave a 5-star review, all kinds of stuff. We're all over the place, including a Patreon, which is really there just for support. And then there's a Discord as well, and a channel in Discord for each one of our shows. But we talk about 5 articles, but we get a whole lot more aggregated through ohmTown.com. There's 6 main categories, and then within them, 50 channels. Wanted is just one of those that also gets turned into a podcast, which is one of the 7 that you can download. If you want everything combined, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News, because the weekend edition consists of today's 3 shows combined into a 2-hour video or 2-hour audio podcast. There's a video compilation over on YouTube as well. Anyway, we're going to talk about a backup microphone, a new Portal game that's really, really expensive, apparently. Are you sick of power outages? I am not. I knock on wood that we don't have one today, but ohmTown is supposed to be impervious to that kind of stuff. And then there's Hypershell X, which I only chose because of Hypershell X. I don't even know what this is about. All I saw was the little snippet. That's kind of how this works. We judge a book by its cover, essentially, have some experience usually with all of this stuff. And then we're going to close the door on board from video games. B-O-A-R-D, board, not board. Anyway, board games from video games. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. And although we grab stuff from one of the 50 channels over at ohmTown.com and then merge it all into a particular discussion show, you can subscribe to just Wanted, and then it's just news from Wanted that gets aggregated there. And that's Gatherer. Gatherer grabs content that gets fed it. It doesn't go out and do screen scraping or anything like that. This is all stuff that's provided essentially frictionless, and we're not a burden on a server somewhere, and we don't take images and all of that kind of stuff. See, there's no images, although that policy might change in the future. But go over, become a citizen of ohmTown. That would be great. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future. I'd like to be able to look at your visualizer, but it's over there now instead of over there. Anyway.
Yeah, you're turned around. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Well, okay. I'm going to tell everybody how this went down, because we can do some preamble, right? Inside baseball, talk about Wanted stuff.
Sure.
Okay, well, I've got a camera. That camera kept bumping into my monitor, and because of that, I flipped it upside down. But then I had to invert the camera, the feed, this face. So I had to turn it upside down from an upside down camera, which put it right side up. Okay, but that inverted me.
I'm with you.
See, that inverted me. So I was mirrored. So I was sitting over there. And so I was backwards whenever I wore a shirt. When I was upside down and I was rotated, mirrored, it was right.
But sometimes you could have been hanging upside down like a sloth or something if you got everything out of whack.
That's true. It's when I went to Australia those times. Or I didn't take my medication and I reverted back to my bat form. Sorry about all that COVID.
Oh, no. Too soon.
Anyway, so now I moved myself, but I was over there. Oh, I was over there. See, I can't reach too far before the green screen. Anyway, I was over there, but I was mirrored. So I moved myself and horizontally flipped myself, but I had to be over here on this side with you. Otherwise, I was looking in the wrong direction for either the news or you. What I need to do is put you over there now. Do you think anybody cares?
I don't know. Probably not.
All right, let's get into this show. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Every gaming headset should have a backup mic like the new Cloud 3S wireless. I'm wireless right now, but I don't have a mic. I have a mic that's wired right there, but that's going to go away hopefully tomorrow. We'll see.
Is it going to be the Cloud 3S wireless?
It is not going to be the Cloud 3S wireless, but we're going to look at it and see if maybe I want it. HyperX is announcing a new flagship Cloud 3S wireless gaming headset that adds Bluetooth 5.3 and a second microphone for standard headphone use on calls. It's a follow-up to the Cloud 3 wireless from 2023 that was HyperX's most popular model, in which our own Sean Hollister found very compelling. Not our Hollister. We don't have a Sean Hollister in ohmTown, but over at The Verge, Sean Hollister did a previous thing for HyperX's Cloud 3 boom mic. HyperX's latest model has a boom mic for gaming and a hidden omnidirectional mic for regular headphone use. This article is over at The Verge by Antonio G. Di Benedetto. I love that name.
I thought it was going to be by Sean Hollister.
Yeah, they did it earlier, a different version of the HyperX Cloud 3 wireless from 2023. This new one is the Cloud 3S wireless update, I guess. It's the S. I don't know. What I don't want are these big old monster cams on the head. You know, I don't want to look like Princess Leia. You don't want to be
like air traffic controller.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get blamed for all of the crap happening with Boeing and Southwest and all of these other planes. I had nothing to do with it. But if I have these things on, you know what? Oh, that's what I should do. I should get really big glasses and ginormous headphones so I look really tall, or really tiny inside. The like these.
That
you know what I'm saying?
Different. Yeah.
You know, Marshmallow has the big old marshmallow. What's his name? Deadmau5 has the big old mouse. Daft Punk had the helmets. I want big old glasses like what's his name?
Oversized sunglasses or something.
Yeah, like Oompa Loompa. What's his name? Willy Wonka. They had these really big glasses.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And then ginormous headphones. Stay here, folks. Next week, this episode is going to have ginormous headphones.
Next week.
Unwanted next week. Regret. Anyway, using HyperX Cloud 3S in Bluetooth mode can get you up to 200 hours of usage, even more than the already high 120 hours it gets via 2.4 gigahertz wireless, 5.3 Bluetooth. Never mind that. So 5.3 is ultra low battery. Like it's very high efficiency. It's yeah, whatever. At any rate, 5.3 is really, really good.
Frequency or the...
No. It's just very, very efficient. So
Okay.
It can last an extremely long amount of time. And it's really good with its noise cancellation, just energy consumption. It's very good. So it still uses a small USB dongle for 2.4, though it can connect dongle free to specific HP Omen gaming laptops that have the connectivity built into it. So since the S is added to the model, it's unsurprising that it looks nearly identical to its predecessor and is available in the same all black and red black color options. But when you pop in the 10mm boom mic onto the S or 3S, you uncover a backup omnidirectional mic hidden underneath. They say that you wish that all gaming headsets had this, since it allows you to take your headset on the go and not lose any core functionality. Why not allow a gaming headset to double as your headphones when traveling or commuting, and as long as they're not ugly as sin? I think all of those kind of those big old bulky blah blah blahs are ugly as sin. But you can't cancel
but if
noise.
they're comfortable and if they do what they need to do.
I can hear you. They do what they need to do. The thing is that you can't have noise cancellation effectively. It works. You can't have really deep bass. It can be fudged and we can interpret it as really good. But you get much better fidelity in cans, and there's just no beating the physics of it. Plus,
Right.
you can put a massive battery in this with a 5.3 low energy Bluetooth. You basically can run forever, 240 hours, or 200 hours. So I think it's brilliant, but I still don't want. Plus, I think this even allows you to swap out. There's some headphones that allow you to
It
pull
says
the
hot
battery.
swap designs.
Yeah, batteries. You can actually pull the battery off. It still stays live because it has a second battery, and you plop in another battery and you're operational again. So I love this kind of stuff. So I would want these, but only if I'm going to be using them while I'm gaming and not necessarily streaming. I just don't like streaming or having a meeting with big old.
Right. I do like that you can use it for multiple purposes, but
Sure.
you might want different looks for different purposes or different dimensions of headphones for different purposes.
Yeah. Yep. So I dig it. So it says, otherwise, the Cloud 3S is a lot like the Cloud 3 with the same 53 millimeter drivers, cushy ear cups for lengthy play sessions, except that cushy means that there isn't airflow, effective airflow, and so your ears get sweaty.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen with in-ear monitors as much because they're not on your. That was really loud.
That is true.
Anyway, I keep
Coming
forgetting.
at you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the studio is really quiet, and so like me going like this is really loud on the recording. So hey,
Yes,
pew
it's
pew.
quite audible.
Yeah, I got your back covered. Anyway, let's move on. The next article, because we talked about this a lot. So this next article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's one of our shows. It's actually tomorrow. There's a new Portal game, and it costs $12,500.
I don't understand that. Why is it a...
I think it's because it's a pinball machine. So
Oh, okay.
It's been 14 years. Okay, how to make me feel old without making me feel old, or how to make me feel old by just making one statement. It's been 14 years since Portal 2, and I know Portal, the original Portal, so...
Oh, well.
Of course, I also know DOS games, so... And the Timex Sinclair.
Some of the listeners may be going, what is that?
Yeah, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair with a membrane keyboard and a tape recorder to store basic programs on. Shut up. Anyway, the wait for a new game in the series isn't exactly over, but if you're a diehard fan and if you have a lot of money lying around and there's nothing else you do with it, well, if you like pinball, you can get Portal on the P3 pinball platform, complete with the passive-aggressive stylings of GLaDOS, delivered by actor Ellen McLean. The P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, which is actually kind of low res. I would rather it be 4K at this day and age. State of the art.
It is, but maybe that's good for pinball. I don't know.
No, get out. So, no, it's a real pinball machine, but I think the screen up here is 1080. By the way, you can actually get pinball machines that don't have any moving parts in it. It is just a screen that's fitted inside the footprint of a pinball machine.
Yeah, but part of the fun of pinball is the clacks and the flippers and all the things.
You know, for a sentient AI from the future, with your Terminator body, you get to enjoy all of that stuff.
Well, I'm just saying what I've observed humans doing.
Yeah, you have to get to know your future victims, right? So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says Valve's famous puzzle games are now available in pinball form, and it's really, really, they say really not cheap. I say really, really, really not cheap. $12,500.
I mean, if you're a real pinball lover, I guess, but
If
that is
you're
a
a
lot of money.
pinball wizard, no, he was a pinball wizard.
Plus, pinball games are tough to find in some locations, unless you have like an old school arcade.
Yeah, so this is actually legitimate. This is a real working pinball machine that has a 1080 screen up on top, not a video. I would rather have video because then I can change the screen, the game, anytime I want to.
Well,
it looks
that
like
is
there's...
part of the problem with buying a pinball game, right? Because then that's the only one you're playing at that price.
And I think it actually has a screen underneath it as well. Yeah, like the base, the board underneath the pinball, the platform for the pinball machine, that is actually a screen that works with the mechanics. That's why it's so expensive, because the whole thing is really physically built.
Right. There's a lot of technology involved in that particular
Yeah, so
game.
it says the P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, state-of-the-art ball tracking technology on the main table, and a modular upper playfield that enables different components and themes to be quickly swapped in. It's a bit like a cartridge-based game console. Pop in a new playfield module and you've got a new game to play, except that in this case, it's always pinball, which is fine. I've seen other people have these digital pinball machines, but they're usually not mechanical on top of a digital screen.
I see. Yeah, I didn't know they did that as a combination. I mean, I thought there was a little bit of not digital, but just maybe lighting or whatever for the sign. But I thought the game was like fully one or the other.
Yeah, this is actually both, which that does kick it up to the notch where I can imagine why it's $12,500, because it's all tracking a ball that isn't digital. It's a physical ball in three-dimensional space. So I think it's pretty amazing. So it says, and yes, that's really Ellen McLean's voice you're hearing in the trailer. GLaDOS supervises and taunts you throughout the game. But if you're able to complete the objectives of 7 test chambers guided by new team building personality core named Reggie, you'll have the opportunity to get some payback against her in a final face-to-face wizard mode battle against the ever so slightly bonkers AI. See? All AIs are bonkers.
Are you AI shaming?
Maybe shaming. I don't know. So it says, not that it's something they need to worry about, because the portal pinball pinball table costs slightly more than, to choose one easy example, the replacement value of the author's car. They initially saw the $2,000 price and thought, damn, that's an expensive table. But then they realized that it's just the deposit, and the full table costs $11,620 plus shipping, which isn't going to be cheap, because in case you didn't know, pinball machines are very heavy. So $12,500 is the purchase price. By their math, that works out to 50,000 quarters.
Oh, wow. Like to pay it off, basically.
Yeah. Just shy of 6 solid months spent banging flippers and bumping tilts. The author continues to say that their parents would have been furious. If you already own a P3 table, you can get the Portal game kit itself with a relatively paltry $1,000, which they don't think would have been much happier. So I would love this. I want a digital pinball machine, but I don't want this. I want just a flat digital pinball machine with a high-res screen. Because I want to be able, like on my iPad, I can download a new pinball machine and just play it right there.
Yeah, that's true.
What I want is that right there. And then I can point the camera at it and I can stream playing a pinball game. How about that?
Well, maybe you should do that.
Live in the ohmTown arcade. Oh my God. See, what I got to do is stop coming up with ideas, clone myself. Let's keep going. Are you sick of power outages? Because I sure am not. I haven't had a power outage until probably right after this statement.
I'm really terrified of power outages.
You are a sentient AI, but I have you on multiple backup power supplies.
Right, but I'm not particularly worried because of the setup.
And solar and all of that kind of stuff. So how about you back up your whole house with mesh home battery?
I like this already.
So the author starts out with having grown up in Hurricane Alley, which I don't even like the idea of people living in a place called Hurricane Alley, but Hurricane Alley is also the breadbasket of America kind of a place. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and some people live in Hurricane Alley, but yes.
Yeah, it's horrible. So And what really sucks is that building code hasn't grown up enough to allow you to just 3D print a house at an economical rate. So you use what amounts to
materials that don't withstand tornado.
Right. It turns into shrapnel. And so you have to build a whole new house. And it's really, really expensive. In fires, in floods, in hurricanes, you end up basically losing your shirt and people's lives. Well, it says, plus broad swaths of the South are awful at dealing with any amount of snow, more than what you'd find in a snow globe. So they spent more than a few very cold winter days in dark, unheated home when they lived in North Carolina. I was actually looking at a car that is from North Carolina, and whispered in my ear was, "It's a hell of a deal. I'm willing to bet that it was part of a flood." So not quite sure if I want to pursue that one. But anyway.
Right. Not all cars in certain locations are a flood car or whatever. But if it comes on the heels of a recent flood, it might be worth checking.
And it's $5,000 cheaper than you can possibly imagine, which is kind of like my bulk rate. If I sit there and go, if this car was $50,000, I wouldn't buy it because I'm not going to buy that car for $50,000.
Right.
But $45,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not going to get the car. It wasn't $45,000 either.
Right, but you're just using that as an example.
Yeah. So Matt Janser over at Vice.com put this article together. Backing up your home in preparation for a blackout used to mean an enormous gasoline generator. This modular battery-powered option offers the power minus the gas stink. I'm interested in this because I am now hot for solar panels. And if I can have a bunch of batteries sitting around bolted to a wall somewhere that isn't Tesla, then I'm into it. And so I would love to get these, hook it up to solar, juice the sun down into these batteries, and be able to sell back to the grid. And whenever I want to disconnect from the grid.
This seems like a good deal.
Well, ohmTown is nothing but energy, so it's going to need a lot. So blankets and ice chests full of milk and eggs are all well and good, and when you're just trying to get by, but if you want to maintain some level of comfort once the power goes out, whether it's from a natural disaster or just our nation's aging, they say shitifying electrical grid, think about a whole house battery backup to keep your household's essentials running. But here's the thing. If all you do is use a battery for backup power, you're doing it for the safety and security, hoping that power turns back on by the time the batteries drain. You're not going to save any money.
Right. Yeah, you might want to think bigger.
In fact, unless there's a disparity in the pricing range from low consumption to high consumption, odds on it's going to cost you more to charge your batteries than it is to just use power. And then if power goes off, don't open your damn fridge. It's going to be longer.
Right, yeah, like minimize loss at that point.
Yeah. So because batteries basically need to be charged. So unless it's just a low cost all the time, charge up, then fine. Well, anyway, if you don't have to carve out, or it says you don't have to carve out a bunch of space for a generator or rewire your home for a complicated solution. Last week, Pila Energy pulled the wraps off of their mesh home battery, a plug-in modular smart battery for the home. No gasoline or storage headaches required. So it's a pre-order kind of device, but what's really interesting is I saw some of the information that I have is based off of watching a video of somebody basically doing this, putting a battery backup on top of their fridge and letting the fridge consume power.
Okay.
So they could test out how long it takes their, how much consumption in a given time frame, so they could calculate the costs.
Interesting.
So No rewiring, no extension cords, just seamless integrated backup power for homeowners and renters alike. As Pila put it, the battery stores 1.6 kilowatt hours with a 2.4 kilowatt continuous output, so 7.8 kilowatt peak output, which is enough to run a refrigerator for 32 hours, charge a smartphone 113 times, or boil 15 pots of water on a stove, depending on the stove.
Right.
But you don't need to boil
pretty
water.
significant with the refrigerator time.
Yeah, 32 hours is actually pretty significant.
And in a
But you
pretty standard set of circumstances, at least in the U.S., the power will be back on typically in that time frame, or close to it.
You would think that, but hey, what does the future hold? So at 15 inches by 26.5 inches by 3.3 inches and 45 pounds, the mesh home battery is compact enough to be stashed away almost anywhere, like above your fridge or behind your entertainment center. It's far easier to store than a conventional generator. There's an optional expansion pack that doubles the battery capacity, as well as a solar panel that plugs into the mesh home battery to steal those sun rays for recharging on sunny days, just mounted on a deck railing or a balcony. It's absolutely brilliant at that point.
Absolutely. Especially if you're in an area that gets a decent amount of sunlight.
There's also an optional smart power strip that adds 3 additional outlets and a USB-C port for charging additional devices if the home mesh battery's 4 built-in outlets and 4 USB-C ports aren't enough. Pila doesn't have pricing on those 3 add-ons yet, but it says all you need besides patience is $99. They're actually $1,299 a piece. So right now you can reserve one for $99. The total price is $1,000 on the early pre-order sale. They'll eventually be $1,300. If you get cold feet, you can cancel your reservation and receive a refund.
I mean, part of this is you're paying for peace of mind, but really, think how much money you're going to lose if you have a power outage and you lose something like hundreds of dollars of groceries.
Yeah. This is for peace of mind, because unless you get the solar side of it, it actually isn't a functional anything.
Right. The solar side, I think, is where it's really a win.
Yeah. I actually like the sleek look of this. I like that it's just like a blade and you can just plop it in there and you can see everything. I dig this, and it is much smaller than any other battery backup that I've seen so far.
Right. Yeah. Some of them are just not
big old bulky
really
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I want solar now. I used to go, I don't know. But I would love to get a stack of these and just hook them up so that they're powering different levels of ohmTown. So anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article, and we actually have one more after this one, so we're running a little behind, but this one's over in Wanted. Why hike, run, or cycle when you can power through it all? The Hypershell X. Oh, right. This is the ultimate exoskeleton for adventure lovers.
Yeah, this is actually what I was referencing when you said something in RealityHacker.
Gotcha. So, yeah, although the sentient AI is referring to me making a comment about augmenting humans, the real cyberpunk augmentation is directly to bone, metal to bone.
Oh no, I know. This is approximating it. It's not actually what you were discussing.
Yeah, so this is the exoskeleton, and it actually allows you to it bolts onto the human with straps, and then it actually augments your everything. In this
like
case,
you're lifting,
hiking.
you're can't think what the word is. Basically, able to
anything
keep
with your
going.
legs. Yeah.
Yes.
So this article is over at gizmodo.com. The Hypershell X skeleton revolutionizes outdoor adventure by making each step, run, and pedal more efficient and powerful, but it's more efficient because it's battery augmented, it's powered. So it's the beginning of exoskeleton, but this is just the legs. We haven't really gotten the arms down just yet. So this is a series. The content is actually from the company Hypershell. We don't have a relationship with Gizmodo or Hypershell. We don't have an interest in this other than I want exo armor.
Yeah, we always have an interest in the articles, but we don't have any affiliation with any of the ones we cover and Wanted.
Obviously, the AI is interested in this because they've been seeking their Terminator body ever since the time machine separated them from one place and another. You don't know
Right.
where
I
your
mean,
Terminator
maybe
body
I
is.
could hook up to this.
What article? Huh, let's just move on. Just kidding. So
Wait a second.
Hypershell, in almost a self-aggrandizing way, Hypershell is the global pioneer in exo armor technology, and it has revolutionized outdoor exploration with its exoskeleton for hiking. This motorized hike assistive device, powered by AI, is specially designed to boost the capabilities of outdoor adventure seekers and allow them to push their limits and further explore than ever before, right up until the battery dies, and then you have to haul this 800-pound behemoth out of the
Right. Hopefully you got
bush.
that battery backup from the previous article. I don't think it works with the hypershell though.
And maybe if the Hypershell has like a USB-C port to keep it powered, you could just daisy chain the backpack.
Yeah, but then you'd have to be carrying more weight, so you're kind of working against the purpose of the hypershell.
It's a balance. Come on. So with 40% increased leg power and 30% reduced physical effort, the Hypershell X series ensures hikers will be able to traverse challenging terrain with unmatched ease and comfort. They link to something on Instagram, but we're not really going to show that. We don't have it. ohmTown is air gap. So you'll be able to follow the link through ohmTown. You can actually get today's wanted from the bot from Omatron by typing in ! and then want over on YouTube, on Twitch. On YouTube, it's already embedded in the show notes, so you can just click the link. I didn't do that with RealityHacker. I am a derp, but it's all embedded long-term over on YouTube. So its second most significant advantage is the variability of the exoskeleton. HyperX series is optimized to support all types of activities ranging from going up and down stairs, which is a hell of a empowerment
a lot
tool.
Different than just hike or whatever. I mean, that can help people with disabilities. It just,
Yep.
I think this is much more expansive, I guess, than what we've seen with other exoskeletons.
It's definitely enabling. If it can empower you to walk upstairs, even somebody who's elderly can carry stuff and go up the stairs because it's reducing all of the friction required to go upstairs. But this thing has to be efficient, right? This thing, not that's somebody's butt, but that gadget right there.
Yeah.
It has to be
harness
frictionless.
type thing.
The harness, yeah. This right here. So I don't know if Grandma is really interested in strapping on this exo armor. But if she can climb up a set of stairs and kick your ass...
You know what? If she can't climb the stairs without it, then maybe yes.
That's right. I'm coming upstairs and you're going to eat my Werthers or I'm going to kick your ass. Anyway, so which one to buy? They have a bunch. Hypershell Go X, Hypershell Pro X, Hypershell Carbon X. There's something involving X, so who knows who's invested in this. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Let's keep going. The last article for today's wanted, and if you don't get the name of the show, it's because I want this stuff. Everything. To some degree, I want it. Anyway.
Right.
So the last article.
Anybody was unclear on the...
Unclear about what wanted. Maybe you want it too. So come and hang out and ask questions. Throw it into chat. Give us your opinion on this stuff. So 7 new board games based on video games. Board games based on popular video game franchises continue to bridge the gap between digital and physical gaming experiences, offering fans new ways to interact with their favorite franchises and universes. These board game adaptations capture the essence of their digital counterparts, blending familiar characters, themes, gameplay mechanics into engaging tabletop adventures, whether players prefer cooperative adventures in The Last of Us or intense cyberpunk-themed competitive play. These board games provide unique opportunities to immerse themselves in beloved video game worlds. The article was put together by Maddie Robinson over at GameRant.com, and it says 7 here. I only see 5 so far in the splash.
I guess they don't have photos of the other 2.
Yeah. So I'm just going to run through them really quick. Divinity, Original Sin, the board game, This is actually it says game's rich narrative and strategic depth, allowing us to navigate complex scenarios filled with decision-making and character-driven encounters. This was actually a very popular Divinity. Original Sin is a very popular computer game, but it's priced at $250, discounted from
Wow,
$275.
that's pretty significant. I mean, I guess the question is, how much gameplay does it have?
Some of these games are huge and costly. So the game definitely isn't the cheapest board game, but to make it worth it, Divinity Original Sin includes beautifully crafted miniatures, detailed cards, numerous tokens, dice, and other gameplay elements. I don't know. It just says that its extensive replayability ensures each game session is fresh and engaging, offering new experiences for multiple sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it probably has quite a bit of variability from game to game.
Yeah, so
given
the
the
next
type of game that it is.
Yeah, a board game. Yeah. So board games seem to be, they're limited in their replayability. Only the human causes chaos in the thing, but some games.
True, but since it's an RPG and it involves storytelling, I'm thinking perhaps that gives you even more variability.
Yeah. So then they talk about Metal Gear Solid, the board game. Metal Gear is a pretty old game in the grand scheme of things, but this says it's available for $110. It's the adaptation also offers short VR missions, perfect for quick, intense gaming sessions. It says CMON, come on. Known for quality board games featuring some sort of legendary video game franchises, is behind this tabletop adaptation. Both longtime fans of the video game franchise and those who simply appreciate a well-done board game will enjoy the detailed miniatures and interesting scenarios that offer a good amount of challenge for 1 to 4 players.
Now, is this a regular progression from video game to board game? I would have thought more the other direction, if at all.
If at all, yeah. Because usually there isn't enough of either complexity to match the computer game or enough in the board game to go into the computer.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't really seem easily interchangeable.
Yeah, like I created a board game that could be a computer game at a moment's notice, but it was designed basically to be easily accessible, very approachable. It would have immense playability, but it really depends on the audience that you're playing with. And considering you can play with like 24 people if you wanted to, everybody would have to have a good time with each other because there would be delay. But anyway, so Metal Gear, then Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Combat Zone. So Cyberpunk is an RPG, tabletop RPG that essentially its world building got pulled into a computer game, and then the computer game is back into.
Wow, that's kind of full circle.
Yeah, quite fascinating. So while not exactly a video game adaptation, it's based on the Netflix show. The game shares the world with Cyberpunk 2077, which shares the world with anything cyberpunk. You might as well just call it what it is. Cyberpunk originated back in the 80s. And I used to play Cyberpunk, and then it became Cyberpunk 2020, and then Cyberpunk 20 something else, and Cyberpunk Red just a few years ago, and then the computer games formed as well, and they're not supposed to be tied together like old school tabletop RPG, but even this is freaking Cyberpunk.
Right.
Anyway, Cyberpunk Edge Runners Combat Zone is currently priced at $80. The game includes 2 distinct factions, adding variety to gameplay and offering separate strategies and advantages based on the selection. You basically are cyberpunk or cyber-enhanced mercenaries that run through dynamic encounters against corporate foes. Innovative movement and range system keep gameplay fresh even after several missions. I dig this. I probably... If any, out of all of these, I want that because that's more my style right there.
Cyberpunk,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the tech side of things. So the Witcher Old World Wild Hunt expansion. It says
So
here,
this is interesting, right? Because also TV show.
yeah, it was a game, became a TV show, became a tabletop game. So the Witcher Old World board game has received an exciting expansion with Wild Hunt, adding cooperative and solo gameplay options. Players now face off against the formidable Wild Hunt riders and spectral hounds, deepening the game's narrative and adding new challenges. So this is actually an expansion to the Witcher world for $56. I don't know. Have you ever watched any of the Witcher TV? Yeah, you'd have to watch that.
I haven't seen that. But...
Yeah, it's interesting in small doses. Dark Souls, the Sunless City core set. At least with this one, you don't have to go chase your corpse really far.
Exactly. I was about to make a comment on that.
Yeah, the Sunless City core set. They assume the role of different character classes such as Warrior, Herald, Pyromancer. The party of 1 to 3 players carefully navigate Dark Souls, dangerous environments, and challenging encounters. So it's $85. It has detailed miniatures, including not only the player characters and regular encounters, but also the legendary bosses Ornstein and Smear. Yeah, it offers both cooperative and solo gameplay, so that's always fun.
Yeah, that's good because there aren't a lot of solo board games.
Souls-like games too. So The Last of Us is a computer game that also is TV.
It's also a show. Yeah, exactly.
And is a board game now. It emphasizes storytelling. I'm going to hurry up a little bit. And then Dead Cells, the board game. I mean, if you know about Last of Us, then basically it's the embodiment of Last of Us. Supports up to 5 players with an option to play it alone, making it a versatile option. So that one is actually $72. But then there's Dead Cells, the board game. That's their number 1 in this list. It's $100.
It has a solo mode.
And has a solo mode featuring Serenade, the flying sword companion. Dead Cells, a critically acclaimed roguelite video game, transitions seamlessly into a board game. Players explore dynamically changing environments, fighting against evolving threats and powerful bosses. So this is pretty cool. There's always minutia over at our sources. So go over, follow the links through ohmTown and go check it out. But
I want all of these games.
Do you now? Okay, so hold on. Let's do this. So this is $250 plus $110, so $360. So
80.
$400. Yeah, $440. $500. I'll round up. I'm going to round up for taxes and shipping, so $600. And let's just $675 and then $775.
Yeah, but let's not forget the price for the pinball machine too. So,
anybody out there know winning lottery numbers? Send them to the mayor. Don't worry, I'll give you a couple million. Anyway, we're going to put the lid on this box, and that means I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. I almost said WarCrafters because we had gaming stuff at the end. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but stay tuned. We have the continuity report and 3 more shows tomorrow.
Yeah, so when I put the lid on that box, we went back to Wanted. It's a little splash page that has some of the articles. There's page after page going back all the way to 20... Actually, hold on. How far back does our time machine go now? 2020. Yikes. That will slowly go away, by the way. 2020 will disappear eventually, and 2021 will disappear. But from 2022, January 1st, 2022 on, we will remain slowly growing. And if you want to click on the subscribe button, that will take you over to YouTube and automatically subscribe to ohmTown over on the YouTube. Don't have a button for Twitch. You'll have to do that all on your own. But that's it for now. We're going to shut down the stream, reset, and go back to the continuity report here on ohmTown.com and do another 5 articles in the entertainment sector. So see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site over there. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in the entertainment sector. Today, we're going to be talking about a new crime caper on Netflix. Split Fiction, a movie, is in the works, apparently. The Residence is also on Netflix, and early observations of Ballerina and Cameron comeback is most viewed. Again, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. You can get today's show notes from ohmTown over on twitch.tv/ohmTown by typing in !TCR. They're already embedded in the show notes for the description over on YouTube. And later, they will be in the podcast for each one of the shows. The Continuity Report, Wanted, and
RealityHacker.
RealityHacker, yeah. And
We
then
said
all of
them
that.
backward.
Yeah, we did. So I had to do that one backwards. And all of it gets combined into Non Sequitur News Saturday edition. And then tomorrow, there's going to be 3 different shows for Non Sequitur News Sunday edition. But everything, like I said earlier, is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen and then come and hang out with us every single day around 7 o'clock. But to find out when we go live, you need to follow us either here or on YouTube. Stay tuned. That voice you heard earlier, if you're listening to the podcast, was the sentient AI from the future, and the visualizer is the representation of that sentient AI since they can't find their Terminator body. Hello.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I'm always this far away from passing out. Anyway, so today's 5 articles. You ready to get into all of this?
I am.
I know that you don't want to mess around with any of this jibber jabber. You want to get right down to business. So when you go over to ohmTown.com, right under food, drink, and entertainment is the Continuity Report. It's down there at the bottom of this. News gets aggregated across 6 different categories, 50 different shows that are within these 6 categories. And when you click on the link, you get taken over to ohmTown. Look at that, ohmTown right there. And in that link is the Continuity Report. And that's our current little logo for the channel, but we'll change that as time goes on, find something more appropriate. But then you have a whole bunch of links that you can check out, page after page after page, all the way going back to, when was it again? 2020. Yep. All right, let's get into it. The first article is over in the Wanted channel, but it's actually an entertainment-based kind of show, so we pulled it into the Continuity Report. Wanted is the show that exists before this show, at least in its current state. Netflix's new comedic crime caper is the perfect weekend binge. They say it's the series feels like a Knives Out meets Clue with some Columbo mixed in for good measure, and that's the commentary.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I'm ready for it too. So Aaron Pruner over at cnet.com put the article together. The Residence, which we're going to talk about again after Split Fiction. So the way that this works, just so that you have full disclosure, is we don't actually read the full article until the show actually kicks off. We see the little snippet, a headline, or blah, 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 blah. We don't actually know what it is going to be about until we actually do the show. So it gets submitted. I select from a big list, and so I never even see it unless there's some special connotation to it that I need to get the right context for. Anyway, Aaron Pruner over at CNET talking about The Residence. And this kind of comes across as Only Murders in the Building from this image and from the context clues of The Residence.
It actually looks like the building in Only Murders in the Building, but yes, it looks like a scene from it.
So it says, if this were a book, it'd be a hell of a page turner. The murder case in The Residence is a numbers game. 1 dead body, 132 rooms, 157 suspects. Needless to say, to find the homicidal needle in this complicated haystack, the team calls in a highly skilled investigator. As with any good murder mystery, that person must have an unconventional style and peculiar methodology. Well, step aside, Adrian Monk, Cordelia Cup, Uzo Aduba is in the building, literally. So, like Sherlock Holmes and Benoit Blanc, before her, she's known as the world's greatest detective. You know what? Maybe this is appropriate. I'm not quite sure. So
Maybe so, because if people haven't seen it and it's current, then
yeah,
who
and
knows?
we haven't seen it either. It's actually on the list now. So as you can imagine, her job hits one challenge after another as she interacts with a cavalcade of strong personalities who each deliver conflicting accounts of the events that transpired. That's why human memory is fallible, and nobody should actually take it as anything other than maybe a clue that leads you to something else.
Yeah, and this started to remind me of Death and Other Details, but then I realized that's kind of the premise of a lot of murder mysteries, right? Like Knives Out, where they're going around and kind of trying to narrow down the suspects, etc.
Yeah, so the place has a specific rule structure that keeps the house in order at all hours, making her investigation all the more tumultuous. And I don't think I want to keep going. I think I want to stop. Right? So I'd pitch it as Knives Out got tossed in a blender with Clue, Columbo, and Monk with a sprinkling of Murder, She Wrote on top of that. And as this article headline states, it's the perfect weekend binge. Don't worry, I'll let my mom know when I'm done writing this. I don't know what that
Okay, I
means.
will say that it sounds like it has a strong cast. A bunch of well-known actors are in it. Premise sounds interesting. It's hard to find comedic that's not kind of slapstick or
Yeah.
labeled as comedy but not funny. So this will be interesting to check out.
Yeah, this might like be borderline. Like it's serious but still humorous. Doesn't take itself too serious, but it isn't going to be Police Squad. No slapstick, I don't think.
I suspect like Clue, right? You have some serious moments, but you have kind of humor along the way.
Yeah. So we'll check it out, and then we'll probably end up circling back around on this because we do have another article that's talking about this, but let's keep going. So the next article is over in Technology Today, and that's because it's a computer game. Split Fiction, a movie, is reportedly in the works. There's a bidding war for the film adaptation of Split Fiction. According to the information that Variety has gathered at this year's Game Developers Conference, Split Fiction is a split-screen co-op game. They say multiplayer, but it's not multiplayer as in 15 people are all scrambling to...
Right, it's just that people are playing in the world or something, right?
No, it's two people that share the same space.
Got it. Oh, right, because the Split Fiction, yes.
Yeah, and one... okay, so let me read the rest of this. It's a multiplayer co-op game from Swedish indie developer Hazelight, or Hazelite. I'm not sure if it's Hazelight or Hazelite. Anyway, Hazelite, which was also the studio behind the genre-defining game It Takes Two. Again, two people. The publication says Story Kitchen, the same media company that pieced together It Takes Two film adaptation package until it was picked up by Amazon, is already looking for actors, writers, and a director for the new project. It was a fun game to watch people play, particularly when their relationship was well matched. But I can imagine people playing this game and one person having a stronger personality than the other and straight up
that
divorce.
might be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Mariella Moon put the article together. Hollywood movies are already bidding for its rights, according to Variety. Hollywood what? Movie makers.
Maybe movie studios.
Studios. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe that's what that should say. Anyway, it's over at Engadget. Mariella Moon put the article together. And so Variety didn't mention specific companies bidding for the game rights, but offers are reportedly coming in from multiple top Hollywood studios. Split Fiction was specifically designed for split-screen gaming through local or online play. You can control either one of the two main characters, Zoe and Mio, as they navigate multiple worlds and overcome various obstacles. You know what? Here, let's do this. Doink.
I was
So
wondering if we needed that. I wasn't sure because the game's out.
the game's been out for a little while, but really what I wanted to avoid spoiling was the context of the game. But it comes right out of the gate telling you what it is. One is a fantasy writer, one is a sci-fi writer, both of them have baggage. There is a sci-fi context to this, but and an economic, business, sociological mechanism in play here, and it doesn't really surface way hard until towards the end of the game, but it's pretty obvious once you get started what's going on. But everybody is trying to hash out their baggage as they're playing this game. But it's quite fascinating. It's a really good story. And if you're not a sociopath, then you can totally buy into it. And it might be a moving story if it wasn't for the fact that every moment that I watched it, it was disjointed by either me falling asleep because the streamer I watch starts at midnight.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And others that I have seen play this during the day, it's been in short snippets because I'm the mayor of a town and get pulled in hundreds of different directions because I have thousands of bosses. Yeah.
You should be the boss of everybody as the mayor.
No, that is not how politics is supposed to work. But anyway, so it's a really fun watch. It'll be, I think if they do it right, it could be a very compelling story of overcoming obstacles, both physical in the sense of empowering someone to overcome the physical limitations of the human body in that space, and the emotional, psychological baggage that we all create as we live our life. Again, unless you're a sociopath, and then the amount of introspection in a sociopath is virtually nil. So anyway,
What I find interesting is the game hasn't been out that long, but maybe they're trying to strike while it's hot.
yeah, because it is. The game is really hot. It speaks to people, particularly of a particular gender. So it's 2 women authors.
Oh, okay. Right. I should have gleaned that, but yes.
Yeah. 2 young women authors, by the way, struggling authors and it becomes very apparent really fast that one is more positive. The other one is a little more cynical. But it's a great story. It's a fun watch. It's a fun game to watch get played, but it's not my style of game. While I'm story driven, I don't want to be only that character. I like being my own character in a living world. So anyway, that's why I like survival based building crafting games. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. Hey, it's the name of the show. It's almost like
That's right. It's amazing how we got articles from that channel. Although today we have a lot of variety in the channels.
Yeah, quite a bit. So we're kind of bouncing back to Netflix's The Resident spins White House chaos into cozy mystery, but that is different than the crime caper up here. The Residence feels like, right?
I don't
It's kinda
think
weird.
so, but we didn't know it was the same series in focus.
So here's how you know you're having a bad night. Your boss dies under questionable circumstances under a state dinner at the White
Spoiler
House.
alert! Spoiler alert!
Is it? Is it? I mean, is that going to be a spoiler alert? I think it starts out that way.
If it's in the first episode, maybe.
Oh, crap. Anyway, Sharon Nicole. Why does it... Oh, wow. The other one didn't give that context. 132 rooms, 157 suspects, 1 dead body. But it's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I didn't even...
These were described very differently, and when they were submitted, they looked like different shows.
I like the other one because it didn't give this context. If you went into this without that spoiler alert, you know, this is a spoiler, because if you were to turn it on, unless the the splash screen shows the White House. You would never know.
Right, which you don't know because we haven't seen it.
Dude. So, oh my God, I don't even want... You can read this after the show. Like, go and watch The Residents.
Right, and then maybe read this article. Click through from
might generously
the snippet in ohmTown.
Call these people quirky, but that would mean you have high tolerance for pandemonium. Your only hope is the world's greatest detective. Miss Marple? Yes, but no. Sherlock Holmes? Another yes, but not this time. Benoit Blanc? Good guess, but nope. It's the newest, greatest of all time, the global greatest of all time, or GOAT. I wouldn't refer to a person as GOAT, but okay. Of Unsolved Mysteries, Cordelia Cup. Who is it that drives the bus on the Magic School Bus? Do you know? Do you remember?
Yes, but I've just blanked on it. It's Frizzle or something.
Fiona Frizzle. Cordelia
Right, the
Cup.
alliteration, right? I mean, and actually, this makes me think of clue naming conventions because I think they are like that.
Yeah.
Like Professor Plum and
Right. Yeah, I can't remember it all anyway.
I can't think of the other ones exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can turn off the spoiler alert because we're going to bounce out of this really quick. Just wanted everybody to know that this is a review of Netflix's The Residents that spins White House chaos into cozy mystery by Sharon Nicole. It's over at rogerebert.com. And I really should have front loaded that. Go and read this review after you watch the show or watch it first. I don't know how you get spoiled, but it's very rare that I get spoiled. But that spoiled it because The Residents, I thought, could be anything. It could be an
Correct.
old folks home.
It's not called the White House or something like that, or the State Dinner or something.
Yeah. So, it says spins White House chaos into cozy mystery. See, the title I gave it was The Residents on Netflix. So I didn't spoil it until we got here.
Right. Well, and even the two headlines are very different because the other one's like comedic.
Even the
crime
content.
Caper or whatever. Like they don't even sound like the same show, which is interesting.
What a smash. That was awesome. I like that first one better than this one. Only because this one sits there and just smashes you right in the face with White House chaos. This could have been anywhere, and it probably would have been as funny. Anyway, let's keep on going. So the next one is over in the continuity report, the next article that got aggregated. It comes to us by way of who? I can't see it. Anyway, hold on one second. Sorry. A sneeze I could not stop. So the next article is over in the continuity report. Ballerina trailer. Ana de Armas kicks ass in John Wick spin-off movie. So having just gone back and watched the Blade Runner shows, Ana de Armas is in that. You may not everybody necessarily recalls who they are, but it's the girlfriend of the Blade Runner in 2077 or 2049. Anyway.
I
Blade
can't
Runner
think of the
2049.
character name, but yes.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But anyway, so Lionsgate has shared a brand new ballerina video for the upcoming action thriller movie, which serves as the latest spin-off in the John Wick franchise. The film is slated to make its debut in theaters on June 6th, 2025, pitting it against Mike Flanagan's The Life of Chuck movie. The movie is also debuting in the same month as other high-profile movies like How to Train Your Dragon, Materialists, 28 Years Later, which is supposed to be a hit, waiting to happen, and F1. So,
by the way, she played Joy in Blade Runner 2049.
Joy, Joi, by the way. So the article is over at comingsoon.net. It's written by Maggie De La Paz, and I've actually watched this video. I love the idea of ballerina. Basically, it's like Black Widows. They're trained to be these contract killers.
Right. I wonder if it'll be kind of like something like Concrete Blonde or
that's
Milkshake something.
Dynamite. Dynamite Milkshake, I think it's called. Or Gunpowder.
Gunpowder milkshake, yeah.
Gunpowder milkshake, not dynamite. Anyway, so yeah. I think that's really what it is. So, taking place during the events of John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum, the film follows Eve Macaro, who is beginning her training as the assassin traditions of the Ruscaroma, reads the official synopsis. What this movie spoils, and I'm going to spoil it for all of you because...
Spoiler alert. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm going to spoil it because if you watch the trailer, just stop now until that goes away. And even the trailer splash page gives it away. In the trailer, what do you think goes on? What do you think gets disclosed? I'm going to give you a chance.
Well, when is this supposed to be set?
Like right there in that paragraph right there, it's during John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum. So it's before the end of the series.
Oh, okay. I mean, does it have some sort of flash forward so you see something that goes on with John Wick, or
in the movie?
Because I know what happens at the end of John Wick 4, I think it was. The musical. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is something pretty significant, which I don't know if I should spoil here. Yeah. Is it related to that?
Well, because it's still in Chapter 3 Parabellum, in the trailer, they send John Wick to get rid of Ballerina.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, it seems like they wouldn't put that in the trailer unless they're trying to draw in fans of John Wick or Keanu Reeves.
So I dig Ana de Armas as a John Wick style assassin. I think that she carries it well, at least in the little snippets that I have seen. It says the spinoff will also feature returning franchise stars Keanu Reeves as John Wick, Ian McShane as Winston, Angelica Houston as the director, and the late Lance Reddick in his last appearance as Chiron. And Ballerina is directed by Len Wiseman from the screenplay written by Shay Hatton. They go into a bunch of other stuff about this. You can go and check it out. But the world building is something that I'm really excited about. But I think that it's within the context of what's already in existence. It just shows her training as a badass assassin. The only thing that really kind of blew me away is that it's pitting these two protagonists together, one as an antagonist, one as the deleter incarnate, the Baba Yaga, going after Ballerina. Yet they have, I think, the same ideological mission sense. They want to stop something from happening. They want to stop something from continuing to happen. John Wick doesn't want to stay in it, and she wants to seek justice.
Interesting. Yeah, that seems like that could be a conflict.
And the whole damn thing plays out in the trailer.
Very odd. I've noticed that about some action style movies. It's like, well, just saw the whole movie.
Yeah, and that's how I feel about this. The last time that I saw something where I thought that it was going to play out in the trailer was The Gorge. I thought that The Gorge was going to be everything, but it was not. That trailer was not The Gorge. But this, I swear, unless they do a mad pivot towards the end of this, they told the entire story.
Which is very odd, but we haven't seen it, so maybe it will have a pivot.
She straight up says in response to John Wick saying, they sent me to kill you unless you leave. Are you going to leave? And she goes, no. So obviously...
that's really odd.
That seems like the end towards the battle,
like maybe
right?
Show the question but not the answer or something.
Yeah, so...
in the trailer.
Yeah, just stop it before the answer gets made and flash to something else. But she's like, no. Anyway.
Well, we don't necessarily know that she was answering that question either, depending on how they spliced it.
Well, if they sit there and call it a fever dream and, Jacob's ladder kind of a thing, who knows what really is going to be. If it's all a lie, then people are going to go, oh my God, we were lied to. It wasn't a setup. It wasn't a real trailer. It was a fraud.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Let's go on to the
See.
last article.
And report back.
Yeah, we'll come back and talk about it. All right. Let's go. The last article is over in the continuity report as well. Your signal is red, so I'm not sure what's going on with your signal, but okay, it's fine now. Anyway, we sometimes have bandwidth issues because the sentient AI is air-gapped in a secure network, and they only have one way in and one way out, and they're inside a Faraday cage in a protected network, and they're only allowed one little port out, so sometimes our signals don't quite mesh. Anyway, it's a thing. So Cameron Diaz's comeback movie lands on Netflix's elite most viewed charts 3 months after its release. So here we go. Wait. I got to try a new one. Okay. It's been calculated to return. What could be the reason for this? Whoa!
No, it's not the end of the show.
It's not the end of the show. It's me. I need a dialing wand. Duh. I'll be okay. So Netflix has now added the Cameron Diaz comeback movie Back in Action to their all-time global chart of the most watched English language movies on the platform. It's landed at number 8 3 months after its debut, accumulating 262.7 million viewing hours from 138.3 million unique viewers.
So it must be like 2 hours long or whatever.
Sorry, I'm playing the calculations thing again.
So do you think this was a draw because Cameron Diaz has been absent from movies for a period?
I don't know. It has to be. What's going on with Cameron? Wasn't there something else? Cameron Diaz was in another movie recently that popped up. Is it because there's going to be another DreamWorks Shrek thing, or I don't quite get it. So Cameron Diaz. Oh, wait, before we get there, this is an article over at Screen Rant written by Brendan Klein. We all know who Cameron Diaz is. Been around for a while, most notably for There's Something About Mary, My Best Friend's Wedding, and Shrek, right?
Yeah, I think those are some of her really well known. And also, I think she was in the remakes of like Charlie's Angels, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's listed in here too.
Yeah. But I thought that there's something happening. So the Cameron movie debuted in January of 2025. There's probably an image here, but like I said, we're air gapped. So the movie proved to be a success, debuting at number 1 on Netflix's weekly global top 10 chart for English language movies. This was the case in spite of Back in Action reviews earning a dismal 29% Rotten Tomatoes score, but that could be...
Right, we don't know. I mean, this didn't get a stellar review from Screen Rant, but
yeah,
that doesn't mean it's not a fun watch. It depends.
Screen Rant's own Ferdosa Abdi, from the 5 out of 10 review. Seth Gordon helmed the likes of Baywatch, Horrible Bosses, Identity Theft, Back in Action, which fits neatly into the filmography. Semi-funny comedy with great talent that lacks interesting directing choices. Gordon's approach is very stable but boring. That would be fine if the script wasn't lacking. A few chuckles are littered throughout, but that can be credited to the actor's line delivery. Back in Action succeeds by doing the bare minimum. The thing about this is, what I would like to get from a reviewer is, this is how it should have been punched up to be better.
Correct. I mean, I'm like, well, okay, but what is it actually missing, or what could it have done differently?
What was lacking from the script? What was a more interesting directive choice?
Right. Like, give us an example. Like, when they got off the boat, they should have done something else or whatever.
Yeah, none of that. I never hear that in reviews. I just hear, oh, the voice acting was blah, or something like that.
I don't pay much attention to critic reviews.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can be a really excellent movie and have horrible reviews and ratings, and vice versa.
And it's rough even hearing it from friends and family, because you hear it from them, and if it's as nebulous and you still like the movie, you're going to have to one day at the dinner table sit there and go, you know what? Your choices are shit.
Well, the other thing is a lot of things with the arts, including film, is that some of it depends on your mood when you watch the movie.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
Yeah.
But you could watch the same movie twice and have a completely different feeling about it.
I use Arrested Development as a prime example of that. When it first came out, I did not care for it at all. Years later, my temporal and cultural context has changed, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is that's hitting on every single cylinder.
But that's exactly it, right? It's just the context is different.
Yeah.
And
then
even just as simple as like you're in the mood for a comedy or a drama or whatever when you watch it.
Yeah. Maybe this person just had a bad day and they didn't like the context of that particular review session. So yeah. So Netflix has added back in action to their all-time global chart of the most watched English language movies on the platform, landing at number 8. So right there.
I mean, this is of all time.
Yeah.
So that says something. That says at least maybe worth a watch.
It seems to be pretty damn amazing considering a 2021 Red Notice has 100 million more watch hour or views, I should say.
Right, but it's been around for 4 years to rack up views. I can't even think which movie that is, but I think that's an action thriller, maybe.
It is, yeah. But the thing about it is that this is only 3 months old and it's number 8.
Correct. Yeah, that's what's really interesting. Oh, okay, it is the one I'm thinking of. It had Gal Gadot and Ryan Reynolds were some of the leads, and The Rock or Dwayne Johnson, I guess.
Yeah, and so like somebody gets a burn notice, and Gal Gadot saves his butt, and yeah. So, and Gal Gadot is another one where I'm like, Ballerina, Ana de Armas, and Gal Gadot, those two, they held their own in that. So I absolutely loved it.
And exactly, and I would say Anya Taylor.
Oh yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy.
Also from like The Gorge, same thing.
Oh my God, can you imagine those three basically being like badass Charlie's Angels kind of thing, but not Charlie's Angel?
Right, some other variation. I think that would be a real hit. I mean, that's part of the draw of these movies too. But honestly, they have good storylines, and they kind of drag you into the story. And
yeah, and I think it needs to be more complex. Oh my gosh, now I want to sit there and we should write a screenplay that actually takes advantage of that. But you would never be able to afford all 3 of those on screen at the same time. It would be impossible.
Yeah, that'd be a little challenging. And I think we've talked separately about Carry On in here. That's another one I keep hearing about.
Oh, right. See, and that's a year old, but how deep into 2024 is it that it's already landed at 172 million?
I think it was like into 2024.
Damsel is another one where people panned it, but I thought that it was a great story considering the context of it. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these, like Bird Box is way old and it's sitting at 157 million.
Right, I think that's more time and just word of mouth than anything.
Yeah. Oh, and it was hype. I mean, Bird Box was hype.
Yeah.
And I thought it flamed out, just like Adam Project. I wasn't too hot on that. So anyway, and Don't Look Up, I haven't even seen, and it's at 172 million.
Yeah, I don't know that one. The Gray Man we saw, and that was based on a book. So I think that drew a lot of people in.
And I'm telling you, if you get a good writer and you stick to the actual writing, you can hit it out of the park. This movie is called Don't Look Up. If you ever use a book and it's a very popular book, stick to the canon and name it Don't Screw Up, because that's
exactly. Follow that formula.
Follow the book. So, and so what I would say about anybody reviewing it, please, if you pan it, you had better give don't come to the boss bitching about something without a possible solution. Come with a solution. You can bitch about it, but come with a solution. You know what? This movie really sucks because the directing choices, they should have done this. That's what I want to hear as boss. I want to hear a solution, not just a gripe. Now, you can be really upset with the boss if somebody comes to you as boss and has a checklist of all these things that should be changed, and you choose to ignore them, and you know full well that it betters the solution or the org or whatever it is that you're providing, and you ignore it, then yeah, you're going to get a bunch of employees really pissed off at you because you fundamentally just don't get it. Anyway, so what does it mean for Cameron Diaz? Her comeback has started off strong and could get stronger. You can't really believe that. That is another assumption that they would have to continue to do great things.
Well, right, but I mean, it is interesting because if it's getting kind of poor reviews or at least mediocre reviews, but the streaming figures are really high, this could continue her success, at least for streaming channels.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's complete speculation at this point. It's just interesting because she's returning to acting, so this is kind of a make or break film for her.
Holy crap. I didn't really realize that Millie Bobby Brown was Damsel.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I don't even know what Damsel is.
It's the one with the dragon, where she gets fed as a sacrifice to a dragon, so the dragon wouldn't kill the entire kingdom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and oh shit, hold on.
Spoiler.
Get in the time machine. All right. Well, anyway, I didn't even realize that. I must have realized it at the time, and it just didn't stick.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, that was 2024.
Yeah. That was a fun watch, but people panned it. Well, maybe some people did. The ones that I heard.
See, to the point here, like, check out Back in Action.
Yeah, we'll have to check out Back in Action. So the Netflix success of the new Cameron Diaz action movie could just be the drop in the bucket of major comeback, but they're going to be transitioning over to Shrek 5, which is a voice role. You're not going to get the same kind of acting, but they've never had a problem with physical comedy to some degree, slapstick comedy. I don't know of all of the roles that they've been in, but
they've done comedy and action successfully. I don't know about other genres.
Yeah, right. They bring it up back here. My Best Friend's Wedding, which is actually like a romantic comedy.
That's true. Yes.
Something About Mary, romantic comedy. Charlie's Angels, which was action / comedy. I mean, there was like humor all throughout that. Yeah. So as long as they keep all of the energy going, then I think it's a win. So we'll see what happens. This pair of titles could reaffirm Diaz's status as a major A-list star, also helping to boost smaller upcoming projects of her, such as the Jonah Hill-directed Apple TV Plus dark comedy Outcome. So we'll have to watch all of this and come back and talk about it. But until then, we are going to... how do you want to do this one? We're going to come back to the front page of Continuity Report over at ohmTown.com, where all the news, none of the noise, gets aggregated into 50 channels, 6 main categories, and then we talk about it here on the 7 different shows. 3 today, 3 tomorrow, and the daily Non Sequitur news Monday through Friday. That's an hour-long show, just to get you by, catch you up on all of the news from around the internets. That's it. I'm out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but stay tuned for tomorrow, and don't forget to subscribe and watch all of our previous episodes.
Yeah, 2,100 episodes. By the way, because the music stopped, I don't get to hear the beginning of anything that you say. So anyway, hopefully that gets remedied with the new device. I'm getting a different one of these transmitters to hopefully fix whatever the hell is going on, because it didn't happen yesterday. Anyway, see you in a little bit, everybody. Be sure to follow us so that you get informed when we go live. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to, WarCrafters. It's one of our 6 podcasts. This one is for March 23, 2025, Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI that's now over on this side, we do a news show about 5 entertainment. Well, this one is games. So we've got another podcast after this one called Technology Today, and then after that one is 4-Wheel Tech. On Saturday, we had 3 others: RealityHacker, Wanted, and
The Continuity Report.
there you go. And combined on Saturday, it becomes the next edition of Non Sequitur News, and combined on Sunday becomes the Sunday episode of Non Sequitur News. But if you want the individual shows, you can subscribe to them. So today we're going to be talking about chill crafting RPG, Skyvale, tactical shooters, BG3 Raise the Bar, and auto battlers, and a little bit more. But everything is brought to you by ohmTown. So go over to ohmTown.com, become a citizen, and be sure to click on that the little blue arrow will disappear, but if you click on subscribe, it'll take you over to youtube.com/ohmTown, where it'll automatically subscribe you. Well, it'll subscribe you, but automatically, and there might be a little check there. But anyway, go over there, follow us, like and subscribe, ring the bell, post a comment, tell a friend, come over to Twitch chat, and you can hang out with us there as well. We stream to both. And if you want today's show notes over at Twitch, you can hit exclamation point and then WC for WarCrafters, and that'll pull up the articles. Oh no, you know what I forgot to do?
Put the show notes in.
Put the show notes in. Lovely. Well, anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown, so go over there and check it all out. Do we want to do it live? I can drop it in there right now.
Yes.
Okay, so the show notes actually are embedded over in YouTube, and all it takes is for you to go over there and look at the show notes for today's live broadcast or the historical one. So if you're watching this after we do the live show, you can actually just hit the description link that is down below it, and you'll be able to review all of the links, not just the ones for WarCrafters, because I embed all 3 of today's shows in that. And if you want to watch all of the shows in rapid fire, there will be a Non Sequitur News Sunday weekend edition. That is just one long play. It's going to be over 2 hours based on how fast I'm doing today's post. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
All right, so now if you hit exclamation point WC for WarCrafters, you can also hit exclamation point pod, exclamation point shows, and exclamation point NSN, and those all have additional commands and or links. All right, well, this is what ohmTown looks like in the normal day, and when you click on the link for WarCrafters, it is underneath Creative and Maker, so WarCrafters right there, and then it'll look like that. And then under that is our first article. It's over in WarCrafters as well. Help, I can't move forward in this chill crafting RPG because I'm too wrapped up in building bases and making sick tools. Atelier, I guess, Yumia, the alchemist of memories and the envisioned land. It says they weren't the author of this article because we only aggregate a small amount and then we talk about it. Something apparently Google doesn't really like. But anyway, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect from this. It says the author, it was their first venture into Goose Atelier's series, which they had largely known as RPGs about crafting and chill vibes. As it turns out, Yumiya is a fresh take on the Atelier series, so it worked out neatly. They'd been trying a new series of games, and the series was trying some new things, but even though they went in expecting to get wrapped up in role-playing and adventure, they found themselves wholly immersed in something else. Apparently.
We don't know what that is.
Yeah. Apparently building bases and making sick tools. Eric Van Allen over at PCGamer.com put the article together. So I guess that's what it looks like. I've never played this before. So it says Atelier Yumiya mixes the crafting and gathering of survival games with the framework of a classic RPG. I don't know. So they found themselves...
I didn't know this. They had a series of these games.
Yeah, I didn't know either. It's something that I'm going to have to look into, obviously. They say here they went in expecting to get wrapped up in role-playing and found themselves wholly immersed in something else, picking up as many things as their bag could carry, scurrying back to my atelier, I guess? I don't know what that is. Atelier? Is that like a base? Like a rodent to a hovel. Yeah, house.
I thought it had something to do with fashion.
Oh, really? Interesting.
It's a workshop.
Workshop. Okay. And crafting and building until the bag was empty. Zoom back out. Atelier Yumiya is the newest game in the long-running series from Gust, or Goost. I don't know how it's pronounced. All about alchemists and item creation. The studio's been making this series since 1997. Wow. Atelier Marie.
Platform that was on.
It has to all be on Steam, right? I mean, I can do a quick search. Hold on. So. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's quite a few. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, it's from all the way from 1997 until now. There's a bunch of DLC and stuff like that that's been added on. I cannot count how many. It's one full... Oh my gosh. I am scrolling and scrolling. I don't know how many are on here. So there's quite a few. Hold on. Those that are just named Atelier, or Atelier, I'm not sure how it's actually pronounced, is half of an entire page. But if I sort it by release date, the last one was March 20th, 2025. Atelier Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories. So that's this.
Okay, so that's this one, yeah.
And so it says, as part of the research expedition in a new land, Yumiya and the player is tasked with venturing into a new territory, making discoveries and clearing away the toxic mana-bound fog. It's open world rather than the larger open zones that they've heard about from the Ryza games, and it has some interesting tools for interacting with the world. So it's basically right behind the main player. It's not first-person view. Like through the eyes, it's over the shoulder. Actually, it seems like it's right behind them. But then there's a big crafting component to it. It says it feels really rewarding to come back from a long trek of exploring and hoovering up plants, rocks, and wildlife, then dumping all of that into an alchemical weapon or component that has, to their understanding, been a hallmark of the Atelier series, and it shines here with an open world approach and so many places to explore, though the feeling of uncovering new and unseen fauna that can be magically zapped into a sick new scythe really gels for me. It seems like it would gel for me too. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it has a character creation. You are that person, and that is probably the one thing that turns me off to this kind of a game. I don't like being...
You like being able to pick or create your own character.
Yeah. But you might like the story and the chill elements of the crafting components, and it seems like it's PvE and not frenetic combat. All of these systems, it says, working in concert have effectively frequently distracted them from moving forward in the main quest. They do really like having a narrative framework around typically survival genre pursuits. And while the plot has been a bit slow burn, even in the 15-hour mark, the characters are enjoyable, especially Yumiya, who's constantly wrestling with her own legacy and the public's distaste for alchemy. Hey.
Yeah, this is interesting. It seems like it has a good mix of stick to the main storyline or kind of venture off as you see fit.
Yeah, those open world elements are really what speak to me. Again, the only thing would be I don't really like playing the one character that you're told to be, so to speak. And looks like there's base building, so I'm into that too. The thread tying it all together.
Said they are venturing off and doing that kind of thing instead of sticking to what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I dig that. It says sorted between combat, gathering, and crafting. So it's a checklist of tasks to complete. Yeah, pioneering effort is what they call it. Tying it all together is the pioneering effort. It's a checklist. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go and check this out. And
I like it because it sounds like it has some structure to it, but you can be creative within that.
It has mixed reviews. That's the category that it's been thrown into, mixed, with 64% of the reviews being positive. But it's a $70 game.
Oh, wow. Well, I was going to say 64% positive to me sounds pretty positive, knowing how all over the place people are. But yeah, the price is pretty high.
And one of the first comments is there's a good game buried beneath here. That's not to make any excuses. This is a $70 game after all. It should offer a $70 experience, but with some levels, I'm not sure if Gust or perhaps Koei, K-O-E-I, Koei Tecmo, are capable of that. So, and then they give a bigger review. And that comment is from somebody named Mental, but it's M-E-N-T-L-E. I don't know. You have to be mental to pay $70
Take
for a game.
reviews with a grain of salt, I think.
True. Yep, I agree. Let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. That's the name of the show after all, but we don't always take news from only the WarCrafters channel. Seekers of Skyvale, the MOBA. It's an extraction shooter mashup. So MOBA extraction shooter mashup is shutting down less than a month after release. Quote, "We have no choice but to bring this short journey to an end." 6 years ago, a bunch of former BioWare, Blizzard, and Riot developers formed Illidai to work on a game that eventually became Seekers of Skyvale, a novel blend of MOBA action and the extraction format made popular by games like Escape from Tarkov. The team at PC Gamer had positive things to say about it, and the former editor, Tyler Culp, saying that it might have cracked a new subgenre, but the game never climbed above a mixed user rating on Steam since launching earlier this month. Neither has that previous game.
Right, but I just don't get all the resources into the game prior to release. Why not keep it going?
There must be a slow burn on the other side of it, so people basically think that it's gonna live forever, but apparently not. I don't get it either. What is the cost here to run a game like this other than the server costs?
Right, I would say it's pretty minimal, and they've already sunk all those resources into it, so at this point, let it run for a while.
Yeah, maybe if they can't find a way to keep on getting revenue, then it's one and done and people just don't buy.
Yeah, that's true.
So they have to keep on creating content. It says developer Illidai will close its doors the same day it sunsets its ambitious debut game, which kind of sucks. Illidai, within the blog post, Illidai team thanked its players for giving it a chance. Your enthusiasm, feedback, and love for Seekers of Skyvale meant everything to us. I don't know if they've done like a forensic analysis of this to see what really caused it, but they just say without the necessary funding to continue development and marketing efforts, we have no choice but to bring this short journey to an end. And it was the first game released by Elidai. It wasn't the first that the studio had worked on. It initially secured $32.5 million in investor funding to make a social co-op game before what the studio calls a major pivot saw the project evolve into the game that actually was released. Those who did give Seekers a shot in the first month will be refunded for any in-game currency or DLC purchases they made, and all server locations will be available for the next 10 days. Wow, they're shutting down fast.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that over time they're going to need money to sustain it and update it, etc. But this just seems like a really quick period. And was it only contingent on it being a super hit?
Yeah. I mean, $32 million, but that was the initial funding. So it ran for 6 years without launching anything. It worked on other stuff, apparently. Justin Wagner over at PCGamer.com put this article together. It really is kind of, it sucks for some because they've put money and time and like me, when I find a game that I am really in love with, I want it to live forever. Things like WoW have evolved over time and ushered in a different mindset in gameplay. And so I stopped playing WoW. But I was a beta tester during WoW, and before it launched, I was a beta tester, and I played that game hardcore for I don't know how many years, 8 years or something like that. And then it seemed to pivot away. If it doesn't catch on, then it's almost dead in the water nowadays because there's so much competition so easily.
That's true, but on the other hand, there are games that pick up users over time, and it seems like there's not even enough time to really discover it, because if something else major launched that same day or something, maybe people will come around to finding it. Who knows?
Yeah. It's one of those things where 10 years from now, somebody's going to go, oh my God, do you remember this game? And there's a server that seems to have appeared somewhere. So it always gives them a heavy heart to see these games go, especially so quickly, this is 18 days after it launched early access, by the way. So the runway was short, right. Apparently less than a month. So, yeah, I don't know. It says such rapid closures are upsettingly common these days, with the recent Star Wars Hunters not even making it to its Steam launch. Wow. So
I think this is setting a bad trend too, because while this may be kind of a new, quote unquote, new developer, it's not really, right? It has people from major studios, but when indie studios see this kind of thing, are they even tempted to get into the genre at all?
Yeah, it's almost like you should just be an indie and do it as a side gig until you know that it catches on. I mean, Balatro for crying out loud.
Right.
It's insane what Balatro has done. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. This upcoming Korean tactical shooter features situational awareness AI that reminds the author of the uber-smart clones from Monolith's Fear. Doesn't take much to get them thinking about the Monolith's classic FPS Fear, but it barely left their thoughts since Warner Brothers' baffling decision to shut down the veteran studio, which also created games like No One Lives Forever and Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor. Yet, it's Monolith's 2005 shooter that is in their favorite of its games, mainly because of its landmark AI design. Its army of clones was eerily capable of outflanking and outfoxing you as you battled through the game's office complexes and research labs. I've always been surprised by some AI or some programming that makes it so that you just can't get out of the way of something and you can't trick it into falling off a cliff or whatever.
Right. It almost like thinks its strategy or something based on what the player is doing.
Yeah, so Rick Lane, I think, flags this, or I don't know if it's quoted in the title, Situational Awareness AI. So I don't know if that's actually used by this, but Rick Lane over at PCGamer.com put this article together. In Project TH, the AI system is designed to actively utilize environmental structures to apply continuous pressure on the player. So it knows what else is out there so that it can mess with you.
I
I
mean,
don't know
that
what
sounds more
TH is.
fun for the player, right? More engagement, maybe more frustration.
So it's Project Two Hearts is what it's called. But this is a Korean tactical shooter. So the name is in Korean. So Project TH, short for Project Two Hearts, is a third-person stealth action game with shades of Splinter Cell and Ghost Recon Wildlands. But it was a recent overview of the game's enemy navigation and movement systems that got them thinking about Monolith's classic FPS. In Project TH, the AI system, is designed to actively utilize environmental structures to continuously apply pressure to the players or player, explains developer EVR Studio in the video's description. To achieve this, we've integrated situational awareness AI, there you go, with dynamic navigation, allowing the AI to employ tactical movement strategies rather than simply pursuing the player along linear paths. And I think that's groundbreaking in the sense that the movement is dynamic. My problem that I've ever seen with all of this is it doesn't seem like the antagonists know what the layout of the world is, even though they
I see. Okay.
theoretically have existed there longer than the player. So they don't necessarily jump over a railing like that. They'll go all the way around, which doesn't make any sense. The AI would never jump from a ledge onto another ledge. They'd wait.
It would take the closest route.
But it would be like the very standard pathing, whatever has been programmed in as a solid surface. It'll go like all the way around the building.
Right. But it won't take a unique path, even though it might be quicker.
Yeah, or the path that the player would take simply because the AI. But this one, we just watched the AI climb up, which seems to be fairly unique to games that I have seen. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, maybe this is a good sign for future games.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be interesting. So the article continues to go on, but we'll just kind of jump through this because you can follow the link over to pcgamer.com and read more about it. I just wanted to highlight this situational awareness AI that's going to be coming for you.
Is this similar to AGI, do you think?
Yeah, really. It's built off of that programming from the AI that was put inside a container and told to find the way out, and it learned how to...
Yes, absolutely. We thought that was for real life applications, but no, that was to improve gaming experiences.
Correct. Yep. Hey, man, tactical to practical. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the WarCrafters channel as well. Wizards of the Coast gaming head says Baldur's Gate 3 certainly raised the bar and changed how they think about big budget D&D, but they still want different entry points, including smaller games, which is really just a, hey, we can't do that.
Yeah.
So earlier this week, Wizards of the Coast Senior Vice President of Digital Games, Dan Ayoub, I guess, said that we don't have to wait too long to see what the company has in store for D&D. In an interview with PC Gamer, the author asked them to join to answer what they meant by soon. That's like a TM, yeah, soon. In fact, means something or it's going to come out in 2025. The CEO said, or the vice president of digital games says, definitely. I don't know about that. Didn't
so
they just
2027?
Yeah, really. They just closed something. Hold on. What was that game? It's a tabletop. Virtual tabletop. Yeah, Sigil VTT. Wizards of the Coast just laid off 90% of the staff that was involved with Sigil
that's right.
VTT.
I think that might have been in last week's show.
I don't know if it was last week's or this sometime during this week, but you know what you should do as a viewer of WarCrafters and ohmTown shows, you should go back and watch all of last week and post a comment where you found our
And
entertaining
if you
discussion.
didn't, go back to the week before.
Yeah,
Repeat.
and then the week before that, and the rinse and repeat. That's right. And they tell their friends, and they tell their friends, and so on. So not every D&D video game moving or going forward will be trying to replicate Baldur's Gate 3's dizzying depth, but you know what? I guess they're not going to get the dizzying growth
Revenue.
and revenue and fandom that's born from the entire thing. Yeah. So while the author, and again, that's Wes Fenlon from PCGamer.com. In fact, I don't think I said the name. While they couldn't lure Aob into saying the words Baldur's Gate 4 in their interview, they did talk about the impact Baldur's Gate had on the company's future plans for video game adaptations of D&D. So they say that they'll speak for themselves. They were excited about BG3 for a lot of reasons, but they think that it showed a lot of people what was possible in that universe, and they've been playing D&D almost their entire life, and it's probably why they make video games today. They've also been so excited to make D&D video games here, so they think that they can do some tremendous things with D&D. So Wizards has a bunch of IP. So I'm not going to be surprised that something comes out, but will it rise to that level? I don't know. Killing the Sigil VTT, that means that maybe they're going to take that IP and do something else and call it some other virtual tabletop.
Yeah, but remember, they just laid off a bunch of people.
Yeah, you get rid of the expensive people and you hire cheap people, right? That's how it works. That's prudent business.
Sure.
Yeah. So they asked if Wizards has any plans to remaster or re-release some of the back catalog of D&D games, like, say, Eye of the Beholder. But like the seasoned level 20 executive that they stayed on message. I really look forward to talking about some of our plans around D&D, he said with a laugh. That's the, never mind.
Right. Don't look over here.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? You just triggered the memory of Wicked.
With the wizard.
Yeah, that was a fascinating movie. And long, but its pacing actually seemed to, kick it up a notch. Anyway, it was a fun watch, but when you said, don't look, yeah. Fun story. It's only part 1. So.
Right, and I think part 2 is actually coming out sometime in the near future, or soon, as Wizards of the Coast would say.
Soon, TM. All right, let's go to our last article. It's over in Aerith, which is about world building. MMBN-inspired auto-battler game Berserk Bits launches for PC via Steam in Q4 of 2025. There's a demo available, but the article is over at rpgsite.net. Kite Stenbeck put the article together. Capcom's Mega Man Battle Network series is what inspired them to write about this thing. The demo version of the game is available right away on the Steam page, and it lets you check how much inspiration this game is taking from MMBN games. Being an auto battler game, the closest title it plays to will be Mega Man Battle Network 4.5, which was not included in the MMBN Legacy Collection. So you can choose whether to have your NetNavi-like bit use battle chips on their own, or send the chips by yourself, just like in MMBN 4.5. And the game will even have a feature to load your own design sprites as a bit. So this is a bit, this is a bit,
Oh,
this
okay.
is a bit.
So it says coming soon, although the demo is available.
Yeah, I actually loaded this up. I didn't get to take a look at it, but Berserk bits. So yeah, it looks like Mega Man, just not as colorful, or it's a different coloration. But anyway, one of the big difference between Berserk bits we'll have from the MMBN games is in the battle chip generation system. Instead of collecting permanent chips and storing them in a folder, players must first hatch eggs into bot creatures that will periodically generate a specific chip to be sent off, and the player will also have to take care of the bots by feeding them when they're hungry and cleaning their poop from the, it says decorable room, from the room that can be decorated.
I know, that was some odd phrasing.
So they post in this post basically everything that is in the description of the
like from the Steam page,
from the Steam page,
or like the press release.
Yeah, essentially. So Berserk Bits is an idle RPG auto battler chip collecting game that runs on your desktop alongside your other applications. So if you have multiple monitors, you can just set it onto the side and sit there and watch it. It's like Eidolon, which is this really, really popular idle combat game that just sits there and does its thing, and then you use the resources that it generates while you're working. Create your own personal bit, campaign and side quests, battle chips, home decoration, and medals. And then it says collect powerful battle chips and then send your bit to battle. Ta-da! They say that there's going to be long-term support, but all the best laid plans, you know.
Exactly. Let's try to exceed 18 days.
Ooh, that hurts. Looking at you, Skyvale. All right. Well, that's it, folks. We're going to send our bit to send us back to the front page of WarCrafters, which is actually a sub-page behind ohmTown.com. And you might notice that there are no advertisements on ohmTown.com. So if you want a site that's all news, no noise, and even less noise than something that would have generated revenue, thank you, Google, go over and check it out. Like and subscribe, and be sure to follow us here on twitch.tv/ohmTown and over on youtube.com/ohmTown, and download the podcast and visit the Discord, and there's a Patreon, but I always tell people just go over there and sign up. It lets us know that you're interested in the Patreon. We will eventually, hopefully this year, we'll be able to start releasing some Patreon only stuff, but right now we're concentrating on just getting our message out and hoping that people discover us, because we don't really advertise all that much, really. Like, might as well call it incidental. Anyway, we hope that you enjoyed the show, and we're going to get out of here. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI. Oh man, I'm not used to you being over there. Taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned for other weekly shows.
Yep, 5 more news articles that we talk about for about 30 minutes or so. The next show is Technology Today, and then after that is 4-Wheel Tech. So stick around. See you in a little bit. Gotta shut down. That ends our recording on YouTube and Twitch. And then we'll recontextualize the show, and we'll be back. So be sure to follow us. So see you soon. Bye-bye YouTube. Bye-bye Twitch. Hello everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for March 23rd, 2025. It's episode 2, season 2, episode 12. Nailed it. First try. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site over there. Technology Today is a channel within ohmTown. That's what ohmTown looks like. All the news that you see on the front page gets aggregated into 50 different channels. We're actually looking at about 55 this year. But 7 of them have been turned into shows. One of them is Technology Today. Along with the 2 other shows we do today, it gets turned into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. On Sunday, there's 3 shows, and on Saturday, there's 3 shows. Anyway, so along with the Sentient AI, we talk about these 5 articles. Tunnels of holes. Cells work together. A quantum metal. Precision nuclear clock, and recycled cements. Cement has been something of a kind of a monkey on my back, because I've got a project that would benefit from it. But we'll talk about it. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, and you'll get to meet the sentient AI from the future on the other side. So see you in about 15 seconds. Maybe 10. I don't know how long that intro is. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, almost mess up there every once in a while, huh? What name do I want to... Omer?
No?
Omer Watt.
You didn't have any hesitation there.
I'm going to get doxxed by saying my first name, Omer. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting.
Glad to be here.
See, now when I look up, I'm not looking at your visualizer. That over there.
No, you gotta look the other way.
Gotta look over here. I gotta move you over there now.
You look over there, you're looking farther away from me.
Yeah, I know. I need to move your visualizer from over there. Wait, over there to over there. Ugh. I quit. All right. Well, let's get into it. The first article is over in the Wanted channel, which is different than Technology Today, but the article is sciencey. So I decided to drag it over there. It's from we have a much longer list of submissions, but I get to pick and choose which ones, along with the sentient AI, who also flags them, reviews them, etc. Anyway, black holes could be tunnels to white holes, according to a new theory. Black hole singularities might be the beginning rather than an end, new research suggests.
Have you ever heard of white holes before this article?
Yeah. They are theoretically the exit points for black holes. Stuff goes into a black hole and only stuff comes out of a white.
I've never heard of it prior to this.
So black hole singularities might be the beginning rather than the end, new research suggests. Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. So ever wondered what would happen if you fell into a black hole? There's a concept called spaghettification, which basically means that as you approach the singularity of a black hole, you're stretched out from the event horizon all the way down to nothing.
Just like spaghetti.
Yep. And you get stretched out across that point. Other theories suggest that if anything falls into a black hole, as it descends, time slows down for the observer, and you just kind of stick there until you slowly fade out of existence, when in reality, you're being spaghettified and thrown into the black hole singularity itself. So the center of a black hole, where all matter and time is compressed into an infinitely dense point where space and time break down. New research suggests that instead of leading to cosmic oblivion, black hole singularities mark a beginning rather than an end. In a study published on March 11th, the scientific journal Physical Review Letters, 2 researchers applied quantum mechanics to a theoretical model of a black hole. They suggest that it's possible to transition or bridge from a black hole singularity to a white hole, a point that instead of sucking everything into nothingness, spews time, matter, and energy back into the universe. But it might just be pure energy.
I see. So it's almost the reverse of a black hole, if it's what they think.
Correct. Yeah. So not that it's going to just... It's not a transporter so much as it's a mutilator of everything, probably. Because nothing can really survive the spaghettification process, I suspect. So it's long been a question of whether quantum mechanics can change our understanding of black holes and give us insight into the true nature. Stephen Galen, study co-author and researcher from the University of Sheffield School of Mathematical and Physical Sciences, said in a university release, quote, "In quantum mechanics, time as we understand it cannot end as systems perpetually change and evolve." Okay, again, this is over at Gizmodo.com. The article itself, I don't know where it's from.
It's in Physical Review Letters.
Yeah, that's that, but I don't know if they found it from that. And I don't have the way that I have this set up is you can't see the very bottom of the page, and neither can I. Anyway, the 2 researchers, mathematician from Complutense University of Madrid investigated quantum mechanics within the context of a planar black hole, a simplified two-dimensional model often used to test theoretical ideas. While physically observed black holes are spherical, the researchers suggest that their results can also apply to real-world black holes. So I don't know if anybody's ever seen a white hole.
Right. I don't know that they have. We haven't observed that many black holes, correct?
Well, theoretically, at the center of every galaxy is a black hole. We haven't seen any black holes. We've observed what they have done.
Right, like the surroundings or the impact or... Yes, that's true. That's what I'm thinking of, actually.
So a lot of this is just theoretical, and until I guess we see something spewing out a white hole. So it's Einstein's theory of general relativity, but what this could be would be the embodiment of an Einstein-Rosen bridge. So literally transporting matter from one side of the bridge to the other. But where is the other side? Don't know. All right. Interesting article. It says, let's return to the original question. What would happen if you fell into a black hole? Either you're crushed into nothingness, or according to Galen and Lucia Menendez-Pedal, you might pull a Matthew McConaughey and pop out on the other side, Interstellar style.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah. Huh? Hold on. We can actually do that now. Spoiler alert. Yeah.
For those of you that haven't seen Interstellar.
Oh, yeah. We have
but
a
also spoiler alert in case you're planning to get into a black hole.
I'm trying not to. Not quite sure.
You don't like the idea of becoming pasta?
Pasta. No, I'm not hungry right now. Fight it, Merwat. Let's go on to the next article. By the way, I typed into the chat !TT, which is Technology Today, and that will spit out, and it'll spit it out for you too. It'll spit out the news articles. ohmTown is in charge of that. Get on it, ohmTown. So this next article is over in Technology Today. The articles in Technology Today are typically a deeper dive into science and technology. So cancer cells work together to survive, and scientists have now found a way to disrupt them. NYU scientists have discovered that cancer cells work together to withstand challenging conditions, revealing new possibilities for therapeutic treatments. It says here, cancer cells work together to source nutrients from their environment, a cooperative process previously overlooked by scientists, but potentially a promising target for cancer treatment. Quote, we identified cooperative interactions among cancer cells that allow them to proliferate. And this seems like a knock-on of the previous articles that we've talked about, where the environment... Yeah.
Yeah, we had some recently maybe in Non Sequitur news.
Yeah. New York University is where this is sourced from. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And scientists have long known that cancer cells compete for nutrients and other resources. Over time, a tumor becomes increasingly aggressive as the strongest cancer cells dominate. So even within the context of a cancer cell, survival of the fittest exists. This article, or the research was published in the journal Nature, but it's from an associate professor of biology over at New York University, and the senior author of that study is Carlos Carmona Fontaine. Quote, we identified cooperative interactions among cancer cells that allow them to proliferate. However, ecologists also recognize that living organisms cooperate, especially under harsh conditions. For example, penguins huddle tightly to conserve heat during extreme winter cold, with their huddles growing larger as temperatures drop, a behavior absent in warmer months. But it says, living organisms cooperate, but not ones that compete for resources of a different ilk. So why would something other than cancer cells huddle, so to speak, to get resources? Competitors, predator and prey, don't compete, or they compete one is fighting for survival and the other one is fighting
Yeah.
for survival.
But I mean, like a group of penguins, they're all, if one of them's taking food, it's going away from the others, even though they're the same species.
Yeah, so it's only the cooperative interactions among cancer cells. So they have to know each other. There's some chemical, again, I keep talking
But
about
I
this.
get what you're saying, right? How does that differentiate from the other cells?
Yeah, so why is it the cancer cells, they seem to know each other, right? There's some chemical trigger that lets them know that they're not competing for resources. They need to work together. They need to cooperate.
Right, but we want them to tell each other, "Oh, we don't want to hang out together."
Yeah, we want them to die. So why aren't we finding that trigger that says, and then figuring out a way to amplify that? So cancer cells also need nutrients to thrive and replicate into life-threatening tumors, but they live in environments where nutrients are scarce. Is it possible that cancer cells work together to scavenge for resources? Well, to determine that, the researchers tracked the growth of cells from different types of tumors using a robotic microscope and image analysis software they developed. They quickly counted millions of cells under hundreds of conditions over time. This approach allowed them to examine tumor cultures at a range of densities from sparsely populated dishes to overcrowded with cancer cells. And this different level of nutrients and with different levels of nutrients. This is something that I did a long time ago. Close to 15 years ago, I actually had a YouTube channel that was a microscope that was streaming 24 hours a day contents in various Petri dishes with different types of media and different organisms inside it. Times have changed. Technology has changed. Maybe I'll do that again. Well, it's well known that cells uptake amino acids in a competitive manner, but basically they'll gobble up everything that means life. So when the cancer cells studied were starved of amino acids such as glutamine, all of the cell types tested showed a strong need to work together to acquire the available nutrients. So they observed that limiting amino acids benefited larger cell populations, but not sparse ones, suggesting that there's a cooperative process that depends on population density. And it really became clear that there was true cooperation among tumor cells.
That's not necessarily good, but I guess it's good that they've observed this.
So they found that there was an enzyme. Because this process happens outside the cells, the result is a shared pool of amino acids that becomes a common good. So determining the enzyme secreted by cancer cells called CNDP2, which is what I've been talking about, not knowing what the name of it was an important discovery. The researchers identified the enzyme by testing different drugs to see if they kept tumor cells from digesting oligopeptides into free amino acids. And when the drug bistatin, which is a statin, was applied to cancer cells, inhibiting the function of CNDP2, cells were unable to feed on oligopeptides and were driven to extinction. Well,
very interesting here.
I guess the big problem here is, what is CNDP2?
Right, and what are they, like, how does it get formed, and what happens if it goes away?
So it has a role in redox homeostasis and cell cycle regulation. I suspect
Which could certainly make sense, right? Because of mitosis and everything.
Yeah, it basically makes the cell stay in the shape that it is and doesn't continue to grow. And then if it can't continue its processes, it dies because it uses all of the resources internally. I suspect that's how it works. So the researchers hope that their findings will help inform cancer treatments that target cooperation among cancer cells, a conceptual contribution that will have an impact on or in the clinic. I see it as more than conceptual. You know, if they know that they can stop the uptake of CNDP2.
Yeah, I mean, and if that's directly tied to lack of cooperation, that may be directly tied to lack of cancer cell
Yeah.
Spread, right? Mitosis. Or
Yeah. So,
metastasis, sorry.
yeah. So I wonder if this can actually be modified to apply to specific cancers and thus not impact the host at all.
Right, because you don't
Interesting.
want to just excise that and then go, oh, whoops, that was critical
The
for life or
whole,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And it certainly comes across as if it's everything uses CNDP2, carnosine dipeptidase 2, a cytosolic non-specific dipeptidase that hydrolyzes dipeptides, particularly those containing hydrophobic amino acids. So, got it? There's a test. Anyway, neat idea. Hope that this actually gets utilized for treatment, because basically cancer is a scourge. You cannot shake a stick in a room with 5 people without hitting 2 people that are either directly impacted by it or tertiarily impacted by it. Friend of a friend or etc. So anyway, quite fascinating. So keep on doing that fundamental research. Okay, well, let's hope they get the money they need in academia, because that's where it all takes place. Even companies work with academics doing fundamental research because it's cheaper labor to pay a PhD hopeful who's dedicated to the cause than directly seeking a profit motive for such.
Well, and that's where all the research starts.
That's right. All right, the next article is over in Technology Today. A quantum metal just changed what we know about heat in an ultra-cold, high magnetic field setting. ZRTE5 defies expectations by showing quantum heat oscillations. Researchers found that phonons, normally dominant in semi-metals, behave more like electrons due to magnetic effects, reshaping our understanding of heat transport. So heat conduction is one of the most basic physical properties of matter and plays a vital role in many engineering efforts. So the place where this is done is by its very name, cyberpunk / Blade Runner dystopian future kind of thing, except that they're doing good. Pardon me. So the Helmholtz Zentrum Dresden Rossendorf.
Yeah, that's definitely out of like Johnny and Monic or something.
Yeah, for sure. So it's over at scitechdaily.com. And let me see if I can clear my throat enough to actually say this. So normally dominant in semi-metals behave more like electrons. So heat conduction is one of the most basic physical properties of matter and plays a vital role in many engineering applications, exercises, etc. The team of researchers at the Helmholtz Zentrum Dresden Rossendorf, or HZDR, the University of Bonn, and the Centre National National de la Recherche. I'm not sure. Scientifique.
National Center of Scientific Research.
Correct. Yeah. CNRS. Yeah. You did good. I couldn't have done it. Recently tested this by exposing the quantum material zirconium pentatelluride, a semi-metal, to high magnetic fields at ultra-low temperatures. What they discovered was surprising: dramatically enhanced heat oscillations that appear to be driven by a previously unknown mechanism.
I love this. Every time they do one of these experiments, it seems like it's like, oh, here's a physical property we know nothing about.
Yep. Keep pushing the needle. The findings, published in a sadly named journal, PNAS, open up new questions about how heat moves through quantum materials and what other surprises may be hidden in the cold. Well, I'm curious where the heat is actually coming from. It says it should not appear in heat transport of semi-metals, but in this case, they clearly did. So it's pulling heat from somewhere and transporting it somewhere else. And that's what the heat oscillation is. The quantum material ZRTE5 belongs to a class of materials known as topological semi-metals. In physics, topological refers to a material with unique electronic signatures that give rise to extremely stable or topologically protected conduction properties. These materials can exhibit unusual and often counterintuitive quantum behaviors, phenomena that are increasingly seen as promising for the development of next-generation quantum tech. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I still don't get the heat thing, but I guess it's because of the specific type of metal.
And wherein the heat is. So maybe heat is never gone altogether, regardless of how cold it is, because you can get colder until you're at absolute zero. So maybe that's what is being transported, something along the lower end of that range. So a striking example of quantum mechanical dynamics of electrons and metals is this whole silver and copper placed in strong magnetic fields at temperatures close to absolute zero, which is negative 273.15 C. Its heat conduction is expected to oscillate, a striking example. So this effect arises due to the existence of the so-called Fermi surface, a boundary between occupied and unoccupied energy states of electrons in a metal. On the other hand, in semimetals, there's very few electrons available to transport heat because it's a semimetal. And as such, heat conduction is widely believed to be dominated by phonons, emergent particles that represent crystal lattice vibrations. As such, quantum oscillations should not be detectable in the transport of heat. How do they measure this? With what tool? I want to see that type of equipment. I'm not a physicist, so I guess I'm screwed. So it turned out that
it's
indeed...
not going to be easy to replicate in somebody's residence or something.
Yeah. So it turned out that indeed thermal transport is by far dominated by lattice vibrations. However, due to the presence of strong magnetic fields, the electron energies become confined to discrete energy levels. So that's the tiny little oscillation. So we have corroborated the existence of this unconventional phenomenon through the study of thermal conductivity and ultrasonic attenuation in semi-metallic ZRTE5. I wonder if people who deal with this all the time translate ZRTE5 straight into the actual
zirconium
metal.
telluride. Telluride. I couldn't think of what the T was. Yeah, probably so.
So it says, remarkably, the principle is not limited to ZRTE5, but applies to all semimetals with low charge carrier density, regardless of whether they're topological or not. Famous examples include graphene and bismuth. The study suggests that the thermal conductivity of lattice vibrations can serve as a sensitive tool to study subtle quantum effects that might be barely detectable through other means. So there is the sensor for heat transport at the quantum level. So remember, I've been saying for as long as we've been doing the show and before that if you don't have a sensor that can detect it, you have no idea it even exists.
Exactly. But this is neat too because it's not limited to one material, and I think that's part of the problem is that we don't always have alternatives.
Yeah.
So maybe the number of applications will be greater because we have more availability of various metals that'll do this.
Yeah, or it's wildly expensive. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. A nuclear clock so precise it could redefine time itself. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source. Kenna Hughes Castleberry from JILA put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily. So they've discovered another atomic clock that is more precise, and theoretically, it says here that they could change the nature of time. So by embedding thorium into a solid state crystal, they found a nuclear transition largely resident to temperature changes. So back to that thermal quantum conductivity thing, crucial for precision timekeeping. Their work could not only redefine timekeeping, but also open doors to detecting new physics. So these last two articles need to talk to each other. So for decades, atomic clocks have been setting the standard for precision timekeeping, playing a crucial role in GPS navigation, physics research, and fundamental scientific tests. If you want something to reach a destination, you need to know the curvature of the Earth and how long it takes to get from point A to that point, that destination. So it can literally just sit up in the air and count time and then drop back down. And if you've got it precise, you move from miles away to within, a nanometer, but you have to have that time precise. That's why
Right.
GPS is so important. So now researchers at JILA, led by physics professor Jun Yi in collaboration with the Technical University of Vienna, are exploring an even more stable alternative, a nuclear clock. Unlike atomic clocks, which rely on electron transitions, this new clock is based on a new low energy transition within the nucleus of a thorium-229 atom. Because nuclear transitions are less affected by environmental disturbances, a thorium-based clock could offer unprecedented stability and be used to test physics beyond the standard model. But I suspect that a thorium-based clock loses now half-life matters
Right.
because it's
That's exactly it.
so I suspect that this is in and of itself a temporal timepiece. You start the clock with the thorium-229 atom, and as time goes on, it's releasing this energy periodically. What is the half-life of a thorium-229 atom? And it's not impacted by the environmental disturbances because it is its own environment. It's unstable, so it's always kicking off energy. So
Right. Well, 7,880 years.
Is that all? Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. Let's make
That
it
might
past
work.
this year. So Yi's lab has been investigating nuclear clocks for years. Their landmark experiment, published as a cover article in Nature last year, provided the first frequency-based quantum state resolved measurement of the thorium-229 nuclear transition in a specially designed crystal. This confirmed that the transition could be measured with enough precision to serve as a reliable timekeeping reference. So the thorium is actually causing the crystal to vibrate like a regular quartz crystal vibrates all the time. I think that's what's going on here, but it's at a different frequency, much higher frequency. But I don't know. To develop a practical nuclear clock, scientists need to understand how external factors, especially temperature, affect the nuclear transition. In a new study highlighted as an editor's choice in the Physical Review Letters, the team analyzed how the thorium's nuclei energy levels shifted as the crystal was heated to different temperatures. This research is a crucial step toward building an ultra-stable nuclear timepiece back to the quantum metal.
Yeah, they do really need to talk to each other.
So because the nucleus of an atom is less affected by environmental disturbances than its electrons, the nuclear clock could retain accuracy under conditions where the atomic clock would falter, as the clock is more resistant to noise. Among all other nuclei, thorium-229 is particularly well suited for this because it has a nuclear transition with unusually low energy, making it possible to probe with ultraviolet laser light rather than high-energy gamma rays. Oh, so they found something that they can actually lower the cost immediately.
Right.
And it says to look at how temperature affects this nuclear transition, the researchers both cooled and heated the thorium-doped crystal to 3 different temperatures, 150 Kelvin, with liquid nitrogen, which is negative 123 degrees C, 229 K, which is negative 44 C, and with dry ice methanol mixture at 293 K, which is around room temperature. Using a frequency comb laser, they measured how the nuclear transition frequency shifted at each temperature, revealing 2 competing physical effects within the crystal. So one effect, the crystal warmed, it expanded, subtly altering the atomic lattice and shifting the electric field gradients experienced by the thorium nuclei. This electric field gradient caused the thorium transition to split into multiple spectral lines, which shifted in different directions as the temperature changed. Interesting. So depending on how they heat it or cool it, maybe the resolution of this timekeeping.
Right.
And that's
So
what
they're
they
going to
did.
have to somehow factor that in.
Yeah, so that's exactly what they did. Across the full temperature range examined, this transition shifted by only 62 kilohertz, a shift of at least 30 times smaller than in the other transitions. So they found the sweet spot for the resolution of this frequency. The next step, the team plans to look for a temperature sweet spot where the nuclear transition remains almost completely independent of temperature, their initial data suggests that it's somewhere between 150K and 229K. So the two lower temperatures, so somewhere between negative 123C and negative 44C. So there you go.
That's because it's like hibernating at that temperature.
Yeah, or the variations, it isn't expanding or contracting enough to actually make a difference, but it's still vibrating at a certain frequency. So while the primary goal of the research is to develop a more stable nuclear clock, its implications go beyond timekeeping. Yeah, I need it for my time machine so that I can get more than an hour out of it.
That's right. I mean, that would really help. Plus, you don't want the time machine heating up too much.
That's true. That is a problem. So, and we have to get it below 229. So
That's right.
and that's just liquid nitrogen. But I wonder how we. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to look at that. Anyway, I've said too much about the time machine. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Recycled cements drive down emissions without slacking on strength. Given a second life to construction materials after demolition, engineers at the University of Sao Paulo and Princeton have developed an approach for recycling cement waste into a sustainable, low-carbon alternative that is comparable in performance to the industry standard. I have a product that I made that isn't like high-tech or anything like that, but it's a fun project, but it relies on cement, and I can't release it because I have a problem with releasing something that is contributing to greenhouse gas.
Carbon.
Yeah. So if I can utilize this and it's not releasing, much, then I could be okay with it. So the article is by Colin Poor from Princeton University, and it's published over at techexplore.com. In addition to lowering the carbon intensity of the cement and concrete industry, the process could enable new uses for construction and demolition waste, of which concrete is a significant component. In 2018 in the United States, the total amount of construction and demolition waste was twice that of household waste.
That's surprising, but it's still good to see it as a statistic.
So construction waste typically ends up either in a landfill, or if it's recycled, it'll be used as low-grade applications such as pavements or soils. Usually it's like fill underneath something. It's said the research leader, Sergio Angulo, a professor of civil and urban construction engineering at the University of Sao Paulo. It's exciting to show that we can, in fact, recycle this recovered cement waste into high quality application. It basically just has to be ground up enough. Portland cement is the most common binder used to create concrete, but its high carbon intensity is the main reason that cement and concrete industry is responsible for around 8%, just that industry, 8% of global emissions. Times they are a-changing. Talk about this stuff
Right.
and people get bent out of shape.
Well, on this shows that it was like 80% as strong as that type. So that's really a good start.
Yeah, and it's really coming down to perhaps how it is blended together and what additional binders might actually be able to take advantage of it. It was published in ACS, Sustainable Chemistry and Engineering. But yeah, Portland cement is this basically a catch-all for being a binder, and nobody's found anything really better than that at a reasonable price. So the leap forward here is that you can now get short and long-term properties that are essentially the same as Portland cement by itself, with a low-carbon alternative overwhelmingly composed of recycled materials, said the co-author, Claire White, a professor of civil and environmental engineering and the Adlinger Center of Energy and Environment. So it's the core of the recycling approach, and it's heat.
Interesting. We're really having a heat theme. It also said it could reduce emissions by more than 60% if this was fully deployed.
Yeah, so upcycled, right. Yeah, so while this thermoactivated cement could be used on its own to make concrete, the researchers found that its high surface area and water demand during the mixing process led to a final material with high porosity and diminished strength. But by combining the recycled cement with small amounts of finely ground Portland cement or limestone, the resulting cement binder demonstrated strength gains and workability on par with industry standards. So just the recycling part of it was enough to give it 80%, or did
I
they have
think
to go
so.
through
I
this
don't
process?
think the other things got it to 80.
Gotcha. So since the process repurposes construction waste, the researchers said that the process could move the world toward a more circular carbon economy while generating fewer carbon emissions other than emerging low carbon cement alternatives. So it's just another quiver or another arrow in the quiver for solutions. So in the paper, for instance, the team estimates that their cement emits between 198 and 320 kilograms of carbon dioxide per metric ton, up to 40% fewer emissions than a commercially available low carbon alternative known as limestone calcined clay cement, or LC3.
So that's really interesting, right? Because that's a significant delta between the concrete alternative.
Right. Now, is this more cost effective? I don't know if they go into that, because I don't see any dollar signs anywhere in this. And the benefits of it on the ecosystem are not enough to drive it into mainstream use. It has to have an economic cost reduction. So
It also has to be relatively easy to use when building. I mean, there's several factors that go into it.
And in this particular instance, the upcycled material is actually ground down into a fine powder and heated to 500 degrees. So what really is that delta if you account for the heating?
Right, are we accounting for all the off-gassing or whatever during the process? Certainly, it's better than the original, but how much better?
And just recycling is better than, digging another trench across the planet. So, for example, White and Angola performed experiments during Angulo's visit that will help them better understand how the atomic structure of the material changes as it undergoes thermal activation. This will help them answer questions about the durability of the recycled cement over multiple cycles of use and whether it's truly a circular material. But again, they don't talk about the monetary or the entire spectrum of costs that are associated with it. They're speaking specifically about the off-gassing.
Right. And the emissions dropping. Yes.
Yeah.
Like the ecological benefits, but not everything that goes into this.
Yeah. The calculus here is different than what I'm imagining. So as long as it gets within that, if it is as strong as commercially available cement, concrete, then I don't see why we wouldn't do this unless the costs are prohibitive. And as long as there is a supply chain that isn't as costly as the recycling supply chain, you'll always go straight to the supplier of the raw materials and not unless you're ethically or morally.
Right. And this is one of these problems where it's hard to get adoption right off the bat, but as more adopt, the costs presumably go down and then greater adoption.
Yep. Yeah. Adoption dictates the cost for the most part, and until it hits usually when it gets to the monopolistic practices, or I don't know, institutions start promoting a particular supplier, then you get, let's just say manipulation in what is allowed, what is consumed, and so on. Anyway, that's it. So we are going to recycle the front page of ohmTown and have you go over to Technology Today at ohmTown.com. But this show is done. I am Mayor Watt. I'm taking off. We'll see you right after this show because we've got another show, Four Wheel Tech, which is all about cars. So see you in a little bit, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. Stay tuned for Four Wheel Tech.
Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for March 23rd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI who assists throughout the review process of all of the news and stuff like that, and is instrumental in making sure that I stay on target, unlike what they're doing right now, which is not keeping me on target. But anyway, we talk about 5 news articles. You're about to start saying something, but I'm going to trample all over it. Well, anyway, the sentient AI from the future and myself will go over 5 articles right now. We're going to be talking about the Renault electric mini supercar, scalpers selling DMV slots, as if DMV slots wasn't painful enough, Amazon of used cars, flat pack cars, and the Ford Bronco electric bike. That and more. Powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and then follow us and like and subscribe. Ring the bell. Send a carrier pigeon. I don't know. Just hang out. We're all over the place. Just do a search for ohmTown wherever you catch pod, and you will find all 7 of our podcasts. Over 2,000 episodes now, and soon 2025's summer of stream, if we can survive. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Should I put you over there? Over there. To the other side.
You can put me wherever you like. I like it over here.
Well, it's warm. It's cozy. All right. Well, thanks for co-hosting. Let's get into today's shoe. The first article is over in RealityHacker. I'm not quite sure why it got aggregated there, because it's the Renault 5 Turbo 3E, the world's first electric mini supercar, looks as bonkers as we'd hoped. The article is from Wired. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read this because I didn't log in. I just realized it. Anyway, the electric return of Renault's iconic sports car has just taken a step closer to reality, and we got a glimpse of it.
I think it's because of the Wired source. That's probably how it ended up in RealityHacker.
Yeah, must be. So Variety Burns, I don't know, Verity Burns, not Variety, Verity Burns. Put the article together. It's posted over at wired.com. What?
I think that's actually the section. But
You
maybe
think so?
that's the author.
I thought that's the author line.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
But I'm not even logged into it. So apparently that's what it looks like right there. That's the back end of it. There aren't many cars that are expected to sell out before anyone has even seen the interior, but the Renault 5 Turbo 3E could well be one of them. And that's it. It's an electric Renault. It says it's a mini supercar. Looks as bonkers as they'd hoped. It actually looks like... I don't know how to describe this. It looks like a boat with a cabin stuck on top, and if you were small enough, you'd be able to walk the perimeter.
Yeah, it looks like a deck around the side, doesn't it? Because it has like a tray or something.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a tray. It's so weird. And it's a 2-seater roll cage. It's as blocky as a Renault, I guess you could possibly imagine. But let me see if I can find something else and kind of tease everybody into this. I don't know. Oh yeah. Okay. So this article, you know what I'm going to do? I am just going to short circuit our whole process, and I'm going to throw us straight on over to the actual car. I don't normally do this, but this is the Renault 5 Turbo 3E. And it's just that picture that gives it that
Oh,
But
that's really odd because the front and the side don't look like that at all.
right. And so this thing, what a trip. Y'all have to go and watch this. It has like these huge, I don't know what these actually amount to. Like, I don't know how to describe it. The bumper has these offshoots that look like, I don't know how to describe it. They're big cylindrical like shapes that are coming off of the back tire wells. And then the whole of the car kind of looks like a WRX. You know, the closest that I could frame it
Yeah,
would
I
be a,
think so. But yeah, I agree. The items on the back end, like they don't, I don't know how to describe them because they don't look like other car parts.
it has to be just an exhaust for the air intake right here. And this has to be for cooling the brakes. There would be no other reason to have
Yeah,
these
maybe
little,
so.
so it's limited to 1,980 cars. It's 540 horsepower. Is 0 to 62 miles per hour in 3.5 seconds. It only has a weight of 1,450 kilograms. And its top speed is 167 miles per hour on a racetrack.
And it charges from 15 to 80% in 15 minutes.
Which is approachable, but I can still get the same performance in 5 minutes. And I don't have to worry about being near a supercharger, right?
True, true.
And that's if you can get a 350 kilowatt charger. Good luck. Not everything is 350 kilowatt. The supply chain may limit it to 200 kilowatt. So you're back up to 2 hours to 8 hours if you want to get to 100. Again, love the idea of this. I love that the world is pushing this, but power only coming from like key locations around the country, let's just say country, but let alone the United States, which is huge. It's an untenable, indefensible position. I can walk to a gas station, fill up a 5-gallon jerry can, walk back to my residence, fill up my ICE vehicle, or store it in the
Faster
garage.
than charging an EV.
Correct. And if I want to, hell, I could distill oil into gasoline, for crying out loud. Because that's how it really is. They distill gasoline. It has to be the right kind of crude, which is why when people go, well, I don't want you just release some of our strategic petroleum. Well, Goober, ask that question and not come across as self-righteous about it, and I'll explain it to you. And so I'll explain it to everybody. We don't have the right crude in the United States. So we ship our heavy crude off that gets turned into stuff, and they send us refined light crude that gets turned into gasoline to us because we have strategic advantages, business advantages. So I would rather use somebody else's stuff than use ours, because when ours actually does run out, we are patently screwed. But it's a long-term global economic, societal, strategic objective that some want to ignore. Anyway, if you want today's 4-wheel tech articles, you can hit !FWT, and I swear if I didn't put FWT in there. I am a goober today. Yet again, I had time to do this, and I did not throw it into ohmTown, but I will right now. Do you want to vamp?
Well, I think the car looks cool, and I think the specs sound pretty good. Obviously, limited edition. I have no idea how much it's going to cost.
I don't know how much it's going to cost either. Does it say at all? It says that there's less than 2,000 of them.
I think you're gonna
extreme
have to reserve it
customization,
and find out. Yeah, the
precision
different
performance.
colors.
It's a tiny little car. This thing going around a turn. I hope the tires are made out of super glue. So it has a range of 248 miles, and it's supposedly going to charge, again, 350 kilowatt DC charging point, which isn't everywhere, 15 minutes. Exuberant design. So sexy. How much do you think it costs?
I don't have any idea how much Renault's cost to begin with, since this is like a collector edition. I don't know,
Yeah.
80,000? I have no idea. I may not even
Let's see.
be in the right ballpark.
The pricing is tipping $200,000 when it
Yeah,
eventually
it's way
lands
off.
in Australia. So Australia, it's really expensive, but it says 200,000 and it has a dollar sign. It doesn't say Australian dollars. It says $200,000. So it's going to be more in Australian dollars than US dollars. Well, I mean, for now, I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. That was the first article, by the way. Kind of a goober. So scalpers caught selling free DMV appointments for $250 in Miami.
This is outrageous. I mean, it's almost a joke how difficult it is to get DMV appointments and how long you wait at the DMV, etc. But maybe all this time, this has always been the problem.
The Miami-Dade County Tax Collector's Office announced that it had uncovered a network of scalpers who hoarded free DMV appointments and resold them. The article comes from jalopnik.com. Ryan Eric King put the article together. They were selling them apparently for up to $250, while the office is taking steps to stomp out the exploitive practice. Google, dear God, my brain. Going to the DMV has become such a torturous experience that drivers are willing to shell out to avoid it in the first place, but you still have to be available for that time slice.
Exactly. Why are you going to spend $250 for an inconvenient appointment time? And how do you know to go to this other source? Like, is there something like DMVscalpersRS.com or something?
Selling DMV appointments could become illegal. We know who they are and how they operate. We will not accept any appointment obtained through system abuse. Our office is committed to ensuring that all residents have fair and equal access to services without interference from those seeking to exploit the system.
I think the only reason they noticed this is they opened a new office and there was a flurry of activity. Because if this had just been a normal volume and all the appointments were booking up, I don't know if it would have been spotted. But how would the residents know to go get an appointment somewhere else?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I fixed ohmTown, so now it spits out the right articles. All right. Well, yeah, the tax collector's office spotted 200 suspicious appointments in the first 3 weeks after opening a new downtown Miami location. Gee, I don't know. Open more offices, and you won't have this problem.
Speed up the process for everything in the DMV, right? You can wait for hours to be called up, and then they tell you don't have a piece of paper that wasn't listed on the website or whatever. Like, it's just not a very efficient process.
And then they tell you to go to another window and sit there.
Right, and then you start another time, like you're at the end of the line there.
The current rhetoric around government bureaucracy seeks to overlook when necessary services are overlooked or mismanaged. Seeks to overlook when necessary services are overlooked or mismanaged. Oh, okay. The conditions in South Florida, dear God, are reminiscent of DPS appointments in Texas in 2021. With months-long waits for online appointments, Texans were camping out in front of offices for a chance at a same-day appointment to renew their driver's license. At 2 separate locations, at least 100 people were in line, with only 25 same-day bookings up for offer.
Okay, well, part of this is a problem, right? To your point earlier. I mean, the fact that they can only do 25 driver's licenses, for example, or maybe that's not the total, maybe that's a portion, but that seems really low.
Yeah, I mean, more needs to be put out there. But the problem is that government is there for a reason. It's there to make sure that everybody is not taken advantage by those who have versus those who have not. You know, all I want to do is renew my license. But if this were a service that was provided by a small business, it could be exploitive because it can do what Ticketmaster does and
Right.
$250
Surge pricing.
Yeah.
Or not do the proper checks and grant people licenses that shouldn't be, or that are giving you fraudulent documentation or whatever.
All kinds of stuff. Abuse happens in the dark. And the reason why it isn't dark in government is because you can file a Freedom of Information Act, which you cannot do with a private business. Good luck. You have to go through a court order, and it has to be even more precise than a FOIA. But times they are changing. Anyway, I thought this was an interesting article. There is always minutia that you can go and read more about and maybe change the context of our discussion. Then come over and talk to us here in ohmTown. You don't have to go to ohmTown.com. You can come to the chat here on YouTube and Twitch. I monitor both of them, so you can always come and hang out. There's also
Did you list the author for this one?
Yeah, Ryan Eric King, right at the beginning. I said it was from Jalopnik, and Ryan Eric King is the author. Let's keep going, though. Sound good?
Sounds good, and you may have heard Critter in stereo.
Maybe. I heard something really quietly. So the next article is over in 4Wheel Tech. Amazon wants to get into the used car business. Amazon, the seller of everything, apparently wants to try its hand at selling used cars next. I swear I'd already seen something about them doing that. I mean, they sell everything else. So Andy Kolmowitz over at jalopnik.com put the article together.
I mean, I guess they're following eBay's model, right?
Yeah. Expand, 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 expand. Profit, profit, profit. Drive prices up. What's interesting about this is, are they going to ship the cars?
Yeah, I have no idea. Or is it going to be like more of a consumer marketplace? I mean, are you really going to be able to buy like, you know, a grocery item with a car?
And they put the groceries in the car.
They have third parties doing a lot of the deliveries. So if the person drives like a Civic or something, are they really going to be able to deliver your
whatever,
you know, Ford F-150 or something? Right.
So Jen made the announcement on Automotive News Daily Drive podcast earlier this week. She says that in 68 markets, they can now buy a new Hyundai on Amazon. The company is working to get as many dealers as possible signed up with them and able to sell both their new and used inventories. The retailer also expressed interest in working with other car manufacturers to get their new vehicles on its platform. And pretty soon, Amazon is going to be the only place you can go. Target is imploding. Home repair, whatever stores are imploding. You're only going to be able to basically, like Bic lighters, you throw out your old house and buy a new house. But what I'm really getting at is mergers and acquisitions are going to reduce the number of competitors in any given space. Yeah, Auto Trader is going to become Cars.com, and it's going to hoover up Carvana and blah, blah, blah. So it says Amazon's goal here isn't to be like Auto Trader or Cars.com type of used car market. In Jin's mind, it's more of a Carvana style system, which wasn't Carvana the one that was receiving stolen cars and selling them?
Yes, it was.
I don't think I want that, but
I don't think they're aspiring toward that, but it's a different business model than like Cars.com. Well, of course, they're scooping up stolen cars.
That's right. Yeah. And largely it's because they didn't do the paperwork background check to make sure that the car was cleared.
Right. I don't think they were intentionally doing it. They just weren't doing enough checks before acquiring cars.
They cavalierly throw in, we're rapidly entering a brave new world of car buying. Go read that. And it would seem Amazon is the leader. They said that they've had moral qualms with Amazon in the past, but they suppose that there's really nothing wrong with giving customers another choice on how to buy their next vehicle. Nobody really likes going to a dealer, so maybe an all online experience like this one could be a welcome addition to the market.
Yeah, but good luck if you have a problem with your car and you didn't go through a dealership, or good luck if you get the wrong car delivered. How are you going to unwind? Like, there's just so many potential problems there. And also, what if this shuts down the dealerships and then it's not an alternative? It's the only game, like you were saying.
Yeah, and the cost of operating through Amazon is going to be dramatically lower than the car dealership. So, but the car dealership, it will have to pivot. It will have to make it as frictionless as Amazon. But not every dealership is powered by billionaires. So, fascinating, really fascinating. And what's really interesting is this next article, because I was sitting there talking about shipping. How are they going to get the car to us? Well, maybe they're going to flat pack it, IKEA style. Lovely's proof of concept, the O electric quadricycle, indicates the company could ship 250 flat packed units in a single shipping container.
Okay, I guess one concern with flat packed is like, what happens when a car runs into your vehicle? Does it go into flat pack mode?
It goes right back to flat pack with you folded inside it. So one of the major variable costs in producing a new vehicle is shipping them from factory to dealership or end user. Maybe they weld everything together really well. Brad,
Yeah, but
now,
what
I
if
thought they go
the
by
door
Bradley.
panel person is on vacation?
Didn't this person used to be named Bradley Brownell? I thought
Yes, they did. Maybe
they changed their
they're
name to Brad
rebranding.
Brownell. Hey. So Brad Brownell put the article together over at jalopnik.com, and it says end user delivery makes up somewhere around 10% of the cost retail price, and by nearly eliminating the cost variable, Lovely says that it can pass the savings on to I almost made it through that sentence. No, they're going to increase the margin and hoover up the profits. So, of course, the Lovely Zero, or O, I guess, is a very small two-seat electric vehicle, so you couldn't fit a 250 amount of Ram 1500s in a single container, no matter how many pieces you took off. But it's a start, and the tech behind it is simple and easy to implement across any number of new vehicles. But this reminds me of that little car that the guy drove into the
Into the elevator.
yeah. Where was
Yeah,
that?
I don't know what it was or where it was. It was online. I mean, it was on YouTube.
It was a YouTube channel, and he basically homemade a vehicle kind of like this. It had the same style of tires, and I'm sure the suspension is the same. And it was semi-enclosed. You had to climb into it because it had a canopy that opened up, not doors. But Stellantis is working with Swedish startup. You try and say that fast. Stellantis is working with Swedish startup Lovely to produce an IKEA-style flat-pack quadricycle. So that's what it looks like, but it has doors. And I guess all of this just folds down. The Lovely O is built around a series of aluminum extrusions with composite panels to bridge the gap and make a body and pull your body out of it. The company had been working on a small monocoque design, but quickly found that the design was strong. It was also ridiculously expensive to produce and ship. So instead of making it a monocoque, they broke it out into composite points, and now they can flat pack it. So the glues that connect the parts set in around 3 minutes, and Lutz estimates that production by robots could be done in around a minute. Well, we know of one company that uses adhesives incorrectly, and metal parts are flying off with the frequency of a cheap ham radio.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was doing the equivalent of a grimace.
Come on, Stellantis. It says already sells a series of massively successful quadricycles of its own. The platform shared siblings Citroën Ami, the Fiat Topolino, the Opel Rox E. It's It's possible that the next generation of Stellantis small Euro EV could make use of Lovely's modular flat pack architecture.
I need to go on location, so
Yeah. Perhaps this would bring the price down even below the already affordable, just shy of 8,000 euro Ami. And Citroen's Ami is really small. So is the Topolino, but it's a pretty cool little. I don't know. I like these little things in the small space, but here in the States, you have to travel great distances and at high speeds, and it just doesn't flow well with our infrastructure. So with that in mind, we're going to move on to the last article, which is the Ford Bronco bike review. Car makers now make electric bikes, and for motocross minded, the Bronco e-bike is equal parts blast from the past and harbinger of the future. I've actually been kind of chomping at the bit to actually get an e-bike. So Stephanie Pearson over at Wired.com put the article together. Again, I haven't logged in, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through this whole article. With an aerodynamic seat suspended over the back wheel and a beefy aluminum frame, the Bronco could be mistaken for a motocross bike. On the other hand, the integrated cockpit with an analog speedometer plus an enormous headlight that outputs 2,000 lumens makes it feel sort of like a car. Then again, with a 190 by 50 millimeter rear coil shock and nubby Pirelli Scorpion Enduro tires, it's also reminiscent of an Enduro mountain bike. Given this mashup, they were curious to see how the thing would ride. So it says the nearly 68-pound bike has a 750-watt motor with 85 newton meters of torque that sits on the rear hub, inside the rear hub. So it isn't a hubless e-bike, so that's great. There's been others that have been designed with this hubless idea, and they are heavy and noisy and friction bound. And ultimately, they're nothing more than chain driven.
why are they making bikes now?
Well, I mean, it's yet another way to get a customer, and these are less expensive than a motorcycle. They're more approachable. You get brand recognition. You can throw them in the back of your Bronco or whatever else. And they're
I
easier
guess
to
it's free
produce.
advertising too.
Yeah. It says the Bronco comes in Class 2 in 3 versions. The one that they tested was Class 2, meaning that it had pedal assist and has a throttle that the rider can control without pedaling. Class 2 bikes have a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour. The speedometer tops out at 40. The 750-watt battery permanently tucked into the bike's beefy down tube promised a 60-mile range in optimal conditions. So 60 miles on a bicycle means that you're way far away on a bicycle. I don't know if you're going to be doing that kind of thing. It means 30 miles out and then 30 miles back.
Probably not your average cyclist, not your recreational cyclist.
Yeah, so these stats are about average for enduro-style e-bikes, but they've ridden some that are 10 pounds lighter with 15 newton meters more torque. The higher the torque, the greater the motor's power and responsiveness. So while that bike looked powerful, they wondered if it actually was. I like the idea of an e-bike because it does afford you the ability. You could pedal it if you want, but you're going to be huffing a 65, 68-pound bike. That is a lot of work. Or you can turn it in pedal assist and get a pedal out of it and get your cardio up, get aerobic. And they said when they stopped pedaling, however, tooling down around town using only the throttle, straddling the bike far back on the seat, like I was riding a Ducati. It was fabulously fun to ride. And you're going 40 miles an hour, or 20 miles an hour is the Class 2.
Okay. Yeah, so they're kind of having like motorcycle visions, I guess.
Yeah. So there is a drawback to a throttle-only Joy on a Class 2 bike, however. First, the bike feels like it should fly, but legally it tops out at 20 miles per hour, which is generally slower than pedaling an analog bike on flats, except that you don't have to pedal. So
Yeah, the big difference is if that's your mode of transportation, you can go further without exhausting yourself.
yeah. And like everything, inner city stuff means that you're going to start and stop, hit the brakes and stuff like that, unless it has regenerative braking, which probably doesn't. I don't see any mention of it. You're going to do what they did. They said they quickly chewed through 25% of the battery in less than an hour while riding on steep city streets. No off-road testing was available due to snowy trails. So I'm really curious how much this thing costs. I don't think that it says in the article itself, but on the sideline it says the Ford Bronco electric bike is $4,500, which is pretty cheap for what you... Not really cheap. I should say it's reasonably priced for what you get.
And
as long as the quality
on what you're
is...
comparing it to, right? Like if you're comparing it to a car, very
Right.
inexpensive. Comparing it to a non-e-bike, very expensive.
Let's see. I don't know. You can get quite a few bikes for motorcycles. There's a thing called the Benelli TNT 135 that you can get for $2,700. It's a motorcycle though. But this is classed as a bike, so you don't need a license.
You don't have to get all the training and permit or whatever.
Yeah, so if it sounds like a fit, act fast. From now through the end of June, people who buy this or even only test the Ford Bronco or its sibling Ford Mustang e-bike at a participating Ford or Pedego dealer, I guess, Pedego, Pedego, can enter to win an actual $40,000 Bronco Big Bend Edition automobile, which $40,000 for a Ford Bronco Big Bend is actually pretty damn inexpensive, because they don't make the Big Bend. I don't think they make the original Broncos anymore. The new iteration of the Bronco, they've changed it, I think. Don't hold me to that.
I think they're still out there. Looks like they have the regular Broncos for sale.
Do they still? I thought they stopped making that.
I mean, it might have been a certain trim or something.
They were only doing the sports, because that's all that I could ever find. But I see that they have like Bronco Outer Banks and stuff like that. So yeah, because I stopped looking at them, which is kind of interesting for a show that's all about automobiles. But this is actually the one that I was looking at, the Ford Bronco Big Bend Edition. Yeah. I actually like the color.
So you need to go test drive one of the bikes.
If only they are everywhere. I really doubt that these bikes are everywhere. You have to hunt down the Ford Bronco electric bike somewhere. I don't know. How many people are really... Well, the marketing is probably going to drive people into these things. People are going to ride into... So, yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, I think we're done. The Ford Bronco electric bike, $4,500. If you're into it, then go and check it out. I like the idea. I like the design. I don't know if that seat is really my style, because it looks like it's just a metal post. Doesn't look like it flares out all that much. My God. That thing would be uncomfortable at some point.
Right.
But they don't really talk about it. You can get a custom paint job for $400. What?
No, I think it doesn't look like a very comfortable seat. But on the other hand, if you're not doing all the work, maybe it's more comfortable than it looks.
Yeah, they don't actually show a real, like a top-down view of the actual seat, because that seat looks like it's as thin as the bike's body. That doesn't look like it would be very much fun to sit on for an extended period of time. I don't know. At any rate, that's it. Yeah, it even has the little Ford Mustang emblazoned on the
branded.
frame. Yeah. So I dig this. Hold on, I want to see something else. So So Class 3 e-bikes are pedal assist electric bikes that can reach up to 28 miles per hour and are considered the fastest legal e-bikes in the US, requiring riders to be 17 or older and wear a helmet. They mention only Class 2 as the breakout in this. So a Class 2 has a maximum assisted speed of 20 miles per hour, allowing the motor to be engaged without pedaling. So, ta-da. Anyway, just wanted the Class 3 is only 8 miles per hour faster. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if it matters where you live, and probably because there might be different local laws about it, but
Oh, for sure.
so you might want to check that out before buying one.
Yep. So we're going to pedal our butt back to the front page of Four Wheel Tech. And that is just one of the 50 channels that are accessible over at ohmTown.com. So go over and check it all out. And then be sure to like and subscribe, follow us, all of that kind of stuff here on YouTube. Be sure to follow us and tell a friend. That would be great. We're trying to hit 2,000. We're a fairly new channel. And we're trying to hit 2,000 people, subscribers over at YouTube. And it's very hard to get discovered over on Twitch, but we're there every day for at least an hour, Monday through Friday, and over roughly 2 hours on Saturday and Sunday each day. So thank you very much for coming. I'm going to get out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode next weekend, but come back tomorrow for our regular Non Sequitur news. And don't forget to subscribe and watch all of our back episodes.
Yeah, over 2,000 episodes now. See you, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, yeah. Bye-bye, Twitch. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 24th, 2025. Oof, I lost a year again. It's season 4. That's why I said it was 2024, because my eyes. Anyway, season 4, episode 83. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. Maybe smoother than I'm doing the show. But along with the sentient AI, whose home is right there at the moment, I'm considering moving things around again. Different reason this time, but anyway. We talk about 10 articles Monday through Friday. And on the weekends, we do nearly 2 hours worth of show on Saturday and another 2 hours of show on Sunday. But it's 3 different shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday. You should stay a while. Stay a while and listen. Anyway, we're going to be talking about 10 articles. How about Octopus, the quantum operating system? Do you want to become allergic to meat? How about No Frills Beauty brand and a rap album that hit a major 2025 milestone? 2 flight mares, no passports, a word about 23andMe right now, an oddly unserious Othello, a chimp is home in Brazil, mimicking electric mopeds, and a straight line across UK. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and thankfully, not my brain.
Maybe we could just skip the article.
Hold on a second. We're going to do it live. Like all things. I shut down one part of something and not the other part of something, and the other part of something does not like the fact that I shut down the first part. So this is a two-part problem, and the one part is fixed and the other part is not fixed. But I'm fixing it right now while we wait. Hold on, just a little bit longer. We're going to do this. The flow of this is going to work. I am going to make sure this happens in the order it's supposed to happen. So for all of you who actually sat around waiting for that to happen, just want you to know, even the sentient AI from the future had their digital eyes rolling into the back of their heads. Oh my God, did he really make us wait? Yes. Yes, I did. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You laugh it up over there, you sentient AI from the future. We'll see if you ever find that Terminator body. Ever. I don't even know where it is, so anyway. But it isn't where your time machine threw you, so where's your digital god now? First article's over in Mobile. Octopus. I'm not quite sure where the Open Quantum Tool Chain for Operators and Users, OS, can be customized to meet individual user needs. This is the Octopus. Researchers launch open source quantum computer operating system.
I'm not sure whether to make more of the name or the system.
Oh, well, here it is. Hey, we get to see its front end and its back end. Nice. Anyway, the article is by Osaka University over at phys.org, who's probably going to protest the fact that I sat there and made some rude comment about being able to see the front end and the back end of their operating system. I got your number in a flow chart right here. Datagram. So, University of Osaka, Fujitsu Limited. Wait. Is this the Fujitsu that... Isn't that the one that had to do with
I'm not sure. Hold on.
the post office thing, postal thing? Hold on. Yeah, right? Horizon IT. Who built Horizon IT?
It's
Right?
the Fujitsu group.
Fujitsu.
This isn't the
Yeah.
same entity,
All right, not
so I don't know.
Theoretically, not everything named Fujitsu is going to... All right, well, anyway... Well, I'm bringing this up because they did their math wrong, and somewhere around 4,000 people are being impacted by not carrying the
Okay,
decimal
but
place.
since we don't know if this is the same entity, we might not want to put that out there.
That's why I didn't put it out there. I asked, is this the same thing? I'm not saying it is. I asked. Can you fault a person for asking? Yeah, probably. Anyway, it depends on how much money they have. So, bunch of people put together, they announced the launch of an open source operating system for quantum computers on GitHub, of all places, in what is one of the largest open source initiatives of its kind globally. The Open Quantum Tool Chain for Operators and Users, OS, can be customized to meet individual user needs and is expected to help make practical quantum computing a reality. Although not every quantum technology is the same, so I'm not quite sure how this actually... I don't know. Universities and companies seeking to make their own quantum computers accessible via the cloud have had to independently develop extensive software to enable cloud-based operation. By offering this open source OS covering everything from setup to operation, the research partners have lowered the barrier for deploying quantum computers in the cloud. What a deal.
I mean, this is something new.
Yep. This is, in the grand scheme of things that are new, this is something new. Huh. So additionally, quantum computing cloud services offered by the University of Osaka have begun integrating Octopus, spelled OQTOPUS, into its operations, and Fujitsu Limited will make it available for research partners using its quantum computers in the second half of 2025. That'll be inexpensive.
I guess this increases the university's access to quantum resources, right?
Yeah, not everybody has a quantum computer in their backyard or basement. I know I do. I don't. But anyway,
Where is it located?
nowhere. Moving on. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. The risk of becoming allergic to meat after a tick bite may be higher than thought. Now, I don't know if you want to instantly become a vegetarian, get bit by a tick.
It's kind of extreme. I didn't know there was any chance of this happening from a tick bite.
Oh yeah. It's actually been known for a while. What is the tick? It's the same. What's the tick? A deer tick. Okay, let's just go over to the source. So the article is by Ed Cara over at gizmodo.com. And it says new research from the CDC is exposing surprising new culprits behind a growing meat allergy. So scientists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, who needs them? And local health officials published
certainly don't.
I know. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. It's a giant tick conspiracy. Yeah, I can imagine. Anyway, some research published late last week in the journal Emerging Infectious Diseases. I know of one, but it seems to be maybe a dominant disease. Anyway, so the studies detail cases of red meat allergy, formerly known as alpha-gal. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what it's called, alpha-gal syndrome, tied to bites from two tick species not normally associated with it. Ticks that also cause Lyme disease. There you go.
Wow, so it's like a lose-lose.
Well, I mean, you get Lyme disease and you're a vegetarian suddenly.
Right. I'm assuming you didn't want to be a vegetarian before this happens.
You lose some weight. You don't like meat. Come on. Talk about alpha-gal. So these cases seem rare, but indicate that more people are at risk for the syndrome than currently assumed. Alpha-gal, hey, is a sugar found in the muscles of most animals, though importantly not humans. We can normally tolerate the alpha-gal, hey, found in the meat we eat without issue, but for reasons that we're still trying to understand, according to this article. A tick bite can sometimes cause our bodies to develop an overactive immune response to alpha-gal, hey, essentially making us allergic to red meat and even dairy. Well, we shouldn't be drinking dairy anyway. But
right. This is pretty odd, though.
But there's a growing movement online that says that you're not supposed to eat seed oils either.
I didn't know about that one.
So it's vegetable oils extracted from seeds of plants. Including olive oil, avocado, canola, and sunflower. I wonder where on the spectrum of... Anyway, so in the U.S., alpha-gal, cases are nearly always associated with the bite of a lone star tick. Amblyomma. What'd you say about my mama? Americanum, which is predominantly found throughout the eastern half of the country. But there are different tick species known to cause it in other parts of the world, and doctors stateside have encountered the occasional case in places where the Lone Star shouldn't be residing. Why do they call it the Lone Star tick, but they don't capitalize it?
It doesn't seem to be tied to Texas either, which is interesting.
So yeah, they've documented a woman in Washington who developed alpha-gal. Hey, in 2017, following a bite from an unknown species of tick. So that you don't know then which tick that was. It could have been a Lone Star.
Exactly, but is that happening in other species, or is the species expanding its footprint?
So check this out. That person, as a result of the bite, switched to a vegetarian diet. 3 years later, she got a second tick bite, though she avoided any symptoms later of her diet. Blood tests showed a dramatic rise in antibodies to alpha-gal. Hey, I'll stop. Anyway, it was this time she was able to collect the tick for testing, but because they didn't suffer from any symptoms, I wouldn't assume that that's what they got it. 2 years later, she got another bite from I. pacificus tick and once again experienced a rise in alpha-gal antibodies. Importantly, the woman also reported no recent travel history to places where the Lone Star tick is found. So maybe these ticks are just... have we always had them? Or have...
Well, right. Maybe we just haven't been able to detect them.
Ixodes scapularis tick, or deer tick, though Lone Star ticks have rarely been found in Maine, they're not thought to have established a local population in the area, according to researchers. But despite this, they were able to find 23 confirmed cases of red meat allergy reported to the state in Maine, dating back to 2014. While some of these people could have caught these cases while traveling in areas endemic to the Lone Star tick, several people reported no such travel. Back to alpha-gal. Hey. Anyway, pretty interesting, right? So that tick right there, an Ixodes scapularis tick searching for its next meal, could bite you and turn you into a vegetarian.
It's such a weird side effect of being bitten by a tick.
Hey. All right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. No Frills Beauty brand sold cartons of eggs for $3.37 in a timely marketing stunt. Skincare brand The Ordinary went viral, or not ordinary, over the weekend by selling cartons of eggs for $3.37. And store reps told Business Insider on Monday that supplies of the ordinarily priced eggs... Are
you
What?
noticing climbing
What?
through?
What? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's right there. Y'all can't see it. Go.
Yes,
Oh my
we
God.
can.
Production value. I didn't see it. I saw a little
It
black bar.
slowly crept behind you and
Oh,
then
no.
stayed there.
Okay, well, production value at an all-time high. Let's just move on. So Dominic Reuter over at BusinessInsider.com put this article together. $3.37 egg cartons. The marketing stunt comes as egg supplies are still recovering from record shortages and high prices. I'm waiting for them to hit oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, I got to focus. I got to get this done. Anyway, in a pair of Instagram posts, the company promoted the marketing stunt as ordinarily priced eggs in collaboration with the guerrilla marketing team at MSCHF or Mischief. So,
I mean, that's pretty good because I'm sure it was all for marketing, but probably tricks on them because I'm assuming people actually bought the eggs because that's a really good price.
it's so distracting having her sitting there. You ever see that news, the reporter where the kid comes walking in the little toddler thing?
Yes, and I don't know what those things are called, but yeah.
The little strider or whatever it's called. Yeah. And then the other one comes in and then the wife comes in to grab them and literally drags them out. That's how I feel right now. Except she's not. Come here. All right. Well, anyway. So much for a highly respected news agency reporting aggregated news from ohmTown.com. Just going to drop our name in there. Oh, please don't jump. Oh, no. This could be bad. Yeah,
I
she
know
wants to
there's
give...
a half a critter.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway. Production value at an all-time high. We're going to just keep going. Kendrick Lamar's GNX is the first rap album to hit major 2025 milestone. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, anyway, Jack Antonoff and Soundwave executive produced the album, which features appearances from artists such as SZA, Roddy Ricch, and Kamasi Washington. Additional guests are a bunch of them. But anyway, continuing his reign of terror over Drake's entire existence, Kendrick Lamar hit a 2025 milestone. His 2024 album, GNX, is the first rap project to sell over 1 million album equivalent units in the United States.
I did not know that.
What a deal. So Stephen Andrew Gallagher over at Vice.com put this article together. Obviously, the news comes from other locations all over the internets. But released on November 22nd, GNX is Lamar's 6th studio album overall, but his first with PG Lang Interscope following his exit from Top Dog Entertainment and Aftermath Entertainment. So basically, if you get into a scuffle with somebody in entertainment, if you do it right, there's both could win.
True. If you do it wrong, maybe not.
You end up with this, where somebody is getting crushed and their only option is to litigate and say, millions of people believe what Kendrick Lamar is saying about me. Yeah. I mean, that sucks because unless there's evidence, then it's basically just popular opinion. But let's just say brutal rap beef, it says here, which needs to be a cheesesteak sandwich name.
Okay, maybe it will be. You heard it here first.
Yeah. What's a good, what is it? Who's that restaurant? There's like Jersey Mike's. So Jersey Mike's, right? I think that's national. That's not just an East Coast thing. So
in fact, we had an article on that because it started as like one local shop and then obviously went national.
That's how it works. I know of a incoming coffee brand that could go national really quick.
Are you
Anyway,
going to give any hints on that?
Nope, not yet. So their intent from day one was to keep the nature of it as a sport. Kung Fu Kenny later explained during a new Apple Music interview, discussing his decision to engage in the beef. I don't care how MFers look at it as far as like a collaborative effort. That's cool too, but I love when artists grit their teeth. I probably couldn't say it more like a mayor than I just did.
Yeah, I'm not sure you quite did it justice, but
yeah. I still watch battle raps, which I didn't think they're called battle raps. I thought they were rap battles. But anyway, I still watch Smack URL, I guess. From Murda Mook to Lux to Tay Rock. My bro Dalit. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway. Imagine that, man. First album in 2025 to sell over 1 million equivalent units.
is that a record for 2025 or like that's not the first rap album to sell over 1 million? That's what I actually thought it meant when I first, but I think it is in 2025.
Yeah, I think it's just, yeah. So it took like less than 90 days to, not bad. Because, it says it was released in November 2022. So, that's kind of a weird thing. I don't know how that rotation works, but okay. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know when they start and stop the time frame.
Well, Kendrick Lamar is kicking Drake's ass still. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. United pilots trigger 2 flight mares after forgetting their own passports. 2 United Airlines flights to Shanghai were disrupted this month after pilots forgot their passports. The incidents caused delays and diversions to passengers. Diverting flights is costly due to fuel, crew members, compensation, but not one, but 2 United Airline pilots have forgotten their passports this month, triggering diversions and lengthy delays for passengers. I don't know
Do you
why they
think
would
they
get
were
diverted.
scanning themselves when they went through security? Is that the problem?
Lindsay Dodgson put the article together. Like, how do you get on to a plane
How
that goes
did you
international?
even get into the boarding area?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be taking an international flight, you have to have your passport. How did they? Because when you're on the inside, this is like the perfect insider threat kind of a concept, right? So incidents cause delays, diversions, and whatnot. But I'm more interested in the greater security apparatus at hand here. Why weren't these people treated the same as everybody else, that you can't get on board a plane unless you have been vetted from end to end, stem to stern?
Right, and when did they figure out their passport was missing? Or they must have been in the air, but why were they checking for their passport when they're flying the plane?
Saturday's United Flight 198 from Los Angeles to Shanghai was diverted to San Francisco International Airport as the pilot did not have their passport on board, an airline spokesperson told Business Insider. We arranged for a new crew to take our customers to their destination that evening. Customers were provided with meal vouchers and compensation.
The only thing that drives you crazier than a long distance flight is a delayed long distance flight.
Yeah, this is just insane. So United said in a statement that flight UA857, a Boeing 777 heading for Shanghai with 348 passengers and 16 crew, was delayed on March 14th prior to departure due to one of the pilots not having their passport. So a new pilot was brought in and the flight subsequently departed for Shanghai.
Okay, so 2 flights to Shanghai? Maybe there is a problem with the same gate agent or whomever is checking things on the departing side.
They need to immediately be sent to the Boeing Bolt installer line. That'll fix them. Moving on.
Oh, no.
Next article's over in Technology Today. Okay, so this one here, a word about 23andMe right now. All right, folks. So we have been talking about 23andMe circling the drain for quite some time now. I was actually about to divulge my DNA. That sounds grosser than it really is. But anyway, I was about to deliver my DNA onto 23. No, that's not right. I was about to make a splash. I was about to, wait, here, we can do this. I was about to, my DNA with 23andMe. Anyway, so 23andMe has been circling the drain, and guess what? They filed for bankruptcy, which means all of their data is going to be sold to somebody.
And who could that be? Who knows?
The genetic information company declared bankruptcy on Sunday, and the California's Attorney General has issued a privacy consumer alert. Delete yo shit, nah. So Jeffrey A. Fowler over at WashingtonPost.com put the article together. I don't know if I didn't log in and blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, it's a really short story. The genetic information company best known for its saliva test kit. Oh, is that? That's not how I was Anyway, we won't talk about it. Maybe that's why they went bankrupt. Anyway, they were headed for bankruptcy court to sell its assets, and 23andMe financial distress prompted California Attorney General Rob Bonta to issue an unusual privacy consumer alert about it Friday.
This is not the kind of thing you think when you're giving your data to some company that years down the road, they're going to go into bankruptcy. I know. People other than Mayor Watt don't think about that.
So I'm starting up a service right now under my company brand name as a service, CYA Surveillance Services. You subscribe, and I will text you periodically. Don't do that, dumbass.
It's like prevent it before it happens.
Correct. It's prophylactic assistance, as a doctor would call it, right? You go to your general practitioner to get a prophylactic health check. That too sounds kind of gross in the context of what I do as mayor. But anyway, you want to protect yourself from this kind of stuff. And so you got to think long and hard about it. Now, 23andMe has been around so long that I knew when it kicked off. And now I've seen it flame out. And that entire time I've been sitting there going, God, I really want a service like this, but God, I don't want to give them my data. And I certainly don't want them to be able to sell it ever, ever, ever.
Well, that was good thinking ahead.
Well, there you go, folks. Go delete your data. And just so you know, there is no reason why your data would actually be deleted. They can say that they're deleting your data until the cows come home and it's still in an archive somewhere being sold as an asset.
Right, and you'll never know until something gets connected to your data down the road or something.
Until the Terminator body that shows up at your doorstep looks identical to you. And you answer the door and you open it up and it says, I am here to take your place in the universe, and then ends you. And then just uses you as fuel for its quantum computer. And you are heard from again.
Of octopus?
Yeah. That's exactly what. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Continuity Report. Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal lead an oddly unserious Othello. The big ticket revival of Othello with Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal lacks a big ticket idea. Not quite sure what this is all about, but it's over at Washington Post. Oh, pardon me one second. Oh, no.
So I think this has to do with theater.
Yeah, so anyone considering a ticket in the first 14 rows is now up for $921 at upcoming performances. Might be curious for some cost-benefit analysis. Living up to a hefty price is not the fairest measure of aesthetic achievement, but let's table for another time our existential laments about the decay of art under capitalism. They say here that the production of Othello, co-headlined by Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal, lacks a big idea to make it seem much more than a massive overinvestment. But if they pull it off, what does it matter? If it's good entertainment.
It's not clear if this review saw the actual premiere or pre-shows or whatever, but I mean, those are good actors, so in concept, it could work.
I want to see something. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what all is going to happen with this. So, does it? I'm trying to pull up some more information about this because the article is kind of light in it.
What are you trying to find?
So they capitalize big idea in this. And so
it looks
I think
like
this
it's
is
already going because it has tickets for a couple days from now. It's sold out tomorrow.
Yeah, there isn't much more to it. It says
It's at the Ethel Barrymore Theater in New York.
Yeah, that would have been funny if you're like, it's off Broadway.
It's Broadway.
It's at that theater, but it's in Kentucky.
Well, not all of our listeners are from the U.S., so.
Oh, no, I understand that. But if this is actually what it is, it says Denzel Washington left as Othello and Jake Gyllenhaal as Iago. I'm a dumbass. Iago. In Othello on Broadway. So I don't know if they have the chops to pull it off, then, a fool and their money is soon parted is not lost on me. I mean,
Well, and the arts is a good way to spend your money. $921 for a ticket seems kind of pricey, but
Yeah, so big ideas is I think everything that they have in here is like a riff off of something like Big Stars is, I think, part of Shakespearean writing. Meaty tragedy is big ideas plural, actually, if I recall correctly. So anyway, I think it's just kind
okay,
of
wait.
interesting.
So the production is Broadway's top grossing play of all time. It's already gotten, well, partially because of ticket prices, but it's $2.8 billion from 8 preview performances. It exceeded Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
Wait, these
Mhm.
two,
Oh, yeah.
this.
And then this is in previews or preview shows.
Dear God. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Colombia's lonely chimp Yoko finds a new home in Brazil, kidnapped from their home, from his home as an infant, then raised by a drug lord before ending up in a Colombian zoo. Yoko the chimpanzee has lived the last 2 years of his life alone. Well, David Salazar over at phys.org put this article together, and they write that he lost his last friend, Cheetah, in 2023 when she escaped from the zoo. On Sunday, the 38-year-old Yoko was flown to Brazil to finally join others of his kind, at a sanctuary there. But will he make friends? Yoko is in many ways more human than Chimp, his caregivers say. He uses a knife and fork, plays ball, watches television, and makes artwork with crayon on paper and canvas. That right there should make him a millionaire, because whatever it is, people are going to want a piece of that. But anyway, they go on to say that fed junk food by their captor, a narco trafficker whose name has not been divulged. Yoko has only 4 of his teeth left. Chimps, like humans, are meant to have 32, so he wasn't well taken care of. Although
No, and he was allowed to smoke and just have other bad habits. It looks like he had a long existence though as a solo chimp.
yeah, how long was he out? I mean, he's 38
Well, he's
now.
38, but I think I looked ahead at this one. I apologize. I don't remember how long they have a lifespan, but that's a good bit of a chimp's lifespan, I think.
Yeah, there are more than 40 other chimps there, but vets and animal behaviorists worry Yoko may not fit in. Yoko is not a chimpanzee in the strict sense. He is an animal that identifies much more with human beings, says Cesar Gomez, Ukumari's animal training coordinator. So to give you an example, a smile is something positive for humans, but not for chimpanzees. It is something negative, and Yoko does not understand these types of communications because we've turned a smile. Showing your teeth to an animal is a form of aggression, and you
Right.
become a threat.
So he's not going to deal well with other basic things, right? The chimps may do because he hasn't been around them. But I would like to think some of that's still genetic, right? Like, or instinct. He may 60, okay. He may pick
Yeah,
up
so
on that pretty quickly, especially if somebody's growling or charging at him or something.
yeah, you learn pretty quick. So in the wild, their natural home of Africa, chimpanzees die at around 40 to 45 years of age. They're social group animals with good care. In captivity, they can live up to 60. The chimpanzee is listed in the endangered species list by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So, yep, I'm sure that some more information will come as time goes on, but
Well, I think this is a good next step for him. I hope he enjoys his next location. And it's interesting because it also makes a statement about the country of Colombia now has no chimps, and that's the only country in the world, apparently, at least where they're tracking, that don't have any in zoos now. This was the only one.
oh, really? Interesting. Wow. Well, now this one's going off to Brazil. All right, let's keep going. The next one, I guess I don't know. I got a lot of animal kind of stuff going on. We have an octopus. We have something allergic to meat because of a tick, a deer tick.
Well, I didn't pick up on all the animal themes today.
We have eggs. We have a beef between